Jiang Heng traverses into the role of the peak master of the Qingyun sacred land, yet finds himself burdened with an utterly incapable physique. Upon awakening the divine-level illustration system, he acquires celestial enhancements through the collection of bonds. By taking in disciples who are deemed useless, he can transform them into prodigies and restore their cultivation. Forming alliances with the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Fox grants him bloodline and allure. Ultimately, his disciples include celestial lords and empresses, with connections spanning the realms of cultivation. Chapter 71. Young man, do you aspire to seize the crown? At that moment, Mu Feiyu, under immense pressure, trudges towards the heart mirror with great difficulty. Caught in a dilemma, his mind shrouded in confusion, he finds himself at a loss. Jiang Heng's voice once again resonates within his mind. Young man, do you yearn to seize the crown? Do you wish to win the sacred pill and embrace the beauty at last? If you desire it, release your consciousness and allow me to assist you. These words, devoid of emotion, seem to harbor an undeniable enchantment. Jiang Heng's utterance is akin to a lifeline for Mu Feiyu. Although he is riddled with doubt, acquiring the 9 transformations rebirth pill appears to be his only option now. This elder had previously aided him, and he should not wish him harm. Elder, I place my trust in you. With this thought, Mu Feiyu ceased his resistance, fully relinquishing his mental barriers. In a corner, Jiang Heng's gaze lowered slightly as an intangible and formless thread of consciousness quietly detached from him, traversing through the void to seamlessly merge into Mu Feiyu's sea of consciousness. While ordinary individuals may fear the heart mirror, Jiang Heng, possessing the ability of immunity to all methods, harbors no such trepidation. The moment his consciousness intertwined with Mu Feiyu's sea of awareness, Jiang Heng completely commandeered this vessel. The once tense physique of the youth, strained under tremendous pressure, instantly relaxed, radiating an indescribable air of composure and serenity. He lifted his head, disregarding the imposing weight of Lan Batian and the scrutinizing gaze of Chen Shan, as well as the unabashed disdain emanating from Chen Beixian. His gaze pierced through the layers of the void, resting upon the figure adorned in a snowy blue dress upon the high platform. Lan Li sensed this gaze. Unlike the fervent possessiveness emanating from Chen Beixian, this look was calm and profound, seemingly imbued with a magnetic allure that threatened to draw one in. She furrowed her brow slightly, a peculiar sensation blossoming within her heart. Then, Mu Feiyu slowly began to speak, his voice soft yet distinctly resonant in the ears of all present. Master Lan, Elder Chen. He first offered a slight nod, exhibiting complete propriety, neither servile nor arrogant. Subsequently, his gaze returned to Lan Li, revealing a complex array of emotions, reminiscence, infatuation, and a hint of self-mockery. Miss Lan, perhaps in your eyes, I am merely an ignorant country bumpkin, a speculative wanderer lingering here for the sake of glory and the chance to ascend to greatness. At the utterance of these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even Chen Beixian let out a scoff, deeming this young man to have succumbed to despair, fully aware of his hopelessness. Lan Li offered no response, instead gazing at him in silence, seemingly waiting for him to continue his discourse. Subsequently, under Jiang Heng's manipulation, Mu Feiyu abruptly shifted his tone, infusing his calm voice with a piercing intensity. However, I'm not here for that. I've come not for the lofty wealth that promises to elevate one to the heavens, nor for the so-called title of the Lan family's son-in-law. His voice deepened, rich with magnetism, as if he were unveiling a long-buried secret. It is solely because, not long ago, amidst the throng of people, I inadvertently caught sight of your figure. After that fleeting glance, my world has been filled solely with that ethereal and unparalleled silhouette, which has since taken root and blossomed in my heart, an indelible presence. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such frankness, such unabashed ardor, was utterly overwhelming. The smirk upon Chen Beixian's face instantly froze. Upon the high platform, Lan Batian furrowed his brow, while beside him, Chen Xin stroked his beard with a cold chuckle, dismissing the young man's words as mere last-ditch folly. Only Lan Li, whose heart had grown weary of romantic notions due to the impending marriage, found her sentiments unexpectedly shaken by this declaration. Instinctively, she sensed the insincerity in his words, Yet for reasons unknown, when she met his profoundly sincere gaze, her heart began to ripple uncontrollably. Her heart, surprisingly, began to waver. I'm acutely aware of my humble status and my shallow cultivation, a stark contrast to the esteemed young lady. I recognize that in the eyes of the world, my actions may seem like the delusions of a fool, akin to a toad yearning for swan's flesh. Mu Feiyu's voice resonated with a hint of resolve. Yet, I have still come. I have exerted every ounce of my strength to navigate through the rounds of selection, all for the chance to stand before you, unabashedly declare. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Lan Li, each word a solemn vow. My heart's desire is solely for you. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, and the world deems me mad, I hold no regrets. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Ziyun building. Every individual present was profoundly moved by this declaration of unwavering love. Even Lan Li trembled slightly, her ethereal eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Utter nonsense! Chun Chin stepped forward, snorting disdainfully. Flattery and theatrics, mere attempts to garner attention. The truth of your feelings for Li will be revealed beneath the heart mirror. Indeed, Chun Beixian quickly chimed in, his voice rising sharply. A liar through and through. If you possess any courage, place your hand upon it. He could not fathom the notion of love at first sight. It had to be a facade. In the face of such skepticism, Mu Feiyu merely smiled faintly. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he calmly approached the heart mirror. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the murky, chaotic surface. A hum resonated. The heart mirror trembled violently. A dazzlingly brilliant purple light erupted forth, its intensity surpassing even that of Chun Beixian by more than tenfold. The mocking smile on Chun Chen's face instantly froze. For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed Lan Beixian's stern visage. Chun Beixian appeared as though struck by lightning, his face drained of color, filled with disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as everyone presumed this to be the zenith, the soaring purple beam began to undergo a transformation. A strand of golden light quietly emerged from the heart of the purple glow. Immediately, this golden hue spread with a fervor akin to wildfire. In an instant, it consumed and assimilated all the purple light. A robust, resplendent golden beam erupted from the heart mirror, piercing through the zenith of the Ziyun building and soaring into the heavens. The entire Ziyun building was wholly engulfed by this magnificent golden radiance. Wherever the golden light reached, every onlooker felt an awakening from their very souls, as if witnessing the most genuine and timeless love affair known to mankind. Golden light. Chun Chun stuttered, trembling as he pointed towards the celestial column of golden light. It signifies a love stronger than gold, eternal and unyielding. Supreme golden light. Chapter 72, The Triumph. The entire Ziyun Tower was enveloped in a profound silence reminiscent of death itself. Time and space appeared to come to a complete standstill before the resplendent golden beam of light, so dazzling it defied description. Every breath, heartbeat, and even thought of those present faltered in that moment. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their expressions blank as they gazed at the celestial pillar that pierced heaven and earth. Fixating on the slender figure beneath it, a youth clad in coarse garments, yet seemingly capable of upholding the very cosmos. Upon the high platform, Lan Beixian's timelessly authoritative visage betrayed a flicker of shock. The golden light emanating from the Zhaoshan mirror had only ever been provoked by one individual since its inception, the heartless saint ancestor, the master artisan of the mirror. To witness such a phenomenon today was beyond belief, and the source of this golden radiance was none other than the obscure Mu Feiyu, a mere first-level venerable. Beside him, Qin Shun, an elder from the Qingyun sacred land, was utterly bereft of his usual composure. The ethereal demeanor he once possessed had vanished. His aged face had turned the color of liver, and his eyes bulged as he fixated on the golden column. No, this was impossible. His lips trembled. It could not be true. He had brought the Zhaoshan mirror, he had proclaimed the rules, and he understood better than anyone what it meant to trigger this golden light. The one least able to accept this reality was Chun Beixian. The pride and reserve that once graced his face had dissipated, replaced by an expression of utter ferocity. His cherished sincerity now seemed minuscule, reduced to the insignificance of a mere speck of dust before the overwhelming golden pillar, laughable as a jester seeking attention. At the heart of the golden glow, Lan Li's delicate form trembled slightly. The light was not searing. Rather, it exuded an unusual warmth, as though it could penetrate the depths of one's soul. The youth's fervent declaration of love reverberated in her ears. My heart's desire is solely for you. Even if the world deems me mad, I have no regrets. Initially dismissed as mere fabrications, in the face of this eternal golden light, those words transformed into the most sincere and fervent vows, indelibly etched upon her heart. She raised her gaze, for the first time, actively and earnestly looking at the young man. In a corner, Jiang Heng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Cheating. He must be cheating. Finally, a desperate roar shattered the silence. Chen Beixian, appearing deranged, pointed at Mu Feiyu and shrieked, Master Lan. Grandfather Chen. This boy must have employed some demonic sorcery to deceive the Zhaoshan mirror. Chen Chen abruptly regained his senses, vehemently echoing, indeed, what Beixian says is entirely accurate. Since the Zhaoshan mirror was crafted in our Qingyuan sacred land, only the heartless saint ancestor has been capable of eliciting the golden light. This anomaly today is undoubtedly the result of this boy's machinations. I suspect he is a spy sent by the demonic sect. In an instant, the accusation of being a demonic spy was thrust upon him. Faced with this frantic indictment, Mu Feiyu, under Jiang Heng's control, slowly turned around. His expression bore no anger, no defense, only a serene calm. He regarded the frenzied duo, a hint of faint mockery glimmering in his eyes. Oh, he spoke softly, his voice cutting through the tumult with clarity. The Zhaoshan mirror is a sacred artifact of your esteemed clan. The rules were established by Elder Chen himself. Now, with the result revealed, it does not align with your wishes, and thus you declare it false, accusing me of cheating, of being a demonic spy. He paused, surveying everyone present, his voice rising in intensity, resonating with a piercing challenge. Is it the Zhaoshan mirror that has erred, or is it your hearts that have faltered? As these words echoed, the gathering fell silent. The expressions of Chen Chun and Chen Beixian darkened significantly. Such a remark was a devastating blow. To acknowledge the outcome was to concede defeat to a mere country boy, a disgrace to their dignity. To deny it was to publicly admit that their sacred artifact was a farce, shattering their credibility. This was akin to placing them on a pyre. You shall not twist your words here and sow discord. Chen Chun trembled with rage, yet could find no retort. Enough. At that moment, Lan Beixian's voice thundered. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the three individuals present. He first glanced at the pallid Chen Chun, then at the defiant Chen Beixian, before finally settling on Mu Feiyu. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his options. Ultimately, he turned to his daughter, Lan Li. He observed the unprecedented ripples of emotion in her usually tranquil eyes as she stared at Mu Feiyu, her gaze laden with complexity. In that instant, Lan Batian reached a momentous decision. Alliances were forged for the benefit of the family, but his daughter's happiness was equally paramount. Furthermore, the events of the day unfolded before all eyes. The golden light of the Zhaoshan mirror was a manifestation of divine will. Should the Lan family defy fate and break their promise in public, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Xianxia domain and even the central continent. Taking a deep breath, his voice rang out, rich and authoritative, filling the space. The result of the Zhaoshan mirror is witnessed by all, a testament to the will of heaven, and it cannot be contested. The Lan family seeks a son-in-law based on insight, strength, and above all, a genuine heart. Today, the 3 rounds of tests are complete, and the victor is clear. He turned abruptly, his gaze like a blazing torch, locking onto Mu Feiyu, each word resounding with conviction. I declare that the ultimate victor of this matrimonial gathering is Mu Feiyu. As his declaration resounded, a subtle smile graced Jiang Heng's lips, and the consciousness he had merged into Mu Feiyu's mind quietly receded. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment reminiscent of a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Mu Feiyu, having regained control of his body, felt bewildered. It was as if he had awakened from a long, vivid dream, only to find himself the center of attention. The authoritative gaze of the Lan family patriarch was fixed upon him, proclaiming an outcome he could scarcely believe. I have won. I can obtain the 9-turn soul-returning pill. My sister will be saved. An overwhelming wave of joy engulfed his thoughts, and for the first time, a genuine, radiant smile illuminated the youthful countenance. Chapter 73, 100-fold insight, Lan Li's doubt. At this moment, Chen Beixian's expression was as dark as turbulent waters. Lan Batian paid him no further heed, instead focusing on his still-stunned daughter. His tone softened slightly. Lear, your father understands your reservations regarding this union. The golden light of the Zhaoshan mirror is proof of divine will, but I do not wish to force you. After a moment of contemplation, he made an unexpected decision that took everyone by surprise. I shall grant you both a year. During this time, You may come to know one another and cultivate your feelings. After a year, we shall discuss the matters of marriage. With a grand gesture, an exquisite jade box materialized and gracefully floated towards Mu Feiyu. This is your betrothal gift, the 9-turn soul-returning pill. From this day forth, you shall be my son-in-law, the esteemed Lan Batian declared. Upon hearing these words, Chen Beixian, who had been consumed by rage and on the brink of a violent outburst, felt the madness in his gaze abruptly cool. A year's time, the ferocity etched upon his features gradually receded, transforming into a bitter resentment. He fixed a piercing stare upon Mu Feiyu, as if beholding a lifeless corpse. Chen Beixian's voice emerged, hoarse and grave, laden with unmasked murderous intent. Boy, I hope you can survive this year unscathed. Do not, under any circumstances, provide me with an opportunity. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of a fate worse than death. This blatant threat thickened the atmosphere, causing an unsettling tension to settle in the room. Beside him, Chun Chen's expression was equally dark, as if water could drip from it. He snorted coldly and swept his sleeve, rising to depart. Master Lan, you play your cards well. In his mind, he swiftly calculated. A year was ample time to devise 100 schemes to ensure this marriage would fall apart, or even to force Lan Li and Beixian into a consummated union. Beixian, we must leave. With hearts brimming with animosity, Chen Chun and Chun Beixian transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. With the departure of the two from the Qingyun sacred land, the stifling atmosphere within Ziyun Tower began to ease slightly. Lan Batian cast a profound glance at Mu Feiyu, then at his daughter, ultimately refraining from further words, and turned with Lan Li and several elder members of the Lan family to retreat deeper into the high platform. Another defeated prodigy, filled with reluctance, quietly exited the stage. The vast arena was left with only Mu Feiyu, who remained engulfed in overwhelming joy and confusion. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him without warning, like a specter. The newcomer was clad in white, handsome and poised, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Congratulations. Your wishes have been fulfilled. A clear and familiar voice resonated in Mu Feiyu's ears. He trembled violently. That voice. Was it not the very one that had echoed in his mind earlier, guiding him, aiding him, and even making that earth-shattering vow on his behalf? He spun around abruptly, and upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Senior, the seemingly unparalleled expert, whose abilities had eluded even the head of the Lan family and the great sage of the Qingyun sacred land, was, astonishingly, such a youthful figure. He appeared to be but a few years older than himself. The stark contrast caused Mu Feiyu's mind to momentarily stall. He opened his mouth, yet could utter not a single word. Just as Mu Feiyu recognized Jiang Heng, a cold notification sound echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating the relationship with Mu Feiyu to a close friendship. Bonding relationship activated. Innate Dao body. 1-1. Bond activated. Host gains a permanent comprehension enhancement of 100-fold. Host acquires special effect. Instant enlightenment. A wave of profound clarity surged into Jiang Heng's mind. At this moment, his thoughts became extraordinarily lucid and expansive, as if the intricate workings of the universe and the profound truths of the heavens were now within his grasp. This was the augmentation of 100-fold comprehension. A faint smile involuntarily crept upon Jiang Heng's lips. Meanwhile, in the depths of the high platform, Lan Li, who was poised to depart with her father, abruptly halted her steps. She turned her head, her cold gaze piercing through the distance to rest upon the arena. Her eyes darted between the newly emerged youth in white and the still-dazed Mu Feiyu. For reasons unknown, an intense sense of disquiet surged within her heart. Simultaneously, within the arena, Mu Feiyu stared blankly at the excessively youthful face before him, the calm smile on that visage starkly contrasting with the profound, inscrutable image of the senior he remembered. As senior, is it really you? His voice was hoarse, trembling with incredulity. Jiang Heng merely smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, imparting a soothing energy that instantly calmed Mu Feiyu's tumultuous spirit, stirred by shock and excitement. Shoo! Jiang Heng raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This place was Ziyun Tower, the territory of the Lan family. Surrounded by countless eyes observing the newly appointed son-in-law, Mu Feiyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, and bowed deeply to Jiang Heng. This bow was one of heartfelt gratitude, regardless of the true identity of the senior or what he looked like. Had it not been for his intervention today, Mu Feiyu would have been unable to even last through the second round, let alone claim victory. The debt of saving a sister is akin to a mountain. Jiang Heng graciously accepted the bow, yet his gaze subtly shifted toward the depths of the high platform. He could distinctly sense a probing stare locked onto him, cutting through layers of obstruction. The owner of that gaze was none other than Lan Li. At this moment, Lan Li stood in the shadow of an intricately carved pillar. Her footsteps halted from her intended departure with her father. Her glass-like eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the two figures in the arena. In her mind, the scenes replayed repeatedly, the flustered, bewildered Mu Feiyu, who had seemed oblivious to threats, juxtaposed with the Mu Feiyu who had maintained his composure before the head of the Lan family, wielding sharp words against both the master and Qin Beixian, and gazing at her with fervent intensity. Could they truly be the same person? No, it was impossible. A person's cultivation may be concealed, their appearance may be disguised, but the essence emanating from the depths of the soul cannot be feigned, especially as, after the test concluded, the aura that had once stirred her heart had vanished without a trace, and that figure clad in white, though merely standing there quietly, exuded an aura strikingly similar to the previous Mu Feiyu. The answer was almost palpable, the earth-shattering confession that had captivated her heart. The one that had sparked the legendary golden light of unwavering love did not originate from Mu Feiyu at all. It belonged to this suddenly appearing, enigmatic youth in white. As this thought emerged, Lan Li felt not anger at being deceived, but rather an intensified curiosity and an inexplicable sense of relief. She clenched her hidden fist tightly, her nails digging into her palm. She must uncover the true identity of this man. Chapter 74. I truly need to investigate you. On the arena, Jiang Heng withdrew his gaze, fully aware. It seemed this young lady of the Lan family was far more astute than he had anticipated. However, he was unperturbed. He turned to Mu Feiyu, who was still basking in overwhelming joy, and spoke calmly. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not dismiss Qin Beixuan's words as mere trifles. Jiang Heng's statement abruptly roused Mu Feiyu from his reverie. His smile froze, and a grave expression overtook his features. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Heng continued, however, there is no need to be so fearful. You currently bear the title of the Blue family's prospective son-in-law, which makes you, in essence, half a member of the Blue family. With such a prestigious shelter, even amidst the conflicts that arise among the younger generation, and despite the immense influence of the Qingyun sacred land, Tianqiong, regardless of his status as a great sage, would not dare to act against you without sufficient justification, for it would tarnish the reputation of the sacred grounds. To take a step back, even if, after a year, you do not end up with Miss Blue, given the prodigious talents you have demonstrated today, the Blue family would still seek to recruit you. At that time, it will merely be a matter of rivalry among the youth. Jiang Heng paused momentarily before shifting his tone. What you need to do within this year is to elevate your strength to match, or even surpass, Qin Beixian. In doing so, all your troubles will naturally resolve themselves. The confusion in Mu Feiyu's eyes dissipated, rekindling a fervent fighting spirit within him. Indeed, a year remains. He felt confident that within this time frame, he could trample Qin Beixian beneath his feet. He lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Jiang Heng, finally voicing the deepest question that had lingered in his heart. But, Senior, why do you wish to assist me? This inquiry had occupied his mind since Jiang Heng first communicated with him. Well, Jiang Heng feigned contemplation before responding earnestly. I have gazed into the celestial patterns and calculated the fates, discovering that there exists a connection between us. A connection? Mu Feiyu was taken aback, finding this reasoning rather perfunctory. Yet, gazing upon Jiang Heng's inscrutable countenance, he found himself believing it to a degree. Perhaps, at a level of enlightenment such as Jiang Heng's. Actions are no longer bound by convention, guided solely by the heart and the principles of fate. Yes, it must be so. Jiang Heng turned and began to descend the platform. Well then, matters are resolved. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The path ahead must now be navigated by you alone. Yes, I bid you farewell, Senior. Mu Feiyu deeply bowed to Jiang Heng's retreating figure, his expression solemn and filled with reverence. This moment did not go unnoticed by the throng below. Just moments ago, the victor who had drawn forth the legendary golden light was now paying such homage to an inconspicuous young man in white. Who indeed was this youth? In an instant, speculation and discussion erupted among the crowd. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Jiang Heng took a step forward, descending from the battle platform and vanishing into the sea of people within Ziyun Tower. Meanwhile, the crowd observed Mu Feiyu's respectful gesture towards the white-clad figure, igniting further curiosity about Jiang Heng's identity. At the rear of the elevated platform, Lan Li withdrew her gaze, her cool eyes shimmering with intrigue. At the precise moment Jiang Heng turned to depart, she distinctly noted the medallion hanging from his waist, the Tianbao token of the Tianbao Merchant Guild. Bring someone to me, she spoke softly. A maid appeared silently behind her. Investigate the young man named Mu Feiyu from today and gather all details of his past. Additionally, ascertain whether the Tianbao Merchant Guild has recently acquired a young acolyte. Remember, do not disturb anyone. Yes, Mississippi. Upon exiting Ziyun Tower, Jiang Heng did not hasten toward the teleportation array to Qingyun domain. Having just activated the bond and attained 100-fold comprehension, he sensed he was on the threshold of becoming a sage. Coupled with the cultivation returned by his disciples over the past few days, his foundation was now exceedingly robust. With the solid foundation of cultivation returned to him by his disciples, a breakthrough would not merely signify an ordinary initial stage sage. I need to find a secluded place for closed-door cultivation. The Qingyun domain was bustling with people, and the Qingyun sacred land harbored enemies of old Li, making it an unsuitable locale. In the present circumstances, seeking out a paradise within the Xianxia domain to break into the sage realm was the most prudent course of action. Although he was no longer comparable to ordinary sages, he remained a quasi-sage, lacking true trans-domain capabilities. Should he break through to the sage realm, he would be able to traverse to the Qingyun domain effortlessly, much like Chen had previously. With a thought, Jiang Heng's consciousness spread forth like a tidal wave. In but an instant, the mountains, rivers, and the flow of spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand miles unfolded in his mind, forming an exquisitely detailed three-dimensional map. Before long, he pinpointed an appropriate location for his secluded cultivation, a subterranean cave nestled at the base of a mountain, with a superior spiritual vein flowing beneath it. While it may not be the highest quality, it would suffice. In a flash, Jiang Heng's figure flickered, and he was instantaneously within the cave, commencing his closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Blue family, Mu Feiyu, clutching the heavy jade box, transformed into a fleeting shadow as he rushed towards a somewhat dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of the city. He pushed open the door, and a potent scent of medicinal herbs assaulted his senses. He hurried into the dimly lit room, where a frail figure lay quietly on the bed, devoid of color. Her breath so faint that it seemed she might slip away at any moment. Linger. Mu Feiyu's heart clenched painfully, and his eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He rushed to the bedside, taking 2 steps at a time. Trembling hands carefully opened the jade box. Inside lay a pill the size of a longan, radiating a brilliant glow and exuding an enchanting medicinal aroma. It was the 9 transformation resurrection pill. He gently propped his sister, Mu Linger, up and brought the pill to her cracked lips. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a warm torrent that surged through Mu Linger's limbs and bones. Before the naked eye, a hint of healthy color began to blush upon her previously pallid face. The barely audible breaths gradually steadied and strengthened. Mu Feiyu held his sister's hand tightly, holding his breath, his heart racing with anxiety. Seconds felt like hours. At last, her long lashes fluttered gently. Mu Linger slowly opened her eyes, which had been closed for so long. Initially, there was a hint of confusion in her gaze, but upon recognizing the tear-streaked, ecstatic face before her, a radiant smile blossomed upon her weak features. Go! The faint call was like a celestial melody, causing Mu Feiyu to burst into tears. Linger, you're awake. You finally awakened. Chapter 75, The Grudge Against the Heart. Mu Linger could not suppress a few light coughs. Linger, Mu Feiyu's heart tightened, and the joy in his eyes was instantly replaced by panic. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? A trickle of dark blood seeped from the corner of Mu Linger's mouth, dripping onto the plain bedding, a shocking sight. Yet, her previously pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color. She weakly shook her head, looking at Mu Feiyu. Her voice soft, but carrying a sense of serene relief after having survived a calamity. It's nothing, brother. I feel much better. Seeing his sister's improving condition, the tension that had gripped Mu Feiyu's heart finally eased. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and carefully embraced her frail body. Tears of warmth soaking her shoulder. Mu Linger raised her weak arms, gently wrapping them around her brother's back, patting him softly. A single crystalline tear slipped from her eye. All right, brother, I am perfectly fine, she said. The siblings embraced for a considerable time before Mu Feiyu slowly released her. Supporting her to sit up, Mu Linger gazed at him, the joy in her eyes gradually replaced by a trace of hidden concern. Brother, where did you acquire the 9 turns rejuvenation pill? The reason for her inquiry stemmed from the time she had suddenly fallen ill. Mu Feiyu had taken her across the entire Xianxia domain. They had sought out renowned physicians, only to be met with the same grim verdict. No remedy existed, save for the 9 turns rejuvenation pill to prolong life. This pill was exceedingly precious among the saint pills, a commodity not easily obtainable even with spirit stones, making it more a fantasy than a reality for their meager family resources. She was fearful that the origins of this pill might be dubious, potentially bringing immense calamity upon her brother. Mu Feiyu discerned his sister's thoughts, gently ruffling her hair with a serene smile adorning his face. Do not worry, dear sister. I obtained it through my own merit. He then recounted the events leading up to the engagement ceremony at Ziyun Tower, deliberately omitting any mention of Jiang Heng, merely stating that he had narrowly succeeded. He sensed the presence of the Lan family members guarding them from the shadows. Aware that some matters were not yet ripe for discussion, he intended to share the complete truth with Mu Linger at a more opportune moment. Upon hearing her brother's tale, Mu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, brother, you are now the prospective son-in-law of the Lan family?" Her tone brimmed with joy, genuinely thrilled for her brother. She had certainly heard of the Lan family and felt a deep-seated happiness for her brother's fortune. Yet, this radiance quickly dimmed, overshadowed by a cloud of worry. But what of Chen Beixian? Is a year truly sufficient? At her words, a glimmer of confidence appeared in Mu Feiyu's eyes. While he may not have been entirely assured before, since awakening his innate Dao body, he now possessed unwavering confidence that he could surpass Chen Beixian within a year. "Rest assured," he said, pressing his hand gently atop her head, his voice steady and resolute. "I will undoubtedly surpass him within a year." Half a month later, in the Tianhuang continent, at the mysterious sacred land, deep within the sword control platform, countless swords hummed, and an oppressive silence enveloped the entire mountain peak. Suddenly, a blood-red beam of light tore through the sky without warning, ascending into the heavens and casting the entire cloudscape in a bizarre crimson hue. Within the sanguine light, a petite figure slowly ascended. With hair like flames and garments billowing, the girl was none other than Yu Yao. Delightful. A clear, melodious shout echoed through the heavens. Following her battle with Jiang Heng, she had not only emerged unscathed but also gained profound insights. Upon awakening, she had thrown herself wholeheartedly into seclusion. At this moment, she had finally emerged from her cocoon, stepping into the realm of the quasi-saint. The various presences throughout the mysterious sacred land stirred simultaneously. A flash of light revealed the sacred Lord Gu Yunxi and several other platform masters appearing almost instantaneously above the sword control platform. Watching Yu Yao, whose aura surged within the blood light, the expressions of the onlookers varied. "Has Yu Yao broken through again?" One of the platform masters sighed, filled with resignation. Yet, compared to the one at Qingyun's sacred land's Tianqiong peak, she still fell short. It was said that Master Jiang had already ventured to the central continent. At that moment, the elegant and poised Song Wanqing, the master of the Qingqing platform, spoke up. "Indeed, we cannot help but wonder when we shall break through to the quasi-saint realm and proceed to the headquarters in the central continent." Another platform master sighed, their words laced with longing. Sacred Lord Gu Yunxi remained silent, quietly observing the petite figure within the blood light, a hint of unspoken concern flickering in her gaze. After a moment, the soaring blood light gradually retracted, fully merging into Yu Yao's body. Her aura stabilized as she slowly opened her eyes, a terrifying brilliance flashing momentarily. She took in the unprecedented surge of power within her, nodding with satisfaction before noticing the crowd nearby. In a flash, she appeared before them, her small face betraying an unmistakable pride. "Congratulations, Sister Yu Yao, on being the first among us to step into the quasi-saint realm." "Merely fortunate, just fortunate," Yu Yao responded modestly, though the slight tilt of her chin belied her true feelings at that moment. However, just then, as if recalling something, she shifted her gaze to the others and spoke with fierce determination. "By the way, how has that Jiang fellow been faring lately?" The grudge from that day when Jiang Heng had assaulted her was still fresh in her mind, though she was well aware that it had not been intentional. The platform masters exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Finally, it was Song Wanqing who broke the silence, recounting Jiang Heng's remarkable feats within the quasi-saint's secret realm, as well as his departure for the central continent. Upon hearing this, especially learning that Jiang Heng could now tear through the quasi-saint's secret realm, Yu Yao's beautiful eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit rather than fear. Only such a man was worthy of challenging her, no, worthy of being her rival. "In that case, I shall go to the central continent to find him," she declared resolutely. At these words, the previously silent Gu Yunxi stepped forward. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Yu Yao. "Yu Yao, think twice. The old fellows at the central continent headquarters are not particularly fond of you." "Then what of it? Sooner or later, I must confront them. I want to prove that my father is no traitor." "But there is no need to say more, Sister Gu," Yu Yao interrupted, her gaze unwavering. "My mind is set." Gu Yunxi regarded her with a mix of understanding and resignation, realizing further persuasion would be futile and could only let out a helpless sigh. Chapter 76. After teasing me, do you still want to run? Not a chance. Meanwhile, in a certain inn in the western regions of the Tianhuang continent, Fang Yuan lay on his bed, eyes closed, relishing a stream of pure warmth. Since Jiang Heng had departed, he had sought an excuse to descend the mountain for training. For him, the efficiency of cultivation within the Qingyun's sacred land paled in comparison to venturing out, and remaining within the sect left him unable to satiate his blood-soul banner. Just as he was immersed in thought, a slight sting from beneath interrupted his reverie. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, lowering his gaze, his tone flat. You bit me. Zhou Yafeng shot him an exasperated glance, mumbling indistinctly, "At this rate, you should be about done. Thank you for the reminder. Now turn around," Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yi stiffened, feeling humiliated but ultimately yielding and turning away. Fang Yuan wasted no more words, proceeding with determination. "Be gentle," Zhou Yi said, unable to suppress a soft moan of comfort. A week prior, when Fang Yuan had used the slave heart Gu to summon her for companionship during his training, she had anticipated such a scenario. Initially, she had considered refusing, but under Fang Yuan's threat, she had no choice but to acquiesce, concocting an excuse to present to the Crane Taoist. As expected, this rascal had no real need for companionship. He merely sought to have his way with her. For the first few days, Zhou Yi had felt a tinge of resistance in her heart. However, after several days of adaptation, she discovered that while her sacred dragon Qi was being incessantly plundered by the demon, a purer force was simultaneously nourishing her meridians. The cultivation barrier that had troubled her for so long began to subtly loosen with each passing day. Feeling a certain comfort in this process, she gradually accepted the daily challenge of playing a game with Fang Yuan. As for Fang Yuan, it goes without saying that his intentions were not driven by the allure of Zhou Yi's beauty, but rather by the sacred dragon Qi and the exquisite physique she possessed. After all, women, in his eyes, were no different from mere shadows. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian was traversing a boundless sea of sand alone. Guided by Dan Lao, he embarked on a quest for new exotic flames. Atop Tianqiong Peak, only 4 individuals remained: Li Shuer, Han Lin, Zhou Yi, and Fu Yao. The sun blazed fiercely, and golden sand engulfed the sky. He conjured a protective shield with his spiritual energy to fend off the swirling sands while simultaneously channeling the exotic flame within him, attuning to his surroundings. This marked the 8th day since he had entered this desert of death. At long last, after another half-day's journey, the 9 Yangli fire within him surged suddenly, as if resonating with something. Xiao Xian's spirit soared, his face lighting up with elation. "Dan Lao, I sense the flowing sand golden flame." Indeed, Dan Lao's voice, emanating from the spiritual ring on Xiao Xian's finger, was laced with excitement. "I too have sensed it. This aura is unmistakable. It lies directly ahead. It appears we have not misjudged our course. However, Xiao Xian, do not become overly excited. Exotic flames are invariably guarded by exotic beasts. Exercise utmost caution." "I understand." Xiao Xian nodded earnestly, suppressing his exhilaration, and quickened his pace. As he delved deeper, the air grew increasingly searing, and the sand beneath him began to take on a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of molten iron sand. After traversing another half-day and scaling a massive sand dune, Xiao Xian abruptly halted. Before him, a vast basin stretched for miles. At its center stood a city of sand dunes. In the heart of the city, a colossal whirlpool composed of liquid gold sand was slowly spinning. At the core of that golden vortex, a lotus entirely fashioned from golden flames was gracefully blooming, its petals opening and closing in serene rhythm. Each bloom caused the temperature of the entire sea of sand to spike dramatically. That is the flowing sand golden flame." Xiao Xian's voice trembled with excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he noticed that both inside and outside the city walls, serpentine beings of the snake-human race patrolled diligently, brandishing bone spears, their crimson tongues flickering ominously, and their gazes icy. Especially around the flowing sand golden flame, several powerful auras flickered, clearly indicating that formidable warriors of the snake-human race were personally guarding the area. Given his current strength, not only would it be impossible to steal, but even to approach was akin to scaling the heavens. Xiao Xian furrowed his brow tightly. "How am I to enter?" "Do not panic, Xiao Xian. Watch closely," came Dan Lao's voice from the ring. Dan Lao rummaged through the spiritual ring, seemingly searching for something. Moments later, a sly smile crept across his face. "Found it. This will do." No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of information surged into Xiao Xian's mind. The transformative celestial art. Following the guidance of the technique, he began to circulate his spiritual energy, and a faint radiance enveloped him. Within the glow, his legs grew numb and began to merge, fine scales sprouting from his skin, emanating a chilling aura. The next moment, as the light dissipated, he had transformed into a snake human with a robust serpentine tail. Xiao Xian glanced down at his unfamiliar lower half, his face lighting up with joy, only to quickly become a bit perplexed. Instinctively attempting to step forward, he stumbled, nearly falling into the sand, only to remember that he no longer had legs. "Dan Lao, why didn't you produce this marvelous item sooner?" he thought to himself, awkwardly mimicking the movements of the snake tail. "This thing was given to me years ago by someone seeking medicinal concoctions. I had long relegated it to a dusty corner. Nearly forgotten. Had it not been for this situation, I would have completely overlooked it." Dan Lao, somewhat impatient, urged him, "Enough dawdling. This technique not only alters your appearance, but can perfectly mimic the aura, as long as you do not reveal yourself. Even the king of the snake human race would not discern your true identity. Hurry and blend in. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoxian quelled his unease, imitating the movements of the nearby snake human beings, and began to clumsily sway his tail towards the sandy city in stealth. In the central continent, within the Xianxia domain of the Lan family, in Lan Li's chamber, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air. She delicately held a dossier of intelligence, maintaining this pose for a full hour. The content of the report was dismally scant. All that was known was that the mysterious young man in white claimed his surname was Wang, and his strength was at least that of a high-tier saint. Beyond this, there was only a sketch based on memory. Lan Li's fingertips grazed the visage depicted in the drawing, a young, handsome face, adorned with a subtle smile. Her thoughts drifted back to half a month prior, to the arena of Ziyun Tower, where an unparalleled engagement ceremony had ignited resplendent golden light. Wang. Lan Li's lips parted slightly, uttering a name that bore a hint of vexation. How many in this world bear the surname Wang? For a high-tier saint to conceal his identity, such scant clues are akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Over the past half-month, she had employed numerous clandestine resources from the Lan family, yet to no avail. In all my years, I have never been so thoroughly played with. She glared at the image, her cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. Just wait. One day I shall uncover all your secrets. You think you can toy with me and escape? Not a chance. Chapter 77. Ascending to Sainthood, the system shop opens. Another half-month passed. Within the subterranean spiritual cavity where Jiang Heng resided, the once resplendent top-tier spiritual vein had dimmed, its spiritual energy nearly depleted. At this moment, he sensed that his comprehension of the chaos principle had approached completion. Finally, Jiang Heng took that pivotal step, fully grasping the chaos principle, causing the very void of the cave to momentarily solidify. His cultivation surged from the peak of the nine-turn quasi-saint to that of a saint. Suddenly, a saintly aura erupted from within Jiang Heng. The cultivation returned by his disciples, those forces he had forcibly suppressed and solidified to their utmost, detonated at this instant. His initial stage saint cultivation swiftly ascended until it firmly stabilized at the mid-stage saint level, whereupon the explosive momentum gradually subsided. Meanwhile, the heavens and earth outside shifted dramatically. Above Jiang Heng, endless dark clouds converged, casting a shadow over tens of thousands of miles. Thunderous dragons roiled within the clouds, emitting deep, thunderous roars. A destructive pressure that would terrify even ordinary saints enveloped the land where Jiang Heng stood. Yet, just as the thunder tribulation was about to take form and descend, that heavy tribulation cloud vanished without warning, as if erased by an unseen hand, dissipating silently. The arrival was earth-shattering, and the departure was without a trace. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within Jiang Heng's mind. Detection of heavenly thunder tribulation, the automatic activation of the invulnerability to all laws. The second-tier saint thunder tribulation has been averted for the host. The optimal quality of thunder tribulation has been matched. 9-color thunder tribulation. As the words of the system faded into silence, a cascade of resplendent, ethereal light, imbued with the essence of the heavens and the earth, pierced through the dense layers of rock, cascading down upon Jiang Heng with pinpoint accuracy, merging seamlessly into his being. He felt enveloped in a warm embrace, as if submerged in a pure energy spring. The newly attained realm instantly solidified, and his sacred body became increasingly refined and transparent. Finally, after completely absorbing the celestial essence, he abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a violet-golden radiance. He then raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a swirling mass of gray chaotic energy coalesced in his palm, as if a miniature world was unfolding within it. This was the hallmark of a sage, words manifesting into reality, birthing their own universe. I am now a mid-level sage, Jiang Heng murmured to himself, savoring the dominion over the cosmos that coursed through his veins. A wave of euphoria washing over him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to arch slightly. Now that I am a mid-level sage, isn't that one-day experience card for the sage realm rather superfluous? At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Detected host has just entered the sage realm. System shop functionality activated. System shop. Exchange system coins for myriad treasures of the multiverse. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a virtual screen unfolded before Jiang Heng's eyes. System shop 1. Chaos body, 1 trillion coins. 2. Innate Dao body sacred fetus, 500 billion coins. 3. Creation divine body, 300 billion coins. 4. Black silk, 100 coins. 5. White silk, 100 coins. From the highest tier physiques to the simplest black and white silks, an abundance of options lay before him. Jiang Heng stared at the multitude of zeros, momentarily taken aback. A surge of delight filled his heart, thankful that the system provided the chaos body. Otherwise, accumulating 1 trillion coins would have taken an eternity. However, when he glanced at the glaring zero in his coin balance, his elation dissipated like mist. Poverty is indeed a sin, but how was he to acquire these coins? After a brief moment of contemplation, he discovered a sell items option in the lower right corner of the shop interface. With a thought, a new list sprang forth. Upon scrutinizing the contents, understanding dawned upon Jiang Heng. 1. Chaos Body 1 can be exchanged for 500 billion coins. 2. Chaos Sword Intent 1 can be exchanged for 100 billion coins. 3. High-quality Spirit Stones 998,000 can be exchanged for 998,000 coins. 4. One-Day Sage Realm Experience Card 1 can be exchanged for 100,000 coins. 5. Quasi-Sage Level Magical Treasure Tianqiong Sword can be exchanged for 50,000 coins. How outrageous. A 50% buyback, those wretched middlemen. Jiang Heng could not help but grumble, yet he resolutely packaged the lackluster experience card, the Tianqiong sword which no longer matched his prowess, and a substantial portion of spirit stones for sale. Coin balance, 2 million. Gazing at this figure, then back at the treasures in the shop, each worth billions. Jiang Heng let out a resigned sigh. Very well, the path to wealth remains arduous. With that, he closed the shop interface. He then glanced at the nearly depleted high-quality spirit vein, stood up, and stretched. After a month in this place, it was time to venture to the Qingyun domain. No sooner had he uttered this thought than, with a flicker of intent, his figure vanished from the underground spirit cavern. Moments later, he reappeared at the boundary of the xianxia domain. As he cast his gaze forward, an invisible barrier of cosmic law loomed ahead, separating the two domains. Jiang Heng formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, a wisp of chaotic energy swirling at his fingertips, and casually sliced through the void before him. With a sound akin to tearing paper, the seemingly indestructible domain barrier was effortlessly rent open, revealing a profound fissure. He stepped through, his form melding into the rift. In the next instant, he found himself amidst a chaotic sea. Turbulent gray energy currents swirled around him, and faint chaotic laws interfered with his progress. As soon as he entered, he perceived 2 elderly figures with white hair and beards laboriously traversing this chaotic expanse. They were enveloped in protective sacred light, struggling to withstand the chaotic laws. Their auras indicated they had only recently entered the sage realm, in stark contrast to their arduous journey. For Jiang Heng, blessed with a chaos body and an understanding of the chaotic laws, this chaotic sea felt like home. He glided through it like a fish in water, experiencing no resistance as he swiftly passed by the 2 elders. One of the shorter, stout elders suddenly sensed a disturbance beside him, as if something had brushed past, stirring a gentle breeze. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find an empty expanse of chaos. "Old Li, what are you dawdling about for? Be careful," the taller, leaner elder barked, pulling him back just in time. A sharp chaotic law sliced perilously close to where the stout elder had stood moments ago, threatening to sever him in twain had he been just a fraction slower. The stout elder broke into a cold sweat, patting his chest in relief. "You nearly scared me to death, old Lu. Did you not feel that? It was as if someone just passed by." "Someone? Have you lost your wits?" Aside from these erratic chaotic laws, there's not a living soul in this chaotic sea, the lean elder retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. "No, truly. There was someone." The stout elder pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. "Look, over there." Following his gaze, the lean elder's pupils constricted in shock. In the distance, a figure clad in white was advancing at a leisurely pace, soon to vanish beyond their sight. This person lacked any protective sacred light, nonchalantly strolling through the chaotic sea. The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring sheer disbelief. After a brief moment, Jiang Heng's figure had already emerged beyond the domain barrier of the Qingyun domain. He took a step forward, entering the realm. Chapter 78. I kindly request you, young master, to board the painting boat for a discussion. Upon entering the Qingyun domain, the night had deepened. Jiang Heng extended his consciousness, surveying the mountains and rivers within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, meticulously analyzing the terrain. Based on the map recorded in the Central State Domain Chronicles, he deduced his location. With a flicker of thought, his figure faded from sight. In the next moment, he appeared outside the main city of the Qingyun domain, Qingyun City. Indeed, the main city of the Qingyun sacred land in the Central State also bore the name Qingyun City. However, unlike the Qingyun sacred land outside Tianqiong, the one in the Central State was located within Qingyun City. Here, he might be able to glean news of Old Li, which was precisely the reason Jiang Heng had journeyed to this place. After merely a brief interval, Jiang Heng arrived at the gates of Qingyun City. Gazing at the familiar characters inscribed upon the unfamiliar city gate, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, as if he were transported back to the Tianhuan continent. Although guards stood watch at the city gates, they did not scrutinize or impede entry, allowing the flow of people to move freely, among them numerous profound sage-level cultivators. Rather than a sign of lax security, it was more an expression of confidence born of absolute strength. A belief that no one would dare cause trouble in the heart of the Qingyun sacred land. Jiang Heng reigned in his aura, blending into the throng as he stepped into Qingyun City. Upon entering the city, a cacophony of voices surged forth from the direction of the city center, intertwined with the melodious strains of strings and woodwinds, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Following the sound, he beheld a nearby arched bridge, now teeming with a throng of people. Tightly packed and unable to move, all gazes were directed towards a lavish boat beneath the bridge, where excitement rippled through the crowd. The vessel was aglow with lights, adorned with intricate carvings, and at its bow sat a woman veiled in white silk, gracefully playing the zither. The music flowed like a gentle stream, cleansing the hearts of those who listened. Intrigued, Jiang Heng casually tapped a nearby young man, who bore the appearance of a scholar. "My friend, might I inquire as to what grand occasion is being celebrated here? The atmosphere is quite extraordinary." The scholar, who had been straining to peer into the crowd, initially turned with annoyance, but, upon seeing Jiang Heng's ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of an immortal, suppressed his irritation and enthusiastically explained, "Are you perhaps from out of town? This is the annual poetry conference of Qingyun City, held at Yuxiang Tower." "The poetry conference, you say?" Jiang Heng inquired, his interest piqued. "Indeed." The scholar pointed towards the veiled woman on the boat, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Do you see? She is the star of Yuxiang Tower, the zither fairy. Mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she excels in them all. This evening, whoever composes the finest poem will win the chance to board the boat and spend a delightful night with the fairy, engaging in profound conversation." The scholar winked knowingly as he spoke of the enchanting night ahead. Encouraged by the prospect, Jiang Heng responded, "Pray, do elaborate." "Ah, but the zither fairy has discerning taste. She hardly pays attention to ordinary youths. It is rumored she is only enamored with poetry, which makes this conference our singular opportunity. My dear friend, you possess an extraordinary demeanor. Why not give it a try?" Jiang Heng chuckled inwardly. To craft poetry? For him, a refined young man of Blue Star, well-versed in the classics, it was akin to asking a university scholar to solve kindergarten arithmetic. As they conversed, the ethereal music from the boat suddenly faltered. The once boisterous banks of the river and the bridge fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned towards the boat, where the zither fairy had ceased playing, her delicate hands lifting from the strings as she raised her head. Through the sheer veil, her gaze seemed to pierce through the bustling crowd, traversing countless eager faces, until it landed precisely on Jiang Heng, who was engaged in conversation with the scholar. In the next moment, a cool, clear voice emanated from the boat. As she lifted her slender hand and pointed toward Jiang Heng, the young gentleman in white upon the bridge, "Would you compose a poem for the zither fairy?" A multitude of eyes instantly converged upon Jiang Heng. The scholar beside him stiffened, turning to glance at both the fairy and Jiang Heng, his expression shifting to one of profound envy. "Friend, the fairy is calling for you," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "You must not squander this opportunity. If you truly cannot, allow me to take your place." At that moment, Jiang Heng found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden attention. He had merely been an observer, and now he was thrust into the spotlight. However, as fate would have it, having been chosen, he resolved to offer a glimpse of the rich cultural heritage of Blue Star's 5 millennia to these denizens of the cultivation world. Meeting the fairy's cool gaze, he inclined his head slightly, his voice calm, yet resonant, reaching the ears of all present. "Since the fairy has extended an invitation, I shall present my humble offering." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the enchanting figure on the boat, pausing for a moment before beginning. "In the south dwells a fair maiden, unmatched and independent." The first line evoked a subtle stir among the crowd. Many self-proclaimed men of talent began to savor the words, their eyes alight with astonishment. Jiang Heng continued, his voice steady. "One glance can topple a city, a second can sway a nation." These lines unleashed a fervor on the arched bridge and throughout the throngs on either bank. To topple a city and a nation. What audacity! Who is this person, possessing such extraordinary talent? The young scholar beside him was utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape, muttering, "It's over for me." On the boat, the zither fairy's hand quivered slightly as she played, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. Jiang Heng's voice, tinged with a wistful sigh, resounded once more, delivering the poem's flawless conclusion. "Little do they know, to win a city and a nation, such a maiden is hard to find again." As the final words fell, An enveloping silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was left in awe by the profundity of the last line, unable to articulate their thoughts for a long moment. This was not merely praise, but a cherished acknowledgement of unparalleled grace, mingled with an underlying fear of its potential loss. After what felt like an eternity, the Zither fairy rose gracefully from her seat on the boat, bowing deeply in Jiang Heng's direction. Your talent, young sir, is unprecedented in the realm of music. I beseech you, come aboard the boat for further discourse. At this, the crowd awoke from its stupor, their gazes toward Jiang Heng, now laced with envy. The scholar clapped Jiang Heng on the shoulder, envy etched across his features. You are most fortunate, my friend. If only the Zither fairy would call my name as well, to grant me a semblance of involvement. However, to the astonishment of all, Jiang Heng merely smiled serenely, offering a slight bow toward the boat before turning to leave. He had come to Qingyun City for serious business. His earlier involvement had merely been a fleeting whim. A brief encounter, a single poem sufficed. There was no need for deeper ties. What? He has declined? Has he lost his mind? This is an invitation from the Zither fairy. The crowd on the banks and bridge erupted once more, their eyes fixed on Jiang Heng as if he were a fool. My friend, what are you doing? The young scholar, nearly beside himself, grasped Jiang Heng's sleeve, his voice barely a whisper. You must be out of your mind. That is the Zither fairy. A night of enchantment awaits. Jiang Heng chuckled, gently extricating his arm from the scholar's grasp, preparing to respond. Yet the Zither fairy, seemingly unperturbed by Jiang Heng's refusal, maintained her composure and softly remarked, Young sir, might you reconsider? In that instant, a voice resonated in Jiang Heng's mind, audible only to him. Young Master Jiang, should you choose not to board the boat today, you may find yourself regretting it in the days to come. Jiang Heng's foot, poised to step away, suddenly halted. Since his arrival in Zhongzhou, he had never revealed his true name to anyone. How did this Zither fairy come to know it? Moreover, her tone suggested she was not jesting, piquing his curiosity. The eye of the Dao quietly opened. Name, Yingji, realm, first transition, initial stage saint, identity, star of Yuxiang Tower. Member of the Thief Heaven Alliance. Recent encounter, joined the Thief Heaven Alliance a year ago alongside Li Xuanqing from Qingyun Sacred Land. Li Laotu. Jiang Heng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Zither fairy was acquainted with the old man. Perhaps she could provide him with information regarding Li. With this thought, Jiang Heng abandoned his earlier intent to leave, deciding to approach the boat. He was curious to discover what secrets this woman held. Chapter 79. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Su Jui. With that, Jiang Heng stepped forward, leaving behind a faint afterimage, and reappeared silently at the bow of the boat. Upon the ornate boat, Yingji observed Jiang Heng relent, his gaze concealed behind a veil of white, his autumn-like eyes curving into crescent moons. She performed a graceful bow before him, elegantly gesturing for him to enter. Jiang Heng, undeterred, stepped boldly into the boat, with Yingji following closely behind as the curtain of the cabin fell gently. A veil of mist enveloped the boat, which soon dissipated on the river's surface amidst a myriad of envious glances. The young scholar, momentarily taken aback, slapped his thigh in regret. Truly, this companion was a paradox. While she verbally declined, her body betrayed a different truth. Alas, what a pity. I had yet to reveal my name to him. Meanwhile, inside the boat, contrary to external expectations, the cabin was not a haven of sensuality, but rather an exquisitely refined sanctuary. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and several petite floating islands hovered gracefully, resembling a hidden paradise. Yingji slowly raised her delicate hand and removed the veil from her face. Before Jiang Heng appeared a visage of ethereal beauty, imbued with an air of vigor. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her brows and eyes painted with artistry. Yet her gaze, devoid of its previous aloofness, now bore a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Jiang Gongzi, please follow me, she beckoned, her voice regaining its natural tone, shedding the feigned softness for a more decisive timbre. It seemed that Yingji's invitation was not merely for poetry. Jiang Heng, maintaining an impassive demeanor, surveyed his surroundings. A faint smile graced Yingji's lips. The poetry is indeed exquisite. However, I am not the one who invited you. She walked ahead, guiding him deeper into the sanctum. A dear friend awaits you here. A friend? Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Could it be old Li? Upon reflection, the only person he could consider a friend in this central state was the rather eccentric Li Xuanqing. Convinced, he refrained from further inquiry and followed suit. The two traversed several floating islands until they arrived before a slightly larger isle. Upon it stood a magnificent pavilion, inscribed with the name Sijun Pavilion. Jiang Heng's expression shifted oddly upon seeing the name. Sijun Pavilion? How could old Li, at his age, indulge in such sentimentalities? Sijun. Whom does he refer to? Does he harbor some peculiar inclination of which I am unaware? Yingji noted the expression on Jiang Heng's face, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. She halted before the pavilion, refraining from entering, and instead turned to Jiang Heng, gesturing for him to proceed. Jiang Gongzi, your friend is within. Suppressing his odd thoughts, he approached the entrance. The doors seemed to sense his presence, swinging open automatically. As he stepped inside, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. Once he fully entered, the doors behind him closed slowly. The interior of the pavilion was brightly lit, featuring a central bath filled with steaming water, enveloped in mist. In the midst of the vapor, a figure reclined languidly by the edge of the bath. As Jiang Heng walked closer, he felt an unsettling sense of retreat. What was Oldly up to? Had he returned to the central state with a completely transformed temperament? Upon nearing the bath and peering through the dissipating mist, his mind went blank. The figure in the bath was not Oldly at all, but a woman adorned with two fluffy fox ears atop her head, her beauty captivating enough to rival celestial beings. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded down her back, and her voluptuous form leaned lazily against the edge of the pool, 9 foxtails gently stirring in the water, creating ripples around her. The woman seemed to sense his arrival and gradually turned her head. Upon recognizing Jiang Heng, her alluring eyes sparkled with indescribable excitement and complexity. In the next moment, she stood up from the bath. Water droplets glided down her flawless skin, her unclad form revealing curves that transcended mortal beauty, laid bare before Jiang Heng's gaze. Unfazed, she stepped lightly out of the pool, advancing directly toward him. Her lips parted, voice trembling slightly. My lord, you have finally arrived. Jiang Heng's mind, previously paralyzed, felt as if it might ignite from the overwhelming situation. He struggled to recall any memory from the past 20 years since his arrival. Yet he could find no trace of this enchanting woman. Miss, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Impossible, she replied, shaking her head. Her gaze fixated on him. I would recognize your essence even in ashes. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Detected a connection with the nine-tailed fox, Su Jiuyu. Nine-tailed fox, 011. Establish a close friendship with Su Jiuyu, enhancing the host's personal charm to its peak. 2. Form a partnership with Su Jiuyu, granting the host innate charm. Max charm. All non-hostile individuals of a lower realm will be rendered enamored within seconds. Innate charm. All non-hostile individuals 2 realms below the host will be enchanted within seconds. Congratulations, host, your relationship with Su Jiuyu has escalated to close friends. Binding with the nine-tailed fox is activating. Nine-tailed fox bond activation successful. Binding reward. Hostess personal charm is maximized. Is it truly activated? This was their first encounter, and yet their relationship skyrocketed to close friends? This marked the fastest and most absurd bond activation Jiang Heng had ever experienced. The charm reward seemed to suggest the system relished in the thrill of his current predicament. Was it inviting him to indulge in this scenario? The woman had now approached within 3 paces of Jiang Heng, her autumn-like eyes reflecting a deep sense of yearning and grievance. Where have you been all these years? I have waited for you for so long. Stop. Jiang Heng hastily waved his hands, halting her advance. Miss, allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. I genuinely do not recall having met you before. Also, would you mind putting on some clothing before we continue? His body felt rigid, his mind a chaotic whirl. The woman paused, initially taken aback, then chuckled lightly, a hint of self-deprecation lacing her laughter. Indeed, you are still at a nascent stage in your cultivation, and your memories have yet to awaken. I have been presumptuous. With a thought, she donned a purple qipao that accentuated her perfect curves, concealing her breathtaking form. Jiang Heng sighed in relief at the sight. No, it was imperative to clarify the situation. He forcibly suppressed the tumult within, reminding himself, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Gradually, his mind cleared, the eye of the great path subtly opening. Name, Su Jiuyu. Realm, initial stage of semi-emperor. Identity, owner of Yuxiang Tower. Leader of the Heavenly Thieves Alliance, the last remaining nine-tailed celestial fox. Recent encounter, in pursuit of unraveling the mysteries of the cycle of reincarnation. I have undergone 8 lifetimes, each attaining the status of an emperor, only to disperse and undergo rebirth once more. Now, I stand on the threshold of my 9th life. Upon discerning the information displayed before him, Jiang Heng's pupils dilated in astonishment. A quasi-emperor? This realm is not chronicled in the chronicles of the central continent. Yet Jiang Heng instantly comprehended its essence. In his interpretation, the quasi-emperor state should lie between the realms of sage kings and emperors. Nonetheless, rather than merely a quasi-emperor, this being who has attained emperor status across 8 lifetimes is indistinguishable from a true emperor. 9 cycles of reincarnation? Could it be that Su Jiuyu was acquainted with his past self in one of those previous lives? This explanation appears to be the only plausible one. Yet, in this lifetime, Having just traversed into the realm of cultivation, how could there be a past self? Just as he contemplated this, Su Jiyue's voice drew him back. Well, having waited so long, a little more time matters not. I shall await the moment your memories return. Chapter 80. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to depart from me again. With that, Su Jiyue gracefully beckoned, and the two were abruptly transported to a private chamber. Jiang Heng felt a surge of astonishment. Under Su Jiyue's might, he sensed not even a flicker of resistance within him. The power of a quasi-emperor is indeed fearsome. The chamber was suffused with an enchanting fragrance akin to that of Su Jiyue herself. She shed her earlier disarray, regaining her composure. Her captivating fox-like eyes fixed upon Jiang Heng as her crimson lips parted. My dear, let us sit and converse. With that, she sauntered to a round table nearly 3 to 5 steps from the bed and elegantly took her seat. Jiang Heng's gaze lingered on the bed within proximity, and his throat involuntarily constricted. The atmosphere felt rather ominous. Should their conversation take a turn, and she were to unleash her primal instincts, his meager cultivation would afford him no chance to resist, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and approached, settling across from Su Jiyue. Observing his cautious demeanor, a barely perceptible smile flickered in her eyes. She lifted her delicate hand, and a set of exquisite tea utensils materialized. She did not rush to speak, but methodically began to warm the cups, select the tea, and brew it, her movements fluid and graceful, as steam wafted upward, infusing the air with a rich aroma that somewhat diluted the chamber's suggestiveness. After completing these tasks, Su Jiyue smiled and said, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Jiyue, and you may call me Jiyue henceforth. Seeing her demeanor calm, Jiang Heng's heart, which had been in turmoil, settled somewhat. It seemed he was temporarily out of danger of being devoured. Miss Jiyue, Jiang Heng cleared his throat, deciding to be forthright. I wish to know the whereabouts of my master, Li Xuanqing, and how he became involved with your Heavenly Thieves Alliance. He boldly posed the 2 questions that weighed most heavily on his mind. Upon hearing the name Heavenly Thieves Alliance, Su Jiyue's brewing paused momentarily as she glanced at Jiang Heng with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Clearly, she had not anticipated that he was aware of this. However, that astonishment quickly faded, replaced by a knowing smile. Indeed, in this world, there is little that can remain hidden from him. She pushed a cup of brewed tea toward Jiang Heng. The tea was clear and fragrant. Li Xuanqing is currently near Qingyun City, and if you wish to see him, I can assist you right now. As for the Heavenly Thieves Alliance, Su Jiyue raised the teacup, taking a delicate sip before continuing, as its name suggests. It is an alliance that defies heaven. She set down the teacup, her tone taking on a solemnity as she spoke deliberately. It gathers those who refuse to accept the injustices of destiny, whether they be prodigies or ordinary mortals, all struggling within the mire of fate. The Heavenly Thieves Alliance exists solely for one purpose. She paused, her demeanor grave, and articulated each word with intent, to pilfer a thread of hope from the lofty heavens. Jiang Heng's heart quaked at her words. To seize a glimmer of hope from the heavens? Such ambition and audacity are indeed formidable. After conveying this, Su Jiyue swiftly resumed her composed demeanor, her palm now holding an ancient copper mirror. My dear, do you wish for me to contact Li Xuanqing on your behalf? Jiang Heng, coming back to his senses from his shock, contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. In the next instant, the mirror's surface rippled like water, revealing a scene within. On the other side of the mirror, a somewhat aged figure hastily bowed, his voice laced with reverence. Alliance leader, you summon me suddenly. Is there something urgent you require? As he beheld the familiar visage in the mirror, Jiang Heng's tense heartstrings loosened, and he felt a twinge of emotion welling in his nose. Su Jiyue smiled slightly, directing the ancient mirror toward Jiang Heng. Indeed, there is something. Take a look, who has arrived? Little Jiang. The figure of Li Xuanqing instantly recognized his beloved disciple. Jiang Heng, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his earlier formal demeanor evaporated. He eagerly leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing Jiang Heng from head to toe, and then, as if struck by a thought, inquired with a curious expression, how did you end up with the Alliance leader? Impressive. Have you joined the Heavenly Thieves Alliance? By the way, when are you coming? Your master is nearly at his wit's end. Jiang Heng observed his master's exuberance with a bemused smile. Oldly, you are quite the anxious one. If you had only informed me of your location sooner, would I have taken so long? I am currently in Qingyun City and will arrive shortly. I had no choice but to remain elusive to evade those old geezers chasing me. Li Xuanqing sighed in resignation, then swiftly reverted to his respectful demeanor. Alliance leader, I still have matters to attend to. May I inquire if you have any further instructions? Su Jiyue, hearing this, did not respond immediately but cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Heng. Understanding her cue, he subtly nodded in agreement. Su Jiyue then spoke, all is well. You may continue with your affairs. As her words fell, she severed the communication. Jiang Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him, lifting his teacup in a gesture of gratitude towards Su Jiyue. "Thank you, Miss Jiyue." After finishing his words, he drained the tea in one gulp. However, as the liquid coursed down his throat, an unusual surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones. A sudden wave of dizziness crashed upon him, and his vision began to blur. He could scarcely utter a single word before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness, his body slumping forward. A delicate hand swiftly caught him in its embrace. Su Jiyue gazed down at the unconscious Jiang Heng. Her earlier composure and elegance utterly vanished, replaced by a near-manic obsession. Her prior demeanor of assisting Jiang Heng in contacting Li Xuanqing had been a ruse to lower his guard and ensure he drank the tea. She tenderly traced her finger along Jiang Heng's cheek, her eyes shimmering with a triumphant glint. Subsequently, she formed a hand seal, resonating with the thread of spiritual energy within Jiang Heng, weaving an invisible barrier. After completing these actions, Su Jiyue cast another glance at Jiang Heng, her gaze fraught with longing and obsession. "My lord, please do not hold it against me. After all, it was you who made me wait for so long. I fear that you might leave me abruptly once again, as you did before. Therefore, in this lifetime, I shall not allow you to depart from me again." Upon finishing her words, she buried her face in Jiang Heng's neck, gently nipping at him, inhaling his essence deeply, her countenance revealing a blissful intoxication. After a brief moment, she reluctantly adjusted Jiang Heng to sit upright, allowing him to rest against the seat, gazing at the bite mark adorning his neck. A flicker of obsession sparkled in her eyes. "It is a pity that I have yet to attain enlightenment and cannot break through. Consider this a small interest for having made me wait so long. Once I unravel the cycle of reincarnation and achieve the great Tao, we shall wed, shall we not?" After a moment, Su Jiyue's expression once again turned serene. With a flicker of her thoughts, the figure of Yinji quietly appeared within the boudoir. Su Jiyue turned to Yinji and commanded, "Take him to where Li Xuanqing resides. Be sure to protect him on the journey, even at the cost of your life." Chapter 81. The explosive past of Old Li. Outside Qingyun City, in a secluded bamboo grove, Jiang Heng lay upon a bamboo bed, his eyelids fluttering as consciousness began to stir from the depths of unconsciousness. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide and sat up, his first instinct being to examine his own condition. Within his meridians, an unfamiliar spiritual energy coiled like a parasite. Though not overpowering, it clashed with his own strength, exuding a faint, ethereal fragrance reminiscent of orchids. It was Su Jiyue. What sort of trickery has that cunning fox played upon me? Jiang Heng's heart sank, and the eye of the great Tao activated, scanning his inner being. Status: host is marked with a shared soul imprint. Effect: the host's every action will be perceived by the sharer, and the host may share spiritual power with the caster, which cannot be dispelled by forces lesser than the caster's. Of course, Su Jiyue cannot perceive the existence of this system. Upon reading these lines, Jiang Heng's expression darkened considerably. Was this not akin to having a surveillance device implanted within himself? He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury within, silently chanting, "System, activate the unassailable method and dispel this ghastly thing." Unassailable method activation successful, currently dispelling. Dispelling failed. Analyzing failure reasons. Analysis complete. The soul-sharing effect of this mark enhances the host's spiritual power, classified as a beneficial state. The unassailable method can only immunize against negative effects. Hence dispelling has failed. A beneficial effect? Jiang Heng was momentarily amused by the absurdity. Is this truly a benefit? System, do you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the term beneficial? However, after the initial anger subsided, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, upon awakening, he sensed a significant enhancement in his spiritual power. As for the cost, his greatest secret was the system itself, which the other party could not perceive. It seemed, perhaps, that he could accept this arrangement. Besides, with the system at his disposal, surpassing Su Jiyue in cultivation was merely a matter of time. In the short term, it indeed represented a beneficial effect. Once he clarified the state of his body, he began to survey his surroundings. It was a modest bamboo dwelling, simply furnished. Not far away, a red-haired elder reclined in a chair, snoring thunderously, his muscular frame rising and falling gently with each breath, a gleaming bubble forming at the tip of his nose. Suddenly, the bubble burst, and the elder groggily opened his eyes, meeting Jiang Heng's gaze. Initially taken aback, his face soon broke into an endearing grin. "Young lad, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" "Not particularly." Jiang Heng steadied himself, uncertain how to address the elder. "May I inquire your name, senior? Where's this place?" "I am known as the Red Dragon Sage," the elder replied with a broad smile. "And this is the monster beast forest outside Qingyun City, the Qingyun Sacred Land." Jiang Heng murmured in mild surprise. Just then, the door of the bamboo house creaked open, and a somewhat weak child's voice drifted in. Red Dragon, it's your turn. I can scarcely hold on any longer. As the voice faded, a figure resembling a child of 7 or 8 entered, his complexion pale as paper, and his energy seemingly depleted. Upon noticing Jiang Heng had risen from the bed, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Oh, you're awake? Indeed, Jiang Heng nodded. This is the Qingshan sage, the Red Dragon sage, introduced with a smile. Jiang Heng immediately descended from the bed, bowing respectfully. I am Jiang Heng. Honored to meet the two esteemed seniors, Red Dragon and Qingshan. The Qingshan sage, with eyes somewhat clouded, scrutinized Jiang Heng for a moment before nodding weakly. Tianqiong has indeed taken on a fine disciple. Tianqiong? Jiang Heng understood, realizing this must be his revered master's name. Then, seemingly recalling something, he turned to the two elders and inquired with concern, esteemed seniors, where is my master now? Your master? The Qingshan sage sighed. He is in the Su Xing pavilion outside, and you can see him now, but the current situation is rather dire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's brow slightly furrowed. What has transpired? Alas, it is a long tale. The Qingshan sage waved his hand, closing his eyes to meditate in midair. Let the Red Dragon explain it to you on the way. I am weary. Your awakening is timely. Perhaps you can still be of assistance. Not wishing to press further, Jiang Heng followed the Red Dragon sage out of the bamboo house, heading toward the location of Li Xuanqing. Along the way, he gleaned the unfolding circumstances from the Red Dragon sage. It turned out that a disciple from the Qingyun sacred land named Li Ling had her foundations shattered publicly by the current sacred lord's most cherished daughter, Chen Shui, during the inner sect promotion test, plunging her into a near-death state. Upon receiving this news, Li Xuanqing was immediately filled with rage. He then allied with several elders from their lineage, expending their foundational energy to storm into the Qingyun sacred land and rescue Li Linger. Presently, he was in the Su Xing pavilion, attempting to concoct the 9 Revolutions soul revival pill to restore her life. Wait a moment. Li Linger, Li Xuanqing. They share the same surname. Jiang Heng's steps faltered slightly, a ludicrous and melodramatic thought flickering through his mind. Could it be? The Red Dragon sage, observing Jiang Heng's subtle expression, discerned his thoughts and candidly stated, it is precisely as you suspect. Li Linger is your master's and the current sacred lord's consort's illegitimate daughter. Over the years, we have refrained from keeping her close, yet we're uneasy sending her elsewhere, thus arranging for her to stay in the outer sect under our secret protection. However, there are no secrets in this world. Eventually, it was exposed. Though Jiang Heng had suspected as much, hearing the Red Dragon sage confirm it left him utterly stunned. Truly, old Li, not only did you stew the mountain guardian beast of the Grand Elder, but you also cuckolded the sacred lord. No wonder they would oust you from the sacred land. As they spoke, the two arrived before the Su Xing pavilion, where a thick, overpowering fragrance of herbs wafted toward them. Within the pavilion, a muffled groan echoed, stifled yet audible. The Red Dragon sage's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Oh no. It seems your master is struggling to hold on. Chapter 82. Do not panic, old Li. I've made contact. As the words of the Red Dragon sage resonated, the two swiftly transformed into streaks of light, dashing into the Celestial Star Pavilion in an instant. Upon entering the pavilion, they were immediately met with a wave of scorching air, infused with an almost palpable aroma of medicinal herbs, mingled with the distinct scent of decay resulting from the excessive consumption of primal energy. Jiang Heng cast a sweeping glance around, instantly grasping the scene within the pavilion. At its heart stood a colossal alchemical furnace, towering 3 zhang high, its surface adorned with intricate array patterns, now radiating a crimson glow. Above the furnace, 9 distinct and ethereal sacred herbs floated gracefully, their potent energies cascading down like mist, all being absorbed by the furnace. Surrounding the furnace, 4 figures sat cross-legged. These were the 4 elder sages apart from the Red Dragon and Qingshan. Their expressions were grave, hands forming seals as their saintly powers surged forth unreservedly, transforming into 4 beams of light that continuously fed into the furnace, sustaining the flames of alchemy. In the central position, Li Xuanqing appeared as pale as parchment, his figure emaciated, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His eyes burned a fierce crimson as he fixated on the furnace, his hands laboriously shifting through complex incantations. It was evident that the cost he had paid to rescue individuals from the Qingyun sacred land was far more severe than the Red Dragon sage had implied regarding the depletion of primal energy. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing trembled violently, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips uncontrollably, splattering onto the ground before him, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. With this expulsion of vital blood, the once stable medicinal power within the furnace surged into chaos, the furnace shuddering violently, emitting a grievous hum of distress. The nascent form of the elixir, on the verge of solidification, began to develop cracks, threatening to shatter entirely. This is dire. Tianqiong's primal injuries are too severe to suppress. Are we destined to fail? The expressions of the other four elder sages shifted dramatically as they intensified their output of spiritual energy, striving to stabilize the situation, but their efforts proved futile. Li Xuanqing. At this juncture, noticed Jiang Heng and the Red Dragon sage who had just entered. A flicker of relief crossed his bloodshot eyes, soon replaced by urgent anxiety. Red Dragon. Little Jiang, come quickly and assist. His voice was hoarse and strained. Without hesitation, the Red Dragon sage soared forward, settling cross-legged beside Li Xuanqing. His formidable saintly power erupting instantaneously to join the effort of stabilizing the furnace. Li Xuanqing's gaze was fixed intently upon Jiang Heng, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. Little Jiang, quickly, lend your master a hand. This is the last of the medicinal materials. If we fail to concoct it this time, Ling will. He could not bring himself to finish the thought. Jiang Heng showed no signs of hesitation, stepping forward to stand at Li Xuanqing's side. In the next moment, an overwhelming and majestic aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary saint, erupted from within him. A mid-tier saint. Moreover, the richness and purity of this aura left the other seasoned sages in attendance astounded. This young man's energy feels unorthodox? How could this be? Doubt rippled through their minds, but the current circumstances allowed for no further contemplation. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Jiang Heng remained focused, his hands weaving intricate incantations as the vast reservoir of saintly power within him transformed into a pure torrent, pouring into the core of the furnace's formation. Buzz. The once turbulent furnace miraculously steadied at the moment Jiang Heng's power flowed in. The cracks on the nascent elixir began to visibly mend, and it started to spin rapidly, greedily absorbing the surrounding medicinal energy. Li Xuanqing felt the immense pressure weighing upon him like a mountain suddenly lighten, allowing him to relax. He cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Heng, shock filling his eyes. His disciple seemed to surpass him in strength. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. He quickly centered his mind, seizing this rare opportunity to channel his full energy into the final incantation, guiding the elixir towards its ultimate refinement. With the nearly boundless support of Jiang Heng's saintly power, the alchemical process unfolded with unprecedented ease. An hour later, accompanied by a crisp sound of the elixir's emergence, the furnace lid shot upwards. A golden elixir, the size of a longan, perfectly round and adorned with 9 intricate patterns, floated out, immediately filling the entire pavilion with a rich essence of life and fragrance. The 9-turn resurrection pill was complete. We have succeeded. At last, we have triumphed. A brilliance of ecstatic joy erupted in Li Xuanqing's eyes. He paid no heed to the blood at the corner of his mouth or the waves of weakness coursing through him. Trembling as he reached out to grasp the newly forged 9-turn resurrection pill. The pill felt warm in his hand, the overwhelming vitality contained within it invigorating his spirit. Confirming the elixir was indeed flawless, he dashed towards a massive wooden tub located in the corner of the pavilion. The tub was filled with a dark green medicinal liquid, and within it, a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, lay submerged. Her beauty was striking, yet at this moment, her eyes were tightly shut. Her complexion devoid of color, her breath faint as if it could extinguish at any moment. This was Li Ling. Ling, do not fear. Your father has come to save you. Li Xuanqing's voice trembled with emotion as he carefully pried open Li Ling's mouth and gently placed the freshly concocted 9-turn resurrection pill within. As the elixir dissolved upon entry, it transformed into a warm torrent, flooding through Li Ling's limbs and bones. Visibly, a hint of color began to return to her pallid face, and her once faint breaths grew steady and strong. Seeing this, Li Xuanqing's face radiated with the joy of one who had narrowly escaped calamity. Wonderful! She is saved. Ling is saved. His excitement rendered him almost incoherent, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. The other sages exhaled in relief, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. However, before Li Xuanqing could revel in his joy for long, his smile abruptly froze. He keenly sensed that while Li Ling's life force had been significantly bolstered by the potion's power, her primal essence resembled an insatiable abyss, still depleting at a slow yet relentless pace. The 9-turn resurrection pill, a legendary life-sustaining elixir, was failing to preserve her life. The immense medicinal power seemed akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Once its potency waned, Li Ling's flame of life would extinguish even quicker. Why is this happening? A chilling dread surged from his core, draining the color from Li Xuanqing's face, leaving it ashen. He extended a trembling hand towards Li Ling's pulse, sensing the dissipating life force, an unprecedented despair flooding over him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a cold system notification echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Detecting a unique bond related to Nirvana Rebirth, Li Ling Nirvana Rebirth, 011. Accept Li Ling as a disciple to awaken her hidden phoenix body. The system will return the host's phoenix saint body. 2. Become close friends with Li Ling to obtain the phoenix body. 3. Become partners with Li Ling to acquire the divine phoenix body. Heavenly phoenix body can trigger Nirvana Rebirth upon 3 near-death experiences, with each rebirth bringing about transformation. Heavenly phoenix sacred body can trigger Nirvana Rebirth upon 6 near-death experiences, with each rebirth bringing about transformation. Divine phoenix body can trigger Nirvana Rebirth upon 9 near-death experiences, with each rebirth bringing about transformation. A flicker of realization ignited within Jiang Heng's mind, and the eye of the great Dao swiftly opened, casting its gaze upon Li Ling submerged in the medicinal bath. In the next instant, a stream of information vividly materialized before his eyes. Name, Li Ling. Cultivation level, peak of the 9th stage of the Venerable Realm. Physique, heavenly phoenix body. As Jiang Heng contemplated the details displayed on the panel, his gaze shifted towards Li Xianxian, who had succumbed to despair, his spirit seemingly drained of vitality. Gradually, he stepped forward, arriving at Li Xianxian's side. Old Li, do not despair, I have a solution. Chapter 83, A Solution. Li Xianxian was taken aback. After striving tirelessly for so long, this was the outcome he faced. Hope ignited only to be ruthlessly extinguished. The staggering fall from grace felt like a plunge from heaven to hell, shattering all his defenses in an instant. With a thud, Li Xianxian's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, cradling Li Ling as he knelt. This man, who had lived a life of defiance, even daring to challenge the sacred lord, now resembled a helpless child, trembling uncontrollably. Hot tears streamed down his bloodshot eyes, cascading onto Li Linger's pallid cheeks. Linger, it is your father who is inept. It is your father who is inept. He choked on his words, overwhelmed with sorrow and regret. The 5 venerable elders of the Red Dragon Saint were equally pale, rendered helpless. As they witnessed this tragic scene, a torrent of mixed emotions surged within them. Though they had lived for millennia, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, the heart-wrenching despair exuding from Li Xianxian still stirred a pang of sympathy within them. They wished to offer words of comfort, yet found every utterance woefully inadequate in such a moment. If even the 9 turns resurrection pill could not save her, what could they possibly do? The atmosphere within the Star Pavilion had plunged into an oppressive silence. Amidst this stillness, a voice, calm to the point of being incongruous, gradually emerged. Master. Everyone turned to the sound, only to see Jiang Heng, having approached Li Xianxian's side unbeknownst to them, his demeanor serene, devoid of any panic. The 9 turns resurrection pill may not save her, but I possess a method. This seemingly mundane statement struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the silent hall. Li Xianxian, engulfed in despair, felt his body jolt. He raised his tear-filled eyes to Jiang Heng, locking onto him as if he were a drowning man clutching a final lifeline. What did you say? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Little Jiang, do you have a way? What is it? Speak, please. His emotions surged to a fever pitch as he grasped Jiang Heng's sleeve. The other 5 saints stared at Jiang Heng in shock. What nonsense was this boy uttering? How could a mid-tier saint possibly have a solution when even the 9 turns resurrection pill had proven futile? However, what Jiang Heng said next left everyone present questioning their own senses. Ignoring Li Xianxian's fervor and the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiang Heng maintained his calm. Fixing his gaze upon his nominal master, enunciating each word clearly, I wish to accept her as my disciple. Only by becoming my disciple can I employ a unique secret technique to alter her fate. At this proclamation, astonishment enveloped the room. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Preposterous. The Red Dragon Saint was the first to react, unleashing an angry rebuke. Jiang Heng, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Tianqiong is your master, and Li Ling is his daughter. You seek to take her as your disciple? What does that make your master? This is utter chaos, a grave transgression. The remaining saints also regained their composure. Their eyes filled with fury and disappointment as they regarded Jiang Heng. This young man possessed remarkable strength, yet his judgment appeared severely lacking. Proposing such an absurd request at such a critical moment, was he not merely pouring salt into his master's wounds? Li Xianxian was equally stunned. His grip on Jiang Heng's sleeve slackened. The flickering hope ignited within him instantly replaced by a sense of absurdity. Accepting Linger as a disciple? What would that make him? This was nothing short of madness. Yet, amidst the chorus of outrage and skepticism, Jiang Heng's expression remained unchanged. He continued, calm as ever. This technique is known as the Nirvana path, an ancient inheritance I stumbled upon. Such inheritance bears restrictions. It may only be passed down between master and disciple, and can only be invoked in the face of life and death. The urgency of saving her outweighs the significance of lineage. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Ancient inheritance? The Red Dragon Saint and the others felt their anger somewhat diminish, replaced by profound skepticism. At that moment, Li Linger, cradled in Li Xianxian's arms, suddenly trembled slightly, a weak stream of black blood escaping from her lips. Her breathing, which had momentarily stabilized, now grew increasingly feeble, as though it could cease entirely at any moment. Life signs were fading. Linger, Li Xianxian's heart tightened, and he could no longer afford to contemplate matters of dignity. He sensed that his daughter's flickering flame of life was on the verge of extinguishment. On one side lay the dignity he had clung to for years. On the other, the impending loss of his daughter's life. This choice required no deliberation. Dignity mattered not. As long as his daughter could survive, he would not hesitate to kneel before Jiang Heng, let alone allow her to call him master. Very well. A roar erupted from Li Xianxian's throat, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Heng, pouring every ounce of his strength into his declaration. I agree. I agree. If you can save Linger, I will not only allow her to become your disciple, but I, Li Xianxian, will bow to you right now. With Li Xianxian's consent, Jiang Heng wasted no further words. He stepped forward, approaching the massive wooden tub, ignoring the mixed expressions of doubt and confusion from the surrounding saints. He slowly extended his right index finger, a pure strand of saintly power swirling at its tip, and gently pointed towards Li Linger's brow within the medicinal bath. A wisp of soul power silently infiltrated Li Linger's nearly lifeless sea of consciousness. Deep within her sea of consciousness, Li Linger's flame of spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering precariously. Jiang Heng's soul power transformed into a gentle light, enveloping her. As his voice resonated deep within her spirit, Li Linger, I wish to take you as my disciple and impart upon you the supreme path. Do you consent? In the depths of her profound stupor, Li Linger's consciousness remained hazy, instinctively resisting all external disturbances. However, at that moment, Jiang Heng's captivating charm began to take effect. His voice seemed imbued with an irresistible allure, awakening an unprecedented yearning within her chaotic mind. I am willing. A faint, nearly inaudible thought from her soul flickered within her sea of consciousness. Now, this was the moment. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Heng's mind was greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! Success in accepting a disciple. The bond of rebirth has been activated. Congratulations, host. For activating the bond, the system will return the reward of the celestial phoenix sacred body. Boom. A colossal, searing, and infinitely vibrant divine aura suddenly erupted from within Jiang Heng. In that instant, the atmosphere within the starry pavilion shifted dramatically. Jiang Heng's form was enveloped by a radiant, crimson golden divine light. His bones shattered within the divine glow, only to reassemble in an instant, transforming into crystalline, flawless divine bones. A pressure, reminiscent of a phoenix that seemed to transcend the eons, radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. What manner of power is this? Retreat. Quickly retreat. Li Xuanqing, the Scarlet Dragon Saint, and 5 other formidable beings of the Saint realm found themselves unable to stand firm before this terrifying pressure. Their expressions shifted from astonishment to sheer horror. Chapter 84. Rebirth through Nirvana. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Heng slowly raised his right hand, activating the celestial phoenix sacred body within him. A strand of exquisitely condensed crimson golden sacred power spiraled around his index finger. This sacred power, while no longer the overwhelming force it once was, now brimmed with a vitality and divine essence. In my name, I call forth your soul. Let the flames of rebirth arise. After a soft incantation, Jiang Heng's fingertip pointed towards Li Linger's forehead. The crimson golden primordial sacred power transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging with her. Simultaneously, Jiang Heng silently commanded, System, activate the celestial phoenix body within Li Linger. Affirmative, the activation of Li Linger's celestial phoenix body is successful. In an instant, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. Buzz. Within the medicinal bath, Li Linger, whose life was hanging by a thread, felt the bloodline power that had been dormant for over 20 years ignited at that moment. An ethereal lotus, ablaze with crimson golden flames, began to rise from her dantian. Initially the size of a fist, the flames spread with an astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, the roaring golden divine fire enveloped both Li Linger and the entire wooden tub. Strangely, despite its grand appearance, the flames exuded no heat or brutality. Instead, a profoundly rich vitality emanated from the flames, saturating the entire starry pavilion. The 6 formidable beings present inhaled this essence and felt their own depleted primordial energy, consumed by forced alchemy, begin to recover slightly. What is this? Li Xuanqing and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting profound shock. He instinctively moved to check on his daughter, only to be horrified to discover an invisible barrier existed just beyond the 3 feet of golden fire. No matter how he summoned his sacred power, he could not advance an inch. At that moment, as the golden flames completely enveloped Li Linger, the faint trace of her life force that he could sense vanished entirely, as if consumed entirely by the flames. The essence was gone. No. The color drained from Li Xuanqing's face. The flicker of hope that had ignited moments ago extinguished utterly. He believed Jiang Heng's secret method had failed. His daughter was dead. That thought struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering all reason in an instant. Linger. Li Xuanqing's eyes bulged with despair as he let out a heart-wrenching scream, the power of a saint surging within him, ready to charge recklessly towards the golden flames. Yet, at that moment, a steady hand rested upon his shoulder, halting his furious advance. Master, hold your horses. Jiang Heng's calm voice reached his ears. From destruction comes rebirth. Death heralds a new beginning. Li Xuanqing froze, abruptly turning to meet Jiang Heng's tranquil gaze. That composure and confidence inexplicably calmed his heart, which was filled with despair. He stared blankly at the blazing golden flames, contemplating for a moment before ultimately choosing to believe. Meanwhile, within the golden flames, a monumental transformation was quietly unfolding. Li Linger's once destroyed spiritual veins, ravaged by Qin Shui, were not reduced to ashes by the flames, but were instead visibly being reformed. Severed meridians were mended, and the shattered dantian was healed. The newly formed meridians were more resilient and expansive than ever, while the renewed dantian resembled a golden divine repository, radiating brilliant light. Her foundation was not only restored, but was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis and elevation. Compared to before, it was perfected beyond measure. At that moment, caw! A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the golden flames. Boom! The roof of the starry pavilion was instantaneously lifted by an invisible force. The golden flames enveloping Li Linger transformed into a towering pillar of light, soaring into the heavens. At the top of the light column, an endless convergence of golden divine flames coalesced into the ethereal image of a gargantuan phoenix with wings spanning over 1,000 feet. The divine might of the celestial phoenix overshadowed the universe. In that instant, across the Beastmaster forest, countless beasts, regardless of their cultivation, prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear as they faced the phoenix apparition. The terror originating from their bloodlines compelled them to submit. Before the starry pavilion, Li Xuanqing and the Scarlet Dragon Saint, along with others, stood utterly dumbfounded. They gazed upward, their minds blank, at the awe-inspiring phoenix silhouette above. After a long pause, the phoenix image emitted a long cry, transforming into a rain of light that cascaded down. Within the starry pavilion, the towering pillar of flames also began to slowly retract, eventually dissipating entirely. As the scene cleared, Li Linger's figure emerged from the wooden tub. At this moment, she bore none of the previous signs of weakness or impending death. She stood serenely in the medicinal liquid, her skin glistening like jade, her complexion rosy, surrounded by a delicate layer of golden divine radiance. Her injuries had healed, her foundation rebuilt. Her cultivation had surged past the threshold of quasi-saint, attaining the first level of quasi-saint. Even more astonishing was her transformation in temperament. The formerly graceful visage now radiated an indescribable sanctity, as if a celestial maiden from the heavens had descended, invoking reverence. This was a true metamorphosis. As the crowd remained awestruck and spellbound, Li Linger's long eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of a golden flame mark flashed within her gaze. Initially, she felt a sense of bewilderment as she sensed the extraordinary power coursing through her. Then, her gaze swept across the assembly, finally fixing on Jiang Heng. It was this person. She remembered clearly that as her consciousness was on the brink of total dissolution, it was he who pulled her back from the precipice of death. In the next moment, Li Linger stepped out of the wooden tub, and the medicinal liquid and water droplets evaporated instantaneously. A golden radiance enveloped her bare form. And in an instant, a sheer skirt adorned with red and embroidered with golden phoenix patterns gracefully draped over her. Barefoot, she stepped onto the frigid ground, advancing steadily towards Jiang Heng. She did not cast even a glance at her biological father, who stood nearby, trembling with excitement and tears streaming down his face. Under the watchful eyes of all, Li Linger adjusted her attire, her expression solemn. Kneeling reverently before Jiang Heng, she performed an elaborate bow of apprenticeship. Disciple Li Linger pays her respects to Master. Thank you for the grace of rebirth, Master. Chapter 85. Some opportunities, once missed, are lost forever. He accepted Li Linger's profound gesture with equanimity, then extended his hand, a gentle force lifting her from the ground. Rise, he spoke softly. Yes, Master. Li Linger obediently stood, positioning herself beside Jiang Heng, her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, filled with unwavering reverence, closely following his every move. In that moment, it seemed the only anchor in her world was the man before her. This tableau pierced the heart of a figure not far away. Linger, came a tremulous call from Li Xuanqing, nearly unrecognizable in its tone. He could no longer contain his emotions, staggering a few steps forward, his bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement, remorse, and a hint of cautious hope. Linger, father. He wished to express his apologies for the years lost, to convey that he could finally acknowledge her openly. Yet, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, ultimately coalescing into those two simple words. Upon hearing this address, Li Linger finally shifted her gaze from Jiang Heng to the aging, weary man before her. Her expression was complex. This was the first time she had ever encountered her biological father since she could remember. This man had been absent from her life for over 20 years. All she knew of him came from snippets shared by the likes of the Red Dragon Sage and a few uncles. She understood that he had opposed the entire Qingyun sacred land for her sake. She also knew he had nearly exhausted himself to save her. Teetering on the brink of death, gratitude and admiration swelled within her, yet the affectionate dependence a daughter ought to feel for her father was conspicuously absent. After a moment of silence, Li Linger slightly bowed towards Li Xuanqing and spoke softly. Father, I have caused you worry. The term father was polite, yet distant. As long as you are well, that is all that matters, Li Xuanqing replied, his words tumbling out in a flurry of excitement. He gazed at his daughter's rejuvenated beauty, instinctively reaching out as any normal father would, to hold her hand. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, Li Linger instinctively recoiled half a step, leaning against Jiang Heng's back. This movement was so natural, yet felt like a sharp, poisonous thorn piercing Li Xuanqing's heart. His hand hung suspended in the air, neither able to advance nor withdraw. The elation of surviving calamity froze on his face. The atmosphere within the Zixing pavilion turned palpably awkward. The Red Dragon Sage and the others watched this scene, their mouths opening in vain, unsure of how to proceed, only able to sigh inwardly. At that moment, Jiang Heng's voice shattered the tension. He gently patted Li Linger on the shoulder, signaling her to relax, then turned to Li Xuanqing, offering a reprieve. Master, Linger has just undergone nirvana. Her soul and body are in a completely new state, and she may not have fully adjusted yet. Please do not take offense. Li Linger immediately recognized that her actions may have inadvertently hurt him and quickly offered a contrite smile to Li Xuanqing. He inhaled deeply, slowly retracting his hand, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. It's all right, I understand. He realized that some things, once missed, are truly lost forever. To bridge the gap of over 20 years was not something to be accomplished in a day. At that moment, the 5 venerable sages, including the Red Dragon Sage, exchanged glances. They straightened their robes and, with solemn expressions, approached Jiang Heng, bowing deeply in unison. Jiang, fellow Taoist. The Red Dragon Sage, as their spokesperson, spoke first. This address of fellow Taoists signified their complete acknowledgement of Jiang Heng as their equal, if not superior. Such a miraculous method that summons the celestial phoenix and reverses life and death is unprecedented. May I inquire, fellow Taoist, what extraordinary ancient legacy is this nirvana path? The other 4 gazed at Jiang Heng with eager anticipation, their eyes filled with curiosity. To heal one whose foundation was utterly destroyed and on the brink of death, restoring them in merely an hour, not only to full health but experiencing a profound transformation, even summoning the legendary celestial phoenix. This method transcended their comprehension. It was nothing short of miraculous. In response to the inquiries of the 5 seasoned sages, Jiang Heng merely smiled faintly, his expression unchanged, though his eyes appeared increasingly profound. This is a forbidden technique, not to be spoken of lightly. Had it not been for the urgent circumstances to save Linger, I would never have resorted to it. These simple words instantly quelled all thoughts of the Red Dragon Sage and the others. Forbidden technique. The weight of those 4 words was immense. They were ancient beings, having lived for over a millennium, and understood that the most formidable powers often come with terrifying costs. A legacy that touches upon the fundamental laws of heaven and earth must be intertwined with great karmic consequences. Since Jiang Heng was unwilling to elaborate, they would not be so tactless as to press further. After all, who among them, having reached such heights, lacked a secret or two? Meanwhile, Li Xuanqing's heart was embroiled in a fierce struggle. He gazed at his daughter, transformed and radiant, then glanced at the calm and composed disciple. The pain of the father-daughter estrangement was supplanted by a far more potent emotion, gratitude, an unparalleled sense of thankfulness. He exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Then, he performed an unexpected act that took everyone, including Jiang Heng, by surprise. Li Xuanqing straightened his disheveled robes, his demeanor grave, and bowed deeply before Jiang Heng, offering a profound salute. A debt of gratitude cannot be expressed in words. His voice was hoarse, yet each word resonated with clarity. From this day forth, you, Jiang Heng, shall be my benefactor. Should you require anything, I, Li Xuanqing, will not hesitate to pay any price. This bow was not merely an acknowledgement of master-disciple ties, but a tribute to the life-saving grace bestowed upon a daughter. Master, please no. Jiang Heng's form flickered, appearing before Li Xuanqing in time to catch him, preventing him from bowing completely. Observing the elderly, Jiang Heng felt an array of emotions swell within him. He shook his head, smiling gently. Old Li, there is no need for such formalities between us. Have you forgotten? Had it not been for your timely intervention to rescue me from the jaws of the demonic beast, and your exceptional decision to bring me into the sacred land of Tianqiong, the world would have long forgotten the existence of Jiang Heng. I certainly would not have achieved the accomplishments I have today. You saved my life. I shall repay you by safeguarding your daughter's life. It is only fair. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's heartfelt declaration, particularly the familiar address of old Li, Li Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his gaze to behold Jiang Heng's sincere smile, and in that instant, all the burdens weighing on his heart seemed to dissipate like mist. Indeed, what was he still entangled in regarding seniority and dignity? This young man before him was no longer the boy who once required his protection. He had ascended to a height that even Li Xuanqing himself needed to look up to. Yet, he still cherished the gratitude from that time. Contemplating this, a look of relief finally graced Li Xuanqing's pale visage. He forcefully patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Excellent. Excellent. You, my boy, have outstripped even your master. Chapter 86. I am already lacking for nothing. After the harrowing ordeal of saving lives, forcibly concocting alchemical elixirs, and being subjected to Jiang Heng's overwhelming divine pressure, Li Xuanqing and the 5 other elders of the Holy Realm appeared utterly drained, their vitality nearly extinguished, their complexions more pallid than parchment. Approaching Jiang Heng, Li Xuanqing's demeanor grew exceedingly solemn. Little Jiang, my essence, along with the physical states of these old fellows, requires immediate and profound seclusion for recuperation. We shall likely be unable to emerge for some time. Ling's cultivation also needs consolidation. For the time to come, I entrust her care to you. As he uttered these words, Li Xuanqing's heart was a tempest of emotions. To entrust his own daughter to his disciple was a weighty decision. However, he recognized the emotional distance his daughter maintained from him. Forcing her to remain by his side might only breed discomfort, and given his current condition, he could not adequately protect her. In contrast, Jiang Heng was her legitimate master. It seemed most prudent for him to oversee her care. Your words are too kind, master. Jiang Heng replied with a nod, declining to refuse. Ling is my disciple. It is my duty to look after her. You all need only focus on your healing. With Jiang Heng's assurance, Li Xuanqing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a few more words of caution before departing to their respective abodes, where they would establish barriers and commence their healing meditation. In the vast expanse of the brilliant star pavilion, only Jiang Heng and his disciple, Li Ling remained. Observing the loft with its roof torn asunder, Jiang Heng deemed it unsuitable for prolonged residence. He led Li Ling outside the pavilion, and with a casual wave of his hand, the might of a sage surged forth, conjuring a small world within the mountain range. The small world was simply adorned, yet fully equipped. From now on, this shall be our abode. You may select a room to stabilize your cultivation. Jiang Heng instructed Li Ling. Yes, master. Li Ling obediently nodded, choosing a room on the left before stepping inside. Jiang Heng proceeded to the room on the right. Once inside, he sat cross-legged, and with a focused thought, summoned the long-awaited sign-in panel. Since arriving in the central continent, he had been on the move and had not signed in for quite some time. The display read, cumulative sign-in days, 50 days. 50 days. Upon seeing this number, Jiang Heng's spirits soared. He recalled that the system seemed to possess a mechanism whereby the first sign-in after accepting a disciple would yield guaranteed rewards, typically of considerable quality. Now that he had just taken in Li Ling as a disciple, it was the perfect opportunity for a sign-in. Let us try a daily sign-in first, Jiang Heng silently commanded. System, sign in for today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. The host receives the mid-grade Emperor-level technique Tianqiong Sanxian. The system's notification echoed in his mind. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Jiang Heng's consciousness. Tianqiong Sanxian, Mid-grade Emperor-level technique, cultivable only by those of the Tianqiong bloodline. This technique consists of 3 transformations. Each rebirth grants mastery of 1 transformation. First transformation, command the innate divine ability of the Tianqiong clan, the eternal flame, which incinerates all things and can also refine one's body. Second transformation, manifest wings of the Tianqiong on one's back, achieving unparalleled speed among peers, soaring through the heavens. Third transformation, temporarily transform into the true form of the Tianqiong, dramatically enhancing combat prowess and wielding a portion of the Tianqiong's divine might. Marvelous. A smile graced Jiang Heng's face. This technique was tailor-made for Li Ling'er. With Tianqiong Sanxianbian, her Tianqiong physique would finally find its true application. If the rewards from the daily sign-in were so bountiful, then the monthly sign-in. Jiang Heng's heart ignited with fervor. Without hesitation, he continued to mentally declare, System, expend 30 days of sign-in counts for a monthly sign-in. Ding. Executing monthly sign-in. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first monthly sign-in. Triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Rewards. 1 Dao embryo for technique. 1 Dao embryo for fate artifact. A 10,000-fold critical hit. Dao embryos. Jiang Heng's breath hitched, his expression instantly transforming into one of sheer ecstasy. He meticulously scrutinized the descriptions of the 2 rewards. Dao embryo for technique. No rank, combined with the host's soul, evolving into the most suitable supreme technique for the host based on their physique, spirit, and comprehension of the great Dao. The technique will continuously improve and advance as the host's cultivation rises. Dao embryo for fate artifact. No rank, can connect with the host's spirit, allowing the host to define its form. The Dao embryo will absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the host's original power, growing continuously. I've struck gold. This time, I have truly struck gold. Jiang Heng's heart brimmed with elation. A technique and artifact with growth potential. Although his cultivation had soared at an astonishing rate, his foundation had been somewhat tenuous. This was due to the absence of a genuine primary cultivation technique belonging to him. Most of his power stemmed from the system's cultivation returns and the chaotic body, akin to having a treasure mountain without knowing how to excavate it. As for artifacts, he had lacked a suitable one since becoming a sage. Now, with the emergence of the Dao embryo for technique and the Dao embryo for fate artifact, he had perfectly addressed these 2 significant shortcomings. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng forcefully calmed his exhilaration. System, utilize the Dao embryo for technique. Ding. Dao embryo for technique successfully utilized. Binding with the host's soul, binding successful. Commencing evolution based on the host's physique. Detecting that the host's supreme physique is the chaotic body, evolution begins. Boom. The ethereal Dao embryo instantaneously melded into Jiang Heng's being, producing a fierce resonance with the chaotic power hidden within his every sinew. It was as if the heavens were being split open. An ancient and exalted aura erupted from within Jiang Heng. At that moment, the sage power within him began to operate in an enigmatic manner. Ultimately, a brand new technique was inscribed deep within his soul. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exclusive technique, Chaotic Holy Scripture. The chaotic power within him, under the guidance of this technique, became unprecedentedly refined and pure, and his comprehension of the chaotic laws ascended to a new level in an instant. Next, as Jiang Heng's thoughts stirred, he summoned forth his life-bound magic treasure, the Daoi. I hope it manifests as a sword. No sooner had the words left his lips than the treasure radiated a brilliant light, resonating with the chaotic essence within him, and began to evolve at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, a 3-foot azure blade, entwined with wisps of grayish energy, materialized in his grasp. Life-bound magic treasure successfully conceived, evolving into the chaos sacred sword. Upon grasping the sacred sword, an overwhelming sense of bloodline connection surged within him, as if he and the sword were one. Jiang Heng could even sense the sword's jubilant exultation. In that moment, the chaotic sword intent within him was automatically ignited, filling the room with a piercing aura of blade intent. Subsequently, Jiang Heng reigned in the chaotic sword intent and stored the chaos sacred sword within his system space. Having settled everything, he contentedly opened his personal panel. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation, mid-tier saint. Cultivation method, chaos sacred scripture. Magic treasures, 1. Fragment of the creation jade disc 2. Fragment of the creation divine scroll 3. Chaos sacred sword. Physique, heavenly phoenix sacred body, chaotic body. Special abilities, eye of the great Dao, invulnerable to all laws. Instant kill at the same realm, 100-fold comprehension, charm value max. Excellent, he now lacked for nothing. Jiang Heng savored the abundant power coursing through him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He concentrated and transmitted a message to Li Ling'er in the adjacent room. Linger, please come here. I have something to discuss with you. Soon, Li Linger pushed the door open and stood respectfully before Jiang Heng. Master, did you call for me? Yes. Jiang Heng nodded, gazing at his transformed disciple, and spoke. Since you have taken me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a cultivation method as your initiation gift. With that, he extended a finger and, with a flick of his wrist, transformed the complete inheritance of Heavenly Phoenix 3 transformations into a stream of light that surged into Li Linger's forehead. Li Linger trembled, closing her eyes as she began to absorb the information of the cultivation method. Moments later, when she opened her eyes again, her exquisite face was etched with an indescribable shock. An imperial-level cultivation method? And of mid-tier imperial grade? It is well known that even in the deeply rooted Tianqiong sacred land, imperial-level cultivation methods are treasures of the sect, reserved only for past sovereigns and the most outstanding holy sons and daughters. Yet now, her master had so effortlessly bestowed such a method upon her. This is simply too extravagant. As Li Linger emerged from her astonishment, her gaze towards Jiang Heng grew ever more reverent. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Recalling a line from the method's introduction, each rebirth allows one to master a transformation. Li Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Jiang Heng and eagerly proposed, Master, since a single rebirth allows for 1 transformation, if you were to kill me twice, I could then undergo 2 rebirths. Wouldn't I immediately master the Heavenly Phoenix 3 transformations? Jiang Heng's smile froze instantly. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this girl's thought process a bit unhinged? He took a deep breath and patiently explained, theoretically, that is not incorrect. However, rebirth requires a substantial accumulation of life essence. Without sufficient accumulation, forcibly attempting rebirth could result in true annihilation of the soul. Do you understand? I understand. Li Linger nodded earnestly, then inquired further, so as long as I accumulate enough, it will be fine, correct? Jiang Heng looked at her bright, eager eyes and felt a wave of exasperation. Disciple, can we please refrain from constantly contemplating how to meet our demise? Meanwhile, at the edge of the Beastman forest, a figure hovered in the air, gazing suspiciously towards the direction where Jiang Heng and the others had just been. Dressed in the robes of an elder from the Qingyun sacred land, he murmured to himself, what in the world was that fleeting pressure? Though the aura dissipated swiftly, he was certain it emanated from this region. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Or perhaps those old geezers, Li Xianxian and his ilk, are hiding somewhere nearby? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he refrained from recklessly advancing, instead committing the coordinates of this area to memory. No matter what it is, once I return to gather my forces, I shall delve deeper into this matter. With that thought, he vanished in a flash, racing towards the Qingyun sacred land. Chapter 87, Medusa, the 7-colored devouring python. Meanwhile, in the desolate seas of the Tianhuang continent, within the city of the Serpent People tribe, over the past half-month, Xiao Xian, with his exquisite alchemical skills, not only secured his footing within the Serpent People, but also cultivated a strong rapport with Elder Mo Qing, the president of the tribe's alchemy association. His cultivation had advanced from the perfection of the innate realm to the 3rd level of the profound realm. Through Elder Mo Qing, Xiao Xian had gleaned vital information about the local core. The anomalous fire, the flowing sand golden flame in the city center, was prepared by Queen Medusa to break through the bottleneck of a 7th-tier beast. To consume this anomalous fire, the queen required the assistance of a high-level alchemist to suppress its volatility. Given the Serpent People's innate fear of fire, alchemists were few and far between. Naturally, Xiao Xian, a talented alchemist of the Serpent People, stood out and was granted an audience with the queen, as well as the opportunity to assist in consuming the anomalous fire. Today was the day for the audience with the queen. Xiao Xian adjusted his attire upon hearing a knock at the door. He focused his thoughts, allowing the 10,000 transformations heavenly skill to operate quietly within him. His bones crackled with a series of delicate pops, and as his muscles shifted, his lower half transformed, becoming covered in azure scales, morphing into a robust serpent tail. Skillfully adjusting to his serpent tail, he opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged serpent person with a face full of wrinkles, Elder Mo Qing himself. Are you ready? Elder Mo Qing looked at him with a gaze full of pride. You've had a tough life, losing both parents at a young age. Surviving in the human realm is no easy feat, yet you have developed such alchemical prowess. Elder Mo Qing patted his shoulder, lowering his voice slightly. When you meet the queen, make sure to perform well. The human alchemists she has hired are all arrogant and look down upon our serpent people. If you can outshine them, it will bring glory to our tribe, and you will surely ascend to great heights. These sob stories were, of course, a narrative Xiao Xian had meticulously crafted. Elder Mo Qing believed wholeheartedly in them, even feeling a sense of pity for this lost kin. Rest assured, Elder I shall not disappoint you or the queen. Xiaoxian responded sincerely. Very well, let us go. We must not keep the queen waiting. Elder Imoqing nodded with satisfaction and turned to lead the way. Xiaoxian, slithering with his serpent tail, followed at a leisurely pace as they made their way towards the massive golden vortex at the center of the city. Before the vortex, Elder Imoqing formed a series of hand seals and lightly gestured towards the void. Buzz! The space rippled like water, and a golden portal composed of flowing sand slowly opened. Step inside. The queen awaits within. With that, Elder Imoqing entered first, and Xiaoxian followed closely behind. Inside the portal lay a wondrous sight, a grand hall of flowing sand, where 5 figures were already present. Among them, 4 were human, exuding a calm demeanor and an air of arrogance, undoubtedly the alchemists summoned by Medusa. At the end of the hall, upon the throne, reclined a solitary figure. The enchanting curves of the figure were exquisitely accentuated by a form-fitting crimson robe, the very embodiment of the domain's sovereign, Queen Medusa. As Xiaoxian and Elder Imoqing made their entrance, the probing consciousness of the 4 human alchemists swept over them indiscriminately. However, upon brushing against Xiaoxian, their awareness recoiled instantly, as if lingering on him for a moment longer would be a futile endeavor. His mere presence, a meager 4th-tier beast, was but a number in their eyes. Unfazed, Xiaoxian took pleasure in their disregard. The lower their attention, the greater his chances of seizing the yo. The 2 serpentine beings entered the hall. Your Majesty, this is the young friend Xiaoxian I mentioned. Elder Imoqing bowed respectfully. Xiaoxian followed suit. Xiaoxian pays his respects to your Majesty. From the throne, those icy golden slit pupils gradually scanned the 2, finally settling upon Xiaoxian. Her voice, frigid and devoid of emotion, resonated. You may rise. Yes, they replied, straightening up. Only then did Xiaoxian dare to lift his gaze. Subtly assessing the queen of the serpent folk, he noted that Medusa's serpentine tail was unlike any he had seen. It was a lustrous white, reminiscent of jade, with scales edged in iridescent hues that shimmered faintly. This revelation sent a jolt through him. Before he could dwell on it, the voice of the alchemist elder echoed in his mind, trembling with a hint of uncharacteristic excitement. The 7-colored devouring python. It is indeed the 7-colored devouring python. I had thought this lineage long extinct, but here it is. Xiaoxian's spirit quaked. The 7-colored devouring python? Indeed. The elder's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. This is an ancient aberration, endowed with extraordinary capabilities. It requires no training. Merely by consuming energy can it evolve, each evolution exponentially increasing its might. No wonder she seeks to devour you. She is not merely striving to break through a bottleneck. She aims to evolve. At that moment, Queen Medusa rose from her seat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. As her words fell, a decisive glimmer ignited within her golden slit pupils. Without further ado, her delicate hand waved through the air. Buzz! The entire hall of flowing sand trembled violently, and a colossal golden vortex at the city's heart spun furiously. In the next instant, a fist-sized mass of viscous golden flames materialized in the center of the hall. Yo! The flowing sand golden flame. It hovered silently, the searing heat distorting the very fabric of space. A soul-deep sensation of burning enveloped every individual within the hall. The 4 previously haughty human alchemists suddenly found their breaths laboring, their gazes fixed on the flame with insatiable greed. This subtle shift did not escape Xiaoxian's keen observation. A silent smile curled at the corners of his lips. Human hearts are insatiable. These individuals certainly harbored ulterior motives. The elder's voice turned grave. Xiaoxian, be cautious. They likely do not intend to assist, but rather to usurp. Chapter 88. The Devouring Transformation. With the emergence of the flowing sand golden flame, several formidable auras quietly descended, belonging to the serpent folk's guardians lurking in the shadows. Their forms flickered in and out of view within the shadows of the flowing sand hall, their cold slit pupils locking onto the 4 human alchemists, their vigilance unmistakable. The leader among them, the alchemist King Gu Feng, feigned ignorance of the serpent guardians, wearing a smile that was more skin-deep as he addressed Queen Medusa on the throne. Oh, what does your Majesty imply? Do you doubt our integrity? Integrity? Medusa scoffed coldly. You humans are inherently cunning and treacherous. If I do not take precautions, how could I dare to collaborate with you? You need only assist me in suppressing the Yoa. And once the task is complete, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. But should anyone harbor any ill intentions? The remainder of her threat hung unspoken in the air, yet the rising auras of the serpent guardians made her warning clear. Gu Feng's smile faded, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. He ceased his prattle, merely snorting derisively as he exchanged glances with the other 3. Understanding the silent cue, they all took their positions and simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy. For flames of distinct colors surged forth, all of exceptional quality, exuding tremendous heat as they pressed toward the flowing sand golden flame at the hall's center. Whoosh! Observing this, Xiaoxian stepped forward as well, flicking his fingers. A wisp of flame, golden with a hint of purple, gracefully drifted forth. It was the 9 sunglass fire, disguised through the transformation of 10,000 changes. Now devoid of any aura. Even so, upon its appearance, the 4 proud beast flames trembled in unison, their radiance dimming slightly. The 4 human alchemists simultaneously turned their heads, their expressions a mix of surprise and scrutiny as they examined the unfamiliar flame before Xiaoxian. How could a mere serpent possess such a peculiar fire? A flicker of astonishment crossed Medusa's golden-slit pupils. Only Elder Mo Qing straightened his posture with a sense of pride, while the other serpent folk warriors regarded Xiaoxian with newfound respect. This minor episode quickly passed. The 5 flames formed an encircling formation, beginning to constrict the presence of the flowing sand golden flame. As a natural spirit entity, the flowing sand golden flame possessed its own arrogance, and upon sensing the 5 formidable pressures, it erupted in fury. Boom! The golden liquid flame exploded violently, transforming into a raging sea of fire, akin to an enraged monarch intent on incinerating all challengers to ash. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Xiaoxian, a momentary stillness ensued. That ferocious golden inferno surged outward, yet when it neared Xiaoxian, it inexplicably faltered, as though a mouse had encountered a cat. The intensity of the flames aimed at him was significantly diminished compared to other directions. This subtle alteration went unnoticed by all but Xiaoxian himself. Everyone hastily summoned their spiritual shields to withstand the oncoming flames, while the 4 human alchemists intensified their suppression of the fire. Gradually, the struggles of the flowing sand golden flame weakened, its raging inferno subsiding as it coalesced once more into a fist-sized orb of fire, its brilliance waning. In that moment, the flowing sand golden flame was at its most vulnerable, presenting the perfect opportunity to devour Yo. A decisive glint flickered in Medusa's eyes as she lightly tapped her foot against the ground, her form darting toward the feeble flowing sand golden flame. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the Yo, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 4 human alchemists simultaneously withdrew their own innate flames. Boom, 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 boom. 4 immense auras surged forth unabashedly, coalescing into 4 streaks of light that charged directly at the flowing sand golden flame in the hall's center. Their objective was unmistakably this aberrant fire. Protect the queen. How dare you? The serpent guardians within the hall erupted in fury, ready to rush forward to thwart the 4 human alchemists. Yet, at that very moment, the golden portal composed of flowing sand opened unexpectedly once more. Buzz! 6 powerful human auras erupted from within, instantly blocking the serpent guardians. Each of these 6 was, without exception, a formidable elder. Leading them was a woman clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, her demeanor haughty, and her aura radiating the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the respected realm. Xiaoxian's pupils constricted sharply upon glimpsing the attire of this woman. The white, cloud-patterned robe. Is that not precisely the attire of my fiancé, who made a 3-year pact with me, belonging to the Falling Cloud Sect? In the blink of an eye, the situation in the arena has dramatically shifted. Elder Maching and the other formidable members of the Serpent Clan find themselves ensnared by the sudden onslaught of 6 esteemed elders. You humans are indeed despicable and shameless. Medusa's beautiful eyes blaze with fury upon witnessing this, her voice chilling as ice. She is compelled to forsake the alluring Yo, turning instead to confront the 4 human alchemists. A chaotic melee is imminent. Inside the grand hall, torrents of energy surge forth, the air filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars. Seizing this moment of turmoil, Xiaoxian stealthily advances towards the core of the flowing sand golden flame. Just as he draws within mere yards of the Yo, the previously listless flowing sand golden flame seems to sense his presence, suddenly quivering with intensity. Boom! A wave of golden flames, even more fervent than before, erupts from its epicenter, engulfing the surroundings anew. This unexpected upheaval instantly captures the attention of everyone present. Both sides of the fierce battle unconsciously direct their gazes towards the source of the Yo. They soon spot the diminutive figure of the Serpent Man, Xiaoxian, at the edge of the inferno. Now is the moment. Xiaoxian. The anxious voice of Dan Lao reverberates in his mind. Discovered. A flash of determination crosses Xiaoxian's eyes as he resolutely plunges into the golden flames. Seeking death, Medusa, witnessing this spectacle, is instantly consumed by rage. Her golden-slit pupils brimming with fury, a resounding roar reverberates through the heavens, her colossal form rapidly expanding in the blinding light, transforming. In an instant, She morphs into a gargantuan python, her body cloaked in resplendent, iridescent scales. It is her true form, the seven-colored devouring python. With a swift sweep of her massive tail, she strikes the four human alchemists led by Gu Feng, sending them hurtling through the air. In the next moment, she opens her cavernous maw, voraciously consuming the flowing sand golden flame, along with the unwitting Xiaoxian. The searing agony within her abdomen incites her massive body to thrash wildly, causing the entire flowing sand grand hall to tremble violently, on the brink of collapse. Feeling the terrifying energy surging uncontrollably within Medusa, Gu Feng wipes the blood from his lips, a flicker of fear manifesting in his eyes. This is bad. She has succumbed to a berserk state. Her attempt to devour has failed. We must retreat. Gu Feng bellows, rallying the others as they hastily flee towards the golden portal. Meanwhile, within the belly of the seven-colored devouring python, Xiaoxian finds himself ensconced in an endless sea of golden flames, his consciousness on the verge of being incinerated. Xiaoxian, maintain your composure. This is your opportunity. Refine it. Coexist with it. Dan Lao's voice becomes his last lifeline. Chapter 89. The Fusion of Yin and Yang. The coexistence of soul and flame. Within Medusa's belly, Xiaoxian exists in a realm detached from the world, a fiery space that belongs to the flowing sand golden flame. Golden liquid flames form the sky and earth, and the raging energy morphs into a tempest of destruction, converging from all directions towards Xiaoxian's figure. Intent on obliterating this unwelcome guest. Outside, Medusa, in her true form as the seven-colored devouring python, succumbs to madness, unable to withstand the backlash of the yoke. Her colossal body rampages violently within the flowing sand grand hall, crashing and rolling. Boom. The sturdy pillars of the hall shatter effortlessly, the dome quaking violently, cracking inch by inch, while massive blocks of flowing sandstone plummet, stirring clouds of dust. Your Majesty, cursed humans. The remaining Serpent Clan warriors, their eyes bulging with rage, find themselves utterly powerless to intervene. They can only watch helplessly as their queen writhes in agony, witnessing the flowing sand grand hall, a symbol of their clan's glory, descend into utter ruin. Despair blankets the hearts of every serpent warrior. At the heart of this cataclysmic inferno, Xiaoxian endures unimaginable suffering. Every inch of his skin, every bone feels as if it is melting under the terrifying heat. Xiaoxian, cease your concealment. Quickly, unleash your Yoa. If you hesitate any longer, we shall both be her sacrifices. Dan Lao's voice rings out in Xiaoxian's mind, fraught with urgency. Hearing this, Xiaoxian grits his teeth, banishing all doubt as he channels the burning art. Grant me passage. He roars within, and the nine-yang glass fire within him tears away its disguise in that instant. Buzz, a strand of resplendent golden flame, embodying the supreme laws of utmost yang and strength, erupts from within him. Following that, a strand of frigid white flame, and another representing life and destruction, ascend in unison. The three flames, under his command, merge in an esoteric manner instantaneously. In a fleeting moment, a tricolored flame lotus blossoms silently above his head. The emergence of the flame lotus is akin to the arrival of an emperor. The previously ferocious flowing sand golden flame, which sought to incinerate all, halts abruptly upon encountering this aura. The tempest of flames that approached Xiaoxian grinds to a standstill. Subsequently, the golden liquid flames, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign, lower their proud heads, flowing gently towards Xiaoxian, forming a safe vacuum around him, refraining from making contact. The immediate crisis has been averted. Yet, before Xiaoxian can exhale in relief, an even more lethal sense of danger surges within him. Through the surrounding flowing sand golden flames, he can keenly perceive the state of this space's master. Medusa's soul is being ravaged by the violent force of the yoke. Her consciousness dissipating rapidly, her life force waning, on the verge of extinguishment. This is dire. Dan Lao's voice grows graver than ever. Her fury-driven attempt to consume the Yoa, coupled with her loss of mental fortitude, has led to her evolutionary failure. This space is collapsing. She is on the brink of perishing, and we, trapped within her world, shall be swept into the chaotic currents of space, leaving not a trace behind. Xiaoxian's heart plummets to the depths of despair. Just emerging from one peril, he finds himself ensnared in another. At that moment, through his connection with the flowing sand golden flame, fragmented images flood uncontrollably into his mind. They are memories belonging to Medusa. He sees a lonely little girl, ascending the cold throne amidst the reverent gazes of the Serpent Clan. He witnesses her as queen, bearing the weight of her entire race's rise and fall, practicing diligently day after day, devoid of any personal emotions. He observes her, resolutely choosing to devour all, embarking on a treacherous path to lead her people out of despair, breaking the shackles of her bloodline. Proud, cold and regal. These are merely the facades of her queenly persona. Beneath this guise lies a soul burdened by profound loneliness. A flicker of complex pity stirs within Xiao Xian's heart for this proud queen. Dan Lao, is there truly no hope? Xiao Xian's voice is dry and strained. Dan Lao remains silent for a moment before responding gravely. There is a way, but what is it? Speak quickly. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang. The intertwining of soul flames. Elder Dan's voice resonated with a profound solemnity, proclaiming, your 9 sons' fire embodies the purest yang of the cosmos, while her bloodline, the 7-colored devouring sky python, represents an exceedingly rare embodiment of the utmost yin. The sole path to survival lies in utilizing this flowing golden sand flame as a crucible and your primordial fire as the catalyst, forging a union of body and spirit. A fusion of souls. Ignite the dying yin fire within her essence with your yang, and aid her in achieving this rebirth. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback. A union of body and spirit, a fusion of souls? Just then, in her agonizing state, the near-death Medusa instinctively sensed an aura. It was a warmth so profound, so pure, the essence of the utmost yang. This was her only hope for survival. The instinct to live overwhelmed her regal dignity and reason as a queen. A brilliant light enveloped her form, and Medusa's magnificent body of the 7-colored devouring sky python began to dissipate, reverting to her human shape. Following the trace of Jiang Heng's aura, she ventured into the realm of the flowing golden sand flame. Her alluring crimson robe, which once accentuated her curves, had long since turned to ash in the flames. Her flawless figure shimmered in and out of visibility amidst the golden flames. At that moment, her face bore no trace of coldness or authority. Instead, it was etched with profound anguish and deep-seated vulnerability. She seemed to have lost her way, instinctively drawn towards Xiao Xian, step by step, like a dreamer. Her once formidable golden vertical pupils, which had looked down upon the world, were now filled with confusion and pleading. She unconsciously reached out her hand, as if grasping for that last glimmer of hope. Save me. The whisper was so faint it was almost inaudible, escaping her parched lips. Xiao Xian gazed at the stunning woman before him, stripped of all pretense, leaving only the primal instinct for survival, and his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. This was not merely about saving her. It was also about salvaging himself. He inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, and inwardly questioned Elder Dan. What would be the consequences? Elder Dan's voice carried an enigmatic undertone. The consequence is that you shall forge the deepest soul bond. From this moment forth, all that she possesses will be shared with you. Her power, her life, even her thoughts. Boom. Xiao Xian's mind resonated with a thunderous sound. Share everything? He looked upon the breathtaking queen extending a hand towards him, her face a portrait of heartbreaking fragility. No longer hesitating, he strode forward, embracing Medusa's cold and soft form in his arms. In that instant, the entire world of flames erupted as if provoked. The golden liquid flames surged like colossal waves, engulfing the two entirely, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic golden flame cocoon. On the surface of the cocoon, ancient runes began to manifest, swirling slowly. A profound union, a fusion concerning life and death, evolution through fire, had officially commenced. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the beleaguered serpent folk warriors suddenly trembled. Their connection to Her Majesty, rooted in bloodline, was severed in that instant. Within the independent realm of flowing golden sand flames, Xiao Xian was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. This was no longer a mere space of flames. The golden liquid fire transformed into a crucible, with Xiao Xian and Medusa as the divine weapons being forged within. His 9 sons' fire, the quintessence of solar power, continuously infused Medusa's waning life essence. Meanwhile, Medusa's 7-colored devouring sky python bloodline, an exceedingly rare embodiment of yin, began to reciprocate after being ignited. Yin and yang, cold and hot. These two diametrically opposed yet supremely pure energies formed a mysterious and perfect cycle under the flawless catalytic effect of the flowing golden sand flame. Boom. Xiao Xian felt as if his body might burst. The newly fused energy, a blend of yin and yang, surged powerfully through his limbs, cleansing his meridians and bones. His cultivation, originally at the 3rd level of the profound realm, crumbled under the onslaught of this energy. Crack. Something shattered. The bottleneck of the 3rd level of the profound realm was obliterated. A torrent of energy surged forth like a burst dam, propelling his cultivation to the 4th level of the profound realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Xiao Xian's cultivation soared like a rocket, effortlessly breaking through each barrier as if it were as simple as breathing. His meridians expanded, fortified, becoming incredibly resilient. His physique, refined by this energy, began to radiate a faint luminescence. In the outside world, the golden flame cocoon enveloping the two blazed ever more brilliantly. The ancient runes on its surface swirling with increasing speed, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. The exhausted serpent folk warriors trembled at the sensation of this aura, feeling an indescribable reverence and submission deep within their bloodlines. Was this the aura of Her Majesty? Elder Mo Qing's face was etched with uncertainty. This aura was both familiar and foreign. Familiar was the pressure from the seven-colored devouring sky python bloodline, yet foreign was a higher echelon of power they had never experienced. Time passed, and when the energy within Xiao Xian finally settled, his cultivation firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound realm. Just one step away from comprehending the heavens, he was on the verge of entering the celestial realm. As he reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, 100 times stronger than before, a wave of pride surged within Xiao Xian. This expedition to the desert Dead Sea had been worth it. At that moment, the glow of the golden flame cocoon began to gradually recede. Ultimately, with a faint cracking sound, the massive cocoon shattered inch by inch, transforming into a myriad of golden specks of light, dispersing like fireflies throughout the shattered hall. Her Majesty, Elder Mo Qing and all the surviving serpent folk warriors anxiously turned their gazes toward the center of the dissipating cocoon. As the lights extinguished, the vast hall revealed only a solitary figure seated cross-legged. It was none other than Xiao Xian. Their regal and noble queen, however, was nowhere to be found. What happened? Where is Her Majesty? The hearts of all the serpent folk sank. Could it be that Her Majesty's evolution had failed and she had? Xiao Xian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance illuminating his gaze. He felt the unprecedented power within him, and before he could fully revel in it, he sensed a slight movement in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. There, coiled upon his collar, was a slender serpent, no thicker than a finger. The little serpent was entirely translucent, as if sculpted from the most exquisite jade, its body adorned with delicate scales that shimmered with a dreamlike spectrum of 9 colors. At that moment, it tilted its small head, affectionately nuzzling its soft, hornless crown against Xiao Xian's chin. Its eyes, purer and more flawless than black gemstones, filled with an insatiable curiosity as they regarded him. Is this Medusa? Xiao Xian was utterly bewildered. Just then, Elder Dan's voice, brimming with unprecedented shock and elation, thundered through his mind like a clap of lightning. My heavens! 9 colors. It's the 9-colored sky-devouring python, a creature that, according to legend, appeared only once in the ancient era. Elder Dan's voice trembled with excitement, his words tumbling over one another in a frenzy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The convergence of yin and yang, the return of bloodlines. She has actually harnessed your supreme yang fire to complete her ancestral evolution, transforming into a true divine beast. Young man, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure beyond measure. No, this cannot merely be described as a treasure. It is a miraculous gift from the heavens. The 9-colored sky-devouring python, a divine beast? Xiao Xian's heart raced uncontrollably, just as he was engulfed in astonishment. The little serpent nestled in his arms seemed to grow hungry, a remarkably clear thought piercing through his mind. Hungry. The voice was soft and melodious, laced with a hint of playfulness. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming sense of dependence and intimacy, emanating from the depths of his soul, enveloped him completely, as if he were her entire world. Xiao Xian understood in an instant. This was what Elder Dan referred to as the most profound soul contract. The 9-colored python before him was indeed Medusa. However, it appeared she had lost all her memories, transformed into a nascent being with the mind of an infant. Xiao Xian, my young friend. At that moment, Elder Mo Qing approached cautiously, accompanied by several esteemed members of the Serpent clan, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with worry. May I inquire, where is Her Majesty the Queen? All eyes from the Serpent clan were fixed upon Xiao Xian, awaiting his response. As thoughts raced through his mind, he gently cradled the 9-colored python in his palms and slowly rose to his feet. He suppressed all emotions, his face adopting a solemn and serious demeanor, and with a steady voice, announced to the assembled Serpent clan, Her Majesty the Queen has successfully completed the ultimate evolution of her bloodline. However, due to the immense energy expenditure during this transformation, she has temporarily reverted to a juvenile state and will require a considerable amount of time to regain her strength. Upon hearing this, the Serpent clan was momentarily stunned before erupting into jubilant cheers. She has succeeded. Her Majesty the Queen has triumphed. Gazing at the bewildered little serpent in his palms, still bumping its tiny head against his fingers, Xiao Xian knew that he could no longer refer to her as Medusa. He looked at her ever-shifting, 9-colored scales, his gaze softening immeasurably. He gently spoke, from this day forth, you shall be named Kai Ling Hiss. The little serpent, now Kai Ling, seemed to comprehend his words, and appeared to delight in her new name, emitting a joyful hiss. Witnessing this scene, Elder Mo Qing and the others no longer harbored any doubts about Xiao Xian's words. Their gazes towards him brimmed with gratitude and admiration. However, just as Xiao Xian felt a sense of relief settle within him, Elder Dan's voice fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Young man, do not rejoice too soon. Elder Dan's tone regained its calm, yet bore a weight of seriousness. The growth of the nine-colored sky-devouring python requires the consumption of vast amounts of energy. Through the soul contract, in the absence of external energy supplementation, she will primarily draw from you. If you do not devise a way to procure sufficient celestial treasures to nourish her, within a month, you will be utterly drained, reduced to a mere husk of a human. Chapter 91. I command you to disarm. Meanwhile, at the Western Heaven ruins, within the remnants of the Blood Fiend sect's Western Heaven branch at the falling Tiger Mountain stronghold, the stench of blood hung thick in the air, coalescing into a thin mist throughout the valley. The stronghold was eerily silent, save for the whispers of wind through the banners and the squelching sound of Fang Yuan's feet as they pressed into the blood-soaked ground. Fang Yuan's hand plunged directly through the chest of the stronghold's leader, Hu Yang, crushing his heart with a swift motion. Hu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, unable to fathom how a mere junior in the innate realm could overpower him, a master of the profound realm's third level. With Fang Yuan's arm withdrawing from his body, the falling Tiger Mountain stronghold met its demise. Fang Yuan cast not a glance at the corpses below. With a flick of his wrist, the Blood Soul banner soared into the air, radiating an overwhelming crimson light. Twisted souls were forcibly extracted from various corners of the stronghold, shrieking as they merged into the banner, transforming into the purest sustenance. The essence that spilled forth from the Blood Soul banner flowed back into Fang Yuan's body. Once he had absorbed it all, an aura far surpassing that of the innate realm erupted from him, propelling his cultivation from the pinnacle of the innate realm's 9th level to the profound realm. It is done. The Blood Soul banner has formed 1,000 souls. Meanwhile, Zhou Ya, who followed closely behind him, remained unscathed, her attire untouched by blood, yet her demeanor remained calm in the face of such gruesome scenes. Having accompanied Fang Yuan for days, she had grown accustomed to such sights and was no longer fazed. With an indifferent expression, she turned to Fang Yuan, her tone slightly urging, "Enough, now that it's done, let us leave before the Blood Fiend sect catches wind of our presence." Fang Yuan, however, turned around, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Disarm." Huh. Zhou Ya froze, thinking she had misheard. Fang Yuan's voice grew firmer as he reiterated, "I command you to disarm. Are you mad? Here, I am in high spirits." Fang Yuan stepped forward, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, urging, "Hurry, do not make me repeat myself." "Very well." Zhou Ya bit her lip, ultimately yielding to his command, and reluctantly began to remove her robes. Fang Yuan approached her slowly, extending his hands to grasp her as he did so. At the heavenly peak, Li Shuer sat upon the eaves of the main hall, idly swinging her delicate, porcelain-like feet. Not long ago, she had just broken through to the profound realm, a moment that should have brought her joy, yet she felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if something crucial was missing. Her master had been gone for quite some time, and she wondered where he could be. Did he miss little Shui? Would her master have taken on new female disciples elsewhere? Would he forget about little Shui after acquiring new disciples? At that moment, she felt a profound lack of her master's energy within her, desperately needing replenishment. She had attempted to seek Elder Tai to inquire about Jiang Heng's whereabouts, but Elder Tai was as unyielding as his name suggested, refusing to utter a word. After a moment's contemplation, a flicker of determination ignited in Li Shuer's eyes. "No, I cannot continue to wait idly. I shall descend the mountain in search of my master." She leaped gracefully from the eaves, landing lightly before the main hall. Pushing the door open, "Elder Tai, I must descend the mountain to find my master." The elder, seated within, merely nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Subsequently, he discreetly pinched his fingers, and a wisp of grayish, chaotic law flowed from his fingertips, silently merging into Li Shuer's body. This was one of the 6 avatars left on him by Jiang Heng upon his departure. Should he encounter a life-threatening crisis, this avatar would autonomously activate. Elder Tai could also sense the avatar's activation and arrive in time to provide assistance. Upon receiving permission, Li Shuer, eager and impatient, tidied up her cave dwelling briefly before descending the mountain with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Fu Yao were approaching the main hall via another path. During these days, Zhou Yi, without hindering his cultivation, had made considerable progress in the way of talismans under Fu Yao's guidance. Seeing this, Fu Yao nodded appreciatively and then spoke in her usual cool tone. "Now that you have grasped the basics of talisman crafting, remember that mere theoretical knowledge is insubstantial. Only through practical experience can you truly master it. Our time is limited. Within 3 years, you must break through to the realm of the Honored One. Otherwise, you will lack the qualifications to venture to the Central Continent. Yes, Sister Yao, Zhou Yi replied. Fu Yao's words instantly doused the flicker of pride that had arisen in Zhou Yi due to his recent achievements in talisman crafting. Coincidentally, when the two arrived at the main hall, Li Shuer had just departed, resulting in a perfect misalignment among the three. On the other side, within his cave, Han Lin slowly opened his eyes. After returning to the peak, he had been diligently cultivating, and now his cultivation had soared to the 9th level of the innate realm, just one step away from the transcendence realm. Yet, this step remained elusive, as if he were missing something, not due to insufficient spiritual power, for the immense amplification had caused his internal spiritual energy to overflow. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound of an eggshell cracking echoed. Han Lin turned to see the purple crystal griffin egg he had obtained from the quasi-saint's secret realm now displaying a clear crack on its surface. It appeared that the little creature inside was ready to break free. Sure enough, moments later, the crack widened, and soon a fluffy little head emerged, curiously surveying the world. The first sight the griffin cub beheld was Han Lin, and it immediately struggled out of the shell, flapping its tender purple wings clumsily as it flew toward him. The little creature landed on Han Lin's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his cheek, emitting joyful chirps as if calling him daddy. Han Lin felt warmth in his heart and reached out to gently touch its little head. You are entirely purple. I shall call you Xiaozi from now on. Chirp chirp. Xiaozi happily chirped twice, clearly delighted with its new name. At this moment, Han Lin had already made up his mind. Staying secluded was not a long-term solution. Now that Xiaozi had successfully hatched, it was time to venture out for some practical experience. Resolute, he carried Xiaozi out of the cave toward the main hall. As he approached the entrance, he encountered Zhou Yi and Fu Yao, who were just exiting. Junior brother Zhou, junior sister Fu, what brings you here? Han Lin inquired. Senior brother Han. Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon the little creature on Han Lin's shoulder. What is this on your shoulder? Oh, this is Xiaozi, the egg I brought back from the secret realm last time, Han Lin explained. Xiaozi seemed a bit shy, quickly hiding behind Han Lin's head, peering out timidly. Oh, this little one is quite timid, Zhou Yi chuckled, then asked. Are you planning to descend the mountain for some training, senior brother Han? Indeed, Han Lin nodded. I was just about to report to Elder Tai. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened. In that case, why not travel together? It's always safer with company. Han Lin contemplated for a moment and then agreed with a nod. He was always cautious, and having more companions certainly provided an added layer of security. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll inform Elder Tai and return. Chapter 92. Ascending to the Great Sage, Severing the Causality. In the Central Continent, within the depths of the Beastmaster Forest in the Qingyun domain, a thunderous boom erupted as a colossal purple gold seal descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon a range of mountains. In an instant, earth and stone crumbled. Ancient trees turned to ash, and the entire mountain range was ruthlessly erased from existence, transformed into an unfathomable void. The magical beasts within the forest remained surprisingly calm amidst this colossal upheaval. Such occurrences had been happening almost incessantly over the past few days. Initially, they felt some trepidation, but after several events, they had grown accustomed to it. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of saintly might enveloped the void. Time seemed to reverse as the flattened mountains rose anew, the shattered flora rekindled with life, and everything returned to its original state. At the foot of the mountains, Jiang Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, visibly pleased with his handiwork. After several days of familiarization, bolstered by 100-fold comprehension, Jiang Heng had fully mastered the chaotic scripture and derived a martial technique called chaotic seal from it. Simultaneously, under the dual enhancement of his chaotic body and chaotic sacred sword, his chaotic sword intent had successfully transitioned from mere intent into a domain. Of course, this was also significantly influenced by the soul sharing with Su Jiyue, whose soul strength had reached the quasi-emperor level. Just then, a series of system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Disciple Xiao Xian has advanced to the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, triggering 100,000 times return. Host cultivation improved. Disciple Feng Yuan has advanced to the 1st level of the Transcendence Realm, triggering 100,000 times return. Host cultivation improved. Disciple Han Lin has advanced to the 9th level of the Innate Realm, triggering 100,000 times return. Host cultivation elevated to high-level saint. Excellent. My disciples are quite impressive, Jiang Heng remarked, a smile beginning to form. However, just then, a resounding phoenix cry erupted within the small world he had established. Subsequently, the system's voice rang out once more. Disciple Li Linger has advanced to the 2nd transition of quasi-saint, triggering 100,000 times return. Host cultivation elevated to initial stage, Great Sage. In that instant, Jiang Heng's internal aura surged dramatically. The barrier of the saint realm shattered, and an overwhelming power, 100 times stronger than before, coursed through his limbs. His comprehension of the chaotic laws also ascended to an entirely new level. In the depths of his being, he sensed a thread that was ethereal yet omnipresent: causality. Finally, he had made a step forward in severing the soul sharing with Su Jiyue. However, before Jiang Heng could revel in his success, he sensed 6 distinct auras approaching him at an astonishing speed, 2 of which were at the same initial stage of the great sage level as himself. A streak of light flashed across the horizon. Among the 6 figures, the leading elder from the Qingyun Holy Land, Chen, turned to the individual beside him. "Elder Shirley, are you certain an extraordinary treasure has emerged?" The elder named Shirley replied with unwavering conviction, "Absolutely. That aura is overwhelmingly sacred and vast, likely related to the legendary Tianqiong. Moreover, the area of its emergence perfectly aligns with the location where the Holy Master previously deduced the whereabouts of Li Xuanqing and others. It is likely that the extraordinary treasure has already fallen into their possession." Tianqiong. A glimmer of greed flickered in Chen's eyes, for it was a legendary beast representing immortality. Should he obtain it, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Then, upon hearing the name Li Xuanqing, his gaze turned icy with malice. He turned to another great sage elder, whose eyes also gleamed with greed, and smiled. "Elder Bai Luo, shall we engage in a wager? Whosoever first claims the head of Li Xuanqing shall inherit the celestial phoenix treasure. The loser will bear the severed heads of both Li Xuanqing and that wretched girl. Li Ling to the Holy Master for a reward. What say you?" After a moment's contemplation, the elder known as Bai Luo nodded in agreement. "Very well. As Elder Chen has suggested." No sooner had the words left his lips than the pace of the 6 hastened in unison. Upon arriving at their destination, they quickly spotted a white figure at the foot of the mountain. The 6 swiftly descended before Jiang Heng. Chen casually produced a scroll from his storage ring, depicting the likenesses of Li Xuanqing and his companions. With an air of condescension, he scrutinized Jiang Heng from above, his expression brimming with arrogance. "Boy, have you seen any of these individuals?" Jiang Heng immediately recognized Chen from their previous encounter at Ziyun Tower. Subsequently, his eye of the Dao swept over the 6, revealing their intentions and thoughts with clarity. They had been drawn in by the aura emitted when Ling awakened her celestial phoenix body. Coincidentally, he also wished to test the extent of his current strength. Thus, Jiang Heng focused his mind. System: disable the instant kill feature against opponents of the same realm. Acknowledged. The feature has been disabled for the host. Seeing Jiang Heng's silence, as if he were oblivious to his presence, Chen's countenance darkened, fury rising within him. "Boy, I am inquiring about these individuals. Have you seen them?" His tone turned frigid, menace evident in his voice. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "I am rather curious to see what will happen if you utter that request a 3rd time." Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such audacity from someone who had encountered them clad in the garb of the Qingyun Holy Land. At that moment, Bai Luo stepped forward. "Why waste words on him? Let us simply kill him and extract his soul." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his fingers, unleashing several strands of condensed white sword energy that soared through the air, silently aimed at Jiang Heng. The sword strands were razor-sharp, leaving faint white trails in their wake. As they approached, all believed that Jiang Heng's flesh would be shredded into mincemeat. However, upon contact with Jiang Heng's skin, the strands, capable of effortlessly piercing through the flesh of saints, produced a sound akin to metal clashing, shattering into countless luminous specks without even singeing a single hair on his body. Witnessing this, the 6 were left in a state of astonishment. Jiang Heng shook his head gently, disappointment lacing his voice. Too weak. At that moment, he extended his right hand forward. With a hum, the heavens darkened as a colossal purple-gold seal materialized, swirling with chaotic energy, manifesting the laws of the universe, and descending upon the 6 with an overwhelming force capable of suppressing eternity. Not good. The 6 sensed the impending doom, their inner holy power surging wildly as they turned to flee. Yet, to their horror, they discovered that the surrounding space had seemingly solidified, trapping them in place. They could only watch helplessly as the purple-gold seal slowly descended. As it fell, everything was reduced to oblivion. 2 initial stage great saints and 4 high stage saints were thus erased from existence. In the Holy Master Hall of Qingyun Holy Land, the Holy Master Qindong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. At that moment, sensing the demise of Chen and the others, he attempted to trace the causal threads to unveil the perpetrator. Just moments ago, he had felt the consciousness of Chen and Bai Luo extinguish from the soul lamps. He immediately followed the invisible threads of causality, striving to deduce the location of the assailant. However, just as he was on the verge of uncovering the truth, two distinct and terrifying forces interposed themselves, one of which was overwhelmingly domineering, severing the causal thread he had been probing. With a cough, Chen Dong was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly waning. He disregarded his injuries, his face a mask of horror and dread. The assailant has backing. Moreover, the entity could effortlessly sever causality. A quasi-emperor? Or an emperor? No, that is impossible. This world has not seen an emperor for far too long. Therefore, it must be a quasi-emperor. Was it the other 5 holy lands? Or the long-dormant immortal forces that had acted? Chapter 93. What are those I have slain? In the central continent, at Yuxiang Tower, within a cloud-enveloped, elegant chamber on the top floor, Su Jiyue reclined languidly on a soft couch, her delicate fingers plucking a crystal-clear grape, gracefully bringing it to her lips. Her captivating fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, in the next instant, her movement halted abruptly. A flicker of icy coldness flashed through her enchanting gaze. An invisible, vast soul force radiated from her, sweeping across the entire central continent. HM. She let out a soft hum, sensing a faint disturbance along the soul thread that was intricately connected to her man. Someone was attempting to pry into his whereabouts through the threads of causality. Seeking death. The lazy demeanor on Su Jiyue's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an aura of chilling authority and murderous intent. Her soul force surged along the causality thread effortlessly, swiftly locking onto its source. In the Holy Master Hall of Qingyun, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of a holy master, with a grim expression, sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals as the laws of causality swirled around him. This was none other than the Holy Master of Qingyun, Chen Dong. So it is you, little ant. A disdainful cold smile curved Su Jiyue's lips. A mere king of saints dares to pry into her man's affairs. Her soul force transformed into an invisible blade, poised to sever the causality thread and obliterate the unwitting Chen Dong's soul. Yet, just as she was about to strike, the causality line linking her to Jiang Heng snapped with a resounding crack. An unparalleled force, seemingly transcending all, isolated every attempt at probing. Su Jiyue halted her movements, the murderous intent in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of astonishment and a tinge of melancholy. Her man indeed harbored secrets even she could not fathom. The ability to sever causality autonomously. This revelation filled her with a sense of defeat, yet more so, a twisted exhilaration. Her man was truly extraordinary. How delightful this is. Is it not? I shall spare you this once. Su Jiyue withdrew her soul force, casting a lingering gaze toward the direction of Qingyun Holy Land. However, she silently hoped that he would not truly provoke her man. Otherwise, the remainder of her thought went unspoken. Yet the temperature within the elegant chamber plummeted to an icy chill. Meanwhile, in the Beastmaster Forest, Jiang Heng, who had just obliterated 6 powerful beings of the Saint Realm, heard the cold notification of the system echoing in his mind. Detected an attempt to glean information regarding the host through causality. Automatic protection has been triggered. Causality line has been severed. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Heng felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He had just slain the 6 elders of the Qingyun sacred land when someone immediately employed causal techniques to deduce his whereabouts. It was evident, even to the most simplistic of minds, that the assailant must be a high-ranking figure from the Qingyun sacred land, most likely the sovereign, Chen Dong. Although the system had severed the causal ties, preventing them from pinpointing his exact location, they could still ascertain the general area by inferring the site of Chun Chen's demise. This was no place to linger. In an instant, Jiang Heng resolved to act. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from the small world he had created. With a flick of his consciousness, his voice reached the ears of Li Xuanqing, who was in seclusion, as well as his disciple, Li Linger. The situation has changed. Come out quickly and prepare for a retreat. No sooner had he uttered these words than 8 streams of light surged from various corners of the small world, materializing before Jiang Heng. It was Li Xuanqing, the Crimson Dragon Sage, and 6 other powerful sages, along with Li Linger. Despite being in the midst of healing, they had not entered a deep state of meditation, and upon Jiang Heng's call, they immediately awakened. Little Jiang, what is happening? Li Xuanqing inquired, his expression grave. The people from the Qingyun sacred land are pursuing us. We have been exposed, Jiang Heng succinctly explained. At his words, the expressions of Li Xuanqing and the others shifted dramatically. They understood all too well that if they were ensnared by the main forces of the Qingyun sacred land in their current depleted state, their only fate would be death. Let us depart. The Crimson Dragon Sage decisively commanded, sparing no time for discussion. The 7 of them summoned their sacred powers, ready to rend the fabric of space for a long-distance teleportation. Jiang Heng's sacred energy enveloped Li Linger, preparing to take her with him. However, at that very moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from above, akin to the collapse of the heavens. The might of a sage king. Boom. The entire space instantly solidified under this oppressive force, as if it had become a slab of iron. The sacred energies that Li Xuanqing and the others had just gathered were instantly shattered by this overwhelming might. The seven of them suddenly felt their bodies sink, and with a thud, they were forced to kneel on one knee, unable to lift their heads. Their faces were etched with horror and despair. A sage king. The presence that had arrived was that of a terrifying entity at the sage king level. Among the 9 present, only Jiang Heng, who had recently advanced to the early stages of a great sage and bore the chaotic physique, remained standing. Though he felt as if an invisible mountain rested upon his shoulders, slightly hindering his movements. He slowly raised his gaze to the sky, where he saw a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by swirling laws, his aura merging with that of the heavens. Qianqiong, the sovereign of the Qingyun sacred land. He had arrived, and far sooner than Jiang Heng had anticipated. Qianqiong's gaze swept over the individuals below. Upon sighting the disheveled figure of Li Xuanqing, along with the distinctly different aura of Li Linger, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Heng, the only one still able to stand. He could distinctly sense the residual aura of the laws that lingered on this young man. Remnants of Tianqiong and the others' demise. It was him. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent instantly locked onto Jiang Heng. You are the one who killed Tianqiong and the others? Qianqiong's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd like the coldest ice from the depths of the abyss. In the face of the Sage King's inquiry, Li Xuanqing and the others felt their hearts race, their tension reaching a peak. Yet, Jiang Heng exhibited not a trace of fear upon his countenance. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips as he calmly nodded. It was I who did it. His tone was as tranquil as if he were discussing a trivial matter, as though he were merely saying that a few bothersome ants had been effortlessly crushed. This nonchalant demeanor ignited a firestorm of fury within Qianqiong. Arrogance. What utter arrogance! A mere early-stage great sage had dared to kill the elders of his sacred land and stood before a sage king without a hint of fear, even going so far as to provoke him. Well, very well. Qianqiong, seething with rage, unleashed the terrifying aura of a sage king without restraint. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly raised his right hand and struck down towards Jiang Heng with a single palm. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted, and the heavens fell silent. A colossal, ancient hand, forged from an inexhaustible force of laws, blotted out the sun, descending with the terrifying might to obliterate all in its path, aimed directly at Jiang Heng. Chapter 94. You dare to lay hands on my people? Faced with the colossal hand of laws capable of annihilating stars, Jiang Heng's black hair and robes billowed wildly in the violent currents. Among those behind him, aside from Li Xuanqing, the others quivered under the weight of the devastating pressure, their faces painted with despair. Li Xuanqing's gaze, however, darted about, seemingly weighing his options. A Sage King's wrathful strike. There was no way a mere early-stage great sage could withstand it. Not even 10 of them would survive such an onslaught. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Jiang Heng maintained an expression of calm detachment. Within him, the chaotic physique surged into action, an ancient, supreme force, as if transcending all paths, erupted from his limbs and bones. Chaotic seal. Jiang Heng advanced rather than retreated, raising his right hand to meet the descending force. There were no earth-shattering sounds, nor any manifestations of surrounding laws. Only a seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with the power to cleave the heavens and earth. A violet gold seal coalesced from his palm and boldly collided with the colossal hand that overshadowed all. Boom. A deafening roar shattered the skies above. The two vastly different forces clashed with the utmost ferocity in midair. The space around them fractured like a shattered mirror, revealing gaping black voids. The violent energy surges transformed into visible shockwaves, radiating outward in all directions. Mountains within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were instantly leveled to the ground by the force of the aftermath. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Heng found himself staggering back 3 steps in midair, each step carving immense craters into the void. He felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, his blood surging. Yet he managed to stabilize himself. He had withstood a blow from a Sage King. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, he remained unscathed. What? In the high heavens, Qianqiong's expression finally displayed a look of incredulity, though he had not exerted his full strength. That strike was not something an early-stage great sage could withstand. Yet this young man not only blocked it, but appeared to do so with ease. What manner of monster was he? What was his constitution? What techniques did he cultivate? Within Qianqiong's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng's own heart was not at ease. A sage king was indeed formidable. Even a casual strike from him instilled immense pressure. If the other party unleashed their full power, Jiang Heng, though fortified by his chaotic physique, could not expect to emerge unscathed. What weighed heavily on his heart was the unsettling realization that from the direction of the Qiyun's sacred land, numerous formidable presences were swiftly approaching. Among them were at least 5 great saints, and even one who rivaled Qindong in prowess, a saint king. The Qiyun's sacred land was mobilizing in full force. Should they encircle him, escape would be utterly impossible. Each person's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Qindong, too, sensed the impending reinforcements. The look of shock on his face was swiftly replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. Boy, no matter your monstrous abilities, today you shall surely perish. He ceased holding back, the formidable power of the Saint King surging within him, ready to unleash a thunderous strike to obliterate Jiang Heng completely. In that critical moment, an alluring voice, languid yet imbued with an irresistible charm capable of ensnaring both gods and demons, resonated unexpectedly through the heavens and the earth. The voice was soft yet unmistakably authoritative, declaring, "My people, you of the Qiyun's sacred land, are not worthy to act." At the instant the words fell, a colossal tear appeared in the sky as if rent by ethereal hands. A hand, exquisitely translucent and flawless, seemingly sculpted from the finest white jade, emerged slowly from the abyss of darkness. This jade hand bore no trace of energy fluctuation, yet exuded an overwhelming imperial majesty that rendered all of creation subservient, dimming the very sun, moon, and stars. The moment it manifested, Qindong's imminent eruption of Saint King energy was instantly suppressed. He felt as if a primordial divine mountain had descended upon him, rendering him utterly immobile, unable to even twitch a finger. Qindong's pupils constricted to their utmost, his face etched with an unprecedented terror. This power transcended that of a Saint King. It was a quasi-emperor. The thought struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his mind. Moreover, judging by her tone, she seemed intent on protecting that boy named Jiang Heng. Before he could ponder further, the immense jade hand moved. With a mere gentle wave directed at Qindong and the newly arrived great saints of the Qiyun's sacred land. It seemed as though she was merely swatting away a few bothersome flies. Yet, this seemingly casual gesture was catastrophic. Bang! Qindong was struck as if by lightning, a mouthful of saint blood erupting forth, and he was sent hurtling like a severed kite, crashing into a mountain of ruins, his fate uncertain. The newly arrived great saints could not even utter a cry before their bodies shattered like porcelain, their souls extinguished, utterly erased from existence. With a mere flick of her hand, a Saint King was grievously wounded, and several great saints perished. What an unimaginable terror! Li Xuanqing and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground, gazing up at the jade hand that spanned the horizon, their minds blank, breath forgotten. After accomplishing all this, the jade hand did not halt. It descended gently, radiating a soft light that enveloped Jiang Heng, Li Ling'er, and the 7 others, wrapping them in a warm embrace. In the next moment, with a flash of brilliance, the figures of the 9, along with the vast jade hand, vanished from sight, leaving behind a scarred earth and the Qiyun's sacred lord Qindong, who was left gasping in fear amidst the ruins. Chapter 95. A finger, repelling the quasi-emperor. The surrounding scenery shifted in an instant. One moment, they were in the monster beast forest, and the next, Jiang Heng and the others found themselves within an elegant loft. The top of the loft was shrouded in mist, suffused with celestial essence, as though they had been transported to a divine palace in the heavens. A faint, enchanting fragrance filled the air, and merely inhaling it brought immense relief to Li Xuanqing and the others, soothing their weary souls. Before them reclined a breathtaking figure, languidly leaning against a soft couch. She wore an exquisite palace gown, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall, and on her captivating face lingered a hint of a smile. She was none other than Su Jiyue, the one who had just silenced the Saint King Qindong with a mere wave of her hand. Li Xuanqing and the others were struck with awe, hastily bowing their heads. Although Li Xuanqing had already surmised the identity of the one who intervened from the voice when the jade hand appeared, facing her in person caused his heart to race uncontrollably. She was so youthful. The woman before him appeared scarcely out of her teenage years, yet the innate supremacy that emanated from her, surpassing all, made even this Saint Realm warrior's soul tremble. He could not fathom why such a paragon would personally intervene to save him, a mere saint. Then, as Li Xuanqing's gaze inadvertently flicked, clarity struck him. He realized that the esteemed leader had not once shifted her gaze since their arrival. Those bewitching eyes were fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Heng. A tempest of emotions surged within Li Xuanqing. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Heng, who remained composed. It was all thanks to this young lad. Li Xuanqing chuckled bitterly within, coming to a sudden understanding. He had wondered why he possessed such influence. It seemed his newly acquired disciple held far more weight in the leader's eyes than he had imagined. With such a quasi-emperor as a supporter, what could he not achieve in this world? Just as Li Xuanqing was lost in thought, a resounding boom echoed. The entire Jade Fragrance Pavilion trembled violently. A domineering and wrath-filled oppressive force descended, locking onto the loft with unyielding ferocity. Sky Fox Quasi-Emperor, do you think the Qian sacred land is defenseless? A thunderous, aged voice reverberated through the void. To dare lay hands on our sacred land as elder and lord. Do you not fear this old bone of mine will bring you to your doom? At the moment the words were spoken, a colossal hand, entirely formed from the laws of the soul path, tore through the clouds, descending with earth-shattering might upon the Jade Fragrance Pavilion. The might of a quasi-emperor. Another supreme existence of quasi-emperor caliber. Li Xuanqing's complexion drained of color. The relief he had briefly felt now replaced by dread. This was the Qiyun sacred land's ancestor of soul. They were in deep trouble. However, Su Jiyue, reclining on the couch, showed not a flicker of concern. She didn't even sit up straight, merely lifting her enchanting eyes to disdainfully glance at the massive azure hand in the sky. Then, with a casual flick of her delicate finger, she pointed at that gigantic hand. The ferocious azure palm, under Su Jiyue's simple gesture, disintegrated soundlessly, as if it had never existed at all. After deflecting the blow, Su Jiyu leisurely directed her gaze into the depths of the void, where a colossal, ancient silhouette flickered in and out of sight. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of her lips. Do you truly think that you, the old wretch of the green soul, are worthy of such a fate? Moreover, with your dwindling lifespan and that decaying imperial body on the verge of collapse, do you dare to contend with this empress? Her voice resonated with unabashed mockery and contempt, echoing throughout the entirety of Central State. The ancient figure in the void visibly faltered, its aura becoming disordered in an instant. Lifespan. This was indeed his greatest vulnerability. Having long since drained his vitality, he was on the brink of demise. Were it not for his prolonged slumber in the depths of the sacred land, sustained by secret methods, he would have likely turned to dust by now. Forced to awaken today, he had already suffered damage to his essence. Engaging in a desperate struggle against the thriving celestial fox quasi-emperor would be tantamount to self-destruction. He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. After a suffocating silence, the voice of the green soul ancestor, filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, rang out once more. What a magnificent celestial fox quasi-emperor! What a brazen heavenly thief alliance! This humiliation today shall be etched in the annals of the Qingyun sacred land. We shall see how this unfolds. With those venomous words, the overwhelming quasi-emperor's pressure receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a somewhat urgent voice suddenly emerged from outside the elegant pavilion. Report. I must inform the alliance leader that urgent military intelligence has arrived from the front lines. Enter, Su Jiuyu replied, retracting her gaze and restoring her languid demeanor. As her words fell, a figure cloaked in a black robe, shrouded in shadows, appeared within the pavilion. The aura emanating from him was profound as the ocean, revealing him to be a formidable great saint. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense that this individual's cultivation surpassed his own, having reached the high-tier great saint level. However, upon entering, the figure in the black robe did not immediately report his findings. Instead, his gaze swept over Li Xianxian and the others, evidently cautious of the presence of outsiders. Su Jiuyu understood his intent. Her languid gaze passed over the red dragon saint and the others, and she spoke gently. Jiang Heng, Li Xianxian may remain, but the rest of you should kindly step outside and wait for a moment. Yes, alliance leader. The 7 members, including the red dragon saint, responded without hesitation. After exchanging glances, they immediately bowed and respectfully exited the pavilion. They were acutely aware that the ensuing matters were beyond their level of involvement. At that juncture, however, Li Xianxian, who had been named to stay, took a step forward and respectfully clasped his hands together. I must inform the alliance leader that I, too, shall wait outside. He understood well that the secrets of the Heavenly Thief Alliance were not meant for someone of his recent initiation and mere saint-level cultivation. The alliance leader had called him to remain solely out of respect for Jiang Heng. This favor was not one he could take for granted. At such a moment, it was far wiser to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Su Jiuyu regarded him with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Giving a slight nod as a form of tacit consent, Li Xianxian felt as though he had been granted a great reprieve. After bowing once more, he turned to leave the pavilion. Seeing this, Jiang Heng was about to step out as well when Su Jiuyu's voice, imbued with an unassailable authority, rang out. You stay. Jiang Heng halted, his footfall stilled in place. The black-robed great saint cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Heng, intrigued and surprised by the young man whom the alliance leader addressed as official. However, he dared not inquire further and promptly knelt on one knee, solemnly reporting, "I must report to the alliance leader. We have received confidential news from the deputy alliance leader. The God Clan's leader seems to be on the brink of collapse. Should we initiate the next phase of our plan?" "Oh." Su Jiuyu's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light at his words, a fleeting surge of indescribable joy passing across her countenance. However, she quickly suppressed her excitement and pondered for a moment before responding in a calm tone. "There is no rush. We shall observe for a while longer. After all, the God Clan is an ancient lineage with profound roots. It is entirely possible they may retaliate at the last moment. Indeed, the alliance leader exhibits profound foresight." The black-robed great saint replied respectfully. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Heng stood by, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves. The God Clan? Wasn't that the clan of his disciple, Fu Yao? Moreover, it appeared that Su Jiuyu's relationship with the God Clan was rather strained. Chapter 96, Official, Welcome to my fantasy realm. Once the black-robed great saint had respectfully exited the pavilion, only Jiang Heng and Su Jiuyu remained in this space. The sandalwood incense burning within the elegant pavilion seemed to grow richer at that moment. The earlier atmosphere of tension brought about by military affairs dissipated, replaced by a more intimate, even slightly ambiguous tranquility. Su Jiuyu slowly straightened from her languid position. The air of nonchalance melted away, revealing an enigmatic allure that was ineffable. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Heng, her captivating fox-like eyes swirling with light and emotion. There was joy in their reunion, reckless anticipation, and a hint of deep-seated obsession lurking within her soul. "Official," she spoke softly, her voice delicate yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Jiang Heng raised his gaze, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "I will take you to a place," Su Jiuyu declared, rising gracefully and extending her delicate hand toward the void. Jiang Heng felt the space before him ripple like water, a gentle yet irresistible spatial force enveloping him. He did not resist, allowing that power to draw him in. In the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed. No longer was he in the elegant pavilion, but rather in a secluded, tranquil valley, removed from the chaos of the world. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying the fragrance of foliage and blossoms. The brook babbled softly, splashing against smooth pebbles, creating a symphony of delightful sounds. Exquisite wooden cabins were scattered throughout the verdant valley, where wisps of smoke curled up from chimneys, weaving a serene and harmonious tapestry. As Jiang Heng surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the inhabitants of this valley were a humanoid race retaining fox ears and tails, their eyes vibrant and pure, untouched by the filth of the world. The Spirit Fox Clan. Su Jiuyu stood beside Jiang Heng, her arms outstretched as if embracing the very winds of the valley. A near-religious smile graced her face as she softly addressed him. "Official, welcome to my fantasy realm." No sooner had her words fallen than a bright, youthful voice rang out from the direction of a nearby wooden cabin, filled with excitement and longing. "Sister Jiuyu, you've finally come to see us. We've missed you so much." Jiang Heng turned to follow the voice. A group of spirit fox children, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, were joyfully scampering towards Su Jiuyu, their short legs moving with enthusiasm. Each one was a picture of exquisite beauty, with fox ears bobbing merrily atop their heads and their tails swaying like spinning windmills, utterly adorable. Upon gazing at the group of children, the regal air of authority and allure that enveloped Su Jiuyu dissipated instantaneously. In its stead emerged a tenderness, previously concealed from the outer world, emanating from the depths of her soul. She even lifted her skirt and hurried towards them, squatting before the leading little girl with arms outstretched. Xiaoyu, the spirit fox child, named Xiaoyu, darted into Su Jiuyu's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, nuzzling her chest affectionately with her tiny head. "Sister, you haven't visited in such a long time. I thought you no longer wanted us." The little girl's voice was tinged with a plaintive nasal tone. "Silly child, how could I ever forsake you?" Su Jiuyu gently stroked Xiaoyu's head, her voice soft enough to evoke tears. "I've merely been occupied with some troublesome matters outside." "Then, when can you take us out?" Xiaoyu looked up, her large, watery eyes brimming with innocent anticipation. The books say the outside world is vast and filled with countless delightful things to see and taste. Su Jiuyu's hand, caressing her hair, hesitated for the briefest moment. Then, her smile grew even more tender as her fingertips lightly brushed Xiaoyu's nose. "Soon, in a little while, once I handle everything, I'll take you out. Wherever you wish to go, sister will accompany you." "Really? That would be wonderful." Xiaoyu immediately erupted into joyous excitement, with the other children jubilantly bouncing alongside her. Jiang Heng stood nearby, silently observing the scene, feeling the tension within him ease slightly. Even someone as decisive and deeply contemplative as Su Jiyue, a quasi-emperor, retained a tender corner within her heart. A faint smile inadvertently graced his otherwise stoic visage. At that moment, Xiaoyu, nestled in Su Jiyue's arms, finally noticed Jiang Heng not far away. She tilted her little head, her large eyes blinking with curiosity, and asked in a bright voice, "Sister Jiyue, who is this big brother? I've never seen him before." The moment the question left her lips, the gaze of all the children converged on Jiang Heng. Filled with pure curiosity, Su Jiyue turned to look at Jiang Heng, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her enchanting eyes. She turned back to Xiaoyu and replied mysteriously, "He is someone very important to me in the outside world." Very important. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantaneously, as if a revelation dawned upon her, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Is he the loved one that the adults in our clan often speak of?" Before Su Jiyue could respond, she wriggled free from Su Jiyue's embrace and dashed over to Jiang Heng, her small figure looking up at him with eager anticipation. "Big brother, when will you marry Sister Jiyue? Once you're married, will you have many little foxes to play with us?" The innocent words, though naive, struck like thunder. Even Jiang Heng found himself momentarily speechless at her unexpected line of questioning. Just as he was about to explain, the other spirited spirit fox children had already encircled him, chattering excitedly. "Yes, yes, big brother, you must marry soon. Sister Jiyue is so wonderful. You mustn't bully her. You must let us have wedding sweets." Surrounded by the enthusiastic children, Jiang Heng felt a mixture of helplessness and warmth at their unadulterated goodwill. Meanwhile, Su Jiyue merely stood to the side, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing at her lips, relishing in his rare moment of embarrassment, showing no inclination to intervene. The children, seeing her tacit approval, became even more convinced of their assumptions, their gazes towards Jiang Heng growing increasingly warm and fervent. After a while, Su Jiyue stepped forward, gently calming the children and encouraging them to play elsewhere. After bidding farewell to the spirited little foxes, she continued deeper into the valley with Jiang Heng. "My dear, what do you think? Is it beautiful here?" Su Jiyue's voice carried a subtle undertone of tension and anticipation. Jiang Heng surveyed his surroundings, taking in the picturesque scenery and the pure-hearted spirit foxes inhabiting the area, and sincerely replied, "It is beautiful. It is a tranquility and purity that detaches from the worldly chaos of the 3,000 realms." "Indeed, it is beautiful," Su Jiyue sighed softly, her tone unexpectedly imbued with a sense of melancholy that seemed at odds with the serene surroundings. At that moment, they passed by an ancient wooden house, where two elderly spirit foxes, their hair grizzled and frames hunched, were engaged in a heated argument. One elderly woman, leaning on a cane, trembled with indignation, exclaiming, "Old man, I have long told you to persuade Jiyue. We should not exist in this world any longer. Do not let her waste her time and energy on us, the dying." The elderly man retorted, puffing out his cheeks in defiance, "What do you know, old woman? Jiyue is a prodigy. She will surely succeed. When that time comes, we shall all walk out of here with dignity and see the outside world." "Succeed? How will she succeed? After all these years, have you seen any hope?" The woman's voice dripped with despair. "All I see is that child growing increasingly weary. We have already died once. To continue to linger like this is already a great mercy. I do not wish to burden her any longer. You are foolish." Their quarrel caused Su Jiyue and Jiang Heng to halt in their tracks. Su Jiyue approached them, donning a gentle smile, and softly called out, "Grandma Ling, Grandpa Su. What are you arguing about this time?" Upon seeing Su Jiyue, the two elders immediately ceased their dispute. The elderly woman, referred to as Grandma Ling, looked at Su Jiyue with eyes full of compassion, sighing, "Ah, Jiyue has returned. I was just telling Grandpa Su not to waste any more of your time on us old bones. We are already dead. Having this pure land to rest in is enough for us. We do not wish to delay you any further." Su Jiyue's smile faltered slightly, and she softly replied, "But Grandma Ling, you were the one who supported me the most when I last came." Alas, Grandma Ling shook her head, her weary eyes devoid of hope, and she fell silent. Grandpa Su quickly interjected, "Jiyue, do not listen to Grandma Ling's nonsense. I believe in you. You will surely succeed." Listening to their exchange, Jiang Heng sensed something amiss. Should not exist? Already dead? Lingering on? These phrases seemed discordant with the vibrant paradise before him. When anomalies arise, they often signal underlying truths. Jiang Heng's mind stirred, and he awakened the eye of the great Dao. In an instant, the world before his eyes transformed drastically. As his gaze swept across the valley once more, his pupils constricted, rendering him motionless. Through the lens of the eye of the great Dao, the once vibrant and fragrant valley was revealed to be an elaborate illusion, woven from countless chains of laws. Within the valley, the so-called wooden cabins, babbling brooks, and blooming flora were all manifestations conjured from pure energy. What sent shivers down his spine was the realization that those seemingly animated members of the Spirit Fox clan, whether the innocent children or the two elderly individuals engaged in a quarrel, were not living beings at all. Instead, they were mere puppets, meticulously sculpted from various rare treasures. Each puppet was inscribed with a multitude of runes, binding a fragment of a shattered soul, and powered by a supremely intricate array, rendering them indistinguishable from real life. At this moment, he comprehended why this place was dubbed the Land of Illusion. For everything here was a fabrication, an artifice of human design. Chapter 97. She carries too much, Night Raid. As Jiang Heng's thoughts stirred, he gradually dissipated the divine sight of the eye of the Tao. The world in his eyes instantly reverted to its original state. It remained that vibrant valley filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and the two elderly spirit foxes still bickering, all appearing so genuine and teeming with vitality. Yet this time, Jiang Heng's heart could no longer return to its initial tranquility. This seemingly idyllic paradise was merely a magnificent cage constructed from endless obsessions and overwhelming magical power, an enormous illusionary formation. The denizens of this realm were not true living beings, but rather puppets stitched together from remnants of souls and rare materials. As he gazed upon the two elderly figures again, observing the vivid, warm expressions on their faces, an indescribable sense of eeriness surged within him. What extraordinary skill could create puppets so lifelike that even he could not discern their authenticity at first glance? And what emotions did Su Jiuyu harbor as she interacted with these false kin day after day, year after year? All of this radiated an unsettling mix of obsession and madness. Just as Jiang Heng's thoughts swirled tumultuously, Su Jiuyu's soft voice, laced with a hint of understanding, reached his ears. "My lord, you must have seen everything." Her tone was calm, devoid of the slightest hint of panic at having her secret unveiled, as if she had anticipated this moment. Jiang Heng paused for a moment before gently nodding in affirmation. Yes. Upon receiving his confirmation, Su Jiuyu displayed no trace of displeasure. Rather, she exhaled slowly, a subtle expression of relief spreading across her exquisitely beautiful face. She turned to face the valley, a realm where she had poured her boundless heart and soul, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. "Indeed, what you see is real. Yet everything here is not genuine. This land of illusion is a fleeting world I painstakingly constructed from the accumulation of my past 8 lives, exhausting countless resources and effort." Her gaze swept over the innocent children, the industrious clan members, and finally settled on the two elderly figures, her voice growing choked with emotion. "They are all my kin. In a great calamity, they perished to protect me. I gathered the remnants of their souls, reshaped their bodies with the finest materials in existence, and created this sanctuary for them within this grand formation. Yet, this is still not enough." Suddenly, Su Jiuyu pivoted, her captivating eyes fixated intensely on Jiang Heng, fervent flames of almost madness burning within them. "This is far from sufficient. I want them to truly live, to step out of here like normal beings and behold the world beyond. Now, it all hinged on this final life. If I can successfully attain enlightenment and unravel the cycle of reincarnation, I will transform this land of illusion from fantasy into reality." By the end of her declaration, her voice had taken on a tone of desperate excitement. The terrifying aura of a quasi-emperor involuntarily emanated from her, causing the entire valley to tremble in response. However, the moment her gaze met Jiang Heng's face, the tempestuous energy within her vanished without a trace. The frenzy faded from her features, replaced by a poignant smile and a flicker of hidden anxiety and fragility in her eyes. She stepped closer, almost inches away from Jiang Heng, tilting her breathtaking visage up towards him and softly asking, "My lord, do you think I will succeed?" Her voice was gentle, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, reminiscent of a child awaiting judgment. Jiang Heng gazed into her eyes, recognizing the singular obsession and the deep-seated hope buried beneath, and he sighed softly within. This woman bore too great a burden. He reached out and gently tucked a stray, wind-tousled strand of her silvery hair behind her ear. Meeting her anxious gaze, he spoke with a calm yet earnest tone. "You will." Those words seemed to possess an inexhaustible magic. Su Jiuyu froze entirely. In the next moment, her stunning fox-like eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, more radiant than the stars above. An uncontrollable wave of joy and excitement surged from her heart, illuminating her beautiful face with an utterly sincere and pure smile. "Yes, then I will take your words to heart." She nodded emphatically, as if she had received the most precious promise in the world. Subsequently, she turned to bid farewell to the two elderly figures, who continued to regard her with kind, affectionate gazes, reminding her to take care of herself. After parting from her kin, Su Jiuyu gracefully lifted her hand, and the space before them twisted once more. In a flash of light and shadow, the two reappeared in the elegant chamber atop the jade fragrance tower. Li Xuanqing and the others had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing them emerge, they hurriedly stepped forward to offer their respects. Su Jiuyu, in high spirits, wore a smile that had yet to wane, and she waved her hand, signaling everyone to stand down. She then instructed that the highest standard of accommodations be arranged for Jiang Heng and his companions, whether intentional or not. She had specifically placed Jiang Heng's room adjacent to her own quarters. As night enveloped the world like ink, Jiang Heng sat cross-legged upon the soft bed, eyes closed, engaged in meditation. The day's experiences had drained him considerably, particularly the impact of Su Jiuyu's land of illusion, which had profoundly shaken him. A woman who would go to such lengths to resurrect her kin, enduring 9 reincarnations to construct an illusory world single-handedly. Such obsession transcended the realm of ordinary understanding. After a considerable time, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, concluding his cultivation. Perhaps his spirit had grown weary, for as soon as he reclined, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Jiang Heng suddenly felt as though something was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Almost immediately, a warm, plush sensation coursed over his chest, as if something soft were brushing against him, accompanied by a faint, familiar fragrance. That scent was so familiar, Su Jiuyu's fragrance. Jiang Heng jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. In the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. Su Jiuyu had somehow appeared on his bed, her presence an unexpected surprise. She lay beside him like a gentle kitten, her head resting on his shoulder, her arms as delicate as white lotus roots, tightly encircling his arm. The breathtakingly ample curves of her bosom pressed against him, exuding an astonishing softness and elasticity. The plush sensation against his chest emanated from her enormous, snow-white fox tail, which swayed restlessly. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow upon her flawless sleeping visage, diminishing the severity and allure of daylight, while enhancing the innocence and tranquility of youth. For a brief moment, Jiang Heng's mind stumbled in utter disbelief. Had this woman truly wandered into his bed? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Attempting to gently withdraw his arm, he found her embrace unyieldingly tight, rendering escape impossible. Resigned, he extended his other hand, preparing to rouse her. However, just as his palm was about to brush against Su Jiuyu's fragrant shoulder, her brow furrowed in distress during her slumber, and a look of pain and unease crossed her face. Her rosy lips quivered slightly, producing a soft, weeping murmur akin to a dreamer's lament. "Don't go, please. Don't leave me alone." A single crystalline tear slipped down the contour of her perfect cheek, falling onto the pillow, leaving a small, damp mark. Witnessing this, Jiang Heng's outstretched hand froze midair, ultimately descending in defeat. The words "wake up" lingered on his lips but could not be uttered. Sighing inwardly, he abandoned the thought of waking her, allowing her to cling to him like an octopus. Yet, with that massive foxtail sweeping across his chest, a sleepless night awaited him. Chapter 98. My lord, it seems your disciple has misunderstood something. Meanwhile, in the boundless void outside the divine clan territory, war fortresses forged from black iron lay sprawled like ancient beasts, their cold, murderous aura palpable enough to dim the surrounding stars. In the front lines of the Heaven-Thieving Alliance, within the central command tent, a grand sage clad in a black cloak knelt on one knee, his voice laced with absolute reverence. At the head of the table sat a man, his imposing frame reminiscent of a mountain, his countenance stern, a jagged scar extending from his brow to his chin, enveloped in an aura of iron-blooded ferocity that seemed to coalesce into crimson smoke. His presence was as profound as an abyss, far surpassing that of the kneeling sage. Clearly a high-ranking sage king who had brushed against the threshold of quasi-emperor. Zhao Liang, the vice leader of the Heaven-Thieving Alliance. Thus, the situation unfolded. The leader had commanded, and the entire army was to remain motionless, observing the developments. Upon concluding his report, the sage in the black cloak noticed a glimmer of cold light flicker in Zhao Liang's deeply set eyes, his voice steady as a rock. The leader's orders must be executed. The divine lord is a caged beast now. Allowing him a few more days to breathe is of no consequence. Yes, the sage in black responded, yet hesitated to rise, a moment of uncertainty gripping him. Zhao Liang's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze imposing. Is there something else? The sage's throat tightened, but he steeled himself to speak. Vice leader, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Then do not speak. Zhao Liang's tone was harsh and devoid of warmth. It concerns the leader. The sage insisted urgently. Zhao Liang paused, the atmosphere in the tent thickening, his gaze turning fiercely aggressive. Speak. The sage swallowed hard, choosing his words with extreme caution. Vice leader, The leader has recently become close to a young man. Her treatment of him is extraordinary. She not only addresses him as my lord, but has also publicly confronted the quasi-emperor of the Qingyun's sacred land on his behalf. I dare to suggest that the leader's gaze toward this young man is filled with affection. The moment those words were uttered, the flickering candlelight in the tent stilled, the heated air turning icy. Zhao Liang's muscles tightened, his expression frozen. What did you say? Before he could react, a hot-tempered one-eyed general beside him smashed the table with a single blow, rising in anger. What nonsense! My lord, what a despicable title! Surely, this is a smooth-talking charlatan who has deceived the leader. Vice leader, I am willing to take a squad of elite soldiers back to headquarters to flay that pretty boy alive. Indeed, what sort of person is the leader that she should allow such lowly scoundrels to desecrate her dignity? Vice leader, give the order. We are willing to cleanse the leader's surroundings. The tent erupted with fury, a palpable bloodlust in the air. Among the ranks of the heaven-thieving alliance, none were unaware of Zhao Liang's affections for the leader, Su Jiyue. Hearing such news now presented an opportune moment for these loyal subordinates to demonstrate their allegiance. Just as the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, Zhao Liang's icy gaze returned, and he bellowed, "Enough!" The terrifying pressure of his sage king aura swept through the tent, silencing all voices. Nonsense! Do you wish to rebel? Zhao Liang's frigid glare scanned each individual, his authoritative tone leaving no room for dissent. The leader's actions are deliberate. Do you presume to speculate and criticize? This matter ends here. Should anyone dare to utter another word, they shall face the alliance's law. Under the weight of his thunderous presence, the tent fell silent. The agitated generals felt as though they had been doused with ice water, suddenly awakening and bowing their heads in silence. Yet, the clenched fists and unwilling gazes betrayed that this matter would not simply fade away. Inside the Jade Fragrance Tower, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, Jiang Heng felt an odd sense of relief. As if he had emerged from a calamity. The beauty beside him seemed to sense the light, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her captivating fox-like eyes. Upon waking, her gaze bore none of the day's severity or calculations, nor the vulnerability and unease of the previous night, only a languid satisfaction akin to a well-fed kitten. This appeared to be the most peaceful slumber she had experienced in this lifetime. As her focus sharpened, and Jiang Heng's weary face came into view, a smile, pure and joyous, crept upon her lips, an arc that could dim the brilliance of 100 blossoms. She not only continued to embrace Jiang Heng's arm, but, like a playful kitten, nuzzled her cheek against his firm bicep, her voice laced with the laziness of someone just awakened. "Good morning, my lord." Her soft tone was like a feather, tickling his heart. "Good morning," Jiang Heng replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Could you let go now?" To his surprise, Su Jiyue only tightened her grip, burrowing her head into the crook of his arm, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. "No, just let me hold on a little longer. Just for a moment." The warmth of her breath, wafting through his clothing and onto his skin, sent tingles through him. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, preparing to assertively persuade her to rise. Just then, the door creaked open unexpectedly. A lively figure burst into the room, exclaiming, "Master, I have a question about sword energy refinement." The voice abruptly halted. As Li Linger stepped through the door, she found herself frozen in place. Her pair of bright, expressive eyes widened in shock, and her small mouth fell slightly ajar, momentarily forgetting to close. What had she witnessed? Before her lay her ethereal master, untouched by worldly affairs, reclining upon the bed. Beside him was the breathtaking leader of the Thief Alliance, Su Jiyue. Most alarmingly, Su Jiyue was intimately nestled against her master's arm, her head resting upon it, a radiant expression of happiness and contentment adorning her face. Though her master remained impassive, he did not push her away. This Li Linger's mind went blank, ceasing to function. The air in the room hung heavy with an eerie silence. Jiang Heng, too, was rendered motionless, acutely aware of his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He yearned to explain, yet as he beheld the scene before him, he realized that any words would appear utterly feeble. A lone man and woman, early in the morning, sharing a bed, intertwined. Was there even a need for clarification? It was over. His lifetime of honorable reputation crumbled in an instant, shattered into dust. In the stillness, it was Li Linger who first regained her senses. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as she suddenly bowed her head, fixating her gaze upon her toes. Her hands flailed helplessly before her as she stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. Master, you too, please continue." With that, she turned on her heel like a startled rabbit and hastily fled the room, even going so far as to kindly slam the door shut behind her. Bang! The room fell back into tranquility. Jiang Heng stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though the entire world had become surreal. Meanwhile, The instigator, Su Jiyue, after her initial shock, gradually unveiled a sly and mischievous smile. She felt no embarrassment from being caught. Instead, she turned towards Jiang Heng, propping herself up on the bed with her elbow, resting her chin in her hand. Her sparkling fox-like eyes gleaming with amusement as she savored the rare look of despair on his face. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, carried an unmistakable tone of pleasure and teasing. My dear, it seems our relationship has been discovered. Chapter 99, The Gathering of the Talented. Jiang Heng turned his head expressionlessly, fixing his gaze upon Su Jiyue. You seem quite pleased. Am I? Su Jiyue lazily blinked her beguiling eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, an innocent tone lacing her words. I merely think that Linger is rather adorable. From now on, we'll be family. It matters not if she saw us. Who said we are family? Jiang Heng silently raged within, but the words that escaped his lips morphed into a resigned sigh. He had relinquished any hope of explanation. Observing his defeated demeanor, Su Jiyue's delight only intensified. She relished witnessing the emotions he seldom displayed, feeling as though the distance between them had significantly diminished. Jiang Heng inhaled deeply, pressing against his throbbing temples, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. You should get up. Oh dear, why must you be so formal? Su Jiyue not only remained reclined but audaciously inched closer to him, her soft form nearly pressed against his. Her captivating eyes curved into crescent moons, delight evident as she reveled in Jiang Heng's rare discomfort. Since Linger has already seen us, what harm is there in lying here a little longer? Perhaps she is outside, being thoughtful and keeping watch for us. Jiang Heng, he found himself at a loss for words. All he desired was to cast this unruly woman from his bed. However, Su Jiyue seemed to read his thoughts, tightening her embrace around his arm, her tone feigning innocence as she murmured, My dear, you're not displeased with me, are you? Last night, you were quite accommodating, allowing me to embrace you without objection. The mere mention of last night sent Jiang Heng's blood pressure soaring. He had merely felt pity for her. Seeing her cry in her dreams, appearing as though abandoned by the world, he had momentarily softened and refrained from waking her. Who could have anticipated that this woman would awaken in such a brazen manner? As Jiang Heng's expression darkened further, Su Jiyue stifled a laugh within, yet maintained an appearance of pitiful vulnerability. She understood that confronting a man like Jiang Heng, who was cold on the outside yet warm within, with force was futile. A softer approach was necessary. As expected, despite his grim demeanor, Jiang Heng did not push her away. Seizing the moment, she abandoned her playful demeanor, sitting upright, the blanket slipping from her fragrant shoulder, revealing a breathtaking expanse of pale skin. Oh, my dear, she suddenly recalled something, her expression turning serious. A month from now, the Central State Dao Academy will host a gathering of the talented, open to young cultivators with less than 60 years of cultivation experience. All the top talents from various factions in Central State will gather, vying for opportunities and prestige. This is a splendid chance for my Thief Alliance to gain recognition. She gazed at Jiang Heng, hope shimmering in her eyes. My dear, would you be interested in leading us, the talents of the Thief Alliance, on this journey of experience? Jiang Heng felt a flicker of interest at her words. A gathering of the talented? This indeed presented a fine opportunity. Though Li Linger possessed commendable talent, she still lacked practical experience. Exposing her to the elite among her peers would greatly benefit her growth. Furthermore, who knew what connections he might forge during the event? This proposal, for him, held only advantages. It would allow Li Linger to gain experience, seek new connections, and simultaneously repay a favor to Su Jiyue. He found himself unable to refuse. Very well, Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. Wonderful. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Su Jiyue's joy nearly overflowed. She suddenly leaned closer, planting a swift kiss on Jiang Heng's somewhat bewildered cheek. The warm sensation lingered for a fleeting moment. Jiang Heng felt himself freeze. Consider this my earnest deposit for you. Su Jiyue's cheeks flushed, yet her gaze remained bold and fiery. When you return victorious, I shall have a grand reward for you. With that, she seemed to feel a hint of shyness, finally releasing her embrace around Jiang Heng and gracefully sliding off the bed, swiftly donning her outer garments. Before departing, she turned back to wink at him, casting a flirtatious glance before contentedly exiting the room. Within the confines of the chamber, only Jiang Heng remained, sitting in a daze upon the bed, still tingling from the warmth of her touch. He raised a hand to his cheek, feeling as though the entire world had transformed into an illusion. Meanwhile, in a corner of the jade fragrance building, Li Linger squatted on the ground, hugging her knees. Her form curled up as she muttered incessantly to herself. What did I see? I saw nothing. Master and Su Alliance leader. It's over. It's over. Have I stumbled upon my master's secret? Will he silence me? How could it be that Master is with Leader Su? Isn't Master someone who transcends worldly affairs? Could it be that Leader Su is the legendary Master's wife? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Li Linger was left utterly dumbfounded. In her small mind, a tumultuous drama of love and hatred unfolded, featuring the aloof master and the domineering leader, a rather intriguing premise, indeed. Just as Li Linger was lost in her wild imaginings, a soft voice echoed behind her. "Linger, what are you doing?" Startled, Li Linger jumped up and turned to see Jiang Heng, impeccably dressed, a master. Her face drained of color, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel. "Please spare me, master. I saw nothing. My eyes were blinded just now. I remember nothing." She clasped her hands in a desperate plea for mercy. Observing her state, Jiang Heng felt the veins on his forehead throb uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "In a month, there will be a gathering of celestial talents at the Central State Academy. You shall accompany me." "What?" Li Linger was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. "For this month, focus on your training. Do not tarnish my reputation." With that, Jiang Heng turned away, his retreating figure exuding an air of hasty escape. Li Linger stood in a daze, watching Jiang Heng's departing silhouette, her eyes blinking in disbelief. "Master is not scolding me? And he is taking me to the celestial gathering?" After a flurry of thoughts, she concluded, "This must be hush money. It has to be." With this realization, Li Linger's fear dissipated, replaced by a beaming smile. Chapter 100. That man will be attending too, right? A month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Heng's life was exceptionally orderly. By day, he either guided Li Linger in her cultivation or secluded himself, enjoying tranquility. However, as night fell, Su Jiaoyu would arrive punctually, quietly slipping into his room and occupying half of his bed. From initial stiffness and discomfort to later resignation and numbness, he had now grown accustomed to waking up and feeling the warmth and softness beside him, even finding it quite normal to have her fluffy tail brushing against his chest. He realized he had become accustomed to it. This was certainly not a promising sign. Nonetheless, aside from these minor episodes, his cultivation had visibly progressed. The disciple stationed far away in Tianqiong continued to perform admirably. Host disciple, Xiao Xian has broken through to the third layer of the cave heaven realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host disciple Feng Yuan has broken through to the second layer of the cave heaven realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Host disciple Han Lin has broken through to the third layer of the profound understanding realm, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The mighty sacred essence within him surged through his body with each return, propelling his strength to new heights. He now stood at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the great saint, a mere half-step away from the intermediate stage. One day, as Jiang Heng sat cross-legged in meditation, he heard Su Jiaoyu's gentle voice from outside. "My lord, it is nearly time. We should set off." Jiang Heng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze clearing as he rose to open the door. Su Jiaoyu stood outside, looking vibrant in a snug red dress that accentuated her already alluring figure, exuding an astonishing charm. Together, they arrived at a vast teleportation square outside the Yuxiang Tower. A group was already waiting there, led by Li Linger. Upon seeing Master and Su Jiaoyu approach side by side, her face flushed crimson, and her gaze instinctively darted elsewhere, yet she still bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to Master and Leader Su. Behind her stood 5 young men and women with solemn auras, each emanating an air of arrogance, the elite chosen by the Thieving Heaven Alliance to attend the celestial gathering. All 5 had at least the cultivation of a quasi-saint. "We pay our respects to the leader. We pay our respects to Elder Jiang." They saluted in unison, their voices ringing with considerable force. Jiang Heng's casual glance revealed 3 scrutinizing gazes filled with open hostility. Particularly, the young man in the brocade robe, radiating the strongest aura among them, was a 7-turn quasi-saint. His gaze towards Jiang Heng was laced with palpable animosity. This individual, named Su Tianqiong, was the foremost of the younger generation within the Thieving Heaven Alliance and the most loyal supporter of Deputy Leader Zhao Liang. In his eyes, only those like Zhao Liang, who had achieved great feats for the Alliance, deserved the honor of the illustrious leader. As for Jiang Heng, who had suddenly emerged, he was merely a pretty face beguiling the leader, a mere plaything. Su Tianqiong was the first to express his discontent over the leader entrusting such an important task to him. His sharp gaze pierced Jiang Heng like a blade. However, Jiang Heng's gaze barely lingered on him for a heartbeat, sweeping past him with indifference as if he were just a stone by the roadside, unworthy of attention. Such utter disregard only aggravated Su Tianqiong further. His face flushed with anger as his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Su Jiaoyu observed everything with a cool gaze, addressing the crowd in a firm tone. "At this celestial gathering, young Master Jiang will lead us. Remember, his orders are equivalent to mine. There shall be no mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes, leader," they replied in unison, though Su Tianqiong and his companions' voices bore an unmistakable reluctance. Su Jiaoyu chose not to elaborate further, waving her hand to activate the teleportation array at the center of the square. With a hum, the space warped, and a brilliant beam of light shot upwards, instantly engulfing Jiang Heng and his companions. Meanwhile, far away in the mysterious domain, within the sacred land of the mysterious, the atmosphere in the vast training ground was oppressively tense, almost frozen. In the center of the arena lay dozens of young disciples in the garb of the sacred land, battered and bruised, wailing in despair. Among these fallen figures stood a tall woman with fiery red hair, exuding an air of languid confidence. Underfoot, she crushed the head of a disciple, whose face was half buried in the hard stone ground, his fate uncertain. Clad in fiery red, her beauty was otherworldly, emanating a wild and untamed spirit. She slowly raised her head, her gaze traversing the myriad of terrified disciples, landing directly on the observation platform at the highest point of the training ground. There, the elders of the sacred land wore expressions darker than storm clouds. The red-haired woman was none other than Yu Yao. How is it? Yu Yao's lips parted slightly, her voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the training ground. Now, do I have the qualification to attend the celestial gathering? Her words rendered the elders on the observation platform speechless, their faces pale and their chests heaving violently. This Yu Yao was utterly unrestrained. In pursuit of a coveted spot at the grand gathering, she astonishingly vanquished all the disciples who passed the selection. This was a blatant affront to the elders in public. He gazed at the defiant figure below, a flicker of helplessness and complexity flashing through his murky eyes. Ultimately, he slowly uttered a single word. However, as soon as those words escaped his lips, the irate elder appeared as if he had been throttled, forcefully suppressing his fury, while the other elders could only swallow back the words that had risen to their tongues. Upon hearing that word, Yu Yao's lips curled into a smug smile. She had longed to encounter the so-called prodigies of the Central Plains, eager to gauge their true worth. Of course, more importantly, a figure clad in white as pure as snow surfaced in her mind. Jiang Heng. Surely, that man would be present at this gathering of prodigies. The mere thought ignited a fierce battle spirit within her enchanting eyes, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. The humiliation she endured at his hands last time would be repaid in full this time. Chapter 101. This girl is somewhat uncanny. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Tianqiong continent, within the perilous Blackwind mountain range, notorious bandit strongholds dotted the landscape, with Blackwind village being the most notorious. At this moment, the atmosphere in the gathering hall of the village was imbued with an inexplicable peculiarity. At the head of the table sat Wang Ba, the burly leader of Blackwind village. His face marred by scars, fixated on the scene below with an expression of pained incredulity, his eye muscles twitching uncontrollably. In the center of the hall, a girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, with a rare head of silver hair, was engrossed in her meal. With a large meat bun in her left hand and a roasted beast leg in her right, she devoured her food with unrestrained enthusiasm, her cheeks puffed like a chipmunk. Before her, the remnants of bones and empty plates had accumulated into a small mountain. Wang Ba's heart bled as he watched the last beast leg being stripped clean. That was the last leg of a third-tier demonic beast, a prized treasure he had reserved for his drinks. He gulped, torn between temptation and heartache. Turning to a small, wiry man with a sharp face beside him, he growled in a hushed tone, "Old Fourth, where the hell is that toothless fellow you were supposed to find? If he doesn't show up soon, this Blackwind village's fortunes will be devoured by this girl." The tone was laced with uncontainable anger. The strategist, Lu San, referred to as Old Fourth, managed to force a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, leaning in to reply softly, "Big brother, please calm down. I just sent another message, and they replied that the person will definitely arrive by tonight at the latest." He glanced at the blissfully indulgingly swearer, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Just think, big brother, with her appearance and that rare silver hair, she is undoubtedly a gem. The spirit stones from selling her will keep us brothers entertained for years. What do these few days of rations even matter? Let us hope that's the case." Wang Ba gritted his teeth, his irritation flaring. He could hardly bear to look at the girl anymore. It was indeed uncanny. 7 days ago, Old Fourth had tricked this little girl into returning to the village, and he had thought he had struck gold. Although she appeared young, her potential was extraordinary, surely the type that bigwigs with peculiar taste would covet. But who could have predicted that since the moment she set foot in the village, calamity after calamity had befallen them, as if the village had been cursed. On the first day, the granary, stocked with half a year's harvest, inexplicably caught fire in the dead of night, vanishing without a trace. The next day, brothers who ventured out hunting either fell into ravines breaking their legs or were chased by wild boars, losing their trousers in the process. The third day saw 2 brothers stung by a swarm of wasps while relieving themselves, leaving them bedridden and moaning. Over the past few days, It was either the outhouse collapsing or the village walls inexplicably cracking, causing chaos and panic among the villagers, who began to say this girl was a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, they dare not let this living treasure go hungry. If she lost weight and her appearance diminished, all the suffering they had endured would be for naught. Thus, all the remaining precious food in the village had been consumed by Li Shuer. Oblivious to the turmoil around her, the instigator of all this, Li Shuer, finally swallowed her last morsel, letting out a small, satisfied burp. She picked up a handkerchief and methodically wiped her mouth and hands, her movements graceful. A stark contrast to her earlier ravenous consumption. Since leaving Tianqiong Peak, she had been inquiring about Jiang Heng's whereabouts. Naturally, she had not neglected her training, having recently broken through to the cave heaven realm 7 days prior. However, the vastness of the Tianhuan continent made her inquiries yield no useful information. Until 7 days ago, when passing through a small town, she encountered Lu San, who claimed to be well-informed. The reason she followed this man into the depths of the mountains was his fervent assertion that he had seen her master and knew his whereabouts. Without a second thought, she had accompanied him. She raised her pure, unblemished eyes to Lu San. "Have you found any leads on my master's whereabouts after 7 days?" Lu San felt a jolt in his heart under her gaze, instantly plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. "Almost there. Young lady, please be patient. I have already sent someone to verify the information. Someone will soon arrive to provide the specific location." He spoke while signaling to Wang Ba to maintain composure. Wang Ba understood and cleared his throat, preparing to utter some platitudes to placate her. However, before he could speak, a panic shout erupted from outside the hall. "Boss, it's bad. A major incident has occurred." Wang Ba, already simmering with anger, furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "What is all this fuss about? Speak slowly." The bandit rushed to Wang Ba's ear, quickly whispering something only they could hear. As the bandit spoke, Wang Ba's complexion visibly darkened. Bang! He slammed his palm on the table, leaping from his seat, momentarily forgetting to control his volume as he bellowed. "What did you say?" Zhang Mozi's toothless man was struck by lightning on the way here. His voice resonated throughout the hall, echoing ominously. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The messenger bandit, startled by his leader's thunderous shout, trembled, collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lu San's smile froze, disbelief etched across his features. The previously tranquil Li Shuer, upon hearing the words toothless man, halted her finger-wiping motion, slowly raising her head. Her pure gaze swept over Wang Ba's transformed countenance and Lu San's stunned expression. It dawned on her that they had deceived her. They had no idea where her master was, they merely sought to sell her. A wave of silent chill radiated from her, permeating the hall. The flickering torches cast shadows, their flames dimming suddenly, as the temperature in the hall plummeted to an icy low. Chapter 102. Using my master to deceive me? Unforgivable. The echo of Wang Ba's furious roar still lingered within the grand hall as he beheld the now icy expression of Li Shuer, a pang of dread coursing through his heart. Trouble. I've let slip the truth. A glance exchanged with Lu San revealed shared panic and ferocity in their eyes. At this juncture, further pretense held no significance. With the buyer deceased and the money lost, yet this girl remained. Since she could not be sold, she would be for their own enjoyment. Though she was but a child, her beauty was exquisite, and the thought of it ignited a sinister flame within him. Damn it! What a stroke of misfortune! Wang Ba's face contorted with malevolence, his ferocity laid bare as he abandoned all disguises. His eyes glinted with menace as he raised his hand sharply, barking orders at the bewildered bandits surrounding him. "What are you still dawdling for? Seize this girl and throw her into the dungeon. Today, I shall make her understand the true meaning of despair." With his command, the dozen or so bandits, previously dazed, sprang into action, their innate savagery awakened. "Yes, boss," they roared in unison. The nearest 7 or 8 bandits, grinning with malice, drew their steel blades, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, and lunged at the silver-haired girl who remained seated in calm defiance. To them, she appeared as nothing more than an innocent little girl, powerless and at their mercy. However, in the face of their vicious onslaught, Li Shuer remained utterly still. She sat quietly, her head bowed, her silver hair casting a veil over her face, obscuring her expression. An overwhelming aura began to emanate from her, gradually expanding. Honestly, a voice, soft yet almost a whisper, escaped her lips. "Why deceive me? All I wished for was to find my master. You have wasted so many days of my time, consumed my provisions, and upon finding my master, I intended to repay your kindness. Yet, you are deceivers." At the moment her words fell, Li Shuer abruptly lifted her head. The innocence and purity that once adorned her countenance vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy detachment and indifference. Her clear eyes, now profound as an ancient frigid pool, swirled with a disquieting crimson light. A low hum resonated as her recently attained, yet already formidable aura transformed into a palpable and terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire hall. Thud, thud, thud. The bandits, who had just lunged forward, felt their sinister grins freeze in place. It was as though an invisible mountain had struck them down, their steel blades slipping from their grasp and clattering to the ground. One by one, their legs buckled, blood spewing from their mouths. Crushed beneath the weight of this dreadful force, trembling in fear, unable to lift their heads. In the grand hall, save for Wang Ba and Lu San, who managed to remain standing, all the other bandits collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. A Dao realm practitioner. Wang Ba's ferocity was swiftly supplanted by sheer terror, his legs quaking, teeth chattering in fear. He could never have fathomed that this girl, whom they had regarded as mere merchandise, would be a formidable cultivator of the Dao realm. Beside him, Lu San fell to his knees with a thud, desperately bowing his head towards Li Shuer, pleading for mercy. Spare me, esteemed one. I am but a fool who has disrespected you. Please, consider my sincere hospitality over these past days and grant me my life. Li Shuer rose to her feet. She did not cast a glance at the groveling insects before her, but instead extended her delicate hand, gently grasping at the air. Clang! A melodious chime of a sword echoed. A radiant long sword materialized in her grasp. You have wasted my time, deceived me using my master as bait. These two thoughts crystallized into the purest intent to kill within her heart. There would be no mercy for her enemies. This was the lesson imparted by her master. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze devoid of any human emotion, as if surveying a colony of ants long since extinguished. Witnessing this scene, the last flicker of hope within Wang Ba and Lu San was extinguished, leaving only despair. And no, please. Li Shuer granted them no further opportunity to speak. She detested lies and loathed being deceived, especially when her most revered master was used as a pawn in their deceit. This was unforgivable. In a flash, her figure moved. No one could discern her actions. All they saw was a streak of silver light darting across the hall. Moments later, as the light dissipated, silence enveloped the grand hall. The sounds of Wang Ba's terror, Lu San's pleas, and the other bandits' wails ceased abruptly. Uft, uft, uft. Lines of blood appeared silently along the necks of the bandits, their faces frozen in the terror of death. The next instant, heads soared into the air, warm blood gushing forth, staining the entire hall a shocking crimson. In the blink of an eye, life was extinguished. The Black Wind stronghold was left devoid of a single soul, save for Li Shuer. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, yet not a flicker of emotion crossed Li Shuer's face. With a flick of her wrist, she twirled her sword, shaking off the droplets of blood, rendering the blade crystalline once more, before it transformed into specks of light and vanished into the ether. She surveyed the sea of corpses around her, a slight frown creasing her brow. Honestly, what a waste of my time, she murmured softly. With that, she turned away, stepping out of the grand hall. Beyond the stronghold, Li Shuer gazed into the distance, discerning her direction. Her eyes, now imbued with renewed clarity, brimmed with resolve. Master, I shall surely find you. With determined strides, her petite figure soon vanished amidst the rolling mountains. At that moment, Jiang Heng, who had just arrived at the Dao Academy via the teleportation array, couldn't help but sneeze. How strange. At his level, he was impervious to the elements, untouched by seasons. And even a sneeze was a rarity. Could someone be thinking of me? Who could it be? It's quite the mystery. After much contemplation, Jiang Heng concluded that it was likely little Shui. Meanwhile, the three outstanding members of the Heavenly Thief Alliance behind him, particularly Su Tianqiong, sported a smirk, perceiving this as a manifestation of Jiang Heng's fragile constitution. Chapter 103, Gathering at the Dao Academy. At this moment, within the Qingyun domain, in the holy land of Qingyun, in the Holy Master's palace, Chen Dong sat cross-legged upon his throne, his complexion pale, his breath uneven. He was cultivating to heal his injuries. The last slap from Su Jiuyue had not only inflicted physical pain, but had also wounded his foundational essence, leaving him yet to recover. I report to the Holy Master. A respectful voice echoed from outside the hall. Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within his throat, his voice hoarse. Enter. A guard swiftly stepped into the grand hall, kneeling on one knee with bowed head. I report to the Holy Master, the lady remains unrepentant. Upon hearing the term lady, a flicker of complexity crossed Chen Dong's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of anger. Humph, he scoffed coldly. If she is unrepentant, let her remain confined. I shall see just how resilient her bones are. That woman had the audacity to betray him for an outsider, allowing that wretched girl Li Ling to escape. The guard trembled slightly, not daring to speak further, before reporting again. Holy Master, there is another matter. The esteemed ancestor has decreed that for this gathering of prodigies at the Central Continent's Dao Academy, it shall be led by the holy son of Qiang. Qiang, you say? Dong pondered for a moment. The holy son of Qiang was the eldest disciple of the sacred land, with over 60 years of cultivation experience, having already stepped into the realm of the great saint. Since there were no age restrictions on the leaders of the prodigy gathering, his leadership would indeed be prudent. Let it be as the esteemed ancestor has stated. Dong waved his hand, signaling the guard to withdraw. Meanwhile, in the western regions, the light of the Buddha illuminated the land, resonating with the sounds of sacred chants. Within an ancient Zen courtyard of the Pure Land, one of the three immortal forces, the Grand Elder of the Buddhist sect, donned in a robe, sat cross-legged on a mat. Before him stood a young monk in moon-white robes, hands clasped in reverence, silently awaiting his words. This monk, with a handsome demeanor and dignified bearing, was none other than the Buddhist sect's current chief disciple, Qianxian. Amitabha, Qianxian intoned. The path of the emperor will soon open, and chaos will ensue, but the true emergence of the Buddha's son has yet to arrive. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Elder finally spoke, his voice calm and resonant. For this gathering of prodigies in the central continent, you shall lead the way. Representing the Buddhist sect in the world, disciple obeys the Grand Elder's decree, Qianxian replied, bowing deeply with a clear voice. At the same time, in various sacred places, Misty Sacred Land, Ancient Sacred Land, Wuji Sacred Land, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Taichu Sacred Land, as well as the other two immortal forces, the Temple of the Gods and the Cult of the Evil Gods, similar scenes unfolded. The ancestors of each major power unanimously made the same decision. The true prodigies of the imperial lineage were preparing for the impending path of the emperor, with no intention of revealing themselves at this time. The leaders were all figures of the holy sons or holy daughters from their respective factions. Within the cult of the evil gods, a woman draped in a purple silk gown, exuding an enchanting grace, languidly reclined upon a throne of bones. Oh, the holy daughter of Ziyue played with her nails, a slight smile gracing her lips as she listened to her subordinates report. The allied thieves will also send someone to participate this time? Indeed, holy daughter. It is said that the leader is a relatively unknown young man. How intriguing, the holy daughter of Ziyue chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling. In the central continent, at the Dao Academy, Jiang Heng and his companions stepped into a vast white jade plaza, the venue for the gathering of prodigies. The plaza was expansive, already teeming with people, the noise rising to the heavens. A glance around revealed a throng of young cultivators from various locales within the central continent. At the forefront stood an elevated viewing platform, offering an excellent vantage point. The platform was divided into sections, most of which were filled, yet the 9 central sections, the highest and best positioned, remained conspicuously empty. Everyone instinctively avoided that area, for it was well understood that it was reserved for the 9 foremost human powers of the entire Tianhuan continent, the 6 sacred lands, and 3 immortal forces. Only those from these 9 powers would dare to occupy such seats, or those who were reckless enough to seek their own humiliation. Li Ling, and the 5 prodigies from the Thieves' Alliance gazed upon the scene before them, their faces reflecting a mixture of shock. Only Jiang Heng maintained his usual calm demeanor. He surveyed the crowd, finding it overly congested and noisy. His gaze shifted upward, landing on the vacant and tranquil viewing platform. That spot looks splendid, peaceful, he mused. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward it. Master? Li Ling paused momentarily before hastily following. The 5 prodigies of the Thieves' Alliance were taken aback, including Su Tianqiong, who harbored discontent toward Jiang Heng. What does this guy intend to do? Su Tianqiong scoffed inwardly, deeming Jiang Heng a fool who was blissfully unaware of his own limitations, heading towards self-inflicted humiliation. Perfect. When the news spread, the leader would see just how foolish her choice was. Under the scrutiny of tens of thousands of gazes, Jiang Heng strolled leisurely up to the highest viewing platform. He then casually selected the most comfortable spot in the center of the reserved area for the 9 top powers and settled down, adjusting his posture for greater comfort. In that instant, the once boisterous plaza fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed upon the figure in white, jaws dropping in disbelief. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Who is that person? Has he lost his mind? How dare he sit there? My heavens! That is the exclusive seating for the 9 great powers. He is openly challenging their authority. Observing their attire, many realized they had never seen them before. Who was this reckless youth who knew no decorum? Amidst the rising chatter, someone recognized the Thieves' Alliance insignia on Su Tianqiong and the others who had followed Jiang Heng. Wait, that insignia belongs to the Thieves' Alliance. They have recently made a name for themselves in the central continent, having just ascended to the status of a sacred land-level power. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd suddenly understood. So they are from the Thieves' Alliance. No wonder they possess such confidence. A sacred land-level power indeed has the qualifications to sit there. It seems we were overly skeptical. However, differing voices soon arose. I beg to differ. Although the Thieves' Alliance claims to be a sacred land-level power, they are ultimately a newly established force with shallow foundations. How could they possibly compare to the ancient sacred land or the Temple of the Gods, which have endured for countless ages? Their actions are far too ostentatious. It will only invite disaster. Indeed, the status of the 9 great powers has been built on years of accumulation and remarkable achievements. It is not something that a mere new force can usurp. The members of the Thieves' Alliance felt as though they were being roasted over an open flame, discomfort washing over them. They could sense the scrutinizing, mocking, and intrigued gazes from all directions, their cheeks burning with shame. Jiang Heng had dragged them all into this predicament. Yet, at the center of the storm, Jiang Heng remained oblivious to the chaos around him. He even closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquility as if merely seeking a quiet place to take a nap, indifferent to the surrounding tumult. Chapter 104. A slight display of power. The discussions below the plaza grew louder, countless gazes converging upon the highest viewing platform. Though the Thieves' Alliance was powerful, they were ultimately a nouveau riche force. To the disciples of these long-established sects, such an act of occupying seats was akin to a country bumpkin parading in dragon robes within the grand hall, both absurd and glaringly inappropriate. A new force that has risen through dubious means dares to sit here, utterly ignorant of their own limitations. An unharmonious voice resounded. The crowd turned to behold a young man adorned in opulent golden garments, who had risen from the seat of a first-rate power, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. He was Wang Xian, the chief disciple of the Jianqiong sect, which had always been a subordinate of the Taichu Holy Land, looking down upon the Daotian Alliance as nothing more than a band of unruly rogues. With a decisive step, he approached the observation platform, gazing disdainfully at Jiang Heng and Li Linger. Those seats are reserved for the true dominators of the central continent, not for just anyone to occupy. I advise you to leave quietly before the arrival of the 9 great powers, lest you embarrass yourselves. His words incited a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. Indeed, Brother Wang is right. The Daotian Alliance should leave at once. In the face of this uproar, Jiang Heng did not even lift his eyelids, appearing as though he had not heard a word, a dismissal more cutting than any retort. You. Wang Xian's face flushed with anger. Before he could unleash another outburst, Su Tianqiong, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward. Su Tianqiong had already been bottling up his grievances towards Jiang Heng, yet this resentment was an internal conflict within the Daotian Alliance. Now, being publicly humiliated by an outsider, his innate pride would not permit him to retreat even an inch. He advanced, towering over Wang Xian, his aura as a 7th-level quasi-saint unapologetically radiating. The Daotian Alliance is not one to be spoken down to by scum like you. Su Tianqiong's voice was cold. Should you utter another word, I shall not hesitate to silence you permanently. Feeling the oppressive aura, Wang Xian's expression paled, and he staggered back several steps, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. Just as the atmosphere became charged with tension, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant horizon. 2 immense divine vessels tore through the clouds, instantly enveloping the entire square in their presence. Under this overwhelming pressure, everyone felt their breath catch, and the square fell into an eerie silence. All eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the power. 2 colossal divine ships emerged, one entirely forged of gold, adorned with ancient totems, exuding a feral and domineering aura. At the bow, an ancient flag fluttered in the wind, snapping loudly. The other vessel resembled a celestial palace, shrouded in mist, ethereal and transcendent, with the words Piao Miao inscribed upon its banner. The archaic Holy Land and the Piao Miao Holy Land had arrived. As the divine ships steadied, 2 groups descended, landing before the observation platform. The leaders of these 2 factions instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Leading the archaic Holy Land was a robust young man, his presence fierce, clad in beast-hide armor. With bronze skin etched with mysterious patterns, he was the saint child of the archaic Holy Land. In contrast, the leader of the Piao Miao Holy Land was a woman clad in garments as white as snow. Her beauty was ethereal, her demeanor serene, reminiscent of a celestial being. And she was none other than the saintess of Piao Miao. The saint child cast a sweeping glance, and upon seeing Jiang Heng and Li Linger occupying their designated seats, his brow furrowed. What audacity! Who dares to occupy our positions? His voice, though not loud, was imbued with an undeniable authority. The saintess merely observed, her reaction far more composed as she seemed to be assessing the situation. It is the Daotian Alliance. Wang Xian, having found his moment of clarity, rushed forward to report. Saint child, saintess, these Daotian Alliance members are utterly ignorant. brazenly claiming the seats of the 9 great powers and speaking insolently, showing no regard for your esteemed presence. Upon hearing this, the Saint Child's expression darkened, his murderous intent locking onto Su Tianqiong, who had just released his oppressive aura. The Daotian alliance? Intriguing, he sneered. A newly emerged holy land that does not understand the rules. Allow me to educate you today. Leave. With the final command, an overwhelming pressure surged from the Saint Child, causing Su Tianqiong to feel his blood surge violently, his complexion turning ashen. He attempted to retort, but under the Saint Child's weighty aura, even speaking became an arduous task. Su Tianqiong felt his spirit tremble, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he nearly coughed up blood. Despite exerting all his strength to resist, his legs buckled uncontrollably, and he was on the verge of kneeling before the crowd. Such humiliation. Su Tianqiong's eyes burned with rage, his teeth clenched tightly. He would rather suffer damage to his soul than kneel before the people of the archaic Holy Land in front of so many witnesses. The disgrace would not only be his, but it would tarnish the entire Daotian alliance. In the square, Wang Xian wore an expression of malicious glee. Yet, just as Su Tianqiong was about to succumb, a calm voice drifted from the platform. Disperse. Only a single word. Yet, at the utterance of that word, the suffocating pressure that had nearly choked Su Tianqiong dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. The oppressive weight vanished abruptly, causing Su Tianqiong to stumble, nearly falling. In the next moment, he, along with the other 4 members of the Daotian alliance, found themselves standing behind Jiang Heng. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, his face still reflecting the shock of narrowly escaping disaster. He had been saved? Su Tianqiong lifted his gaze, staring at the figure in white who remained serenely seated. Jiang Heng had not even shifted his posture, appearing entirely unconcerned, as if everything that had transpired was of no consequence to him. Had he intervened? A tempest of emotions surged within Su Tianqiong as he regarded Jiang Heng's back, his previous discontent beginning to wane. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your timely rescue, he expressed sincerely, bowing deeply, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Heng merely waved his hand lightly, signaling that there was no need for such formality. This scene did not escape the notice of everyone present. If Jiang Heng and Li Linger had previously provoked the assembly by claiming those seats, then now, his effortless dismissal of the Saint Child's oppressive aura was a blatant display of power. The entire Bayou Square once again descended into profound silence. After a brief pause, the silence shattered into an uproar more fervent than any prior. By the heavens, what did I just witness? He uttered a single word, and the Saint Child's pressure vanished. Who is this white-clad youth leading the Daotian alliance? His power is terrifying. No wonder he was so audacious. He was emboldened by formidable strength. As for the Saint Child, the arrogance that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming shock. While others might remain oblivious, he could distinctly sense that Jiang Heng's strength far surpassed his own. This sensation was akin to the one he felt only when facing an imperial figure. The Saint Child's arrogance dissipated in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He sought to discern even the faintest fluctuation of cultivation from Jiang Heng, yet found nothing. The young man clad in white appeared to him as nothing more than an utterly mundane mortal, devoid of any trace of spiritual power. Yet, the more he perceived this, the more unsettled the heart of the Saint of Abyss became. Chapter 105. Very well, why don't you all come at me together? Within the mystical moon's sacred ground, the gaze of the Saintess of Dawn never strayed from Jiang Heng. At first, she was merely captivated by the inexplicable allure of his white-clad figure, compelling her to steal glances at him. This was the manifestation of Jiang Heng's max charm passive ability, subtly at work. However, upon witnessing his prowess firsthand, that involuntary attraction had quietly evolved into a profound curiosity. Behind the Saintess of Dawn, among the disciples of the mystical moon's sacred ground, a fiery red figure stood out conspicuously. Yu Yao, filled with ennui, stifled a yawn, her eyes casually sweeping across the assembly. When her gaze landed on the white figure at the center of the high platform, she froze momentarily. Could it be him? Rubbing her eyes for confirmation, she realized with certainty that it was indeed the man who had bested her, leaving her both resentful and unable to forget him. Just as she suspected, he had indeed come here. Yu Yao mused inwardly, a hint of excitement curling her lips into a smile. To her astonishment, his strength had evidently surged to such a formidable level that even the saint of the ancient lands could not suppress him. This man was undeniably a prodigy. Yet, was he not affiliated with the Azure Cloud Sacred Ground? How had he found himself entangled with the Thief Alliance? A whirlwind of questions filled her mind. As the atmosphere grew eerily still, a resounding boom echoed through the skies. 3 majestic presences descended almost simultaneously from above, heralding the arrival of 3 colossal vessels radiating distinct auras. One ship, suffused with violet energy, exuded an air of unparalleled nobility, its bow proudly displaying the banner of primordial. Another vessel, embodying the essence of sword intent, blazed forth with an aura akin to an unsheathed divine sword, its flag emblazoned with the characters for infinite. The final ship resembled a crystal palace, enveloped in ethereal mist and radiant light, with the words Jade Pool emanating a soft glow from its prow. The primordial sacred ground, the infinite sacred ground, and the Jade Pool sacred ground had arrived. The three factions descended from their vessels, landing beside the ancient lands and mystical moon sacred grounds. At the forefront were the Saint of Tai Xian from the primordial sacred ground, the Saint of Tianzun from the infinite sacred ground, and the Saintess of Lioli from the Jade Pool sacred ground. Upon landing, they quickly sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the scene. All eyes were fixed upon the high platform. Yet those who were supposed to occupy it in the ancient lands and mystical moon sacred grounds stood below, particularly the Saint of Abyss, whose countenance was far from pleasant. The Saint of Tai Xian cast a discerning glance between Jiang Heng's group and the Saint of Abyss, a playful smile gracing his lips. He approached the Saint of Abyss and, squinting slightly, inquired, "Abyss brother, what seems to be the issue? Why are we standing here, exposed to the elements?" Though framed as a question, his tone dripped with schadenfreude. Judging by the atmosphere, he had already pieced together the circumstances. The Saint of Abyss let out a cold snort. Offering no reply, his expression darkening further. This reaction confirmed the Saint of Tai Xian's suspicions. The Abyss had suffered a setback at the hands of this thief alliance. The Saint of Tianzun and the Saintess of Lioli exchanged glances, their thoughts mirroring those of the Saint of Tai Xian. They turned their attention to the white figure on the high platform, their minds brimming with intrigue. Before they could ponder further, the winds above began to shift once more. This time, two distinctly different presences descended. One was divine and grand, as if a divine king from the heavens had arrived, illuminating the surroundings with golden light and resonating with sacred sounds. The other was sinister and mysterious, cloaked in dark energy, reminiscent of a demonic god awakening from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down the spine. A war chariot resembling a golden temple and a vessel constructed from countless bones tore through the fabric of space, landing at this very location. The Celestial Temple. The evil god Sect. Two immortal forces had also arrived. Leading the Celestial Temple was the Saint of Jiugu, clad in golden divine armor. Upon noticing that the seats meant for their 9 major factions were occupied by unfamiliar faces, his brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. From the side of the evil god Sect, the Saintess of Purple Moon lazily descended from the bone vessel. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and, upon recognizing the figures on the high platform as her allies, the Thief Alliance, her eyes sparkled with interest as they finally landed on Jiang Heng, the strikingly handsome man at the forefront. What an exquisite gentleman! A playful smile danced on the lips of the Saintess of Purple Moon, unabashedly revealing her desire for Jiang Heng. At that moment, 2 more factions arrived in unison. The chariot of the Azure Cloud Sacred Ground and the Lotus Platform of the Buddhist Sect also made their entrance. The Saint of Qingyang, leading the Azure Cloud Sacred Ground, immediately spotted Jiang Heng on the high platform, his eyes igniting with unmasked hostility and murderous intent. This was the man who had indirectly caused the Azure Cloud Sacred Ground to lose face. Thus, all 6 major sacred grounds, 3 immortal forces, and the 9 foremost human factions had gathered. Yet, curiously, not a single faction chose to take their seats. All eyes were riveted on the white-clad figure, who remained seated calmly at the center of the high platform. The atmosphere in the expansive white jade square had grown oppressively tense. The monk Qingchun, leading the Buddhist faction, observed the charged scene with hands clasped together, speaking serenely. "Amitabha, the aura of death here is rather intense. It appears this grand assembly shall not be tranquil. I shall refrain from participating in this strife." He stepped back, signifying the Buddhist sect's stance. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Jiang Heng slowly raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping across the assembled representatives of the 9 factions below. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "If anyone among you feels discontent, step forward." Pausing momentarily, he seemed to find this approach cumbersome, shaking his head lightly before rephrasing. "Never mind. Let us all come at me together. I'm in a hurry." As these words fell from Jiang Heng's lips, the atmosphere within the Dao Academy came to an abrupt halt once more. Time itself seemed to have been pressed on pause. All eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the white figure atop the platform with expressions akin to those witnessing madness. How audacious! No, this was beyond audacity. It was sheer insanity. Faced with the pinnacle of the 9 foremost factions, in the presence of 9 renowned saints and saintesses, he dared to utter such a challenge? Who did he think he was? A living emperor? After a brief moment of shock, a cacophony of uproar erupted, 100-fold more intense than before. Did I hear him correctly? He said to take them all on? He must be mad. This fellow is single-handedly provoking the very pinnacle of the younger generation of the entire Tianhuang continent. Even a prodigious figure of imperial caliber would not dare to speak such words. How dare he? It was over. The newly ascended thief alliance would likely be eradicated today. Amidst a chorus of astonishment, ridicule, and confusion, the air was thick with disbelief. However, as the target of provocation, the reactions of the 9 great powers present were decidedly varied. A series of melodious, silvery laughs pierced through the tense atmosphere, creating a jarring contrast. In Chapter 106, 5 against 1, the advantage is mine. The saintess of the evil god Sect, known as the Purple Moon, suddenly covered her lips and let out a light laugh, her tinkling voice resonating clearly in the stifling square. She chuckled with a delightful charm, her enchanting eyes playfully dancing around Jiang Heng, her unabashed admiration nearly overflowing. Young Master Jiang is truly a remarkable individual, piquing my interest more and more. The Purple Moon Saintess offered a graceful bow towards the high platform, a gesture of greeting, and then, with elegant steps, withdrew to the side, instructing her followers, "Our evil god Sect is allied with the Thief Heaven Alliance, so we shall not be adversaries to our allies. Let us merely observe and cheer for young Master Jiang." Her withdrawal shifted the dynamics of the scene. Following suit, the Saintess of the Misty Holy Land, the Xia, and the Saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Lioli, exchanged glances and, almost synchronously, led their disciples away, silently opting out of the conflict. The monk Qingqian from the Buddhist sect had long ago made his stance clear and now retreated even further, adopting a meditative pose, his mind seemingly focused elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 9 factions had chosen to stand idly by. The remaining factions, Ancient Holy Land, Primordial Holy Land, Limitless Holy Land, Celestial Temple, and Azure Cloud Holy Land, grimaced visibly. Particularly, the Saint of Azure Cloud, Tianqiong, directed a gaze at Jiang Heng that had transformed from hostility to palpable killing intent. The Saint of Abyss, after an initial shock, now looked at Jiang Heng with a restless eagerness. Although he had suffered at Jiang Heng's hands, they now boasted a full cadre of 5 top-tier saints. 5 against 1, the advantage is decidedly mine. No matter how monstrous this individual may be, defeat is inevitable. Then let us engage, my friend, the Saint of Abyss chuckled softly, preparing to strike at Jiang Heng. However, at that very moment, the Saint of Celestial Temple, the Jyoga, suddenly stepped forward, clad in resplendent golden armor, radiating divine light. He exuded an air of haughty confidence. "We of the Celestial Temple disdain the notion of overwhelming the few with the many. I shall face you alone." Upon his declaration, many nodded in silent approval. Truly, the son of the Celestial Temple possessed a commendable pride. The Saint of Abyss furrowed his brow but said nothing, allowing Jyoga the opportunity to gauge Jiang Heng's prowess. Qingyang and his companions shared the same sentiment, watching coldly from the sidelines. On the high platform, Jiang Heng finally made a move. He regarded the eager Jyoga with an inscrutable expression, simply raising his right hand. Then, casually, he swept his palm towards Jyoga, as if swatting away a bothersome fly on a summer's day. Jyoga erupted in fury, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Just as he was about to retaliate and teach the other a lesson, the sound of a sharp slap resonated throughout the venue. In an instant, under the gaze of tens of thousands of stunned spectators, the once mighty Jyoga of the Celestial Temple, akin to a toppling spinning top, spun through the air for several rotations before crashing into a distant wall in a blaze of golden light. The wall crumbled, dust billowing. Had the Jyoga, a pinnacle figure of the younger generation in Central Continent, truly been struck down by a mere slap? Without an ounce of resistance, the venue fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone seemed immobilized, their minds blank, including the 5 individuals standing behind Jiang Heng. Their mouths agape, their eyes nearly bulging, their faces painted with disbelief. A single slap that was the Jyoga of the Celestial Temple, a top-tier powerhouse of the Saint Realm, and he had been defeated just like that? On the high platform, Jiang Heng slowly retracted his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His calm gaze swept over the remaining 4 saints below, and he spoke with an air of indifference. Next, thud. The Taisu Holy Land S. Taixian, once adorned with a playful smile, now wore a pallid countenance. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply to Jiang Heng, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. "It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Taisu Holy Land has always kept to ourselves. I merely came to observe, with no intention to oppose you." With that, he led his disciples to retreat to the sidelines. Following closely, the Qinjue Saint of the Limitless Holy Land, renowned for his swordsmanship, also decisively admitted defeat, wordlessly retreating. What a joke! a slap that sent Jyoga flying. What sort of monstrosity was this? Forget about fighting. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing coalition of 5 factions dwindled to just the Saint of Abyss and the Saint of Azure Cloud, standing forlornly. The Saint of Abyss was utterly bewildered. He watched as his allies fled in an instant, then turned to the indifferent figure on the platform, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity wash over him. Wasn't he agreed that they would attack together? How had it come to this? He swallowed hard, sensing Jiang Heng's gaze upon him, and all remnants of combativeness vanished from his eyes. I concede. Our ancient holy land surrenders. With those words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared to leave in disgrace. Today had been a complete loss of face. But surely that was better than losing one's life here. Not far behind him, Tianqiong, witnessing this, was struck with panic and contemplated surrendering as well. However, at that moment, Jiang Heng extended his hand in his direction. Who said you could leave? In an instant, a colossal hand of violet gold, forged from the very principles of chaos, materialized from thin air, crashing down towards the Saint of Azure Cloud. The Saint of Abyss had just turned when he felt an overwhelming, soul-chilling aura of death emanating from behind him. He spun around, only to see the colossal hand overshadowing the sky, causing him to tremble in fear. Surely not. Is even surrender futile? Despair enveloped him in that moment. Yet, just as he believed his demise was certain, the violet gold hand brushed past him, the forceful wind stinging his cheeks. Its target was the Saint of Azure Cloud. Seeing this unfold, Qingyang's heart sank, and without a second thought, he attempted to teleport away. But to his horror, the space around him seemed to freeze, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Just as he faced imminent peril, an ancient yet commanding voice reverberated from the depths of the Dao Academy, resonating throughout the square. Hold on, my young friend. Please show mercy. Accompanying this voice was an overwhelming presence, far surpassing that of the saints present, descending like an invisible barrier, attempting to intercept the violet gold hand before it could strike. This aura had evidently transcended the saint realm, reaching the level of a saint king. However, at the very moment when the sacred king's barrier made contact with the resplendent golden palm, a bizarre scene unfolded. The ability of instant kill was triggered. The spatial barrier hastily erected by the sacred king was rendered utterly ineffective before the mighty palm, effortlessly pierced through as if it were mere air, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. No. In the desperate screams of the sacred son of Qingyang, the golden palm descended with a thunderous crash. Boom. The sacred son of Qingyang, along with the very space beneath him, was obliterated into nothingness, vanishing entirely from this world. A sacred son, perishing before the eyes of all. A gasp echoed from deep within the Dao Academy, and soon after, an elder clad in the Academy's elder robes, with white hair and beard, stepped forth and appeared above the square. He gazed at the spot where the sacred son of Qingyang had disappeared, sensing the lingering chaotic aura, and ultimately sighed in resignation. Alas, dear friend, why must your heart be so heavy with the desire to kill? Upon the high platform, Jiang Heng retracted his hand, a faint smile gracing his features. With only 9 positions available in this realm, it was unavoidable. Since they refused to comply, one must be eliminated. Chapter 107, The List of Prodigies. The elder of the Dao Academy was momentarily struck speechless by Jiang Heng's words, ultimately letting out a cold snort, sweeping his sleeves, and choosing to remain silent. This old fellow, Jiang Heng chuckled inwardly. Just moments ago, when the sacred son of Chunyuan had bullied Su Tianqiong with his oppressive force, he had not come forth to uphold justice. Now, as the people of the sacred land of Qingyun were to be slaughtered, he emerged as an elder to tilt the scales. It seemed that the Dao Academy, along with most of the so-called righteous sects backing it, harbored considerable animosity towards their Sky Thief alliance. However, Jiang Heng could not be bothered to dwell on it. He withdrew his gaze and scanned the remaining 8 major forces still standing below, his tone indifferent. Are you all not taking your seats? Wishing to continue standing in the breeze. With these words, the previously silent atmosphere of the venue was shattered. The crowd, as if awakened from a dream, turned their gazes toward Jiang Heng, the expression in their eyes having transformed entirely. The scene they had just witnessed was simply too shocking, leaving everyone immersed in an overwhelming sense of disbelief. A single palm had slain a sacred son, and even the elder of the Dao Academy had failed to intervene. This level of power exceeded their comprehension. The sacred maiden of the purple moon was the first to regain her composure, covering her lips with a delicate laugh, her enchanting eyes shimmering with intrigue as she unabashedly scrutinized Jiang Heng. Young Master Jiang, you truly are a remarkable individual. With that, she gracefully stepped forward, leading the members of the Evil God Sect towards their designated seats. Upon witnessing the Evil God Sect take their seats, the other 7 forces no longer hesitated and promptly made their way to their respective positions. The sacred son of Qinyuan from the ancient sacred land wore a complex expression but eventually led his disciples to take their seats. Had Jiang Heng desired it, that palm could have easily dealt with him as well. The sacred maiden of Xia from the ethereal sacred land elegantly settled into her seat, casting occasional glances at Jiang Heng, her eyes betraying an uncontainable curiosity. The sacred son of Taixian from the primordial sacred land forced a smile at Jiang Heng, fearing that the other might perceive any lingering hostility. The sacred son of Qianjue from the boundless sacred land, though expressionless, exhibited a noticeably stiff demeanor as he sat down. The sacred maiden of Liuli from the Yaoqi sacred land maintained a calm demeanor, yet there was a trace of reverence in her eyes. The monk Qingqin from the Buddhist sect clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring Amitabha, before peacefully taking his seat. Just then, a disheveled figure crawled out from the distant ruins. It was the sacred son of Zhugao from the celestial hall. His once resplendent golden divine armor was now shattered beyond recognition, and a clear imprint of a palm marred his face, rendering him utterly disheveled. The pride that once adorned his visage had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of survival and deep trepidation. He said nothing, silently flying back to the area of the celestial hall, taking his place while keeping his head lowered, not daring to meet Jiang Heng's gaze even once. Thus, with the sacred son of Qingyun having been obliterated, the remaining 8 forces had all taken their seats. The remaining disciples of the sacred land of Qingyun wore expressions of utmost despair, humiliated as they retreated to the seating area designated for first-rate forces under the weight of countless sympathetic and mocking stares. Among the crowd, Lonli sat quietly, her gaze complex as she looked upon the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure clad in white upon the high platform. Since parting at Xian Tower, she had utilized all her connections but had been unable to find his whereabouts. Little did she expect to reunite here in such a heart-stirring manner. Joy and worry intertwined within her heart. The joy stemmed from finally seeing him again. The worry arose from the fact that he represented the Sky Thief Alliance, while she was a disciple of the sacred land of Qingyun, especially after he had publicly slain the sacred son of Qingyang. The two factions were now locked in a deadly feud. Would she, as a result, come to be despised by him? Lonli bit her lower lip, her heart a maelstrom of emotions. On the high platform, Jiang Heng seemed to sense something, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the direction of the sacred land of Qingyun. Upon seeing Lonli, he paused briefly before nonchalantly shifting his gaze away. The elder from the Dao Academy, witnessing that the situation had finally stabilized, cleared his throat and spoke once more. Since everyone has taken their seats, the grand gathering of prodigies shall officially commence. This event will be divided into 3 segments, the first being the discussion of the Dao, the second the contest of strength, and the third the ranking. Now, let us begin the first segment, the Dao Discussion Conference. I wonder which prodigy would like to throw out the first stone to attract the jade? As soon as the words left his mouth, the sacred maiden of the purple moon stood up with a charming smile, her graceful figure capturing the attention of the entire audience. In that case, allow me to be the first to cast a stone to attract the jade. She gently brushed her hair, her sultry eyes sweeping across the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on Jiang Heng, her voice sweet and penetrating. I, lacking in talents, wish to inquire of everyone present, especially young Master Jiang. What is the Dao? As soon as this question was posed, all ears perked up. The Dao is the foundation of cultivation, the principle governing the movement of all things in heaven and earth, and the ultimate truth that every practitioner seeks. Different individuals possess varying interpretations of the Dao, and such interpretations often determine the heights of one's cultivation. The monk Qingqin from the Buddhist sect spoke first, Amitabha. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. The Tao resides within the heart, and to see one's nature is to become a Buddha. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sacred son of Qinyuan from the ancient sacred land scoffed coldly, striking the armrest with force. Utter nonsense. The strong are revered, and the weak are consumed. This is the unchanging truth of the universe. The Tao is power. The sacred maiden of Xia from the ethereal sacred land gently shook her head. Both of you are overly extreme. The Tao follows nature. Like the wind that leaves no trace, like the water that flows without form, it cannot be spoken of, only felt. The 3 top prodigies engaged in a discourse on the Tao, each presenting their insights, prompting nods of agreement from the audience below. The sacred son of Taixian from the primordial sacred land nodded in agreement. The sacred maiden of Xia speaks wisely. The Tao follows nature and harmonizes with the heavens. This is the true path of cultivation. The sacred son of Qianjue from the boundless sacred land remarked with indifference. The Tao resides within the sword. The sword is the Tao. A single sword can break myriad laws. This is my Tao. The sacred maiden of Lioli from the Yaoqi sacred land softly said, the Tao is like water. Its softness can conquer hardness. Formlessness can triumph over form. Despite just having suffered a setback, the sacred son of Zhugao from the celestial hall spoke up. The Tao is light, is justice, is the power to protect all beings. Representatives from various forces expressed their views, each perspective holding its own merits, yet also its limitations. After listening to everyone, the sacred maiden of the purple moon smiled charmingly. Each of your insights is quite reasonable. However, I am more curious to hear young Master Jiang's perspective. As soon as her words fell, all eyes once again focused on Jiang Heng. The prowess exhibited by Jiang Heng earlier captivated everyone in attendance, leaving them eager to hear his interpretation of the Tao. Initially lost in contemplation of various matters, he was jolted back to reality by the words of the saintess of the purple moon. Faced with such a forthright inquiry and the myriad of gazes, some curious, some probing, others filled with reverence or admiration, Jiang Heng finally took action. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he languidly began to speak. The Tao? The Tao is simply how I wish it to be. This declaration sent a ripple of astonishment throughout the assembly. The response was exceedingly simplistic and blunt, devoid of profound philosophy. Yet upon reflection, it seemed undeniably valid. How I wish it to be encapsulates the highest realm of unrestrained freedom. When an individual's power reaches a certain zenith, such a state indeed becomes attainable. The laws of heaven and earth must yield before absolute strength. The holy son of the abyss, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Such a domineering perspective resonated deeply with him. The saintess of the purple moon, intrigued further, remarked, young Master Jiang's insights are truly singular. However, I have yet another question to pose. What does young Master Jiang believe love to be? As this question echoed through the air, many present exchanged knowing glances. Love is a subject far more intricate than the Tao itself. It may encompass familial affection, friendship, romantic love, or various complex emotional entanglements. For cultivators, love is often regarded as an impediment on the path of enlightenment. The notion of being devoid of desire is deemed essential for longevity. Yet, others assert that love serves as the driving force behind cultivation, the foundation for maintaining one's original intent. The audience was keenly curious about how Jiang Heng would respond to this inquiry. Love? Jiang Heng replied with a faint smile. Love is caring. The saintess pressed further, her voice laced with an alluring charm. Caring for what? Caring for those whom I hold dear. This answer, while equally straightforward, emanated a profound warmth. What I cherish, I value deeply. What I disregard is as ephemeral as a passing cloud. Though this sentiment may seem somewhat convoluted, its meaning is crystal clear. For those he holds dear, he would safeguard with unwavering resolve. For those of little consequence, he would expend no undue energy. This perspective on affection is neither callous nor excessive. Rather, it embodies a selective depth of feeling. Seated among the ranks of the evil god Sect, the saintess of the purple moon gazed thoughtfully, letting out a sigh tinged with an ambiguous lament. To have someone to care for creates a vulnerability, which is indeed a double-edged sword. Upon concluding her thoughts, she gracefully returned to her seat, her gaze remaining steadfastly fixed upon Jiang Heng. In the audience, Lan Li's heart quivered at these words. As for those she cares about, she pondered her own standing, yet deep within, a voice cried out, yearning for affirmation. Meanwhile, Li Linger felt a warmth envelop her heart, as her master's words instilled an unprecedented sense of stability and comfort. As this discourse concluded, the crowd began to deliberate upon their own interpretations of the Tao. Time drifted by, and eventually, an elder from the Tao Academy cleared his throat, redirecting the attention of the audience. With the philosophical discussion concluded, it was time to transition into the second segment, the practical combat. The rules were simple. Each faction could send forth disciples no older than 60 years to engage in friendly sparring, with victors earning generous rewards from the Tao Academy. As the elder paused, his gaze subtly flickered over to Jiang Heng. However, he emphasized that the sparring should be lighthearted, with no harm to life. This implication was unmistakable to all present, yet Jiang Heng appeared unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the warning. Although he was indeed below the age threshold, he felt no inclination towards the so-called Xian ranking competition. Participants in the Xian ranking were uniformly prodigious beings on the verge of sanctity. What would it mean for a great sage to contend with a group of quasi-saints? Such a competition would not be a fair match, but rather a display of overwhelming dominance, rendering it a mere waste of time. Yawning languidly, he found himself curiously drawn to the notion of the Earth ranking instead, as speculation arose regarding which faction would be the first to send a contender to the stage. A fiery figure suddenly leaped from the seat of the mysterious celestial sect. The figure, light as a feather, landed in the center of the combat arena, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. It was a girl appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years old, clad in a flowing crimson gown. Her hair styled into playful twin tails, her skin fair as snow, and her features exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a celestial being. It was none other than Yu Yao. Who is this? Is this the fairy Yu Yao from the mysterious celestial sect? My heavens. I've heard she recently returned to the sect and bested all her peers, forcibly claiming this spot. Who would have thought she would be the first to appear? Whispers filled the audience, many captivated by the girl's charming appearance. However, the moment she ascended the combat platform, a terrifying aura erupted from her petite form. Ninth turn quasi-saint. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence, as countless spectators gasped in awe, their faces etched with disbelief. The ninth turn quasi-saint represents the absolute pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, merely a step away from true sanctity. High above, the saintess of the dawn from the mysterious celestial sect observed Yu Yao with a bitter smile dancing on her otherwise serene features. This junior sister Yu Yao, fresh from receiving a surge of power from her father's legacy, had indeed shown no restraint whatsoever. Once Yu Yao steadied herself, her lively eyes inadvertently darted towards the figure clad in white at the center of the high platform. When her gaze met Jiang Heng's calm countenance, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She yearned to face this man in combat once more, yet reason cautioned her against it. Yu Yao was no fool, judging by Jiang Heng's earlier display, sending the holy son of nine songs flying with a single slap and effortlessly dispatching the holy son of Tianqiong. His strength now clearly surpassed that of the great sage, possibly exceeding it even further. Though she had attained the ninth turn quasi-saint status, the chasm between them remained vast. Humph, you insolent man, just you wait. Yu Yao vowed silently, her fighting spirit ignited rather than diminished. Clenching her little fists, she mused. It seems I need to train for a few more years to bring you down. But fear not, I have all the time in the world. At that moment, from the seating of the primordial Holy Land, a young man clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear, took a deep breath and rose to his feet. From the primordial Holy Land, Lin Xian, I humbly request guidance from Fairy Yu Yao. With a step, he landed upon the combat platform, his silver spear vibrating as he unleashed the aura of a sixth turn quasi-saint without reservation. On the high platform, Jiang Heng cast a casual glance, only to lose interest entirely. A sixth turn versus a ninth turn. The outcome was a foregone conclusion, extinguishing any desire he had to observe further. He nonchalantly averted his gaze from the combat stage, leisurely scanning the assembly of spectators from various factions. Since he had the time to spare, he thought it prudent to see if any new fateful connections might arise amidst the crowd. His gaze drifted slowly across the various spectator sections. Those male disciples who were swept by his gaze, regardless of their cultivation level, were all engulfed by an inexplicable chill that surged within them. As though they had become the prey of some ancient, ferocious beast, their resolve nearly faltering. Many instinctively shuddered, their hearts racing with a vague sense of dread that was difficult to articulate. They could not comprehend the source of this unsettling sensation. In stark contrast, the female disciples reacted quite differently. They experienced an inexplicable warmth spreading from the depths of their hearts, their cheeks flushing a deep crimson, breaths quickening in response. The man atop the platform, with merely a casual glance, seemed to wield a captivating power that utterly disrupted their heart's tranquility. Several daring female cultivators even cast flirtatious glances in Jiang Heng's direction, attempting to reciprocate the riveting gaze that stirred their emotions. Amidst the ranks of the Qingyun sacred land, Lan Li felt the unabashed infatuation radiating from the surrounding female disciples. Casting her eyes upon the figure on the platform, who had captivated the hearts of countless young women, an intense sense of possessiveness surged within her. She instinctively clenched her delicate fists, a glimmer of unyielding determination flashing in her icy gaze. This man is mine. Jiang Heng surveyed the entire square, yet the system failed to provide any notification. Alas, it seemed today would yield no rewards. He sighed softly, a tinge of disappointment causing him to retract his gaze. At that moment, a thunderous crash drew everyone's attention back to the martial arena. The previously spirited disciple of the Taichu sacred land, Lin Xian, had now transformed into a parabolic arc, sent flying by Yu Yao's effortless kick, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness on impact. From the moment he ascended to the stage until his descent, barely 3 breaths had passed. He hadn't even managed to execute a single move. The arena fell into a profound silence. Just as everyone was still immersed in the terror of Yu Yao's formidable prowess, the girl on the stage rolled her eyes in impatience. She surveyed the exceptional talents from various factions below, her voice ringing out clear, yet laced with an undeniable arrogance. Too weak. Next. Forget it. This is too tedious. All you remaining quasi-saints should come at once. I am pressed for time. Her crisp voice echoed throughout the venue. For a moment, no one dared to step forward to challenge her. Just recently, someone had uttered similar words, and the fate of their opponent had been dire. With no challengers stepping onto the stage, Yu Yao disdainfully pouted. Her gaze once again drifted towards Jiang Heng at the center of the high platform, her petite nostrils slightly wrinkling in irritation. This infuriating man, could he not display even a hint of reaction? Here she was, demonstrating her mighty prowess, yet he remained aloof, barely bothering to lift his eyelids. It was utterly exasperating. The more Yu Yao pondered, the angrier she became, resolutely deciding to conclude this swiftly and find a place to indulge in some drinks. She pointed directly. You from the ancient sacred land. Yes, you in the beast skin. Step up. The one summoned was a disciple from the ancient sacred land, also at the sixth transition of quasi-saint, who was already apprehensive due to Lin Xian's dismal defeat. Now, being publicly called out by Yu Yao, his expression darkened. Under the cold gaze of the Xunyuan sacred sun, he could only muster the courage to ascend the martial stage. The outcome was, of course, inevitable. The instant the battle commenced, Yu Yao transformed into a red bolt of lightning, delivering another kick before the ancient sacred land disciple even had time to react. Bang! The disciple was sent flying outwards at a speed even greater than Lin Xian's, crashing down to create a significant crater in the ground. What followed was as if Yu Yao had entered a mode of invincibility. You from the Wujie sacred land, the one bearing a sword, step up. You from the divine temple, the one shimmering like gold, step up. She continued to call out names, and without exception, every challenger she summoned was dispatched with a single kick, executed with ruthless efficiency. The entire contest had morphed into Yu Yao's personal showcase. After 10 consecutive victories, her score soared far ahead, securing her position at the top. The spectators below watched Yu Yao on stage, their minds numb with disbelief. Enough. Seeing her score sufficient, Yu Yao, uninterested in prolonging the event, flashed back to her seat at the Piaomiao sacred land. As she descended, a brief silence fell over the arena. At that moment, Li Linger from the Thief Alliance took a deep breath and rose to her feet. Master, I wish to give it a try. She looked at Jiang Heng, her clear eyes filled with determination. Jiang Heng glanced at her and gently nodded, receiving her master's approval. Li Linger felt a surge of joy and lightly leaped onto the martial stage. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of many. She is from the Thief Alliance. Who is this young girl? She looks so youthful. Her cultivation seems to be merely at the first transition of quasi-saint. Does she dare to step onto the stage? Is she out of her mind? This is no trifling matter. Whispers filled the air, most tinged with confusion and condescension, for indeed, Li Linger as cultivation was the lowest among the gathered prodigies. Just then, a burly youth from the ancient sacred land let out a cold laugh and leaped onto the martial stage. From the ancient sacred land, I am Shi Meng. At the third transition of quasi-saint. Please enlighten me. His gaze towards Li Linger was filled with disdain. Just moments ago, Jiang Heng had caused embarrassment for the ancient sacred land. Now he could reclaim that honor by defeating this girl from the Thief Alliance. From the Thief Alliance. I am Li Linger, at the first transition of quasi-saint. Li Linger stated, neither humble nor arrogant. A first transition? Shi Meng's contempt deepened. Little girl, I advise you to withdraw before you get hurt in the ensuing chaos. Li Linger ignored his provocation and calmly began to channel the technique taught by her master. Tianfeng Sanxian Bian, first transformation. In an instant, a noble and blazing aura erupted from within her, and behind her, the ethereal image of a resplendent phoenix emerged, letting out a triumphant cry towards the heavens. At that moment, Li Linger's aura surged, shattering the shackles of the first transition of quasi-saint and reaching a level comparable to a third transition. What? Shi Meng's disdain froze, replaced by profound shock. Before he could react, Li Linger was already in motion. Her figure darted like lightning, golden flames igniting at her fingertips. She thrust out her finger. Phoenix Flame Finger. The golden flames transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Shi Meng's hastily erected defenses and striking directly at his chest. Uft! Shi Meng was struck as though by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground below. One move, defeat. The arena fell silent once more. If Yu Yao's victory had been anticipated, then Li Linger's triumph was utterly unforeseen. A first transition of quasi-saint had defeated a third transition. Moreover, it was a single strike that secured the win. How could this be possible? Am I seeing things? That technique is terrifying. It allowed her to unleash such formidable power. Thief Alliance. Once again, the Thief Alliance. First, the unfathomable Jiang Heng, and now, another genius girl capable of overturning realms. The gazes directed towards the seat of the Sky Thief Alliance had undergone a profound transformation, from initial disdain to later solemnity, and finally to reverence. After Li Linger triumphed over her adversary, a flicker of joy illuminated her small face. She had succeeded. She had not brought shame to her master. However, in the second round, her opponent was a disciple from the Celestial Temple, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th transformation of the semi-holy realm. Confronted with an opponent 3 minor realms above her, even with the enhancement of the 3 mystical transformations of the celestial phoenix, Li Ling'er felt an overwhelming pressure. She exerted every ounce of her strength, engaging in a fierce struggle for dozens of exchanges, yet ultimately, due to the disparity in cultivation, she was caught off guard and struck on the shoulder, sending her tumbling down from the arena. After the celestial temple disciple secured victory, he too breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Li Ling'er, who was being helped by her fellow disciples, and refrained from delivering a heavy blow. After all, this young girl clearly had a close relationship with Jiang Heng. The scene of the holy son of Qingyang being obliterated was still fresh in his mind. He certainly did not wish to follow in his footsteps. Although Li Ling'er faced defeat, her honor remained intact, and no one dared to underestimate her again. Returning to her seat, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. "Master, I lost." Jiang Heng reached out to gently ruffle her hair, his tone calm. "You did very well." This simple consolation instantly dispelled the gloom in Li Ling'er's heart, and she vigorously nodded in agreement. After her match, Su Tianqiong rose to his feet. He cast a glance at Jiang Heng, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Young Master Jiang, I shall also take my turn." With that, he brandished his spear and leaped onto the stage. The oppressive aura of the 7th transformation of the semi-holy realm, combined with the fierce intent of the Azure Dragon Spear, invigorated the audience once more. The subsequent battles transformed into a showcase for the Sky Thief Alliance. Su Tianqiong wielded his spear with the ferocity of a dragon. Unyielding and unstoppable, no one could withstand more than 3 strikes from him. He claimed an impressive 9 consecutive victories before stepping down from the stage, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 110, The Taoist Temple Stone. Soon, the competition of the Xian rankings came to a close, leaving lingering waves of spiritual energy in the air. The voices of countless cultivators converged into a chorus, with all discussions inevitably revolving around the newly emerged sacred grounds. The Sky Thief Alliance. A prodigious leader, Jiang Heng, suspected to be on the verge of the Saint King realm. A gifted young woman, Li Ling'er, capable of challenging opponents 2 minor realms above her. A formidable warrior, Su Tianqiong, renowned for his unparalleled spear technique. This newly arisen sacred ground etched its name into the hearts of all with the most direct and forceful manner. On the high platform, the elder of the Dao Institute cleared his throat twice, silencing the clamor of the crowd with a resonant voice. With the conclusion of the Xian rankings, I now declare the final rankings and rewards for this event. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the participants instinctively turned their gazes towards him. The elder waved his hand, unfurling a radiant golden scroll that hovered above the plaza, where the Taoist rhythm flowed and names began to materialize. 5th place in the Xian rankings, Sky Thief Alliance, Su Tianqiong. As this name was announced, a low murmur rippled through the crowd. Despite Su Tianqiong's impressive 9 consecutive victories, no one had anticipated he would indeed break into the top 5. This was a gathering of prodigies, showcasing the finest of the younger generation from the entire central continent. For the Sky Thief Alliance to debut at this event and have someone rank in the top 5 was a feat that would undoubtedly attract the attention of any sacred ground. Su Tianqiong stood tall, a proud smile gracing his face. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Heng, only to find him maintaining his usual calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. 4th place in the Xian rankings, Evil God Cult, Xiao Hai. 3rd place, Celestial Temple, Lei Yi. 2nd place, Wujia Sacred Ground, Jian Wuchan. With each name announced, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent. "Now, I will announce the 1st place." The elder's voice elongated, building suspense. 1st place in the Xian rankings, Mysterious Cloud Sacred Ground, Yu Yao. This outcome was without a doubt. Yu Yao's overwhelming prowess had already captivated everyone present, and her 1st place victory was well deserved. However, she herself showed no reaction, merely casting a furtive glance at Jiang Heng at the center of the platform. Noticing his disinterest, she couldn't help but huff in annoyance. Muttering under her breath, "Stupid man, wouldn't block." After concluding the Xian rankings, the elder of the Dao Institute rolled up the scroll, his expression suddenly turning solemn. The Xian rankings represent the potential of the younger generation. What I am about to announce next is the D rankings. The D rankings, arranged by our Dao Institute based on the comprehensive strength and potential of each holy son and holy maiden, represent the pinnacle combat power of this year's youth. With these words, the atmosphere in the venue instantly ignited. The D rankings. This was truly the highlight of the Prodigy gathering. Those who could ascend to the D rankings were undoubtedly future contenders for the semi-emperor title, even aiming for the path of the emperor. All eyes were fervently fixed upon the 9 dominant factions on the high platform. Everyone was curious how the Dao Institute would rank this list after the recent tumult, particularly regarding that man, Jiang Heng, Where would he be placed? Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, the elder of the Dao Institute raised his hand once more. This time, a pitch-black stone tablet, exuding an ancient aura, appeared in the sky. Radiance flowed across the tablet, and 10 names shimmering with purple-gold brilliance gradually emerged from the bottom upwards. 10th place in the D rankings, Qingyun's sacred ground, Qingyong Holy Sun. However, as soon as this name appeared, it was struck through by a crimson stroke, creating a stark contrast. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. 9th place in the D rankings, Yaoqi's sacred ground, Liuli Holy Maiden. 8th place, Primordial sacred ground, Qinyuan Holy Sun. Upon seeing his rank, Qinyuan Holy Sun's expression darkened instantly, his vitality surging, yet he ultimately refrained from erupting. 7th place, Mysterious Cloud sacred ground, Xia Holy Maiden. 6th place, Taichu sacred ground, Taixin Holy Sun. 5th place, Wujia sacred ground, Xianjue Holy Sun. 4th place, Evil God cult, Ziyue Holy Maiden. Ziyue Holy Maiden, upon seeing her rank, merely languidly toyed with a strand of her hair, her red lips curling slightly, seemingly unconcerned. 3rd place in the D rankings. Celestial Temple, Jiogao Holy Sun. Jiogao Holy Sun stared at his name, his fists clenching involuntarily, as he cast a glance at the name at the very top. His eyes filled with unwillingness. 2nd place, Buddhist Sect, Qingshun. The monk Qingshun joined his palms together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant, his face devoid of joy or sorrow. Finally, we arrived at the pinnacle position. Every heart raced to their throats, eyes fixed intently on the top of the stone tablet. Who would claim the first place in the D rankings? A name radiating with chaotic brilliance slowly emerged, its light profound as a chasm, overshadowing the purple-gold brilliance of the other 9 names. First place in the D rankings, Sky Thief Alliance, Jiang Heng. The moment this name was revealed, the entire plaza fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into a cacophony akin to a tidal wave. It was indeed him. He had truly secured the first position. Dominating all the holy sons and holy maidens, he ascended to the pinnacle of the D rankings. However, some keen-eyed cultivators noticed something amiss. Look, the position of that name. Hiss, the markings on this stone tablet seem much fresher than the others. Not merely new, but I can't help but feel a lingering warmth emanating from the laws themselves. In an instant, an absurd thought surged in the hearts of the crowd. Could it be that the top of the earth rankings was just inscribed? The elder of the Dao Academy felt his aging face flush, seemingly aware of the murmurs around him, and quickly cleared his throat, proclaiming loudly, should anyone be dissatisfied with this ranking, they may challenge those placed above them. The victor shall take their place. His words were delivered with conviction, yet no one dared to respond. Challenge. Who would dare confront the monstrous being capable of effortlessly slaying the Holy Sun with a mere slap? Seeing the silence, the elders seized the moment to announce the grand prize of this gathering. Those who ranked in the top 5 of the Xian rankings and the top 10 of the Earth rankings would each receive an opportunity to enter the divine object of our Dao Academy, the Dao Observation Stone, to comprehend divine abilities. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What? The Dao Observation Stone? Am I hearing correctly? Is it truly the legendary Dao Observation Stone, born at the dawn of creation? By heavens! It is said that the previous era's unparalleled Emperor of Freedom, who dominated the ages, attained his supreme abilities in his youth through the Dao Observation Stone, thus commencing his invincible imperial journey. Every individual present, including the arrogant holy sons and holy maidens, displayed expressions of fervor and astonishment. To comprehend the Dao Observation Stone is tantamount to receiving a ticket to embark upon the imperial path. However, upon further reflection, many found this reasoning quite justifiable. With the imperial path set to open and a grand era on the horizon, the Dao Academy is cultivating true leaders for the impending chaos. In that moment, all who qualified were overwhelmed with excitement, while those who did not could only pound their chests in frustration, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. On the elevated platform, Jiang Heng finally opened his eyes slowly, a hint of interest flickering in his previously languid gaze. The Dao Observation Stone. Chapter 111. Just say whether you did or did not touch it. All right, the top 5 of the Xian rankings and the top 10 of the Earth rankings. Follow me. Having spoken, the elder of the Dao Academy turned and walked deeper into the academy. Jiang Heng rose at a measured pace, unhurried yet deliberate. Behind him, Su Tianqiong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and hurriedly followed suit. Yu Yao, the holy maiden of Xia, the holy maiden of Ziyue, and the holy son of Qinyuan, among others, also stood and trailed behind the elder. A procession of 14 individuals, under the watchful eyes of countless envious, awed, and jealous onlookers, vanished behind the ancient halls. The interior of the Dao Academy was far more magnificent than what the outside world perceived. It resembled an independent realm, where ancient palaces and pavilions stood in splendid array, each enveloped in the profound essence of time. Spiritual springs gurgled amidst the rocks, and an almost palpable aura of spiritual energy enveloped the crowd, invigorating their spirits. The group followed the elder along a path paved with pristine white jade. On either side, ancient formations flickered ominously, exuding a heart-pounding presence. At that moment, a fiery red figure, accompanied by a faint fragrance, swiftly caught up to the front-running Jiang Heng. "Hey, Jiang Heng." Yu Yao's voice dripped with evident displeasure as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Jiang Heng's impassive profile. "What do you mean? You see me and don't even greet me?" Beside her, the ethereal holy maiden of Xia, with a hint of helplessness on her cool countenance, slightly nodded towards Jiang Heng as a gesture of greeting. Unfazed, Jiang Heng simply turned his head and replied in a flat tone, "Is there something you need?" This aloof demeanor nearly provoked Yu Yao to draw her sword on the spot. The holy maiden of Xia, her beautiful eyes glinting with curiosity, gently interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "Jiang Gongzi, so you and junior sister Yu Yao are acquainted?" Only then did Jiang Heng truly regard the two women, maintaining his expression of indifference as he replied coolly, "We have met once. We are from the same hometown." Hometown. Upon hearing this term, Yu Yao reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, instantly flaring up. She leaned closer to Jiang Heng, lowering her voice to a volume audible only to the four of them, and gritted her teeth. "What do you mean by met once? That day, you practically explored every inch of my body. What, do you intend to deny it now?" The air turned palpably tense. Su Tianqiong, walking behind Jiang Heng, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Jiang Heng's calm facade finally faltered, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This madwoman, how could she speak so freely? He hastily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. That was clearly an accident." "Accident?" Yu Yao let out a cold laugh, defiantly puffing out her budding bosom. She boldly pressed, "Just say whether you did or did not touch." "I." Jiang Heng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He indeed had touched her, but it truly was an accident. Beside them, the holy maiden of Xia, hearing their exchange, first appeared taken aback, then a rare blush adorned her cool cheeks. She quickly averted her gaze, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and with a faint blush, chuckled softly. "I didn't expect that Jiang Gongzi and junior sister Yu Yao had such a connection." As for Su Tianqiong, trailing Jiang Heng, his brows furrowed deeply as he observed Jiang Heng's back, his expression shifting, inwardly lamenting. What is the matter with Jiang Gongzi? The leader treats him so well, yet he is out here engaging in flirtations. Indeed, Uncle Zhao and the leader are a much better match. Jiang Gongzi is simply too unreliable. Amidst this awkward and peculiar atmosphere, the group finally arrived at an expansive platform. In the center of the platform stood a peculiar stone, towering about the height of two people. This stone was entirely a primitive grayish-white, its surface adorned with a myriad of ancient runes that seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, emanating a powerful aura of Tao, compelling anyone who gazed upon it to feel as though their very souls might be drawn in. This was the Tao Observation Stone. The elder of the Tao Academy halted, turning to face the crowd with a solemn expression. All eyes were captivated by the stone. Even Yu Yao, who had just been bickering, now set aside her playful demeanor, gazing at the Tao Observation Stone with curiosity. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, there are words on that stone." Following the voice, the crowd discovered, indeed, that on the mirror-smooth surface of the Tao Observation Stone, lines of golden ancient characters were inscribed, forming an enormous leaderboard. At the very top, a dazzling name radiated a domineering aura that seemed to suppress the ages. First place, Di Wushuang, 9,999 levels. Di Wushuang, the holy son of Taisu from the Supreme Holy Land, gasped in astonishment. Isn't that the eternal emperor from the primordial era of the Chongqing imperial clan? What? The eternal emperor? At this revelation, every individual present inhaled sharply. The eternal emperor, Di Wushuang. He was the first celestial emperor of the primordial era, who, with unparalleled prowess, vanquished all heroes of the age, establishing the Chongqing imperial clan's everlasting legacy. It is said that he was the most powerful celestial emperor in human history. To think he also once stood before this Tao Observation Stone. With hearts filled with profound shock, the crowd continued to gaze downward at the leaderboard. Second place, Fuxi, with a staggering 998 levels. The progenitor of the divine race, the first generation of the divine emperor, Fuxi. The voice of the saint son of the nine songs from the heavenly divine hall trembled. Third place, Feng Qing'er, with 888 levels. The progenitor of the ancient Phoenix clan, Feng Qing'er. She too has attained the position of heavenly emperor. The glazed saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land murmured. Fourth place, the Buddhist sect, Wuqing, with 9,800 levels. 5th place, the Heavenly Divine Hall, Songlan, with 9,800 levels. 6th place, the Evil God Cult, Xiaowunyan, with 9,800 levels. 10th place, the Ancient Sacred Land, Huang, with 9,700 levels. The names of the top 10 on the list resonated like thunder, each representing a magnificent legend. Without exception, they all reigned supreme in their respective eras, achieving the unparalleled status of Heavenly Emperor. Gasping, one could only conclude that those who carved their names on this monument and entered the top 10 were destined to become Heavenly Emperors. The crowd continued to gaze down the list, their astonishment growing. They even spotted a familiar name in the 99th position, the Free and Unfettered Emperor, with 9,000 levels. The Free and Unfettered Emperor. The existence that ascended to the Emperor's realm in the last great age is surprisingly ranked only 99th. This revelation was even more shocking than seeing the eternal life Heavenly Emperor at the top. The renown of the Free and Unfettered Emperor still echoed through the ages. Yet even so, he merely traversed 9,000 levels on this monument. This indicates that anyone who could enter the top 100 possessed the potential to become an emperor. Those who made it into the top 10 were truly prodigies among prodigies, monsters among monsters. Just as the crowd was reeling from the names on the list, the voice of the elder from the Dao Academy resonated once more. This monument is a divine stone from the primordial chaos, containing the essence of 3,000 great laws. Entering within, the challenge lies not only in your innate talent, but also in your perseverance, comprehension, and Dao heart. In the realm of the monument, the greater the number of levels you ascend, the stronger your overall potential, and the more formidable the divine abilities you can comprehend. The elder paused, casting a solemn gaze over the 14 prodigies before him, and declared, "Well, I have said all that needs to be said. What opportunities await you next depends solely on your own capabilities." As his voice fell, he waved his sleeve. Buzz. A portal emanating spatial fluctuations suddenly materialized before the monument. "Go." The saint son of the abyss from the ancient sacred land called out, rushing into the portal first, evidently eager to seize the initiative. Upon witnessing this, the others wasted no time and followed suit. "Humph, I must surpass you," Yuyo exclaimed to Jiang Heng before swiftly disappearing into the portal. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Heng remained on the platform. He gazed at the profound portal, a faint smile gracing his face, curiosity flickering in his typically languid eyes. The Peerless Emperor, 999 levels, you say? A step away. Is it a limit or a regret? He stepped forward, leisurely crossing the threshold. Chapter 112, Ascending the Divine Stairway. With a single step, the world spun. When Jiang Heng opened his eyes again, he was greeted by an endless expanse of the vast starry sea. Countless stars slowly revolved against the dark backdrop. Some blazed like fire, others chilled like frost, and some radiated a gentle, multicolored glow. Immense rivers of stars spanned the horizon, magnificent and resplendent. Everyone was suspended in this starry realm. Before them stood a staircase, woven entirely from the essence of the Tao. It radiated a chaotic luminescence, as if it were the very genesis of the universe, the origin of myriad paths. The staircase rose from the void beneath their feet, ascending straight up to the depths of the starry sea, disappearing into the unfathomable distance. Just gazing at this staircase, they felt a profound sense of smallness and reverence emanating from the depths of their souls. Is this the inner space of the monument? The holy maiden of the evil god cult murmured, her captivating eyes filled with awe. What a terrifying pressure of Tao. The saint son of the abyss from the ancient sacred land's expression turned grave. He could sense that every breath in this space contained profound truths capable of suffocating him. At that moment, someone exclaimed softly, "My cultivation. Why can't I use it?" The speaker was Su Tianqiong, ranked 5th on the list. He was horrified to find that the spiritual energy within him seemed suppressed, unresponsive no matter how he tried to summon it. His words instantly awakened everyone. "Mine too. What is happening? This space has suppressed our cultivation. We are no different from mortals now." Yet, the saint sons and saintesses of the top-tier forces, such as the 9 songs of the Heavenly Divine Hall, the Qianjua saint son of the Wujia sacred land, and the Taixian saint son of the Taichu sacred land, remained remarkably calm, as if they had anticipated this situation. Jiang Heng was no different. The notion of his cultivation being suppressed seemed trivial to him. In truth, this was indeed the case. As soon as he entered the space within the monument, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Beep. Detection of cultivation suppression. The ability inviolable has automatically triggered. Suppression effect has been waived. In an instant, the binding force acting upon Jiang Heng vanished without a trace. He could distinctly feel that he was still able to wield his cultivation. However, Jiang Heng chose not to make it known. He simply raised his head, silently observing the long staircase leading into the depths of the starry sea. His mind recalled the names inscribed on the stone tablet: Peerless Emperor, Fuxi, Fengqing, each one a celestial being that had dominated an era. An idea surged uncontrollably within Jiang Heng's heart. If I do not rely on my cultivation, but solely on my talent, perseverance, and Dao heart, how far can I ascend? As a transmigrator, he inherently possessed a sense of pride. Competing on the same terms as these unparalleled prodigies from eons past in a transcendent contest across time was far more intriguing than simply overpowering them with advantages. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the Dao Academy, upon a mist-covered floating island, two venerable elders with profound auras sat facing each other. A partially completed game of chess laid out before them. One elder, clad in a moon-white Dao robe, had hair and beard as white as snow, his countenance serene as he held a white piece, contemplating his next move. Opposite him sat an elder in a dark robe, his expression stern and aura contained, quietly awaiting his opponent's decision. After a lengthy pause, the elder in the white robe appeared to have finally devised a strategy, and with a decisive click, he placed his piece on the board. He lifted his gaze to the elder in black and, in a gentle tone, inquired, "Do you believe that in this great age, someone will truly achieve divinity?" The elder in black, upon hearing this, picked up a black piece from the box, his voice gravelly and somber. "Difficult to say. The mysteries of heaven are chaotic, and the future is unpredictable. Even though ancient prophecies mention that this era will witness unprecedented upheavals and the birth of beings transcending the realm of emperors, that is ultimately just prophecy." Looking back to the ancient times, the unparalleled celestial emperor of eternal life possessed extraordinary elegance and unmatched talents that surpassed all ages. Yet, in the end, he still fell short by a mere half-step, forever regretting his position outside the divine gate. The old man in white, upon hearing these words, fell silent for a moment before he sighed softly and shifted the topic. "Let us not speak of such distant matters. Rather, let us consider the present. Among these little ones who have entered the Taoist stone, I wonder who among them will take the first 10,000 steps towards divinity?" The old man in black, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of derision in his stern visage. He placed a black stone on the board, producing a crisp sound, and remarked indifferently, "Impossible. These young ones, at best, possess the caliber of holy sons. Though their talents are high, they cannot compare to the true prodigies who are heirs of emperors. To reach 9,000 steps is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone that legendary 10,000 steps. If there is any hope, it would only come once those slumbering heirs and ancient anomalies awaken." "I beg to differ," the old man in white retorted, shaking his head. He picked up a white stone, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of void to glimpse the scene within the Taoist stone. "Take that Jiang Heng from the Thief Alliance. For instance, he is indeed intriguing. There seems to be a veil of mystery surrounding him. Even I find it difficult to see through." Having said this, the old man in white placed the white stone on the board. The old man in black glanced at the board, non-committally responding. Even if he possesses some uniqueness, he is ultimately limited by the perspectives and resources of this era. In my view, if he can reach 9,000 steps, it would be on par with the unfettered emperor of old, and that would already be his utmost limit. Following this, the old man in black also placed a stone on the board. Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning joy flickered in the eyes of the old man in white. Since he were so certain, why not wager? As he spoke, he placed another white stone, severing a significant portion of the black stones, and continued with a cheerful demeanor. "I wager that the lad named Jiang Heng can at least reach 9,500 steps. The stake? Just 1 pound of divine essence. What do you say?" The old man in white grinned at the board and added, "Ah, it seems I am destined to win." The old man in black cast a glance at the severed black stones, and a look of defiance crossed his face. "Very well, let us wager. I am curious to see why you hold such high hopes for this boy." Chapter 113. The Plans of the Ancestor Qinghan. In the sacred land of Qingyun, within the hall of the Holy Master, Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his complexion rosy and his aura profound. After this period of seclusion, he had recovered most of his lost essence, feeling invigorated. However, this good mood dissipated the moment he stepped out of the hall and beheld the soul lamp enshrined at the center. Among the rows of soul lamps representing the core of the sacred land, the one at the top, signifying the identity of the Holy Sun, was now cold, devoid of flame, leaving only a wisp of green smoke that drifted away. "Qingyong." Dong's expression turned ashen in an instant. He strode forward to the soul lamp. His eyes bloodshot, a terrifying killing intent surging forth like a flood, causing the very pillars of the Holy Master Hall to tremble under the weight of his fury. Who dares to slay the Holy Son of my Qingyun sacred land?" Dong roared, his voice echoing through the skies. He forcefully suppressed his nearly overwhelming rage and promptly sat down in a meditative position, his hands swiftly forming seals. As the Dao rhythm flowed, he attempted to glean the heavenly secrets and trace the threads of causality. Fragments of broken images flashed in his mind, a grand gathering of prodigies. A confrontation on a lofty stage, a massive chaotic hand that blotted out the sky, and then, the vision abruptly ceased, leaving behind only emptiness. Ultimately, all clues pointed unmistakably towards the Thief Alliance. Once again, that damned Thief Alliance. Chun Dong's eyes flew open, his murderous intent nearly materializing. He sprang to his feet, his voice reverberating throughout the Qingyun sacred land. Transmit my decree. Summon all elders and disciples. Prepare for. He was about to issue the order to attack the Thief Alliance, making this audacious new force understand the true might of the sacred land. A mere fledgling faction repeatedly provoking the Qingyun sacred land, and now, in front of the entire world, has slain the Holy Sun. If this vengeance were not repaid in blood, how could the Qingyun sacred land maintain its standing in the central continent? However, just as the words of war were about to escape his lips, a venerable and authoritative voice resonated deep within his soul, interrupting him. Silence. It was Ancestor Qinghan. Ancestor, Chun Dong respectfully bowed to the void, his voice laden with reluctance. Qingyong has been killed by the people of the Thief Alliance. If this grudge is not avenged, what face do we have left? I am already aware. The ancient voice revealed no hint of emotion. Qingyong's demise is a consequence of his own limitations. He has no one to blame. The rivalry among the younger generation is governed by fate, a rule as old as time. Should we old ones intervene, it would change the nature of the matter. But Ancestor, there are no buts. The voice of Ancestor Qinghun brooked no argument. Now is not the time to act. The Thief Alliance operates with arrogance, unbound by rules. Their actions will inevitably draw the ire of all the top forces on the continent. If we jump in now, we will only become targets ourselves, serving as pawns for others. Chun Dong's heart stirred, gradually calming. Does the Ancestor mean we should wait? Yes, the voice of Ancestor Qinghun exuded sagacity. Wait until they have thoroughly provoked the wrath of the masses, until all major forces unite against them. That will be the opportune moment for our Qingyun sacred land to reap the benefits. At that time, we can not only avenge Qingyong, but also justly eradicate this troublesome threat. The ancient voice paused before continuing. As for now, the path to divinity shall open, and the heirs are preparing to emerge. The arena of the younger generation must naturally be reclaimed by the younger generation themselves. Our sacred land's heirs will personally confront that prodigy of the Thief Alliance, making him understand what it truly means to be a genius. Upon hearing the term heir, the fury in Chun Dong's eyes finally began to subside, replaced by a chilling anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply once more to the void. Yes, Ancestor, your disciple understands. Meanwhile, within the internal space of the Taoist stone, on the divine ascent woven from the threads of Tao, 14 prodigies had already established a distinct gap among themselves. All their cultivations were suppressed, and with every step taken upwards, they had to endure dual trials from their souls and Tao hearts, an invisible pressure that felt as if it would crush their very spirits. Leading the charge was the holy son of the heavenly god palace, Jiang. He had reached the 900th step, drenched in sweat, hair plastered to his forehead, looking quite disheveled. Yet his gaze shone with extraordinary brilliance. Following closely was the holy maiden of the purple moon, who had reached the 888th step. Her breath came in quick gasps, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Further behind, the holy maiden of the dawn moon, the holy son of the 1,000 absolutes, and others were barely managing within the 800-step range. Even Su Tianqiong, driven by an unyielding spirit, had surged to the 500th step, leaving many behind. However, compared to the fierce competition ahead, the back of the ascent felt somewhat out of place. Jiang Heng and the monk Qingchen from the Buddhist sect were leisurely walking side by side on the 300th step. Their relaxed demeanor was more reminiscent of a stroll in a garden than climbing a divine staircase. This scene, of course, caught the attention of the prodigies ahead. So it is like this. The sacred son of the abyss from the primordial Holy Land turned to glance at the slowly fading figure, and the fear that had been instilled in him by Jiang Heng dissipated significantly, replaced by a sudden epiphany. How could he be so extraordinarily powerful? It turns out he merely relied on his elevated cultivation. Now that his power is restrained, his true self is revealed. The sacred son of the Taishan from the Taichu Holy Land let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It seems this fellow is nothing more than a facade of high cultivation, with shallow foundations and an unstable Tao heart. Once our cultivation catches up, avenging today's humiliation will be but a matter of time. This thought spread among all the prodigies who had been intimidated by Jiang Heng, especially the foremost among them, the sacred son of Jiang. He turned to look at the almost vanishing Jiang Heng, then glanced at the 900th step beneath his feet, and all his pent-up frustrations evaporated. The humiliation of being struck away with a single slap seemed to be washed away in that moment. What does high cultivation matter? Within this Taoist stone, which truly measures potential, you are merely a worthless underachiever. A smile involuntarily crept onto the lips of the sacred son of Jioga, and he even felt as if the oppressive atmosphere on the stairway to divinity had lessened somewhat. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, the focal point of everyone's discussions, remained utterly indifferent. His attention was entirely devoted to each step he took. With each ascent, a fresh breath of the great Tao surged into his soul, resonating with his chaotic body, deepening his comprehension of the myriad paths of the universe. This sensation was both wondrous and delightful. He lifted his gaze, peering through the layers of steps, as if he could see the names that suppressed the ages inscribed upon the stone tablet. Di Wushuang, Fuxi, Fengqing. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What significance is there in racing with these myriads? If one must compete, let it be against these true titans of antiquity. He raised his foot once more, leisurely stepping onto the 301st step. Chapter 114, Transcendence. At the deepest part of the Tao Academy, upon the cloud-shrouded floating island, the ancient pavilion remained unchanged, the chess match ongoing. A water mirror, formed from the essence of the Tao, floated above the chessboard, clearly reflecting everything within the Taoist stone. The elder, clad in a dark black robe, gazed at the two figures that were almost lost to sight in the water mirror, a hint of undisguised mockery appearing on his face. He picked up a black piece and, with a decisive plunk, placed it on the board, the sound resonating with certainty of victory. Old boy, it appears you are certain to lose this wager. The black-robed elder glanced at the still unruffled elder in white robes across from him and continued, I retract my earlier words. Although this child is astute and has seen through the essence of the stairway to divinity, at this pace, he is far from rivaling the great emperor of freedom. I doubt he can even ascend to the 9,000th level. If he reaches 5,000 layers, it would be a testament to his ancestors' merit. Yet others are foolish, failing to comprehend the essence of the stairway to divinity. In his view, the stairway to divinity tests comprehensive potential. Jiang Heng now resembled a snail crawling, clearly indicating a lack of potential and strength for the journey ahead. In response to the black-robed elder's derision, the elder, clad in moon-white robes, merely stroked his long white beard, a profound smile gracing his lips. Black elder, one should not speak too confidently. He leisurely retrieved a white piece from the chess box, his gaze falling upon the unhurried figure in white within the water mirror, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. The game is not yet at its end. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us continue to observe. Perhaps a surprise awaits. The black-robed elder snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further, instead refocusing on the water mirror. Simultaneously, within the interior space of the Taoist stone, the competition on the stairway to divinity had entered a fevered stage. The foremost sacred son of Jioga had already ascended to the 1,000th step. He was drenched in sweat, his golden divine armor having lost its luster, yet his face bore a sickly excitement and self-satisfaction. With each step he took, he felt as though he had surpassed countless peers, the sense of superiority intoxicating him. Behind him, the sacred maiden of the evil god cult, the sacred maiden of the misty dawn holy land, and others grit their teeth, persevering in the 900-step region, the distance between them minimal. Meanwhile, Yu Yao and Su Tianqiong, fueled by a fierce unwillingness to yield, had surged to over 600 steps, leaving most in their wake. In stark contrast to the strenuous efforts of those ahead, the rear of the steps was serene. Jiang Heng and the monk Qingchen from the Buddhist sect were currently walking side by side on the 350th step. Their steps were steady, breaths long, and their leisurely demeanor was incongruous with the surrounding tense atmosphere. Jiang Heng turned his head to glance at the dignified Qingchen beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, Qingchen, why do you walk so slowly? Is it to keep me company, this lowly one? Qingchen opened his eyes slowly in response, shaking his head, his hands pressed together as he replied in a calm voice, Amitabha, the Buddha says, the Tao lies beneath our feet and within our hearts. This staircase is extraordinary. Each step is a layer of the Tao, and each breath is a moment of enlightenment. To ascend merely for the sake of ascending would be to lose one's original intent, abandoning the Tao beneath one's feet. Even if one reaches the summit, it would be in vain. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback by his words, then silently mused, it seems there are indeed wise individuals here. As Qingchen stated, his slow pace was precisely to savor and absorb the pure Taoist essence contained within each level of the staircase. The stairway to divinity, formed from the chaotic divine stone, contained the laws of the 3,000 great Taos. For one like him, who possessed a chaotic body, this place was akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. With each step he ascended, The pure Taoist essence surged into his being, resonating with his chaotic body, solidifying his foundational cultivation and deepening his comprehension of the great Tao. To miss such a tremendous opportunity merely for the sake of ranking would be truly foolish. After all, there is no time constraint on the stairway to divinity. He had ample time to savor it slowly. Understanding this, Jiang Heng ceased to speak further and continued to focus on his endeavor of assimilation. Meanwhile, those ahead, after strenuously climbing over 100 steps, finally began to sense something amiss. Wait, why does my Tao heart feel so unstable? The one speaking was the sacred maiden of the misty dawn holy land, who paused at the 1100th step, her brows furrowed. She realized that despite her rapid ascent, the increasingly oppressive pressure had exhausted her spirit, leading to a hasty understanding of the steps beneath her, leaving her unable to fully absorb their essence. Instinctively, she turned to glance back at the others. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. There stood Jiang Heng and the monk Tianqiong, who had been left far behind by everyone else, still maintaining their leisurely demeanor, steadily ascending. They bore no signs of distress. Rather, they emanated a harmonious Taoist essence, as if they had merged with the entire stairway to divinity. Suddenly enlightened, she turned her gaze back to the slightly deranged figure of the sacred son of Jiuge ahead, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. They had been mistaken from the very beginning. Soon, the other prodigies became acutely aware of this reality. The holy son of the abyss from the ancient sacred land halted in his tracks, while the holy son of the primordial sacred land displayed an expression of astonishment. And the holy son of the boundless sacred land felt a slight tremor in his sword hand. They all turned back, gazing at the approaching figure draped in white, their eyes shifting from disdain to a flicker of shame. It became evident that it wasn't the other party that faltered, rather, it was their own folly. From the very beginning, the opponent had seen through the essence of the Tao stone, while they had been like headless flies, bickering over a ridiculous, hollow reputation. In an instant, the faces of all present flushed, as if they had just received a resounding slap in the face. This was especially true for the foremost holy son, Jiugao. When he noticed that those behind him had slowed their pace, he finally grasped the issue at hand. Turning to behold that serene figure, his sense of superiority dissipated entirely. So it was. He forced himself to regain composure, attempting to comprehend the Tao rhythm of the steps beneath him. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded across the divine ascending staircase. The leading figures came to a complete halt or slowed down significantly, laboriously compensating for their earlier shortcomings. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng and Qianxiang maintained their steady pace, neither fast nor slow, drawing closer to the others step by step. The gap between them visibly narrowed. 1,200 steps, 1,300 steps, 1,400 steps. As Jiugao Holy Son exerted immense effort to barely grasp the Tao rhythm of the 1,500th step and prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, a white figure calmly passed by him. There was no pause, no taunt, not even a lingering glance, just a tranquil surpassing. Jiugao's body froze at that moment. He widened his eyes, fixating on that white-clad silhouette, his mind a blank slate. Jiugao could hardly maintain his composure. He frantically urged his spirit to accelerate his understanding, striving to surpass Jiang Heng once more. Yet, Jiang Heng climbed steadily, as though he had no bottleneck, maintaining his unhurried rhythm. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Before long, the distance between them stretched to a full 100 steps. Jiugao Holy Son could only watch helplessly as that figure receded further into the distance, his heartache morphing into profound helplessness. Just as he found himself stranded on the 1,550 step, unable to advance an inch, another figure, hands clasped and muttering Amit Ba, passed him serenely. Chapter 115, a lone rider leaving all behind. Jiugao Holy Son remained utterly frozen on the 1,550 step. He gazed at the retreating form of Tianqiong, then glanced back at the other holy sons and daughters below, who were also stagnant, their faces etched with bitterness. Finally, his gaze fixated on the nearly minuscule white figure, which still kept its initial pace, step by step, resolute and steady. It was as if the overwhelming pressure of the divine ascending staircase, potent enough to crush souls, was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. The disparity had transcended mere description, a sense of despair so profound that it extinguished even the spark of jealousy engulfed his spirit. Ha ha ha. Jiugao Holy Son suddenly chuckled softly, his laughter rife with self-mockery and bitterness. His lifelong pride, his esteemed status as a holy son of the celestial temple, and his unparalleled talent among his peers were shattered in that moment by that white figure. He felt as if he had been struck down, yet he remained defiant, convinced that it was merely a difference in cultivation level and that, given time, he would inevitably catch up. Yet now, on this divine ascending staircase, stripped of cultivation, competing solely in talent, heart, and comprehension, he faced an even more thorough and humiliating defeat. That indomitable spirit, which had once burned bright with competitiveness, finally turned to ashes at this moment. He had lost, thoroughly lost. Jiao Holy Sun exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if releasing all his resentment and obsession into the ether. No longer did he gaze up at that unreachable figure. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, immersing his entire being in the Dao rhythm of the 1550 step beneath his feet. Since he could not chase the radiance of the sun, he resolved to walk his own path. Time flowed gently beneath this desolate starry sky. When Jiang Heng ascended the 2000th step, he remained composed, exuding an untroubled demeanor. Behind him, Tianqiong had fallen nearly 300 steps behind. Though he still maintained his calm, his pace had evidently slowed. Meanwhile, Jiao Holy Sun and the other top prodigies had only just managed to breach the 1800th step, each one seated cross-legged, laboriously digesting the vast information of the Dao rhythm. They had entirely relinquished the thought of pursuit, merely glancing up occasionally, gazing with a sense of awe at that figure growing ever more distant. Simultaneously, deep within the Dao Academy, in the pavilion of the floating island, the scene on the divine ascending staircase was vividly reflected in the water mirror. The elder, clad in a dark robe, observed Jiang Heng ascend the 2000th step, his speed unwavering, and the mocking expression on his face had long since vanished, replaced by profound astonishment. This little fellow possesses some remarkable talent. The elder in the black robe pinched the black piece in midair, marveling, 2,000 steps already, and still this pace, neither a step more nor less. His breath harmonious and coherent, showing no signs of strain. It seems I misjudged him. He had initially thought Jiang Heng's earlier slowness was due to insufficient potential and an unstable heart. Now, it was clear that he was not slow at all. He was merely employing a perfect rhythm to maximally absorb the opportunities of the divine ascending staircase. This terrifying mastery over one's own power and rhythm was unprecedented. I told you so, Black Elder. The elder in white stroked his long white beard, a smile blooming on his face as he dropped the white piece, capturing the Black Elder's dragon. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. I sense that this little fellow has surprises in store for us beyond what we've witnessed. The black-robed elder glared at the shattered chessboard, his expression darkening as he tossed the piece into the box. With a grunt, he redirected his gaze to the water mirror, muttering, "No more games. How vexing. I shall see just where this little one's limits lie." Within the Dao stone, as Jiang Heng's figure appeared on the 2500th step, the divine ascending staircase exhibited an exaggerated chasm. He was far ahead, 300 steps behind him. Tianqiong finally halted, sitting cross-legged, hands clasped, a solemn expression gracing his usually serene face. He needed time to solidify his heart and digest his prior insights. Meanwhile, Jiao Holy Sun and the other top prodigies had only just reached the 2000th step, gazing at Jiang Heng's form, which was now becoming somewhat indistinct. Their shock long since turned to numbness. This guy truly was a prodigy. The saint of Taixian from the Taichu sacred land shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Such talent, such unwavering resolve. It seems that only those imperial progenies sealed since the primordial era could possibly be compared to him, not merely in comparison. The saint of Qianjue from the Wajizi sacred land, sword in hand, spoke in a hoarse voice. I feel that even if a true imperial progeny were to arrive, they might not traverse this path with greater steadiness than he. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Indeed, steadiness. This word encapsulates the most terrifying aspect. From the first step to the 2500th, his speed and rhythm have remained unchanged. What does this signify? It signifies that the oppressive weight of 2,500 layers remains, for him, indistinguishable from the first layer. This transcends mere potential. It is nothing short of a violation of the natural order. Meanwhile, further back, at approximately the 1,500th layer, the petite form of Yuyao trembled slightly. She lifted her head and blinked fervently, striving to discern the increasingly elusive white silhouette. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, that figure seemed shrouded in an insurmountable veil of time and space, distant enough to make her heart race. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged from the depths of her being. Could she truly surpass that individual and exact her revenge? This thought emerged in her mind for the first time. She clenched her small fists, confusion flickering in her eyes. She had always believed that with sufficient effort, she would eventually catch up to that man's pace and press him fiercely into the ground to avenge the grievances of the past. Yet now it seemed the chasm between them had not only failed to narrow but had widened further still, a gap so vast that it began to erode her courage to pursue him. Time flowed on amidst the shock and numbness of the crowd. 3,000 layers, 4,000 layers, 5,000 layers, Jiang Heng ascended like an indefatigable mountaineer. continuously redefining the very essence of prodigiousness in the eyes of all. The young talents below had completely abandoned contemplation. They sat cross-legged, struggling to comprehend the nuances of the Tao, resembling mere spectators gazing upon a solitary performance. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, that white figure came to a halt. He paused upon a step, the designation of which caused every onlooker, including the two elderly men observing from the pavilion, to collectively hold their breath. The 8,999th layer. A mere step away from the record left by the unparalleled figure of the previous great era, the carefree emperor. Inscribed upon the stele, 9,000 steps. What was even more astonishing was that despite having reached this elevation, Jiang Heng remained as upright as a pine, his garments unruffled, his aura unchanged. His pace, even at this moment, had not diminished in the slightest, still mirroring that of his very first step. He paused briefly, casting a glance back at the staircase he had traversed, as if savoring the scenery he had journeyed through. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he lifted his foot and stepped toward the 9,000th layer. Chapter 116, The Warning of the Wilderness. Jiang Heng effortlessly ascended the 9,000th step. The carefree emperor, the one who attained enlightenment in the previous great era, saw his record effortlessly matched at this moment. The entire divine ascension staircase fell into a profound silence. All the seated prodigies, including the monk Tianqiong who had delved deeply into contemplation, abruptly opened their eyes, instinctively gazing up at the still imposing figure. In that moment, their numb hearts were once again filled with awe. 9,000 layers. What extraordinary talent, perseverance, and determination. Adding to their deep sense of powerlessness and despair was the observation that even upon stepping onto this 9,000th layer, Jiang Heng appeared to retain his relaxed demeanor. Not only was he unruffled, but even the edges of his white robes bore no hint of wrinkle. As expected, Jiang Heng did not linger long upon the 9,000th step. He merely stood there, allowing the significantly more potent flow of Tao to surge into his being, merging with his chaotic form in harmonious resonance. Once the final vestige of Tao was fully absorbed, he lifted his foot once more, continuing his ascent, step by step. However, as he set foot on the 9,001st step, Jiang Heng's brow subtly furrowed. He could distinctly sense that from this layer onward, the oppressive weight of the divine ascension staircase had undergone a qualitative transformation. If the pressure before the 9,000 layers resembled gentle streams of Tao, then the pressure beyond transformed into tumultuous waves embodying the birth and demise of worlds. Each step seemed to bear the essence of a genuine realm, the dense, majestic, and ancient pressure of the Tao capable of shattering the resolve of any saint-level figure in an instant. Simultaneously, his chaotic form began to operate autonomously at high speed. Streams of chaotic energy coursing through his limbs, dissipating the overwhelming pressure. With pressure, there naturally came astounding benefits. The Tao beyond the 9,000 layers was far purer and richer than before. Each strand of Tao seemed to manifest as the very source of 3,000 paths, elevating his comprehension of the chaotic scriptures to a new pinnacle. Though the pressure had intensified, under the enhancement of his chaotic form, Jiang Heng's pace remained unimpeded. He continued at the original frequency, neither fast nor slow, exhibiting a steadiness that was nothing short of astonishing. This scene rendered the two elderly men in the pavilion of the Tao Academy utterly unable to remain seated. Gasp! The elder, clad in a dark robe, gazing at the still steady figure within the water mirror, inhaled sharply, his hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. A monster! This young lad is truly a complete anomaly. Even after reaching the 9,000 layers, he is still able to maintain this speed. Where exactly is his limit? He turned to the elder in the white robe beside him, his face etched with bitterness. White elder, it appears I have lost this wager. The elder in black had entirely lost his temper, accepting his defeat with good grace. Previously, he had scoffed at Jiang Heng, predicting he would scarcely reach 5,000 layers. Yet here he was, now heading toward the 10,000 layer threshold, seemingly at ease. The stinging slap to his face was painfully evident. However, the elder in white found no joy in winning the bet. His gaze was fixed intently on the water mirror, his expression more serious than ever. It seems I have underestimated this young lad as well. His limits are likely far beyond the mere 9,500 layers. Within the Tao Temple, upon the divine ascension staircase, as Jiang Heng's figure stepped onto the 9,100th layer, the oppressive weight was more than doubled compared to the 9,000 layers. His speed finally began to wane for the first time. Yet, even so, his steps remained unwavering, not pausing in the slightest. Time continued to flow. Gradually, Jiang Heng arrived at the 9,300th layer. At this moment, his speed had diminished to half of what it once was. Yet even this pace remained unattainable for others. Meanwhile, behind him, the monk Tianqiong of the Buddhist school ultimately halted at the 8,000th layer. He sat cross-legged, palms pressed together, and the serene expression on his face finally revealed a hint of turbulence. He gazed into the distance at the figure that was almost fading from view, softly uttering a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, Master Jiang, you are not of our ilk. He was acutely aware that 8,000 layers marked the limit of his journey. To advance further would jeopardize the steadiness of his Buddhist heart, risking its collapse. Rather than forcing it, he chose to pause and contemplate the opportunities that belonged solely to him. With this realization, he gradually closed his eyes, allowing himself to fully immerse in the insights of the Tao, as a colossal ancient Buddha's phantom flickered behind him. Meanwhile, further back, the sacred sun of the 9 songs from the divine temple came to a halt at the 7,500th layer. The other sons and daughters of the sacred realm also paused between the 7,300 and 7,500 layers. They gazed at the solitary figure forging ahead, their faces devoid of any resentment or jealousy, leaving only heartfelt reverence. To coexist with such a prodigy in the same era, was it their fortune or their sorrow? Yu Yao and Su Tianqiong, driven by an indomitable will, eventually clawed their way to the 7,000th layer. The moment they stepped onto this level, a wave of dizziness struck them. As if their souls were about to be torn asunder, they understood that this was their limit. Yu Yao lifted her head, her bright eyes fixed on the figure that had now dwindled to a mere, her clenched fist loosening helplessly. She exchanged a glance with Su Tianqiong, both recognizing a bittersweet smile and relief in each other's eyes. They then ceased their striving, sitting down cross-legged to digest their experiences and comprehend their own mystical powers. Soon, Jiang Heng's figure successfully broke through the barrier of 9,500 layers. At this moment, his speed had dwindled to merely a quarter of its former pace. Yet, he did not cease his strides. Upon reaching the 9,500th layer, Jiang Heng felt that with each additional step forward, the oppressive force he faced doubled in intensity. This was no longer merely the pressure of the Tao. It was laced with a repulsive force of the laws of heaven and earth, as if this space itself was resisting his progress. Just then, the chaotic sword domain within him seemed to sense its master's distress and activated autonomously. Buzz. An invisible sword intent domain expanded outward from Jiang Heng, isolating a sliver of the terrifying pressure. Instantly, Jiang Heng felt a lightness in his body, and his slowed pace quickened once more. He soon arrived at the 9,600th layer. Immediately thereafter, the long-dormant divine bloodline within him surged to life. The divine elephant technique began to operate on its own. Roar! A silent trumpet of the elephant resonated within Jiang Heng, as an ethereal golden elephant, formed from his vital essence, reared back and howled to the heavens, suppressing the ages. With the enhancement of the divine elephant technique, Jiang Heng felt a renewed lightness. As the repulsive force from heaven and earth was forcefully crushed by the divine elephant's phantom, his speed surged again, propelling him closer to the 9,700 layers. At last, one of his feet landed upon the stone tablet inscribed with the records left by the ancient ancestor of the primordial sacred land, the 9,700th layer. However, the moment his foot touched down, an ancient aura far more terrifying than all previous pressures descended abruptly. This aura did not emanate from the divine ascension staircase itself. Instead, it seemed to pierce through endless time and space, traversing eons, and came barreling towards Jiang Heng from the distant and unknown depths of the cosmos. It was an unparalleled will that viewed all living beings with disdain, regarding everything as mere fodder. Yet, faced with this sudden and frightening intent, Jiang Heng merely frowned. The chaotic body, chaotic sword domain, and divine elephant technique erupted simultaneously. Boom! The will, potent enough to shatter the minds of any other, crumbled before Jiang Heng, unable to endure even a breath's time. At that moment, an ancient voice, distant and profound, resonated unexpectedly in Jiang Heng's mind. Do not advance further. Ahead lies a great conspiracy. For the first time, Jiang Heng halted his forward momentum. The calm demeanor on his face was replaced by a flicker of doubt. A voice. How could there be a voice within the divine ascension staircase? He was certain this was no mere auditory hallucination. He vaguely recalled that the record of the 9,700th layer on the Taoist stone was attributed to the ancient ancestor of the primordial sacred land, Huang. Could it be that this voice belonged to the legendary Emperor Huang? Chapter 117. A great conspiracy? With a system to rely on, what do I have to fear? Do not advance further. Ahead lies a great conspiracy. This voice echoed in Jiang Heng's mind, causing him to pause for the first time in his steady ascent. He stood on the steps of the 9,700th layer, the calmness on his face now replaced by a tinge of uncertainty. An emperor had traversed boundless time and space, deliberately leaving behind a will to warn future climbers of a great conspiracy ahead. The gravity of this warning was undeniable. Were it anyone else, even the scions of the sacred lands would likely halt in their tracks, perhaps even entertained thoughts of retreat upon hearing such a caution. After all, it was the counsel of an emperor. Who would dare treat it lightly? Yet, Jiang Heng merely raised an eyebrow, his halted foot gradually descending, firmly planting itself on the step. A great conspiracy? He pondered for a moment, struggling to envision what kind of conspiracy could exist within the Divine Ascension staircase. This place was a treasure of the Dao Academy, testing one's talent, resolve, and potential, with the ultimate reward being the comprehension of the great Dao and the mastery of mystical powers. The entire process was transparent and straightforward. It hardly resembled a trap. Could it be that this conspiracy would only manifest after reaching the summit? After much contemplation, Jiang Heng felt it unwise to halt his progress based solely on this vague warning. Moreover, and importantly, he still had his system. Ding. Unknown will detected, system analyzing. Analysis complete. No factors posing a lethal threat to the host have been identified. The system's notification echoed in his mind, dissipating the last remnants of concern within Jiang Heng. If the system deemed it safe, what was there to fear? A conspiracy without a deadly threat. Could it even be termed a conspiracy? At most, it could be considered a nuisance. Even if there were some earth-shattering conspiracy, could it possibly surpass his own advantages? He was rather intrigued to discover what this so-called conspiracy entailed. Without any further hesitation, he lifted his foot once more, steadily advancing to the 9,701st layer. In the innermost sanctum of the Dao Academy, on the floating island within the pavilion, when the white figure in the water mirror resumed its ascent after a brief pause, the two ancient ancestors of the Dao Academy, whose auras were as profound as the ocean, could no longer conceal their astonishment. He was still continuing. The elder clad in a dark robe spoke with a hint of dryness in his voice, his hand holding the teacup frozen midair, not even noticing the tea spilling forth. He stared intently at the water mirror, as though striving to see through that figure. Opposite him, the elder in white, after a moment of shock, suddenly slapped his thigh, fixating on Jiang Heng's silhouette with eyes ablaze, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. He possesses the potential of an emperor. This is undoubtedly the potential of an emperor. Unexpectedly, apart from those self-proclaimed emperors and the yet-to-be-revealed eternal emperor lineage, this grand era can still give rise to such prodigies. The white-robed elder grew increasingly exhilarated as he spoke, as though he beheld an unrefined, unparalleled treasure. However, this excitement was short-lived. He soon recalled something, and the smile on his face gradually faded, transforming into a long, drawn-out sigh. Alas, what a pity! He shook his head, his tone imbued with regret. Such a remarkable individual. Why must he hail from the Thief Heaven Alliance? How splendid it would be if he were to emerge from our Dao Academy or any other sacred ground. The Thief Heaven Alliance's principles are almost entirely at odds with the leading powers of the continent, long regarded as a thorn in the side by the major factions. The more monstrous Jiang Heng's talent becomes, the more it will exacerbate this antagonism. Beside him, the black-robed elder also reigned in his astonishment, his expression growing complex. He nodded and spoke solemnly. Indeed, this child's radiance is too intense. He risks breaking under such pressure. The path of the Thief Heaven Alliance is fraught with peril. He paused, casting his gaze once more towards the water mirror, a faint glimmer of inscrutable coldness flickering in his eyes. I hope this young lad can discern the tides of fate and make wise choices in the future. Such gifted potential, if it were to be extinguished prematurely, would indeed be a loss for an entire era. Upon the Divine Ascension steps, Jiang Heng disregarded the warnings of the archaic Heavenly Emperor and continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more terrifying the oppressive aura became. The 9,750th step, the 9,780th step. When he reached the 9,799th step, his pace had dwindled to a mere tenth of its original speed. Each step required the full exertion of his chaotic body, and even the chaotic sword domain and the divine elephant technique had to be perpetually activated to withstand the formidable force emanating from the Divine Ascension steps. At last, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the 9,800th step. Here lay the records of 3 formidable heavenly emperors inscribed upon the stone of the Taoist temple. From the Buddhist sect, Wuchun. From the celestial hall, Songlan. From the evil god cult, Xia Wunyan. The instant Jiang Heng's foot landed, an anomaly arose. Boom, boom, boom. 3 distinctly different, yet supremely powerful wills surged forth as torrents, simultaneously crashing towards Jiang Heng's soul. One will brimmed with compassion and universality, yet bore the austere authority of the Buddhist sect, suppressing all heresies. Another will was exalted and imposing, like divine judgment, as if a heavenly punishment was being enacted upon all beings. The third will was insidiously enchanting, filled with chaos and madness, seeking to drag the soul into an endless abyss. Each of these wills possessed the power to shatter the resolve of even the most exalted of saints in an instant. However, despite their terrifying nature, they paled in comparison to the ancient aura contained within the warning from the archaic Heavenly Emperor back on the 700th step. Unfazed by the combined assault of these three wills, Jiang Heng remained composed. "Bring it on," he declared, as the chaotic essence within him surged to a boil. The chaotic body radiated with brilliance, the chaotic sword domain resonated with a thunderous hum, and the divine elephant's phantom roared defiantly. The three powers coalesced into one. And within a brief stalemate, the wills from the youthful heavenly emperors were utterly shattered by Jiang Heng's might, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Having successfully alleviated the oppressive force, Jiang Heng did not rush onward. He remained stationary, his brow furrowing once more. He discerned a pattern, since stepping onto the 700th level. Every time he surpassed a record on the leaderboard, it seemed to invoke an attack from the will of the record keeper. The archaic Heavenly Emperor was one such case, as were the three Heavenly Emperors tied for 5th place. Yet, what intrigued him further was another enigma. Why did only the archaic Heavenly Emperor issue a warning to him? The latter three merely released pure oppressive force without conveying any message. Was it that their wills were insufficiently strong to transmit information? Or did they choose not to? Or perhaps feared to? How intriguing. Jiang Heng raised his gaze, piercing through the layers of oppressive force, looking higher still. There, he saw Feng Qinger, Fuxi, and the unparalleled Emperor Wushuang of antiquity. He was eager to discover what would transpire when he set foot upon their steps. Chapter 118. The First-Generation Divine Emperor. Fuxi, resolute in his decision, Jiang Heng no longer lingered, stepping forward towards the higher stairs. However, the moment he set foot on the 801st step, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. An unprecedented pressure surged from all directions, no longer simply the oppressive aura of Dao, but intertwined with an essence of annihilation intent on reducing all to nothingness. The will of the divine ascension steps seemed no longer content with mere rejection. It sought to erase this anomaly from the very fabric of existence. A soft crack echoed as a minuscule fissure appeared in the ever-flowing chaotic sword domain, now besieged by this annihilative essence. His pace faltered under this immense pressure, transitioning from a leisurely stride to a staggering struggle, until now. Each step upward required the span of an incense stick's burning time. Compared to his initial speed, he now moved as slowly as a tortoise. Yet even so, Jiang Heng's footsteps showed no sign of hesitation. He chose to persevere. His gaze remained unwavering, as his chaotic body worked tirelessly to counteract the encroaching annihilation. The phantom of the divine elephant roared behind him, suppressing the ever-increasing oppressive force. Meanwhile, the chaotic sword domain, with its developing fissure, perpetually oscillated between destruction and reconstruction, becoming increasingly refined and resilient with each repair. In this desolate starry expanse, time lost all significance. Nearly 2 days passed. Upon the divine ascension steps, Jiang Heng's figure finally advanced laboriously to the 888th step. He lifted his foot, poised to ascend. Just then, a piercing, resounding cry, potent enough to rend the heavens, echoed throughout the space. There, upon the 888th step, brilliance erupted as a fiery phoenix, entirely composed of the laws of flame, soared skyward. With eyes full of pride and unparalleled majesty, it appeared as the progenitor of all flames and the sovereign of all beings. With a powerful beat of its wings, it transformed into a torrent of flames, hurtling directly towards Jiang Heng. However, the instant the fiery phoenix manifested, Jiang Heng's celestial phoenix sacred body erupted with fervor of its own. It was a stirring from the depths of his very bloodline, akin to a sovereign roused to fury by a disrespectful subject. Without allowing Jiang Heng a moment to react, an even more resplendent and divine golden phoenix surged forth from behind him, soaring into the sky. Though this golden phoenix was several times smaller than the fiery phoenix, the supreme majesty radiating from its eyes was of an entirely different magnitude. The once mighty and imperious fiery phoenix, upon sighting the golden phoenix, emitted a mournful cry, and for the first time, fear flickered in its proud gaze, as the golden phoenix merely opened its mouth and softly inhaled towards the oncoming torrent of flames. A terrifying suction force surged forth, and the ethereal image of the fire phoenix, born from the will left by the ancient phoenix ancestor, was swallowed whole without a chance to struggle. The entire process transpired with astonishing swiftness. As the fire phoenix illusion was devoured, an intense sensation akin to rebirth through fire erupted within Jiang Heng. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if every limb, every sinew, every organ, and even the depths of his soul were being scorched and refined by a divine flame. The excruciating pain rendered his face momentarily pale. However, as time passed, Jiang Heng soon acclimated to this sensation. Following the agony, a sacred warmth began to flow through his entire being. He could distinctly sense that his celestial phoenix sacred body was undergoing a profound transformation. His aura had grown significantly stronger compared to before. It seemed he had completed an extraordinary rebirth, harnessing a remnant will of the ancient phoenix ancestor. Contemplating the surging power within him, Jiang Heng pondered. Was this the grand conspiracy spoken of by the Emperor of the Wasteland? A delivery arriving right at his doorstep, with shipping included? He realized that this observation stone had uniquely intercepted the powers of these ancient titans. While such an approach might spell disaster for others, for him, it was akin to receiving a supreme tonic placed right before him. With this understanding, Jiang Heng quickened his pace up the steps, advancing from 1 step per incense stick to half a step per incense stick. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Upon stepping onto the 9,900th tier, the terrifying pressure surged once more, and his speed was forcibly suppressed back to 1 step per incense stick. 2 more days passed. Below the staircase, many prodigies who had remained beneath the 7,000 tier had awakened from their profound insights. They had successfully grasped their own unique abilities. Their auras now much more formidable than before. Yet, they did not hasten to depart from this space. All those who awoke, in unison, lifted their heads, casting reverent gazes toward the pinnacle of the staircase. There, a solitary white figure continued its ascent. Jiang Heng's figure approached the 9,998th step. He lifted his foot and landed steadily. As anticipated, the moment he set foot on this tier, an overwhelming and boundless pressure bore down upon him. From this pressure, Jiang Heng sensed a familiar resonance stemming from his bloodline. It was the oppressive force of the divine race. Boom. The long-dormant 10th rank divine bloodline within Jiang Heng activated on its own. The divine elephant technique reached its pinnacle. An ethereal image of a divine elephant, formed from golden essence and blood, let out a skyward roar, its form swelling as if it aimed to trample the very cosmos beneath its feet. In the face of this bloodline power, the pressure from the ancestral divine race held firm for but a moment before being forcefully shattered by the divine elephant's image, transforming into pure energy that melded into Jiang Heng's being. Yet, this was not the end. The instant the pressure was dispelled, countless Dao symbols ignited along the divine ascension steps, swiftly converging and intertwining. Soon, an ethereal figure composed of these Dao symbols manifested before Jiang Heng. It was a tall, impeccably handsome man, with pointed ears and a mysterious divine pattern shimmering faintly at his brow. His eyes seemed to encapsulate the ultimate truths of the universe, creation and destruction, the cycles of the sun and moon. Merely standing there, he exuded an unparalleled aura of sovereignty over all beings. Upon seeing this ethereal figure, Jiang Heng immediately recognized the identity of the being. The progenitor of the divine race, the first divine emperor, Fuxi. Another one delivering a package? Jiang Heng mused internally, preparing to employ his previous tactics once more. However, the ethereal image of Fuxi did not initiate an attack as the previous one had. Instead, his universe-encapsulating eyes slowly rotated, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Jiang Heng. A commanding voice resonated directly within Jiang Heng's mind. Junior, within you lies my blood. Chapter 119. A change of countenance so swiftly? Perhaps it was an illusion, but Jiang Heng seemed to detect a hint of approval on the face of the ethereal Fuxi. It was the kind of acknowledgement that only an elder would express towards an outstanding junior. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Did this ancestral figure of the divine race wish to acknowledge kinship? Or was he preparing to bestow some fortuitous opportunity? After all, he too possessed a 10th rank divine bloodline, making him, in a sense, a descendant of Fuxi. Yet, just as this thought flickered through his mind, an abrupt shift occurred. The expression of approval on Fuxi's handsome visage vanished instantaneously, replaced by an icy indifference. In the next moment, he vanished, appearing before Jiang Heng like a ghost. His fist enveloped in profound Dao principles, striking directly toward Jiang Heng's chest. The wind of the punch arrived before the blow itself, rippling the space ahead, showcasing its tremendous might. What the hell? Such a quick change of expression. Jiang Heng cursed inwardly, yet his reaction was swift. In the face of this sudden strike, he showed no intention of retreating. He raised a hand, fingers together, channeling chaotic energy and condensing the power of the divine elephant to meet Fuxi's advancing fist. He intended to counterattack, engaging in a clash of strength. However, just as their fists were about to collide, an eerie sensation washed over him. It felt as if his fist struck a formless cloud, encountering no resistance and passing straight through. The ethereal image of Fuxi became insubstantial and transparent just before being hit. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Heng's mind. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure descended from above. The now phantasmal Fuxi appeared directly overhead, his fist, shrouded in Dao principles, crashing down toward the crown of Jiang Heng's head. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that it left no time for response. Boom. A resounding thud echoed across the divine ascension steps. Jiang Heng endured the blow squarely. However, his form merely swayed slightly before regaining stability, not moving back even a fraction. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit numb. His physical body, bolstered by the dual powers of the chaotic body and the divine elephant technique, had achieved an astonishing level of defense. Even without invoking his cultivation, Fushi's attack merely tickled him. In the air, the ethereal figure of Fushi revealed a look of astonishment upon witnessing the minimal effect of his attack. He had never anticipated that this junior's physical form would possess such formidable strength. However, before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Heng's counterattack descended. Jiang Heng abruptly looked up, his fist imbued with the power of the divine elephant, launching upward once more with terrifying force. In response to this equally swift punch, Fushi resorted to the same tactic. His figure once again turned insubstantial, and Jiang Heng's fist struck only air, producing a resonant explosion in the atmosphere. The ethereal shadow of Fushi gracefully evaded the attack, reappearing several dozen meters away, a hint of mockery seemingly gracing his stern visage. Jiang Heng retracted his fist, slowly straightening his posture, his brows lightly furrowed. This entity proved quite elusive. He was acutely aware that, should he choose to wield his cultivation, vanquishing this shadow would be mere child's play. However, he had no intention of resorting to such measures. From the very first step upon the divine ascension path, he had established a personal decree to refrain from utilizing his cultivation unless absolutely necessary. This was not merely a means to compete on equal footing with ancient titans. It was also a crucible for his own Dao heart. Recognizing that physical assaults bore no fruit, he resolved to explore alternative tactics. With a firm decision, Jiang Heng gently closed his eyes. In the next moment, his consciousness, comparable to that of a near emperor, surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the space. Buzz. The Chaos Sword domain activated autonomously. A myriad of purple-gold sword shadows, exuding an aura of immortality, materialized from thin air, swirling around Jiang Heng, their tips directed outward, radiating a sharp essence. Having completed this preparation, Jiang Heng stood still, as though awaiting something. The shadow of Fushi seemed to sense Jiang Heng's transformation. He refrained from immediate assault, instead hovering at a distance, observing the array of purple-gold sword shadows. After scrutinizing for a moment, he finally made his move. His form flickered once more, transforming into a streak of light, launching an attack from an exceptionally cunning angle towards Jiang Heng's flank. Yet, under the vast canopy of Jiang Heng's consciousness, even the slightest of Fushi's movements could not elude detection. Jiang Heng clearly discerned that, at the instant Fushi's figure became ethereal, a mystic pattern on his brow suddenly glimmered with a barely perceptible light. So that is how it is. A realization dawned upon Jiang Heng. This was likely a divine bloodline ability of the god race, and this capacity to evade physical attacks was not without its limits nor devoid of vulnerabilities. If he could interrupt the moment of transition between the ethereal and the corporeal, when the pattern illuminated, he could shatter this ability. With this insight, a faint smile curved Jiang Heng's lips, a plan already forming in his mind, just as Fushi's figure began to dissolve once more. Poised to breach the defenses of the Chaos Sword domain and strike at Jiang Heng's true form, Jiang Heng's thoughts crystallized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding purple-gold sword shadows transformed simultaneously into a dense web of blades, shooting forth towards the location of Fushi's ethereal form. Clearly unprepared for such a turn of events, Fushi found himself ensnared. As he had just completed his transformation, still in the liminal space between realms, the purple-gold sword web descended upon him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound echoed as the ethereal body of Fushi was forcibly pinned in midair by the purpling sword shadows, rendering him immobile. The glimmering pattern on his brow dimmed in response. Success. Jiang Heng opened his eyes wide, without a moment's hesitation, channeling the divine elephant art to its utmost. His vitality surged. The divine elephant phantom behind him let out a resounding roar, and an overwhelming force, capable of subjugating the ages, coalesced upon his right fist. With a single step, he appeared before the immobilized Fushi shadow, delivering a powerful punch. However, at that critical moment, just as Jiang Heng's fist was about to descend, the pinned Fushi shadow displayed not a shred of panic, but instead revealed a peculiar smile. In the next instant, his form abruptly split into three. Jiang Heng's punch landed solidly upon the central shadow, causing it to dissipate without even a moment's resistance. Yet, the other two identical Fushi shadows seized this opportunity, slipping free from the constraints of the purple-gold sword shadows on either side. Before Jiang Heng could react, the two shadows willed themselves, and the one that had been struck coalesced once more not far away. The three Fushi figures now surrounded Jiang Heng in a triangular formation, their faces adorned with identical mocking expressions, a sense of delight in tormenting their prey evident in their demeanor. They did not rush to attack, but hovered serenely, seemingly reveling in Jiang Heng's predicament. Gazing at the three identical faces, all wearing that infuriating smirk, a ripple stirred within Jiang Heng's previously calm heart. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his Dao heart steadfast. Instead, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. This old fellow certainly knows how to play the game. Jiang Heng mused internally. He acknowledged that the opponent's technique of shifting between realities and splitting into clones was indeed exquisite. Had it been anyone else, they would likely not even comprehend their demise. If he continued to adhere to his self-imposed rule of refraining from using his cultivation, it would take time and effort, employing his consciousness in the chaos sword domain to gradually find a solution. But was that truly necessary? Why had Jiang Heng embarked upon this divine ascension path? To comprehend the great Dao, to seize opportunities, to grow stronger. Competing on equal terms with these ancient titans surely brought some amusement. Yet, when such competition devolved into mere displays of prowess and mockery, the nature of the encounter changed entirely. It was no longer a trial, but a squandering of time. To withhold his cultivation and engage in a riddle game with a mere data shadow? Wasn't that foolishness incarnate? Moreover, the ultimate interpretation of what constituted a necessary moment lay firmly within his grasp. At this juncture, Jiang Heng felt it was time to act. Fine, since you, old man, refuse to play by the rules and insist on resorting to trickery, I shall not hold back any longer. With a resolute determination, the last flicker of interest faded from his profound eyes, replaced by absolute indifference. In the next moment, he ceased all restraint and concealment. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted forth from Jiang Heng's seemingly frail frame, soaring skyward, the pinnacle of the initial stage of the great saint. That long-sealed cultivation aura surged forth like a dam bursting, recklessly sweeping across the entire divine ascension path. In that instant, time appeared to freeze. The three Fushi shadows, their mocking smiles still etched upon their faces, found their expressions abruptly frozen in shock. In their eyes, which seemed to harbor the essence of the universe's birth and demise, confusion and astonishment flickered. It was as though they were questioning. This script, it appears, was not written this way. Yet, Jiang Heng offered them no opportunity for contemplation or transformation of expression. At the very moment the cultivation aura erupted, he raised his hand, casually striking forward with a palm. The action was so nonchalant, akin to brushing off dust from his sleeve. Buzz. As his palm struck forth, the entire space resonated with a tumultuous Dao rhythm. Countless chaotic principles surged forth from the void, intertwining and converging into a colossal purple-gold hand that obscured the heavens. Upon that colossal hand, chaotic currents swirled, the runes of the great Dao flickering within, exuding a terrifying aura potent enough to obliterate all existence and recreate the universe. As it manifested, it immediately locked onto the three ethereal shadows of Fushi, descending with a ferocity that transcended the confines of space and time. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, the three Fushi apparitions instinctively sought to employ their previous tactic, attempting once more to manifest the divine art of transforming reality and essence into the three pure ones. However, in the presence of absolute power, all their techniques appeared utterly feeble and insipid. Under the relentless grip of the chaotic hand, the space surrounding them had been irrevocably sealed, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger a distant dream. They could only watch in horror as that resplendent, golden-purple hand loomed larger and larger in their vision, until it completely engulfed them. Boom! After a resounding thud, silence reigned supreme. The three Fushi shadows, along with the frozen expressions etched upon their faces, were reduced to naught but ash beneath that hand, leaving not a trace behind. The entirety of the 99,998th step stood empty, as if nothing had transpired at all. Jiang Heng gradually withdrew his hand, his expression returning to one of serene indifference. From the place where the three Fushi shadows had dissipated, countless pure white motes of light suddenly materialized. These luminous points seemed drawn by an unseen force, coalescing into two brilliant streams of light that instantaneously merged into Jiang Heng's brow, resonating with the divine bloodline within him. In an instant, two vast torrents of information surged into Jiang Heng's mind. Divine movement technique, a divine art of the divine bloodline, capable of invoking the power of the bloodline, aligning oneself with the essence of all things and disregarding all formations, restrictions, and barriers of secret realms. Transformation into the three pure ones, the supreme divine bloodline technique, which can consume a portion of the soul's essence to create two avatars identical in power to the original, controlled by the main body, allowing instantaneous position exchange between the main body and the avatars through thought alone. A satisfied expression graced Jiang Heng's face. Indeed, this was an exceptional boon. The divine movement technique could be likened to a master key for exploration and acquisition. With it, what corner of this vast world could remain inaccessible to him? In future encounters with ancient relics or imperial abodes, while others toiled outside to breach formations, he could simply enter and collect all the treasures within. As for the transformation into the three pure ones, it was the epitome of an overpowered ability. To generate two avatars of identical strength? What an extraordinary concept. This implied that in future battles, he would be effectively 3 against 1. More importantly, should any troublesome matters arise, he could dispatch an avatar to handle them while his main self leisurely sipped tea at home. It was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, beneath the divine ascent steps, the group of prodigies, having awakened from their contemplations, stood as if ensnared by a binding spell, rooted to the spot. They gazed upwards, mouths agape, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and terror. After a prolonged silence, one prodigy managed to swallow hard and speak in a dry voice. That pressure. Was that a manifestation of cultivation? I cannot be mistaken, can I? Yes, yes, came a trembling response from beside him as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion from prolonged insight. But this divine ascent steps suppressed all cultivation, did it not? Suppressed? You dare to call that suppression? Another voice erupted. When that aura surged forth, I felt as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. How could he possibly harness his cultivation here? It defies all logic. Logic? You think you can apply logic to him? A voice from the crowd murmured. From the moment he stepped onto the first tier, which of his actions has adhered to reason? Chapter 121, a setup. Having digested the two newly acquired divine arts, Jiang Heng's mind flickered, and the overwhelming aura capable of shaking the very stars receded like a tide, once again sinking into his being. Without lingering in place, he stepped forward onto the 99,999th tier. This was the highest record ever set since the inception of this sacred observatory stone. As his foot firmly landed, a thunderous roar erupted. A regal will, one that overshadowed the ages and surveyed all existence, descended with tremendous force. This will was not merely pressure. It formed its own domain, declaring that all laws within this realm must submit. Within this domain, every principle and every great path was compelled to yield. However, as this unparalleled will brushed against Jiang Heng's body, the chaotic constitution within him spontaneously radiated a faint golden-purple halo without any prompting. The imperial will, akin to ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, was effortlessly dissolved, absorbed, and transformed into the purest essence of the Tao, silently integrating into the very core of Jiang Heng's being. The entire process was effortless and pleasurable, stirring not a single ripple. Following this, countless runes gathered in the air above the steps. An ethereal figure gradually took shape. The newcomer was a young man clad in a simple black robe, with shoulder-length hair and a handsome visage. Yet, within the depths of his eyes, there flickered a regal aura that coursed through his very bones. He stood there quietly, as though he were the very center of this space, the source of myriad paths. He was of the eternal life imperial clan, Emperor Wushuang. At the same time, within the deepest recesses of the Tao Academy, on a mist-wreathed floating island, within an ancient pavilion, the moment Jiang Heng unleashed his peak initial stage great sage cultivation without reserve, the Tao rhythm water mirror suspended over the chessboard emitted a mournful cry of being overwhelmed, its surface flashing erratically, until with a sharp crack, the image shattered into chaotic snowflakes. Both the elder in black and the elder in white were momentarily taken aback. What is happening? The black-robed elder furrowed his brow, reaching out to sweep his hand over the water mirror, but it remained disordered, revealing nothing. The white-robed elder's expression grew grave as he used his fingers to divine, only to find that the heavenly mechanisms had been thrown into disarray by a more terrifying force, rendering everything obscure. Just as the two believed the water mirror was malfunctioning, the snowflakes covering its surface abruptly lit up once more. The image reappeared. However, upon discerning the scene within, both ancient beings, who had lived for countless eons, stood frozen in shock. They even forgot to ponder why the water mirror had faltered. Their entire focus was seized by the spectacle displayed. In the image, the figure clad in white had already ascended to the 99,999th tier. Before him, the ethereal shadow representing the highest record of all time, Emperor Wushuang, had coalesced. 99,999 tiers. The white-robed elder's fingers, which were stroking his beard, trembled violently, his voice barely containing his astonishment. He truly accomplished it. Black. This lad from the Thieving Heaven Alliance is very likely the one fated to become a deity. The black-robed elder, hearing this, bore an expression of shock that shattered his typically impassive demeanor. Although he too had entertained the same thought, he instinctively resisted it. White elder. It is too early to say that. The black-robed elder forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves within his heart and retorted in a hushed tone. He has merely matched Emperor Wushuang. He has yet to surpass him, let alone reach the pinnacle. Everything remains uncertain. Despite his words, the conviction in his tone had waned significantly. If Jiang Heng truly reached the summit, the implications would be entirely different. A person endowed with the potential to become a deity could radically alter the entire landscape of the central continent. At that time, the situation of the Thieving Heaven Alliance might indeed transform solely because of him. In the distant, desolate depths of the starry sky, an ancient coffin, entirely cloaked in darkness and exuding an aura of ominous silence, drifts quietly. Suddenly, the tightly sealed coffin lid trembles violently. Crack! A hand, withered and resembling a desiccated claw, suddenly thrusts through the crevice, forcefully casting aside the heavy coffin cover. A gaunt figure, emaciated to near skeletal form, slowly rises from within the coffin. A hint of uncontrollable ecstasy dances across his face. Ha ha ha. After such a long wait, finally, at long last, it has come to fruition. The figure lets out a cackling laugh, emerging from the coffin, effortlessly hoisting the coffin lid, which is several times larger than his own body, onto his back, and strides forward, racing wildly through the cosmos. Soon, he arrives before another similarly silent coffin. Without uttering a word, he brutally kicks the coffin lid aside. He extends his hands, cradling the face of another equally emaciated figure within, forcibly pulling him upright. Immediately after, he swings his arms. Slap, slap, too crisp. Resounding slaps land harshly upon the other's face. Jimmy, stop sleeping. Get up and celebrate. The figure, known as Jimmy, jolts awake, slowly opening his eyes. His tone steeped in impatience at being roused from a dream. Destruction, I was sleeping so well. What is all this noise? The figure called Destruction grins, revealing a sinister smile, and exclaims, good news. Tremendous news. That kid has finally fallen into the trap. Destruction, I was enjoying a deep slumber. Why are you making such a fuss? Jimmy protests again, but Destruction's grin only widens. It's fantastic news. That young lad has finally made it. Jimmy, still somewhat dazed, asks. Which lad? Destruction's laughter swells with pride. Who else could it be? It's that fellow named Huang. He has finally ascended to the 99th layer. Just one step away from the pinnacle. Huang. Upon hearing this, Jimmy's drowsiness is instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. He seizes Destruction's arm, eagerly inquiring, Destruction, is this true? He really made it up there? Absolutely. Destruction assures, thumping his chest. The two gaunt figures exchange a glance, and simultaneously, they emit a chilling, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. At last, that day has come. The two fools, the evil god and the celestial god, surely never anticipated that the fruits of their labor would ultimately be seized by us, their brothers. Chapter 122, The Dual-Eyed One, Emperor Wushuang. On the stone steps of the Taoist temple, atop the divine ascent, Jiang Heng stands at the 99th layer, his gaze calmly intersecting with the ethereal figure clad in a dark robe before him. Emperor Wushuang, even though he is but a shadowy imprint of Tao, the innate, timeless majesty of a sovereign king still emanates powerfully. It is an absolute confidence etched into one's bloodline and soul, embodying the very essence of invincibility. Impressive. This thought surfaces within Jiang Heng's mind. After a long absence, a faint glimmer of battle intent begins to rise from the depths of his being. The man before him is indeed a worthy adversary. However, that is where it ends. He firmly believes that he is stronger. Simultaneously, the spectral figure of Emperor Wushuang is appraising him, his eyes, suffused with imperial aura, igniting with the flames of combat. No words are needed. The moment their gazes collide, it is as if the very air is set ablaze. There are no superfluous words, no probing tests. They move in unison. Boom. Under the constraints of their respective powers, they unleash their physical might, transforming into two indistinct afterimages that collide with ferocious intensity, their speed generating subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Just as they are about to make contact, a thought flickers through Jiang Heng's mind. One chi transforms into three purities. Swish, swish. Two identical doppelgangers materialize out of thin air, joining him to form a triangular formation, effectively sealing off all of Emperor Wushuang's escape routes. Three fists, entwined in chaotic energy and infused with the might of the divine elephant technique, are simultaneously hurled forth. Yet, in the face of this deadly onslaught, Emperor Wushuang's expression remains utterly unperturbed. At the moment the three fists are about to strike, a strange crimson glimmer flashes in his deep-set eyes. In an uncanny display of foresight, Emperor Wushuang shifts slightly to the side and back, evading the three attacks by the narrowest of margins. Jiang Heng's combined assault strikes nothing but air, the force of the punches creating explosive sounds in the atmosphere. Jiang Heng's brows furrow slightly. It is not that the opponent possesses unparalleled speed. It is a matter of premonition. No, it is more profound than mere premonition. A sense of being completely exposed. From his thoughts to the muscles propelling him, overwhelms him. Before he can ponder further, a surge of danger erupts from within. He watches as Emperor Wushuang, having evaded the attack, is engulfed in a surge of crimson light. A slender beam imbued with an aura of absolute annihilation erupts from his eyes, directly aimed at Jiang Heng's core. This beam seems to disregard distance, arriving at Jiang Heng's forehead in an instant. The other two doppelgangers attempt to counter, but they are far too late. Divine movement technique. Jiang Heng's mind races, activating his bloodline abilities. His form becomes ethereal, attempting to meld with the space around him to evade the incoming strike. However, something entirely unexpected occurs. The crimson beam completely disregards his phantasmal state. It locks onto his core essence with unwavering precision, piercing through his now translucent form with no deviation. Whoosh! A light sound echoes. Jiang Heng lets out a muffled groan as his form crashes back into reality. A clean gash appears along his arm, deep enough to reveal bone, with blood gushing forth instantaneously. At the wound, a subtle yet domineering force of law lingers, impeding the healing of flesh and blood. In the next moment, Jiang Heng's chaotic body trembles slightly, and that force of law is effortlessly extinguished. The flesh around the wound writhes violently, and in the blink of an eye, it is restored to its original state, leaving no trace of a scar. Jiang Heng glances at his arm, and upon raising his gaze once more, his eyes blaze with intensity, fixating on Emperor Wushuang. This time, he sees clearly. Within the depths of the other's eyes, which glimmer with an eerie crimson light, lie two overlapping pupils. Those pupils rotate slowly, as if harboring the secrets of the universe's birth and demise, capable of perceiving all illusions and unraveling the causes and effects of eternity. Dual pupils. The term flashes into Jiang Heng's mind instantaneously. Legend has it that such eyes denote a natural superiority, able to perceive the essence, foresee trajectories, and manifest myriad laws. No wonder Jiang Heng's understanding crystallizes. No wonder his attacks were so easily evaded. No wonder the divine movement technique failed. Before the eyes that can pierce through the essence, any transformation of divine abilities is rendered futile. For, at the moment he initiated his strike, all subsequent changes had already played out before the other's gaze. Intriguing. Jiang Heng smirks, though the sensation of being completely exposed is decidedly unpleasant. Meanwhile, on the divine ascent, at the 7,000th layer, Yu Yao and Su Tianqiong awaken almost simultaneously from their profound insights. As the two open their eyes, they could distinctly sense the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from each other, a force that had amplified several-fold compared to before. Ah, what a thrill! Su Tianqiong exclaimed, clenching his fists and reveling in the torrent of power coursing through him, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Yu Yao's countenance also radiated joy and self-satisfaction as she chimed in, "Of course. Just look at where we are. Once we emerge, I too shall vie for a place on the local leaderboard." The satisfaction swelling within them felt almost as though it might overflow. At that moment, Yu Yao's lively gaze flickered. "I wonder where that peculiar fellow named Jiang has climbed to now?" she mused, tilting her head upwards towards the higher tiers. In her estimation, no matter how bizarre he might be, his innate talent and potential must ultimately be limited. Reaching the 9,000 tier should be about his limit. Su Tianqiong, intrigued by her words, also glanced upwards. Yet, as their eyes traversed the numerous steps, eventually resting upon the pinnacle, their smiles froze in unison. Their mouths gaped in disbelief, and the brilliance that had twinkled in their eyes was replaced by sheer horror and emptiness. At the summit of the 9,999th step, a familiar white figure stood serene and poised. Opposite him loomed a spectral visage, exuding an aura of supreme imperial might, locked in a standoff. The terrifying presence, which seemed capable of rending the very heavens, sent shivers of trepidation through them even from nearly 3,000 steps away. 9,999 steps? Yu Yao struggled to swallow, her voice rendered dry and hoarse by shock. How could he be there? Su Tianqiong stood transfixed, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. That place was the eternal record left by the unmatched emperor. Not only had he equaled the record, but he was also confronting the imprint of Emperor Wushuang's principles. Yu Yao stared blankly at the two diminutive figures above, who seemed to support the very sky itself. An absurd thought uncontrollably surged within her. Are we truly on the same staircase as him? Chapter 123, Gaining the Dual Pupils, Ascending to the Summit. At the Taoist stone, atop the divine long staircase, Jiang Heng's battle with the spectral figure in the mysterious robe had reached a fever pitch. With a mere thought, he unleashed the chaos sword domain, summoning an array of exquisitely refined purple-golden sword shadows that encircled and sealed off all possible escape routes for Emperor Wushuang. Launching a fierce assault, each sword shadow resonated with the others, weaving an intricate net of annihilation. Yet, faced with such a lethal onslaught, Emperor Wushuang merely stood his ground, swaying slightly as if taking a leisurely stroll rather than evading. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The formidable purple-golden sword shadows grazed his robes, creating ripples in the air. Yet not a single filament of his garment was touched. The attack had once again failed. Furthermore, as Jiang Heng's sword shadows missed their mark, an immediate counterattack from Emperor Wushuang followed. In his overlapping pupils, a flash of bloodlight ignited, unleashing two even more robust beams of destructive energy that shot forth. Targeting Jiang Heng's two avatars, Jiang Heng's mind raced, and his two avatars instinctively sought to switch positions to evade the impending strike. However, those beams seemed to have anticipated their movements, curving unnaturally in midair to precisely strike the avatars that had just completed their exchange. Boom, boom. The dull thuds echoed as Jiang Heng's two avatars were obliterated by the force, disintegrating into motes of light that faded into the void. Only Jiang Heng's true self remained, standing solitary and exposed. Furrows of concern etched across Jiang Heng's brow. This was a predicament, an exceedingly formidable one. The power of the dual pupils was practically the bane of all divine arts and physical techniques. Before an opponent capable of foreseeing the future, every attack he launched was laid bare, while every strike from the foe found its mark with precision. If this continued, he would ultimately be worn down to nothing. Was he truly compelled to resort to his cultivation, to crush him with sheer force? A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Heng's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. No. To engage the Vuxi apparition with his cultivation was a tactical adjustment necessitated by the opponent's underhanded tactics. Yet, Emperor Wushuang was confronting him with sheer ability. If he chose to overpower his adversary due to the latter's inscrutable prowess, it would not be a strategy, but an admission of defeat. It would equate to acknowledging that, under equal conditions, he was inferior. This was an erosion of his Dao heart, which Jiang Heng would never permit. Since he could not rely on his cultivation, he must devise a means to counter the dual pupils. His mind raced, recalling every legend surrounding the phenomenon. Insight into the essence, foresight of the future, manifestation of myriad laws. Key terms flashed through his consciousness. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's thoughts came to a halt as he seized upon a crucial term. Causality. Indeed, the dual pupils' foresight stemmed from their acute understanding of the connections between cause and effect. Since his strike was the cause, the opponent could foresee the impact, the effect. All of his attacks and divine techniques adhered to the universal laws of causality. Thus, before the dual pupils, nothing remained concealed. But what if his cause no longer led to a singular effect? What if his very existence transcended causality? A spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Jiang Heng's eyes. He recalled his foundation, the chaos body. Chaos is the genesis of all things, the state before the universe was born, before the yin and yang were distinguished, before causality was established. The principles of chaos, in theory, could obscure all laws, including causality. I can confound causality to influence his dual pupils, rendering him incapable of foreseeing my movements. This thought ignited a blaze of inspiration within Jiang Heng. So this was the true method to break the deadlock. A confident smile graced Jiang Heng's lips, a reflection of having found his answer. With that, he cast aside all hesitation. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness deep within his being. In the next moment, he activated his chaos body to its utmost potential. Boom. A vast and profound aura radiated from Jiang Heng's form. Countless purple-golden symbols of chaotic laws flowed across his skin, shimmering as if alive, transforming him into a deity from the primordial chaos. Simultaneously, from the perspective of the Emperor Wushuang's spectral visage, the world before him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once crystal-clear lines of causality connecting Jiang Heng became suddenly obscured, chaotic, and distorted. Yet now, what he beheld was an infinite array of possibilities. Jiang Heng's figure seemed to fragment in an instant into countless manifestations. Each manifestation engaged in distinct actions, each action potentially leading to entirely different outcomes. A raised hand, a punch thrown, a retreat, a dodge, a hand seal. Every consequence intertwined, rendering it impossible for him to discern which was the authentic cause. On Di Wushuang's face, a look of incredulity emerged. In that moment, his zhongtong seemed to lose its efficacy. Effective, though Jiang Heng's eyes were closed. He could distinctly sense a slight disarray in the opponent's aura. He understood that his conjecture was indeed correct. Now was the moment. Jiang Heng wasted no time allowing his adversary a moment's reprieve. He seized the opportunity. He channeled the powers of the chaos body and the divine elephant technique into his right fist without reservation, striking forth through the chaotic web of causality with a seemingly unremarkable punch. This punch bore no flamboyance. Yet, in Di Wushuang's eyes, it transformed into myriad shadowy punches, converging upon him from all directions, transcending the confines of past and future. There was no evasion, no defense, for he could no longer distinguish which was real and which was illusion. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. Jiang Heng's fist struck solidly against the chest of Di Wushuang's illusory form. That phantom, condensed from the principles of the Tao, shuddered violently, then began to crack from the point of contact, fragmenting into a myriad of luminous particles, until the very moment of its complete dissolution. Di Wushuang's expression remained one of unresolvable incredulity. Huff! Jiang Heng exhaled a long breath, slowly retracting his fist. Victory! He had triumphed unequivocally, without resorting to any cultivation. Just as Di Wushuang's illusion dissipated entirely, the myriad of luminous particles did not vanish. They coalesced in the air into a brilliant stream of light, as if guided by some unseen force, hurtling directly toward Jiang Heng's left eye. Jiang Heng did not flinch. He sensed that this surge of power held no malice. The stream of light surged into his left eye in an instant. The next moment, an indescribable sensation coursed through him. He felt his left pupil convulsing violently, as though being forcibly reshaped by an invisible power. Instinctively, he shut his left eye. After a moment, when he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find that his left pupil had been transformed into two completely overlapping pupils. One black, one purple, slowly rotating, emanating a mysterious aura capable of penetrating the very essence of existence. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of information flooded into his mind. Zhongteng, the innate supreme eye, capable of discerning all worldly illusions, comprehending the fundamental causes and effects of all things, and manifesting the supreme laws of the divine. Jiang Heng could not help but feel astonished. He never anticipated that the reward for passing this trial would be the legendary Dong. With a thought, he activated the dual pupils, their brilliance flashing before reverting to their normal appearance, albeit with a deeper hue than before. Having resolved matters with Di Wushuang, Jiang Heng did not linger any longer. He lifted his gaze towards the final step, the last tier of the staircase, the 10,000th layer. He raised his foot and stepped forward. Unlike the previous steps that bore down with terrifying pressure, this time, as he approached the 10,000th layer, he felt not even a hint of oppressive force. Thus, he firmly set foot upon the step that signified the culmination of the divine ascension stairs. At the very moment his feet touched the ground, a resonating hum filled the air. From the first step to the 9,999th, all the steps simultaneously erupted with radiant divine light. Countless arcane symbols of the laws ascended from the steps, transforming into streams of luminous energy, as if summoned by some force, racing towards the pinnacle of the staircase, where Jiang Heng stood. The immense power of the laws intertwined above the 10,000th step, coalescing and taking shape. Soon, a crown, entirely formed of blue and white divine light, adorned with 3,000 symbols of the Tao, radiating an unparalleled divine glow, gradually took form. Meanwhile, in the distant and desolate reaches of the starry expanse, two gaunt figures of destruction and oblivion, almost simultaneously sensed the disturbance emanating from the divine ascension stairs the moment the crown took shape. Uncontainable ecstasy spread across their faces. Success! Ha ha ha! They had finally reached the summit. Destruction cackled, his voice brimming with the excitement of fulfilled desires. Magnificent! After eons of waiting, they had finally witnessed the day the Tao fruit matured. Oblivion trembled with excitement, his entire being quaking. However, this exuberance did not last long. After carefully sensing the essence of the ascendant, their smiles abruptly stiffened. They turned to each other, their brows furrowing in unison. In each other's eyes, they discerned a flicker of confusion. This essence of the ascendant. Destruction spoke first, uncertainty lacing his tone. Oblivion picked up his thread. It is not Huang. Chapter 124. The so-called conspiracy, the crown of the gods. What is happening? The celestial mechanisms they had orchestrated over countless ages were not meant to unfold this way. Oblivion's voice sharpened, filled with agitation. They had laid this grand scheme, waiting for endless eons, for the reincarnation of Huang, or rather, for a tribulation bearer of the same origin, to ascend the divine ascension stairs and harvest the supreme Tao fruit for them. Yet now, the one reaching the summit was someone else. This sudden turn of events utterly disrupted all their plans. However, just as their minds were in turmoil, The figure named Destruction seemed to sense something profound. He abruptly closed his eyes, savoring the essence of the ascendant that resonated from distant realms of time. Moments later, he opened his eyes once more. This time, the confusion and astonishment had vanished entirely, replaced by an ever-growing, even somewhat pathological, greed and ecstasy. He grinned, revealing a chillingly sinister smile. Ha ha ha, Oblivion, do not panic, do not panic. Oblivion, observing his expression, furrowed his brow even tighter. Destruction, what is there to smile about? Our plan has gone awry. No, 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 no. Destruction excitedly waved his hand, a peculiar flush rising on his parched face from overwhelming exhilaration. The plan has not gone awry. In fact, it has only become better. He extended his tongue to lick his cracked lips, his voice trembling. This essence, though not Huang, is even more potent, even more perfect. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Oblivion was taken aback, but he quickly closed his eyes, focusing intently to sense the essence. After several breaths, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. It is real. It is real. Suddenly, the abyssal desolation opened his eyes, and the insatiable gleam radiating from them burned more fervently than annihilation itself. This was the supreme Dao fruit bestowed upon us by the heavens, a treasure of unparalleled quality, surpassing even the Dao fruit of the desolate. The two exchanged glances once more, and all previous confusion and unease transformed into overwhelming ecstasy. However, this euphoria did not endure for long. The smile on Annihilation's face gradually faded, his brows knitting tightly once again as he spoke solemnly. Yet, there remains a question. When we expended such great effort to deduce the heavenly secrets, this individual never appeared in our visions. It seems this person is also an unpredictable variable. Variable? The joy on Abyssal Desolation's face cooled slightly, replaced by a touch of gravity. An entity capable of surpassing the desolate and shattering our predictions was hardly a harbinger of good fortune. Humph, whether he is a variable or not matters not. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Annihilation's eyes. The net has been cast, and the fish have taken the bait. Even if he is a true dragon, once ensnared in our web, he shall be devoured by us. The magnificent Dao fruit presented to us on a silver platter shall not be left uneaten. Upon hearing this, Abyssal Desolation nodded, a cold smile once again gracing his lips. You speak truly. Regardless of what he may be, once he dons that divine crown, his soul, his Dao fruit, and everything about him shall become ours. In the depths of the Dao Academy, upon the floating isle within the pavilion, the two ancient figures, clad in black and white, stared blankly at the reflection in the water mirror, where Jiang Heng stood nonchalantly atop 10,000 steps. Above his head, the divine crown, forged from the essence of 3,000 Dao laws, was gradually taking shape, emanating an aura of supreme divinity. The entire pavilion fell into an eerie silence. The two old monsters, who had lived for countless ages, found their minds momentarily incapacitated. They had envisioned numerous possibilities, even speculating that Jiang Heng might equal the record of Emperor Wushuang. Yet they could never have dreamt that he would truly ascend to the pinnacle. He had surpassed Emperor Wushuang. After a prolonged silence, the elder in white was the first to regain his composure, exhaling a long, heavy breath. He then turned to the still-dazed elder in black, his expression grave as he spoke. It appears, my friend, that our allegiances must shift. The elder's voice roused the black-clad figure from his stupor. This young man, he very well may be the prophesied one destined to lead our era, to break the shackles and attain true divinity. At this proclamation, the black-clad elder's body trembled violently. This time, he offered no rebuttal. The evidence lay bare before them, an unprecedented height that no one had achieved in eons. That young man now stood there. He remained silent for a long time, and on his eternally unchanging dark visage, a complex expression emerged, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. You are right. It is indeed time for change. He nodded, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. However, I truly did not anticipate that the foretold one would arise from within this thief alliance. Atop the summit of the divine ascension steps, Jiang Heng stood on the first 10,000 steps, his gaze calm as he beheld the divine crown radiating a sacred aura before him. The crown, composed of a blue-white divine light, was adorned with 3,000 Dao runes that ebbed and flowed, each rune seemingly encapsulating a complete Dao principle, exuding an aura of supreme divinity. Any cultivator who beheld this crown would likely feel an immediate sense of reverence, believing it to be the most sacred treasure in existence. Yet, as Jiang Heng gazed upon the crown, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. For beneath the newly acquired gaze of his Zhonghe, the seemingly immaculate crown was shrouded in an almost imperceptible, ominous black mist. This malevolent aura was deeply concealed, without the ability to see through the essence. It would have gone unnoticed. Something was amiss. Jiang Heng's heart surged with vigilance. With a flicker of thought, a golden light flashed in his eyes as the eye of the Dao activated. As the eye swept across, a translucent blue information screen materialized before him, visible only to his perception. Divine Crown. Grade, Stellar God Level. Effect. Wearing this crown grants the blessings and enhancements of the celestial star gods, permanently augmenting the host in all aspects, including but not limited to comprehension, cultivation speed, fortune, and soul strength. Warning, warning, warning. This item has been secretly embedded with a soul-devouring curse. Soul-devouring curse, an exceedingly malevolent spell that can insidiously erode the soul's essence of the wearer without their awareness, allowing the caster to forcibly seize the wearer's everything when the time is ripe. Upon reading the information screen, understanding dawned in Jiang Heng's eyes. So that was it. No wonder the crown had emitted that sinister black mist. Someone had placed a curse, preparing to enact a scheme of possession. He recalled the warning left by the ancient ancestor of the primordial sacred land, who had cautioned him at the 700th step. Do not advance further. Ahead lies a grand conspiracy. Now it appeared that the great conspiracy spoken of by Emperor Huang referred to the cursed divine crown. However, a question arose in his mind. It was only through the eye of the Dao provided by the system and his Zhongdong that he could perceive this treachery. How had that ancient predecessor sensed the danger back then? Yet, this thought was fleeting. When Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon the notes following the soul-devouring curse, his final reservations dissipated into thin air, but it can be dispelled by the invulnerability to all methods. Upon seeing this line, a playful smile curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. So it was, in fact, a directed trap. Unfortunately, this trap held no power over him. With that resolved, he would gladly accept the formidable enhancements the divine crown bestowed. With that thought, Jiang Heng hesitated no longer. He stepped forward, extending his hands to gently cradle the crown that radiated unparalleled divine brilliance. He then firmly placed the crown atop his head. Buzz. The instant the crown made contact with his head, an overwhelming blue-white divine light erupted from it, illuminating the entire space of the divine ascension steps. Yet, beneath this dazzling radiance, a slender thread of black mist silently slithered from the crown, infiltrating the depths of Jiang Heng's soul. However, just as that black mist breached his essence, an irresistible, intangible force surged from Jiang Heng's soul, erasing the ominous presence. The mist had no opportunity to struggle, vanishing as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Jiang Heng's mind. Ding! Detected the soul-devouring curse eroding the host's soul. The invulnerability to all methods talent has autonomously activated. Soul-devouring curse successfully dispelled. Nevertheless, at that moment, Jiang Heng's thoughts were far too occupied to pay heed to the system's notifications. As he donned the crown of divinity, an immensely pure and powerful warmth surged from the crown atop his head, cascading through his entire being in an instant. Nourished by this warmth, Jiang Heng felt the once firm bottleneck of his cultivation at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the great sage begin to tremble violently. This was a sign of impending breakthrough. Chapter 125, Intermediate Great Sage. The overwhelming indication of a breakthrough caught Jiang Heng by surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure. Since fortune had presented itself so readily, there was no reason for him to refuse it. He glanced at the steps beneath him, where the aura of the Dao was rich, the laws clear, and devoid of any disturbances, making it an ideal place for seclusion. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. He settled down in a lotus position at the very summit of the ascending god steps, slowly closing his eyes. His mind delved deep within, fully guiding and refining the ceaseless energy emanating from the crown of divinity. Meanwhile, beneath the ascending god steps, in the region from the 7,000th to the 8,000th layer, formidable auras stirred one after another as those in meditation awakened. The monk Tianqiong from the Buddhist sect was the first to open his eyes. With hands pressed together, he chanted a sutra, and behind him, the phantom of an ancient Buddha grew several times more substantial than before, exuding a solemn presence and radiating a light of compassion intertwined with majesty. Clearly, he had reaped immense rewards, his Buddhist heart becoming more profound, and he had comprehended an unparalleled Buddhist esoteric technique. Following him, the saint son of the heavenly god temple, Jyoga, also stirred from his meditative state. Rising to his full height, divine light coursed around him, and a fleeting aura of overwhelming dominance seemed to transcend all living beings. Though a hint of pallor graced his face, his eyes sparkled with joy. He too had grasped an exceptionally powerful divine technique, his combat prowess elevated by several tiers. Soon after, the saints' sons and daughters of other top-tier factions, including Tai Xian and Qianju, awakened from their profound insights in succession. Each of their faces radiated an uncontrollable delight. This Taoist stone was indeed a treasure of the Tao Academy, and this opportunity was sufficient to create a vast chasm between them and their peers. Ba, congratulations to all benefactors. Each has gained something, the monk Qingchen remarked, a faint smile adorning his face. Haha, we share in the joy. The saint son of Tai Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming that upon returning, he would astonish the old fellows within the sect. Although Jioga did not speak, the slight upturn of his lips spoke volumes about his current mood. The competitive spirit that had been extinguished by Jiang Heng's earlier display rekindled within him, as he had comprehended a powerful divine technique and significantly increased his strength. He thought to himself that although that fellow was extraordinary, he was not without merit. Having seized such a great opportunity, perhaps there was still a chance to catch up. As everyone congratulated one another, reveling in their newfound strength, the melodious voice of Yu Yao, tinged with curiosity, broke the momentary silence. I wonder where young Master Jiang has climbed to now. As she spoke, she raised her head, gazing up the staircase. The others, upon hearing her, instinctively lifted their gazes toward the higher reaches of the steps. However, in that fleeting moment, just a single glance, the expressions on the faces that had been filled with joy and self-satisfaction only moments prior became utterly frozen. The air fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing that resonated within the stillness. Mouths agape, their eyes were filled with an unparalleled shock. At the pinnacle of the ascending god steps, a familiar white figure sat serenely in meditation. Above him, a crown emanating supreme divine radiance. Forged from the convergence of 3,000 Tao laws, slowly revolved, casting down myriad divine lights that enveloped him. The terrifying pressure, the sensation of transcending the shackles of heaven and earth, even from thousands of steps away, sent shivers deep within their souls. 1. 10,000 layers? The saint son of Jioga from the heavenly god temple managed to croak out, his voice hoarse from sheer astonishment, just as he had rekindled a sense of competitiveness. Witnessing this scene utterly crushed him, leaving not even a spark of defiance. Compete? With what means to compete? That individual had already reached the finish line, while he remained complacently stuck halfway up the mountain. This was no longer a mere gap. It was a chasm between heaven and earth, a gulf separating mortals from the divine. He has surpassed Di Wushuang, the Taishan saint son of the Taichu Holy Land murmured, his expression transforming from shock to numbness. Di Wushuang. He was the most prodigious figure of the eternal life imperial clan, a paragon of invincibility from the ancient era. The record of 9,999 layers he left behind had long been regarded as an insurmountable monument through endless ages. Yet today, this monument had been trampled beneath someone's feet. Even the typically serene and composed monk Qingchen, known for his profound Buddhist heart, could not suppress the astonishment reflected on his solemn visage. Gazing at the figure bathed in divine light, he pressed his palms together, eventually releasing a long, resonant sigh. Ba. In that moment, upon the ascending god steps, all the awakened prodigies fell into a profound silence. They gazed up at that figure, their feelings of jealousy, reluctance, shock, and numbness ultimately converging into a singular emotion, an awe that emanated from the depths of their hearts. They finally comprehended that they existed on an entirely different plane from that individual. To coexist in the same era with such an unparalleled prodigy and witness him ascend to the pinnacle of myth was their honor. At the pinnacle of the ascending god steps, seated in meditation, Jiang Heng remained oblivious to the world around him. His entire being was immersed in the breakthrough of his cultivation. Boom. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Jiang Heng felt as though an invisible shackle within him had been shattered by the torrent of mighty energy. A force far surpassing his previous strength erupted from within him. Intermediate great sage. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Heng could distinctly sense that the energy consumed during this breakthrough was hardly a quarter of the total energy surging from the crown of divinity. The remaining energy continued to flow like an ocean, nurturing his entire being, propelling his newly attained cultivation to ascend further. Goodness! The energy from this crown of divinity is astonishing. Jiang Heng felt a surge of delight within. He had initially thought that achieving the intermediate great sage through this opportunity was already a monumental stroke of fortune. Now it appeared that he might be able to push even further, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources. Jiang Heng seized the moment to fervently refine the pure energy. Time flowed slowly in this space. Approximately a day later, Jiang Heng gradually opened his eyes, and within the depths of his profound gaze, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shone momentarily. He exhaled a long breath, and after a day of refinement, the immense energy within him had finally been absorbed completely. His cultivation now firmly rested at the pinnacle of the mid-tier Great Saint. He was but a single step away from ascending to the high-tier Great Saint. Indeed, this was a remarkable gain. Jiang Heng feeling the power within him that had increased tenfold, nodded in satisfaction. However, he was acutely aware that the opportunities from this journey were far from exhausted. This was merely an appetizer. The true bounty lay within the very essence of the divine ascension staircase, the ultimate and most core reward, divine abilities. With a flicker of his consciousness, his awareness, comparable to that of a quasi-emperor, resonated instantly with the first 10,000 steps beneath him and the entirety of the divine ascension staircase. In that instant, Jiang Heng felt his soul gently tugged by an irresistible and gentle force. The next moment, his consciousness spun wildly, as if plunging into an endless tunnel of time and space, rapidly descending towards an unknown realm. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the starry sky, two emaciated figures named Destruction and Oblivion excitedly conversed while carrying a coffin board. However, just as Jiang Heng donned the crown of divinity and completely erased the soul-devouring curse, the smiles on the faces of the two, reveling in joy, abruptly froze in unison. They simultaneously sensed a connection severed between themselves and the crown, violently cut off by a domineering force. The ecstatic expressions on their faces faded instantly, replaced by sheer astonishment. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. After a prolonged silence, Oblivion broke it first, his brow furrowed tightly, his tone laced with confusion. What went awry in our plan? Destruction's countenance darkened as he pondered for a moment, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Could it be that our scheme has been detected by the evil god or the celestial god? Upon hearing this, Oblivion's expression grew increasingly grim. He nodded, his voice turning cold. Aside from that possibility, I cannot fathom any other explanation. The ability to silently dismantle the soul-devouring curse we laid together can only belong to them. It seems we have made a misstep with this first move. As these words left his lips, a glint of coldness flashed in both their eyes. In that case, Destruction sneered softly, we must take another step. Chapter 126, The 10,000 Paths Furnace. At the same time, at the pinnacle of the divine ascension staircase, Jiang Heng's consciousness transformed into a solitary vessel, adrift within a resplendent river of endless arcane runes. Countless fragments of profound principles zipped past him at breakneck speed. Any ordinary cultivator would likely have lost themselves amidst this vast ocean of laws, their souls assimilated into the very essence of the great Tao. Yet, Jiang Heng remained remarkably composed. He even found the leisure to activate his newly acquired heavy eye. In his left eye, the dual orbs of black and purple began to rotate slowly. Within his vision, the chaotic fragments of laws surrounding him instantly revealed their inner trajectories with crystal clarity. He discerned that these seemingly disordered laws were, in fact, adhering to a specific pattern, continually intertwining, evolving, and reorganizing. How intriguing, Jiang Heng mused softly to himself. He did not resist the force that tugged at his consciousness. Instead, he surrendered to it, plummeting rapidly toward the end of the river of laws. Suddenly, the dazzling starry river vanished, and Jiang Heng's consciousness arrived in a space of pure white. Here, there was nothing, no up, no down, no passage of time, only eternal silence and purity. In the center of this immaculate expanse, a massive sphere radiating a gentle glow floated serenely. Within that luminous orb seemed to reside the essence of 3,000 great Daos and myriad laws, the very source of all paths in this world. The core essence of the divine ascension staircase. The moment Jiang Heng's consciousness manifested, the colossal light sphere trembled ever so slightly. A grand and ancient thought resonated within Jiang Heng's mind. I have waited for a long time. Bearer, the voice conveyed no emotion. Akin to the natural manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, Jiang Heng's consciousness transformed into a thought, responding, who are you? Where's this place? I am the will of the staircase. This is the core essence of the staircase. The divine ascension staircase serves as both a trial and a selection process. It seeks a flawless vessel capable of truly bearing the divine status. The sphere's consciousness intermittently transmitted information to Jiang Heng. A spark ignited within him. The divine status? Indeed. Countless individuals have trodden this staircase throughout the ages, and heroes from all corners of the world are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Emperor Wushuang, gifted beyond measure, discerned the threads of causality with his heavy eye, ascending to the 90th and 9th layer, a mere step from the summit. Yet, his physical form and path could not perfectly bear the divine status, thus he faltered. Huang, possessing a sacred body and meeting the physical standards, similarly reached the final step. But upon perceiving the causality behind the status, he chose to relinquish it. Only you, the grand thought, seemed to scrutinize Jiang Heng's consciousness for a moment. The chaotic body, the origin of all laws and the foundation for transcending causality and establishing rules. You are the most perfect bearer since the inception of the staircase. Jiang Heng grasped the essence. It turned out that the Divine Ascension staircase was not merely a place of chance, but a venue for selection. And he was the fated child, whose conditions perfectly aligned with its demands. What benefits would come with bearing the divine status? What price would he have to pay? Jiang Heng's thoughts were clear, piercing straight to the core of the issue. There are no free lunches. Rights and obligations are typically reciprocal. The benefits are that you will obtain the authority to command all paths in this world, possessing the power to create and destroy laws. The price, the spheres will pause for an uncommon moment. The price is to bear the causality of all living beings in this realm, to confront the great terror from beyond. This staircase was jointly crafted by the celestial god and the evil god, with the ultimate aim of cultivating a being capable of ending the endless cycle of reincarnation. The Dao shadows left by the beings you previously defeated, such as Fuxi and Emperor Wushuang, are fundamentally tests and gifts from the staircase. Meanwhile, the destruction and oblivion who cast curses within the crown of divinity are the minions of that great terror. They attempted to seize this Dao fruit to corrupt the divine status. Now it all made sense to Jiang Heng. The celestial god, the evil god, destruction, oblivion. Behind it all lay a monumental chess game that entailed the entire world and beyond. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the most pivotal piece on this chessboard. To confront the great terror? Jiang Heng pondered deeply. He had always detested trouble, yet he was acutely aware that if the so-called great terror truly descended, the entire world would be upended, and how could he possibly remain unscathed? The notion of idle comfort must be predicated upon an environment of peace and stability. Having come to this realization, Jiang Heng no longer hesitated. I accept. His intention was direct, yet he harbored a degree of caution in his heart. After all, this voice was likely a remnant of the evil deity and the celestial god, thus not entirely trustworthy. Good. Upon Jiang Heng's acceptance, a wave of what seemed to be relief emanated from that grand well. In the next instant, the entire pure white space trembled violently. The immense orb of light suspended in the center erupted with billions of divine radiances, transforming into a vast and boundless torrent of information that surged towards Jiang Heng's consciousness. Countless insights regarding the application of laws, the comprehension of the great path, and the essence of divine powers flooded into his mind in a frenzy. This was not merely a singular or a few specific divine powers. Rather, it was a form of authority, an exalted dominion that commanded all paths and governed the laws. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine power of the 10,000 Paths Forge. 10,000 Paths Forge, the core authority transformed from the ascent to divine heights, capable of forming a divine domain around the host. Within this domain, the host becomes the sovereign of all paths, able to analyze, strip away, merge, and create all laws and divine powers. Current fusion degree, 001. As Jiang Heng's consciousness received this authority, he comprehended its usage completely in an instant. This capability was nothing short of invincible. With the 10,000 Paths Forge, any enemy's divine power within his domain would be laid bare. He could effortlessly discern its essence, revoke its usage, and even refine their divine powers for his own, thereby creating entirely new divine abilities. While Jiang Heng was immersed in this overwhelming delight, his consciousness, through the fusion with that orb of light, experienced an elevation of perspective beyond measure. He witnessed the birth of the ascent to divine heights. He saw the two formidable figures of the celestial god and the evil deity, whose grandeur defied description, collaborating to carve out space and establish the rules. He also glimpsed, in the distant, desolate expanse of the starry sky, how those two ominous entities lurked in the shadows, laying down the soul-devouring curse as their contingency plan. He even beheld the elder Huang, who, in a final act of immense willpower, severed his connection to the latter, relinquishing the easily attainable divine status while leaving behind a solemn warning. In that moment, all causality became crystal clear. After a considerable time, Jiang Heng's consciousness gradually detached from that vast perspective. The grand will seemed to dissipate entirely, as if it had accomplished its mission. It was time to return. A thought sparked in Jiang Heng's mind. In the next instant, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. At the pinnacle of the ascent to divine heights, seated in meditation, Jiang Heng slowly opened his eyes. Adorned with the divine crown, his left eye shimmered with a radiant second pupil, divine light swirling within. He rose and cast a serene gaze downward. Beneath the steps, the aspiring individuals looked up in awe and shock, their expressions captured in his view. Jiang Heng spoke not a word. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Then, with a flicker of intention, he commanded, "Gather." In the next instant, all those still ascending the divine ladder were irresistibly drawn down. Boom. The entire stone edifice of the Dao Temple and the ascent to divine heights erupted with a tremendous roar. From the first step to the 9,999th, All the steps trembled violently, disintegrating into the most primordial runes of law, soaring into the sky. The ancient ascent to divine heights transformed into a brilliant stream of light, wildly converging towards Jiang Heng's right hand. As the light dissipated, a miniature, seemingly carved from white jade, nine-tiered pagoda imprint quietly appeared on the back of Jiang Heng's hand. Beneath the steps, all the aspiring individuals were rendered statuesque in disbelief. He had actually refined the entire ascent to divine heights. Their mouths agape, their minds blank. They were utterly bereft of the ability to think. On Yu Yao's exquisite face, disbelief was writ large. She struggled to swallow, her voice cracking as she managed to utter a few words. He absorbed the ascent to divine heights. Chapter 127. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Just then, the void began to twist without warning. Two figures stepped forth from the rippling distortion, appearing before Jiang Heng. One figure donned a black robe, his countenance austere and imposing, while the other wore a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura with eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom. The moment they appeared, they did not deliberately exert any oppressive force. However, an invisible aura naturally permeated the space, instantly enveloping the entire scene. Under this aura, those who had been petrified trembled in unison, their souls quaking uncontrollably. It was them. The moment the ninth song Saint Son of the Celestial Hall beheld these two figures, a glimmer of vitality returned to his hollow eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by horror. The two esteemed elders of the Dao Academy, Haimu and Baijue. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Haimu, Baijue. It was said that these two were the most ancient and powerful foundations of the Dao Academy. True living fossils from the primordial era. They had long since stepped into the quasi-emperor realm countless years ago and traversed great distances on the path to quasi-emperorship. Unbelievably, today, these legendary figures had simultaneously manifested. In an instant, every heart raced, and breaths were held instinctively. The two elders, black and white, paid no heed to the shock of the younger generation. Their gazes were fixated unwaveringly upon Jiang Heng from the moment they appeared. Their expressions were profoundly complex, filled with astonishment, suspicion, scrutiny, and even a hint of trepidation that they themselves were unaware of. Yet, in the face of the elder's gaze, Jiang Heng maintained an air of calm. He met their eyes with serenity, though his heart was already on high alert. He could sense that these two old men were formidable. It was a strength of a truly profound nature. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, the eye of the great path quietly opened. Two faint blue screens of information, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Name, Baijue. Cultivation, high-level quasi-emperor. Identity, supreme elder of the Dao Academy, guardian of the path. Name, Haimu. Cultivation, high-level quasi-emperor. Identity, supreme elder of the Dao Academy, guardian of the path. High-level quasi-emperor. As Jiang Heng gazed at the information displayed, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. However, as his gaze swept over the elder's deeply meaningful expressions, a thought unconsciously arose from the depths of his heart. Could it be that these two old geezers were coming to seek him out for reckoning after witnessing him absorb the ascent to divine heights? Jiang Heng mused inwardly. After all, this ascent appeared to be the treasured possession of the Dao Academy, and now he, an outsider, had directly usurped their stronghold. It seemed only reasonable for the rightful owners to confront him. The more he pondered, the more he felt the likelihood of this scenario was exceedingly high. In an instant, the chaotic power within Jiang Heng began to operate clandestinely, and his consciousness swiftly connected with Su Jiuyu, fully prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, just as Jiang Heng was ready to flip the table, the scene unfolding before him caused all his meticulously prepared contingencies to become stuck in place. He beheld the two elder figures, who had previously worn expressions of solemnity, suddenly transform their countenances in unison. The elder, clad in white, Baiju, with an ethereal demeanor, managed to squeeze out a semblance of a benevolent smile. He took a step forward, gazing at Jiang Heng, and began to speak with a fawning tone. Ahem, my young friend, you truly are a prodigious talent, unparalleled through the ages. In all my years, I have never encountered a junior as astonishing as you. Since the establishment of the ascending God's long stairway in our academy, no one has ever reached its pinnacle, nor has anyone gained its recognition. Today, you have accomplished a feat unprecedented in millennia, truly opening my eyes and earning my utmost admiration. As he spoke, Baiju even gave Jiang Heng a thumbs up. The elder beside him, the somber-faced Haimu, nodded vigorously, echoing with equal enthusiasm. Indeed, Bai Laotu speaks the truth. Your achievement, young friend, is without precedent, and it may well be unmatched in the future. Incredible, truly incredible. Jiang Heng stood before these two elders, bewildered. This script seemed entirely off. Wasn't this supposed to be a reckoning? How had it devolved into a scene of flattery? The tension that had initially gripped him did not ease. Rather, it tightened further. Something was amiss. What exactly were these two old men up to? After a moment of silence, he cautiously addressed the pair of beaming elders. You are not here to settle accounts with me, are you? Upon hearing this, Baiju hastily waved his hand. Ah, young friend, such words are misplaced. My brother and I have come specifically to cultivate a good rapport with you. How could we possibly seek to trouble you? Yet, Jiang Heng's expression remained skeptical. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing the diminutive pagoda mark on the back, and spoke in a measured tone. I have taken the ascending god's long stairway from your academy. As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy silence. The hearts of all the talented individuals present surged to their throats. Here it comes. The principal party is finally about to take action. However, the subsequent events shattered everyone's preconceived notions once again. The two elders exchanged glances, and rather than displaying any anger, they both broke into relaxed smiles, as if to say, oh, so that's what this is about. Baiju chuckled heartily, dismissively waving his hand. If you've taken it, then so be it. It's merely a staircase. It's hardly a significant matter. Those who understand the times are the true talents. Since you possess the ability to take it, our academy naturally has the fortitude to yield. Haimu nodded in agreement, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the ascending god's long stairway was always meant to await its destined individual. For it to be utilized by you, young friend, is its honor and fortune. Only in the hands of a prodigy like you can it truly realize its greatest potential. Confronted by these two earnest, fervently complimentary elders, Jiang Heng fell into a profound silence, grappling with a sense of unreality. It felt akin to grinding through a game to acquire the server's ultimate artifact, only for the game master to not only refrain from banning your account, but to instead come over and announce your achievement with a grand flourish. Is this reasonable? It is not reasonable. Although Jiang Heng did not voice his thoughts, his wariness towards the two elders had surged to its zenith. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. These eccentric old men, as peculiar as they appeared, posed no immediate threat. And it was certainly better to have an additional ally than an enemy, especially two high-level quasi-emperors. Chapter 128, Dao City. The surrounding talented individuals observed the surreal scene before them, their minds having come to a complete standstill. Haimu and Baiju, the supreme elders of the academy, living relics of the quasi-emperor realm, were now presenting a nearly sycophantic smile to a young man. This tableau was so fantastical that they began to question whether they were still ensconced in an illusion spun by the ascending god's long stairway. However, as their thoughts shifted and their gazes returned to the figure in white, the absurdity began to dissipate, replaced by an odd sense of acceptance. Indeed, that individual had ascended the ascending god's long stairway, a being who surpassed the unparalleled Emperor Wushuang, shattering the myths of antiquity. Such a character transcended the bounds of ordinary reasoning. Perhaps, for these two supreme elders of the academy, forming a favorable connection with such an ultimate entity far outweighed the significance of a mere staircase. Having understood this, the gazes directed at Jiang Heng were now imbued with a mix of reverence and genuine respect. They finally comprehended that when one's strength reaches a certain zenith, all rules and logic must yield. Jiang Heng regarded the two amiable, enthusiastic elders before him, his vigilance not entirely abated. After a moment of contemplation, he met the eyes of the two quasi-emperors and ultimately chose to accept their overtures of goodwill. After all, as he had surmised, having two high-level quasi-emperor friends was certainly preferable to having two high-level quasi-emperor foes. Since you esteemed elders have spoken thus, I shall not be impolite. Jiang Heng replied in a calm tone, offering a slight nod. I shall remember this kindness. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's response, the smiles on Baiju and Haimu grew even more sincere. Ha ha ha, young friend, you are too polite. What is this talk of predecessors and juniors? You are being overly formal. Baiju chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. I am merely a few years your senior, if you do not mind. You may call me by Laoch. Haimu eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Just call me Haimu Laoch. Jiang Heng gazed at the two elders, who combined must have lived for countless millennia, insisting on brotherly terms with him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Nevertheless, he ultimately did not reject their warmth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Heng had effectively established a verbal bond with these living relics of the academy. Following this minor interlude, the moment of opportunity regarding the Taoist stone had fully drawn to a close. The crowd gradually departed from this space. On the return journey, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, particularly for the haughty Yu Yao of the Miao Miao sacred land, who, in stark contrast to her usual exuberance and vivacity, fell into an unusual silence. She quietly trailed behind the crowd, her lively eyes occasionally darting with an exceedingly complex emotion towards the figure of Jiang Heng walking at the forefront. The saintess of Xia, noticing her unusual demeanor, sighed softly. She understood well what was on her mind. Yet, the presence of that man had irrevocably shattered the resolve of all contemporaries. Yu Yao's pride, confronted with such an absolute disparity, could only manifest as silence. The saintess of the radiant moon refrained from offering words of comfort, for she understood that such matters could only be resolved through self-reflection by Yu Yao herself. As the crowd emerged from the depths of the Dao Academy and returned to the familiar square, they were immediately approached by representatives from various major factions who had been waiting there. However, before any inquiries could be made, the leading elders from the 8 supreme powers, Heavenly Deity Hall, Primordial Sacred Land, and the Buddhist Sect wasted no time in summoning their respective disciples and departed the academy with remarkable haste. Their faces bore an unmistakable gravity, clearly indicating their intent to relay the momentous news of Jiang Heng's ascension to the divine long steps back to their sects without delay. Before the forces of the evil god cult departed, the enchanting saintess of the purple moon cast a lingering glance back at Jiang Heng, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her alluring eyes, before playfully winking at him and turning to leave. This scene left the members of the Qingyun's sacred land nearby in a state of bewilderment. Just then, a figure rushed towards Jiang Heng, her face alight with joy. "Master!" Li Linger exclaimed as she reached Jiang Heng, gazing up at him with her clear, adoring eyes. Simultaneously, the other 4 disciples of the Sky Thief Alliance hastened to Su Tianqiong's side, encircling him. "Senior Brother Su, congratulations. It seems you have gained quite a lot this time. Indeed, your aura is significantly stronger than before." They all chimed in, showering him with accolades. Then, one of them leaned closer and discreetly gestured towards Jiang Heng, whispering, "Senior Brother Su, just who is that young Master Jiang, really?" At the mention of Jiang Heng, Su Tianqiong's earlier excitement abruptly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented reverence. He inhaled deeply, lowering his voice as he replied with utmost seriousness, "I can only say that young Master Jiang's talent is unparalleled, a singularity through the ages." He paused, surveying his fellow disciples, and continued earnestly, "From this day forth, if anyone dares to utter a single disparaging word about young Master Jiang, I, Su Tianqiong, shall be the first to confront them. I aspire to be the most loyal supporter of Jiang." The others were momentarily taken aback. The last time they had witnessed such fervor from Su Tianqiong was during his initial meeting with Vice Alliance leader Zhao Yang. One of them hesitantly inquired, "And what about Vice Alliance leader Zhao?" Upon hearing this question, the fervor on Su Tianqiong's face dimmed, replaced by a complex expression. He remained silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "Uncle Zhao is still the person I admire the most. However, in comparison to young Master Jiang." He chose not to finish his sentence, but that sigh spoke volumes. Meanwhile, among the ranks of the Qingyun's sacred land, Lan Li stood quietly in her blue attire, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure clad in white. Her heart was a tumult of hesitation and inner conflict. She yearned to approach him, to ask directly whether he was indeed the one who had pledged a marriage vow under the witness of heaven and earth, Mu Feiyu. Yet, reason cautioned her against such a course of action, given the current enmity between the Qingyun's sacred land and the Sky Thief Alliance. As a disciple of the former and the heiress of the Lan family, she was acutely aware of the repercussions of approaching someone from the latter in this context. Amidst this turmoil, she overheard the conversation nearby. "Master, now that the Celestial Heroes Conference has concluded, shouldn't we head back?" Li Linger inquired, tilting her head to look at Jiang Heng. Lan Li's heart tightened. Was he about to leave? If she missed this opportunity, when would she see him again? Chapter 129. Some ties must be severed. However, Jiang Heng's response caused Lan Li's anxious heart to settle once more. He gently shook his head and replied in a calm tone, "There's no rush. Having made this journey, it would be a pity to leave in haste." He cast his gaze around before focusing on the distant, bustling metropolis. "I have heard that the main city of the Dao Academy, Dao City, is the most magnificent city in the central continent, teeming with life. I am quite intrigued and wish to remain here for a few days to explore." While he spoke of leisure, his mind was secretly calculating. Dao City, as the nexus of the entire central continent, was a place where he might discover new bonds. Li Linger, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent. Her face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously. "Of course, wherever Master goes, I shall follow." Jiang Heng nodded slightly before turning to Su Tianqiong and the others, speaking in a measured tone. "Linger and I plan to linger in Dao City for a few days. What are your intentions?" Upon hearing this, the disciples behind Su Tianqiong revealed expressions of eagerness. To spend more time with someone like young Master Jiang was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Yet, at that moment, Su Tianqiong exhibited an unexpected maturity that belied his years. He respectfully bowed to Jiang Heng and spoke earnestly, "Young Master Jiang, we shall not impose any further. This journey to the Dao Academy is of great significance, and I must return promptly to report to the Alliance leader. The news of young Master Jiang's ascension to the Divine Long Steps is a matter that must be communicated to the Alliance leader with utmost urgency." Moreover, he needed to inform his father, that obstinate old man, to refrain from provoking young Master Jiang. Having witnessed Jiang Heng achieve a feat unparalleled in the annals of history, he finally comprehended that Jiang Heng's strength transcended their understanding. This was no longer a question of power. It was a matter of confronting a living legend. To oppose such an existence was akin to courting death. Understanding this, Su Tianqiong's fervor intensified once more as he bowed deeply to Jiang Heng's retreating figure. Without further delay, he and several fellow disciples departed through the teleportation array, eager to relay the news at the swiftest possible pace. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Qingyun sacred land, Lanli remained still in her blue attire, her cold gaze never straying from that figure in white. Inside, she was engaged in an internal struggle. Reason dictated that the Qingyun sacred land and the Sky Thief Alliance were irreconcilable foes, and she should not, and could not, entangle herself with them. Yet, the pull of her emotions rendered her immobile. She needed an answer. "Senior Sister Lan, we should also head back." A fellow female disciple of the Qingyun sacred land whispered gently. At this, Lanli trembled slightly, her inner turmoil intensifying. Return? She was unwilling. This obsession, akin to a mental demon, would undoubtedly impact her future path if left unresolved. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if reaching a momentous decision. She turned to her companions, her typically aloof expression returning to one of indifference. "You all may return to the sect. I have some personal matters to attend to in Dao City." The female disciple, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, her expression tinged with concern as she spoke. "Sister, might it be a bit perilous to venture alone? Perhaps we should accompany you?" "Unnecessary," Lanli replied, shaking her head with an unwavering tone. "I am fully capable of handling this." With that, she offered no further opportunity for her companions to persuade her, swiftly transforming into a streak of azure light. Silently departing from the group, racing towards the city of Dao, she sought an answer, regardless of whether it was the one she desired. This minor commotion among the Qingyun sacred land's ranks did not escape Jiang Heng's keen perception. Intentionally or not, he cast a glance in the direction Lanli had taken. A fleeting ripple of intrigue flickered in his profound gaze. Some fates, it was time to resolve. At that moment, a curious voice broke the silence beside him. "Master, what are you observing?" Li Ling'er inquired, tilting her small face upward and following Jiang Heng's line of sight, only to find an expanse of empty sky. Jiang Heng returned to the present, retracting his gaze. He looked down at the inquisitive Li Ling'er, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a lost little butterfly. It is getting late. We ought to set off." No sooner had he spoken than a thought crossed his mind. Buzz. A subtle ripple coursed through the surrounding space, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Heng and Li Ling'er vanished without a trace. Dao City, the foremost grand city of Zhongzhou. Within its bounds, on the most bustling thoroughfare, the space seemed to warp slightly as two figures appeared amidst the throngs of people. Unnoticed by any, Li Ling'er felt a fleeting blur. One moment they were in the plaza of the Dao Academy. The next they found themselves engulfed by the vibrant clamor of a bustling marketplace. Jiang Heng surveyed his surroundings, his consciousness, akin to a surging tide, silently enveloping the entire city of Dao. Indeed, there are numerous practitioners at the Saint Realm, he mused inwardly. A cursory glance revealed that the number of Saint Realm experts in the city exceeded that of Qingyun City by at least 30 to 40%. Truly, it was the heart of the Zhongzhou continent. "Let us find a place to settle," Jiang Heng remarked, retracting his awareness and addressing Li Ling'er. "Of course, master." She nodded enthusiastically. However, just as they were about to seek out an inn, an unexpected notification resonated within Jiang Heng's mind. Ding! A connection to a favored individual has been detected. Jiang Heng's steps halted abruptly, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. A favored individual? A related connection? His mind stirred, and he turned in the direction indicated by the system's vague guidance. At the end of the street lay an extraordinarily opulent market, bustling with activity. A grand signboard hung prominently above the entrance, emblazoned with the words Wanbao Gambling Stone Market in a flourish of characters. Chapter 130, Wanbao Gambling Stone Market. Jiang Heng's gaze settled upon the Wanbao Gambling Stone Market. He turned to Li Ling'er and said, "Ling'er, let us explore that market." Li Ling'er, upon hearing this, followed her master's gaze, her heart filled with astonishment. She had not expected her seemingly ascetic master to take an interest in gambling stones. Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning further, simply nodding vigorously with a cheerful smile. "All right, master." Thus, The two of them strode toward the Wanbao gambling stone market. Before they could draw near, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them. As they approached the grand entrance of the gambling stone market, their attention was captured by two colossal stone pillars flanking the door. On these pillars were inscribed couplets of vigorous calligraphy. The left read, "With courage, one may reap fortunes throughout the seasons." The right proclaimed, "By showcasing one's talents, one may acquire wealth from all corners of the world." The horizontal inscription declared, "Wealth overnight." Each word dripped with an enticing allure. Jiang Heng merely cast a cursory glance before withdrawing his gaze, leading Li Linger into the market. Upon entering, a vast open square unfolded before them, dotted with hundreds of stalls. Each stall boasted several rows of long counters, where an array of stones, varying in size and hue, was meticulously displayed. These stones were the so-called raw stones, some no larger than a palm, carefully nestled within ornamental boxes, while others towered taller than a person, ruggedly placed on the ground. Exuding an aura of ancient antiquity, these raw stones had formed over endless ages through the accumulation and erosion in places rich in spiritual energy. Most of the raw stones within the gambling stone market had originated from ancient secret realms, with a scarce few harboring rare treasures from the primordial era, long thought to be extinct. During this period, the surge of visitors to Dao City due to the Celestial Talent Conference had rendered this already bustling gambling stone market even more cacophonous. Voices echoed from the various stalls lining the streets, calling out, "Esteemed friends, please pause. Come and take a look at my stall. The raw stones here have just been unearthed from the Taishu secret realm. Their quality is exceptional, and you are sure to strike it rich. Take a glance. Take a glance. You won't regret it. You might just hit the jackpot and become the next fortunate soul to uncover a marvel. This lady, I see an aura of celestial grace surrounding you. You must be destined for greatness. Come, choose any stone from my selection, and you shall surely unveil a treasure worthy of your stature." Jiang Heng's gaze swept slowly across the stalls lining the street. In his deep-set eyes, a flicker of golden light flashed imperceptibly as the eye of the Dao quietly activated. In his vision, the information of each individual around him transformed into clear data streams presented before him. However, he did not discern the favored individual mentioned by the system. Yet, Jiang Heng remained unperturbed, confident that if the system had indicated it, such a being must indeed exist. With that, he and Li Linger continued their search through the lively marketplace. Soon, the attention of the majority of the crowd was drawn to the striking duo of Jiang Heng and Li Linger. Li Linger, already exceptionally beautiful, radiated an even more transcendent aura following her rebirth through the Tianqiong body. As for Jiang Heng, his ethereal demeanor, seemingly unbound by earthly constraints, shone like the full moon amidst the night, ensuring that wherever he roamed, he would become the unequivocal focal point. Such a pair of celestial beings walking side by side was impossible to overlook. What a pair of divine lovers! Their grace is unmistakably that of disciples hailing from the most esteemed sects. That man is truly extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone with such an ethereal presence. The woman beside him is equally enchanting. Together they embody the perfect union. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and several stall owners, seizing the moment, began to eagerly beckon to the pair. "Esteemed young master, please do stop." A shrewd-looking middle-aged proprietor, spotting them from a distance, began to call out, "Young sir, your demeanor is truly exceptional, akin to the innate quality of this raw stone I possess. Why not come to my pawnshop and take a look? This stone is undoubtedly tailor-made for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng casually cast a glance in his direction. The eye of the Dao promptly provided feedback. The proprietor was not the bond he sought, and the stone he so extravagantly praised was merely an unremarkable piece of scrap iron. Jiang Heng chose to disregard him entirely and continued on his path. Another merchant, mistaking their relationship for that of a couple, turned his attention to Li Linger. "Oh, this young lady, do take a look at this unique raw stone I have. Its shape is quite extraordinary, a naturally formed heart stone, symbolizing eternal unity, a perfect match for the two of you. Why not come and see it at my pawnshop? It would make a splendid keepsake." With a beaming smile, the shopkeeper lifted a peculiar heart-shaped stone composed of two raw stones joined together. Li Linger, upon hearing his words and gazing at the heart-shaped stone, felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. She stole a glance at her master's flawless profile, her heart swelling with a hint of delight. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Thieving Heaven Alliance, outside Yuxiang Tower, a distortion of space heralded the arrival of Su Tianqiong and his four companions through the teleportation array. As soon as they landed, Su Tianqiong wasted no time exchanging pleasantries with his fellow disciples. He transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards his home at the fastest speed possible. Before departing, his solemn voice reverberated in the air, reaching the ears of the remaining four. "You must hurry back. Immediately relay everything that transpired at the Celestial Heroes Conference to your families. Ensure they understand. Under no circumstances should they entertain thoughts of opposing young Master Jiang. The 4 disciples shuddered at his words, their expressions turning grave. They comprehended the weight of Su Tianqing's message. Young Master Jiang's ascension to the pinnacle of the Divine Ascension Staircase was a monumental event capable of altering the entire landscape of Zhongzhou. And it was imperative that all high-ranking members of the Alliance were informed with utmost urgency, particularly the elder family members who harbored reservations about Jiang Heng. Chapter 131. The Rebirth of Feng Qingyu, the Divine Son. At the Su family estate in the Thieving Heaven Alliance headquarters, Su Tianqing rushed to the entrance, nearly colliding with a robust figure emerging from within. The man, tall and rugged, exuded an aura of ironclad dominance. He was Su Tianqing's father, Su Yuanba, a high-ranking warrior of the Thieving Heaven Alliance, just returned from the front lines. Observing his son's frantic demeanor, Su Yuanba furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Aren't you supposed to be attending the Celestial Heroes Conference? Why are you back so soon? You look as though you've lost your wits. Were you bullied? Su Tianqing halted, and upon seeing his father, his anxious heart found a momentary reprieve. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he revealed a look of unprecedented seriousness. Father, hold your questions. I have monumental news to share with you. Oh, Su Yuanba, intrigued by his son's demeanor, crossed his arms and asked, what could possibly cause you such distress? Pray, enlighten me. Su Tianqing organized his thoughts and spoke gravely. Father, you are aware of young Master Jiang, who is close to our leader, correct? Upon hearing the name Jiang, Su Yuanba's smile vanished, replaced by an overt expression of disdain. Oh, that young dandy the leader picked up from who knows where? Of course I know him. He scoffed, scrutinizing Su Tianqing with growing irritation. What? Did you suffer at his hands? With a sudden thud, Su Yuanba slammed his fist against his chest, unleashing a formidable aura that resonated through the air. Fear not. I shall advocate for you. I was just about to confront the leader regarding this matter. What merit does that pretty boy possess to earn such favor from the leader? His anger mounted as he spoke, saliva flying with his fervor. Not just me. Your uncles and elders are equally incensed. We have resolved to demand an explanation from the leader. Today, I shall ensure that the leader realizes that our Thieving Heaven Alliance is not a playground for that outsider. Listening to his father's grandstanding, Su Tianqing turned pale with dread. An appeal? Seeking retribution? A chill ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. No, father, please don't. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward and clung tightly to Su Yuanba's sturdy leg, his voice tinged with desperation. Su Yuanba was taken aback by this sudden display. What are you doing, you brat? I'm trying to stand up for you, and you're not pleased? Father, times have changed. Su Tianqing looked up with fear etched across his face. You mustn't go. If you do, our entire family will be doomed. With no time to waste, he relayed everything he had experienced within the Taoist temple, particularly how Jiang Heng ascended the 10,000 steps and refined the entire Divine Ascension Staircase. As Su Tianqing recounted the tale, Su Yuanba's expression shifted dramatically, from initial fury and scorn to shock and disbelief. Finally, when he heard of Jiang Heng surpassing Emperor Wushuang and reaching the pinnacle of eternal myth, his rugged visage fell into a state of stupor. The overwhelming presence he once commanded dissipated entirely. Gulping, he struggled to swallow and muttered, 10,000 steps. And he refined the Divine Ascension Staircase. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Snapping back to reality, Su Yuanba seized Su Tianqing by the collar. His tone now tinged with urgency. Su Tianqing, feeling wronged, retorted, I told you the moment I returned. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanba loosened his grip and staggered back a few steps, cold sweat dotting his forehead. He fell silent for a long moment, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions. Finally, he exhaled deeply, his voice filled with trepidation. Thank the heavens you returned in time. Had you been any later, I might have followed your uncles to confront the leader. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his countenance changed dramatically. Wait, have you informed the leader about this? At that moment, Su Tianqing's eyes widened in alarm. Right, the leader. Without another thought, he transformed into a beam of light, racing towards Yuxiang Tower. Su Yuanba, realizing his son had yet to report, turned pale and hurriedly followed suit. Simultaneously, within the Wanbao Stone gambling house in Dao City, as Jiang Heng and Li Linger neared the end of the open square, the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The bond related to the favored person of destiny has been locked. Jiang Heng paused momentarily. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light, visible only to him, illuminated from a nondescript corner not far away. Following the golden glow, he turned his gaze in that direction. There, in the most remote corner of the market, stood a shabby stall. Behind the stall sat an elderly man with thinning hair, sporting a receding hairline, clad in a gray robe. His eyes were half closed, and he held a duster in his hand, dozing off intermittently, resembling a charlatan of dubious credibility. The stall was desolate, devoid of customers. It was hardly surprising, as the raw stones displayed on his counter were drab and unremarkable. The smaller ones resembled mere pebbles found by the roadside, while the larger ones were merely grotesque. Misshapen rocks, lacking any aura of spiritual energy, in stark contrast to the radiant stones showcased at other stalls. Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon a stone on the old man's counter, enveloped in golden light. This stone, only the size of a fist, was a dull gray-brown. Its surface riddled with cracks, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. He stepped forward, slowly making his way towards the stall. Although Li Linger felt puzzled, she obediently followed behind her master. As Jiang Heng reached the stall, a thought crossed his mind, and the eye of the great Dao quietly swept over the unremarkable stone. In an instant, a faint blue information screen materialized before his eyes. Name, Feng Qinger. Identity, reincarnation of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix Emperor. Status, unhatched. The notion of a reincarnated emperor caught Jiang Heng off guard. He distinctly recalled that on the ascension steps, the record for the third place, at the 888th level, was held by none other than Feng Qinger of the ancient Phoenix clan. Could it be? What a coincidence. A subtle intrigue stirred within him. While he scrutinized the stone, the tremendous waves he would soon unleash across the central continent were just beginning to stir. In the divine temple, the boundless sacred land, the Buddhist sect, and the Yaoqi sacred land, the esteemed sons and daughters of these top-tier forces, upon returning to their sects, swiftly reported the news of Jiang Heng's ascension to the highest echelons of their respective organizations. In an instant, ancient beings of terrifying presence, who had slumbered for countless years deep within the ancestral lands of all prominent powers across the central continent, were awakened one after another. What? Someone has reached the pinnacle of the ascension steps? Surpassed the peerless emperor? Is this true? The existence that shattered ancient myths. Could it be that the prophesied one had truly emerged? Resounding with supreme authority, their wills echoed in the skies above various sacred lands. The name Jiang Heng spread swiftly among the highest echelons of the central continent. A brand new title, representative of his current esteemed status, was birthed simultaneously from the mouths of these living fossils. The Prodigy. Chapter 132, When a Charlatan Meets a Riddle. Jiang Heng's gaze lingered on the stall for but a moment before he discreetly withdrew it. His expression remained as serene as ever, as if he had merely cast a casual glance. The reincarnation of an emperor was indeed intriguing. Jiang Heng mused inwardly. Yet his pace did not falter as he continued towards the secluded corner. Li Linger followed closely, her clear eyes brimming with curiosity. She noticed that since entering this stone gambling house, her master had not paused his steps even for a moment. Regardless of the enthusiastic calls from the stall owners or the peculiar, glimmering raw stones they presented, her master remained indifferent, showing not even the slightest interest. This only deepened Li Linger's confusion. If her master was disinterested in these raw stones, why had he specifically come to this stone gambling house? Moreover, why had they been walking around this open square for so long? Now, witnessing her master finally heading towards a distinct direction, her curiosity swiftly replaced her prior uncertainty. Following her master's path, she was taken aback upon seeing the target stall. It was an exceedingly shabby stall, compared to the elaborately decorated stalls around, which showcased sparkling raw stones. This corner stall appeared akin to a slum. A few weathered wooden planks formed a crooked counter, sparsely displaying a dozen stones. Those stones could hardly be termed as raw stones. Each was dull and unappealing, their surfaces pockmarked, some even riddled with cracks, appearing as though they would crumble to dust with the slightest touch. There was not even a hint of spiritual energy, nor any trace of Dao rhythm. They looked like discarded rubble picked up from the roadside. Behind the stall, an elderly man in a gray robe, with hair so sparse he resembled a man with a receding hairline, leaned back in a chair, snoring loudly, his duster dragging on the ground, covered in dust. The entire stall exuded an air of desolation and unreliability. Li Linger could not fathom why her master would choose such a stall. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Heng had already approached the stall. Perhaps sensing someone nearby, the dozing old man stirred slightly, but did not open his eyes, lazily muttering. 300 high-grade spirit stones each, no bargaining, no credit, take it or leave it. With that, he smacked his lips, turned over, and resumed his slumber, as if uttering another word would be a waste of life. Such a languid approach to customer service was no wonder no one frequented this stall. However, Jiang Heng remained unfazed by the old man's demeanor. His gaze calmly swept over the few shabby stones on the counter, finally resting on the small gray-brown stone marked by the system's golden light. To avoid appearing overly deliberate, Jiang Heng refrained from directly picking up the stone. Instead, he extended his long fingers and casually swept across the counter, encircling the target stone along with 4 others nearby. "I'll take all 5, he stated flatly. Subsequently, with a thought, a storage bag materialized in his hand, which he gently placed on the stall. Inside the bag were precisely 1,500 high-grade spirit stones. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Li Linger, trailing behind, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing this scene. With a hint of confusion, she spoke up. "Master, aren't you going to take a closer look?" To her, these stones were far too ordinary. So much so that one could toss them onto the street without anyone sparing them a glance. Spending 1,500 high-grade spirit stones to acquire them seemed like giving away money. Upon hearing her, Jiang Heng turned to Li Linger, a serene smile gracing his face. "When fate presents itself, there is no need for excessive scrutiny. I perceive a connection with these stones." His words were shrouded in ambiguity. Li Linger listened, partly understanding yet mostly perplexed, but she had always unconditionally trusted her master's words. If her master asserted a connection, then it must indeed hold true. Thus, she obediently nodded, refraining from further inquiries, though her curious gaze remained fixated on the stones, eager to discern what connection they might hold. However, this exchange, overheard by those nearby, took on an entirely different tone. The stall owners and passers-by who had been observing Jiang Heng, upon witnessing him actually purchase raw stones from the so-called fortune-teller, collectively displayed expressions of regret. Alas, what a pity! This young gentleman, with such an extraordinary demeanor. One would have thought him an expert, only to realize he is but a novice. Indeed, in the entire Wanbao stone gambling workshop, who is unaware of Old Mo's stall? The stones there are merely scavenged from the rubble. To find a treasure there is akin to discovering a piece of spirit iron, a feat worthy of ancestral pride. I have been selling here for a decade, and I have yet to see anyone profit from Old Mo's wares. 9 out of 10 buyers suffer losses, and the remaining 1 walks away empty-handed. This young lad, however, boldly purchases 5 at once. He is truly a fearless newcomer." A chorus of skepticism echoed around them. The gazes directed at Jiang Heng transformed from initial astonishment into pity and schadenfreude. To them, this ethereal young man appeared to be a hapless fool, oblivious to his own ignorance, being led to the slaughter like a lamb. At that moment, the elder known as Old Mo seemed to be roused from his stupor by the sound of the storage bag being placed on the stall. He lazily opened one eye, his murky gaze glancing at the bag before extending his withered hand to lethargically retrieve it. After scanning its contents and confirming the quantity, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his deeply wrinkled face. He tucked the storage bag away and finally raised his eyelids, scrutinizing Jiang Heng with a feeble inquiry. "Young man, shall we cut it now, or will you take it back to cut it yourself?" Upon hearing this, all eyes in the vicinity fixated on Jiang Heng, eager to witness whether the stones he had chosen truly held any significance. Jiang Heng hesitated not, responding in a calm tone, "No need. I shall take them back to cut." With that, he waved his hand, storing the 5 shabby stones into his storage space. This spectacle incited even louder discussions among the onlookers. "I told you, he certainly wouldn't dare cut them on the spot. Naturally, if he were to cut them open and find nothing but ordinary stones, what would become of his pride? Spending 1,500 high-grade spirit stones on a pile of worthless debris would surely be the subject of mockery. Oh, young people and their fragile pride. It is merely self-deception. Taking them back to cut does not guarantee treasures." Under the gazes filled with understanding and disdain, Jiang Heng remained unfazed. He turned to Li Linger beside him and gently said, "Let us find a place to rest." Chapter 133, Friend, please hold on. With that, the two of them took their leave, disregarding the surrounding scrutiny as they prepared to exit the market. However, just as Jiang Heng and his companion had taken a few steps, a voice imbued with a hint of magnetism suddenly resonated from a short distance to their right. "Young sir, please wait. I noticed the 5 raw stones you just purchased are quite peculiar, and I am most intrigued. Might you consider parting with them for a trade?" Though the voice was soft, it reached the ears of everyone present with clarity. Jiang Heng halted his steps and gradually turned to face the source of the sound. The crowd, which had been murmuring and waiting for the spectacle, instinctively shifted their gaze to see who the unwitting soul was that wished to acquire those seemingly worthless stones. Yet, when they beheld the figure of the speaker, the expressions of schadenfreude across the audience froze in unison. In the midst of the crowd, a young man clad in a resplendent brocade robe, holding a white jade folding fan, stood with a smile. His striking red hair was casually tied at the back, and his face was exceptionally handsome, especially his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which exuded an enchanting allure. He merely stood there, and a sense of extraordinary nobility emanated from him. "It's him. It's young Master Li. Heavens, How could young Master Li be here? A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. Li. This name had become synonymous with fame in the Wanbao Stone gambling workshop over the past few days. He seemed to have emerged from nowhere, rapidly gaining notoriety in this gambling arena. In a matter of days, he had triumphed in every bet, and every raw stone he had selected yielded astonishing treasures. Among them were even rare ancient elixirs long thought extinct, their value enough to make holy lands envious. Initially, people regarded him as merely lucky, a newcomer riding a wave of good fortune. However, when luck strikes once or twice, it can be dismissed as chance, but to consistently unveil treasures is no mere coincidence. Everyone began to realize that this red-haired youth was, in fact, a true master of stone gambling, his abilities unfathomable. Gradually, his reputation spread throughout the gambling arena. Countless individuals flocked behind him, eager to bask in his glory. Any shop that had sold him raw stones experienced a surge in business in the following days. Yet now, this legendary master of stone gambling had chosen to stop a young man who had just spent a fortune on a collection of worthless stones. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, the minds of all present struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that there truly was something of value among old Mo's wares? No way. Could that lad have actually guessed right? This is impossible. I know old Mo's stones best. They are merely picked up from the rubble. Did young Master Li make a mistake? The gazes directed at Jiang Heng underwent a radical transformation in an instant. They felt as though their entire worldview had been violently shaken. Li Linger, too, caught wind of the surrounding discussions, her clear eyes reflecting a deep curiosity as they settled upon the red-haired young man named Li. Jiang Heng observed the approaching figure of the red-haired youth, and within the depths of his eyes, a flicker of golden light passed unnoticed. The eye of the great path quietly awakened. A pale blue information screen materialized before him. Name, Li Phoenix C. Cultivation, high-tier great sage. Identity, holy son of the ancient Phoenix clan. Recent encounters, acting under the orders of a clan elder, disguised as a human cultivator, to seek the reincarnation of the Phoenix Emperor in the Dao City. The holy son of the ancient Phoenix clan? Here to find Feng Qinga? Jiang Heng's thoughts crystallized in an instant. It seemed this fellow had sensed the aura of Feng Qinga within that stone. As Jiang Heng pondered, Feng Yi had already reached him, coming to a halt with a gentle smile upon his face. However, the words that followed revealed his true intentions. Of course, I would not let my friend suffer losses. I offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng did not respond immediately. As Feng Yi observed Jiang Heng's apparent hesitation, he swiftly shifted his tone, adopting an air of concern as he continued. My friend, forgive my candor, but the 5 raw stones you have procured are of rather poor quality. There is an overwhelming likelihood that you will incur a loss. My interest was piqued, prompting me to propose a high price for a trade with you. I surmised that apart from myself, there is unlikely to be another individual in this marketplace willing to take them off your hands. Why not sell them to me? Not only will you mitigate your losses, but you will also gain an additional 500 superior spirit stones. What's not to relish in that? His words were meticulously crafted, for he believed that this young man had likely stumbled upon those stones by mere chance. With a mix of coaxing and deceit, coupled with tangible benefits, he saw no reason for the other party to refuse. The onlookers, upon hearing Feng Yi's remarks, nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Jiang Heng tinged with envy. Young Master Li is truly benevolent, acknowledging it to be a losing deal, yet still willing to offer 500 superior spirit stones. This lad has indeed struck a fortunate deal. Not only is he not losing, but he is also profiting 500. If it were me, I would sell immediately. Indeed, knowing when to withdraw is the way to go. Should he hesitate further, young Master Li may retract his offer, and then it would be too late to lament. Everyone assumed that Jiang Heng would acquiesce without a moment's hesitation. However, just as Feng Yi wore a confident smile, awaiting Jiang Heng's nod of agreement, the young man's response astonished everyone present. Jiang Heng looked at Feng Yi, slowly shook his head, and replied in a calm tone, No. As I have stated, I feel a connection with these 5 raw stones. Besides, I am not in need of spirit stones. With that, he did not spare Feng Yi another glance, but turned away, continuing forward without looking back. Li Linger followed closely behind. The entire process was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Feng Yi's smile froze completely. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching the retreating white figure, his mind a blank. He actually refused? Why? This defied logic. The surrounding crowd fell into collective silence, their mouths agape. After a brief moment of stunned quietude, Feng Yi finally regained his composure. A flash of urgency flickered in his eyes. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a suave gentleman. Without a second thought, he hastily caught up with Jiang Heng, exclaiming, My friend, please wait. Feng Yi's form darted swiftly, soon matching Jiang Heng's pace. He glanced at Jiang Heng's calm profile and urgently said, "Do you find the price too low? Not a problem. The price is negotiable. If that does not suffice, I can add 500. How does 2,500 superior spirit stones sound to you?" Jiang Heng, upon hearing this, did not pause, seemingly oblivious to his words. Seeing this, Feng Yi felt an escalating urgency and clenched his teeth, continuing to raise the offer. "Then, how about 3,000 superior spirit stones? My friend, this is my final offer. Those stones are certainly not worth this price." Yet, Jiang Heng remained unmoved, continuing on his path. Observing Jiang Heng's unwavering demeanor, Feng Yi pressed on. 5,000. 5,000 superior spirit stones. My friend, this is the highest price I am willing to pay. Just nod, and these 5,000 superior spirit stones will be yours. He could hardly believe that anyone could resist such a tempting offer of netting 3,500 superior spirit stones. Indeed, when the figure of 5,000 escaped Feng Yi's lips, Jiang Heng's steps finally came to a halt. Feng Yi's heart soared with optimism. There was hope. He knew that no one could withstand the allure of wealth. It seemed his previous offers had not sufficiently piqued Jiang Heng's interest. However, just as he believed Jiang Heng was finally swayed and prepared to negotiate, the ensuing moment plunged him into despair. Jiang Heng slowly turned his head, his deep-set eyes coldly locking onto Feng Yi. "I have stated my refusal. Should you persist in your incessant chatter following us?" Jiang Heng's tone remained flat, yet his words carried an icy undertone. "I would be compelled to employ certain measures to deter you." As his words concluded, an indescribable aura of terror briefly emanated from Jiang Heng. In that instant, Feng Yi felt as though an unseen hand had gripped his very soul. A primal instinct of danger surged through him, causing his blood to run cold, compelling him to halt. Chapter 134, Great-Grandfather, Do Not Rejoice Too Soon. The menacing presence arrived swiftly, only to vanish even more quickly, as if it were a mere figment of his imagination. He watched helplessly as Jiang Heng and his companion faded from view. Only when their silhouettes were entirely gone did Feng Yi's heart, which had momentarily ceased, thump back into rhythm. He staggered back a step, drenched in cold sweat. Who is he? Feng Yi's lips quivered, and a flicker of fear shone in his enchanting phoenix eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt he was not confronting a mere man, but rather an unfathomable abyss of chaos. Just a single glance had rendered him a scion of the ancient phoenix lineage and a formidable high-level sage, incapable of harboring even the slightest thought of resistance. His soul was firmly subdued, and his heart trembled violently, as if on the brink of complete collapse. Such a sensation had only ever been experienced in the presence of the imperial scions of his clan or those reclusive ancestors in deep meditation. The mere thought of this sent a shiver coursing through Feng Yi's body. No, this matter has exceeded anything I can manage. The reincarnation of the Phoenix Emperor must not fall into the hands of a human cultivator. Regaining his composure, Feng Yi focused his thoughts, and in the next moment, his figure dissipated from his location. He needed to report this matter immediately to the senior elder of his lineage, his great-grandfather, Feng Beichen. Relying solely on himself, not only was reclaiming the ancestor's reincarnation a challenge, but ensuring his own survival was also in jeopardy. Meanwhile, on a street far from the Wandao stone gambling house, Jiang Heng suddenly came to a halt. A barely perceptible ripple of concern crossed his face. This is troublesome. Jiang Heng silently sighed within. He was not afraid of the ancient Phoenix clan. He simply found the situation rather bothersome. The ancient Phoenix clan, one merely had to hear the name to understand they were no ordinary adversaries. Moreover, what he had acquired was not just any item, but the reincarnation of their Phoenix Emperor. This animosity was now firmly established. Jiang Heng turned to Li Linger, his expression grave, and spoke in a low voice. "Linger, we have drawn unwanted attention. We cannot remain in this city." Li Linger paused momentarily upon hearing this. However, upon witnessing the rare serious expression on her master's face, she quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. It was likely connected to that persistent red-haired man from earlier. She refrained from asking further questions, merely nodding her head, her clear eyes brimming with unconditional trust and reliance on her master. Indeed, master. For her, the destination or duration mattered not. As long as she could remain by her master's side, even if it meant traversing to the ends of the earth or facing perilous trials, she would willingly embrace it. Jiang Heng gazed at Li Linger's obedient demeanor, feeling a warmth stir within him, the tension in his expression easing slightly. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and in the next moment, a figure identical to him materialized before him, a manifestation of the divine ability he had recently acquired. The unity of the three purities. Upon witnessing this, Li Linger's mouth fell agape. "Wow, two masters." Jiang Heng regarded his doppelganger with a mischievous smile. "Excellent. You shall remain here to divert that fool's attention." No sooner had he spoken than a strand of his divine consciousness, shared with Su Jiyue, traversed the boundless expanse of space, precisely locking onto the location of the Heavenly Thief Alliance's headquarters. In an instant, a subtle ripple coursed through the space surrounding them. Subsequently, the figures of Jiang Heng and Li Linger vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind, as though they had never set foot on that street. In the eastern part of Dao City, within a lavish inn, a crimson figure abruptly appeared on the top floor, Feng Yi. Upon his return, he did not linger for even a moment, hastening to a seemingly unremarkable wall on the inner side of his room. He extended his hand and, following a specific pattern, pressed against the wall several times without leaving a mark. Click! A faint mechanical sound echoed. The wall gradually sank inward, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. Feng Yi plunged into the passage without hesitation. The darkness enveloped him, yet he navigated its twists and turns with ease, swiftly arriving at a spacious underground chamber. This chamber measured approximately 100 feet on each side, its walls and floor etched with intricate golden runes, emanating a powerful spatial fluctuation. Feng Yi stepped into the center of the chamber, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down. He then began to swiftly form hand seals, reciting a string of obscure ancient syllables. Buzz! As he chanted, the runes inscribed on the chamber's floor suddenly burst forth in resplendent golden light. Countless runes soared into the air, intertwining and coalescing, ultimately forming a colossal screen of light composed of runes. As the final syllable fell, images began to swirl upon the screen, gradually revealing a blurred yet imposing figure, Feng Beichen. Simultaneously, a deep and resonant voice reverberated within the chamber, exuding an undeniable authority. "Ear, what prompts you to call upon me?" Upon hearing this voice, Feng Yi's spirit lifted, and he promptly bowed, speaking urgently. "Great-grandfather, I have located the reincarnation of the Phoenix Emperor." The figure on the other side of the screen paused momentarily at this revelation. The next instant, a booming laughter filled the air, brimming with joy and gratification. "Ha! Splendid news. Well done, Ear. I have always believed in your potential. You are indeed the descendant of Feng Beichen. You have executed this task beautifully. Once you bring the ancestors' reincarnation back to the clan, I shall personally commend you." At this moment, Feng Beichen's mood was evidently at its zenith. However, upon receiving such praise, Feng Yi's expression did not reflect joy, but rather a deep bitterness and awkwardness. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself and continued. "Great-grandfather, please do not rejoice too soon." Feng Beichen's laughter abruptly ceased, a hint of confusion creeping into his tone. Feng Yi swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "Today, at the stone gambling house in Dao City, while I sensed the location of the Phoenix Emperor's reincarnation within a certain stone, alas, it was ultimately claimed by a human cultivator." The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the chamber plummeted to a freezing point. Feng Beichen fell silent, the joy on his face vanishing in an instant. After a moment, he emitted a derisive snort. "Just a mere human cultivator. What is there to fear? Humans are nothing but a greedy lot. Offer him some benefits, and you can simply buy it back from him. Ear, try again. It's a pity it was in vain." Feng Yi's voice lowered further. "Humph." Feng Beichen's tone grew noticeably irritable. "If you cannot buy it back, then just seize it. Do you need me to teach you such trivial matters? With me here, you need not fear returning safely from Dao City." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's countenance fell. Seize it? He wished he could, but he needed the strength to do so. With a mournful expression, his voice trembled slightly. Great-grandfather, forgive my inadequacy. I am not a match for that human cultivator. Which is why I hurried back to consult with you." "What?" The figure on the screen erupted in fury, his voice booming like thunder within the chamber. "Aminos, why did you not convey this from the start? You made me rejoice for nothing. Truly a blundering fool." Feng Yi bore the brunt of the scolding, feeling utterly helpless. Unable to utter a word in defense, merely hunching his shoulders to endure Feng Beichen's wrath, he hastily interjected, "Great-grandfather, please do not scold me. The most pressing matter now is to reclaim the ancestors' reincarnation. I heard that the human cultivator is likely to remain in Dao City for a few days. We still have a chance." Upon hearing this, Feng Beichen's anger subsided somewhat. He snorted coldly, the figure on the screen flickering as though on the verge of dissipating. "You remain there and keep a close watch on him. I shall come at once." As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous screen of runes burst apart with a resounding crash. Chapter 135, The General's Remonstration, Impeachment of Jiang Heng. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, within the luxurious hall of the Jade Fragrance Tower, the atmosphere had grown so oppressive that it felt almost tangible. Dozens of formidable high-ranking members of the Heavenly Thief Alliance stood arrayed on either side. Each one was a vital pillar of the alliance. However, at that moment, these typically commanding leaders dared not even draw a breath. The cause of this tension was the woman seated upon the throne atop the nine-tiered white jade staircase. Su Jiyue, draped in resplendent robes, reclined elegantly on the throne, one hand propping her chin. Her elongated phoenix eyes were slightly downcast, their icy gaze devoid of any emotion as she quietly listened to the remonstrances from those below. She did not speak. Yet an invisible pressure had already enveloped the entire hall. Below, an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white and exuding an air of authority, addressed Su Jiyue with a solemn bow, his voice heavy and resonant. Alliance leader, you must not be muddled. The war between our Heavenly Thief Alliance and the Divine Clan has reached a pivotal juncture. As our central pillar, your every word and action bears significant weight on the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. At this critical moment, should you become distracted and misled by petty individuals, the consequences would be unfathomable. The elder spoke with an air of righteous indignation, his countenance betraying a deep concern for the alliance. As his words faded, another middle-aged general immediately stepped forward, his face etched with worry, echoing the elder's sentiments with palpable anguish. Indeed, leader, General Sun speaks most truthfully. At this critical juncture, a single misstep could spell disaster for us all. We must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. I implore you, leader, to prioritize the greater good and not let trivial matters concerning inconsequential individuals jeopardize our alliance. Please, think carefully, esteemed leader. In that moment, more than 70% of the high-ranking officials within the Grand Hall bowed in unison, their voices rising in a chorus of fervent agreement. The sound reverberated throughout the vast chamber. Although they never explicitly mentioned Jiang Heng's name, the intent behind their words could not have been more apparent. In their eyes, the enigmatic young Master Jiang who had seemingly appeared from nowhere was merely a charming deceiver attempting to sway the leader. Upon the throne, Su Jiyue listened intently to the clamor below, the coldness in her elegant phoenix eyes deepening. How dare these individuals question her consort? They were courting death. Yet, just as she prepared to unleash her wrath, reason compelled her to suppress the murderous intent. She gradually straightened her posture, her icy gaze sweeping over each individual present. Those caught in her stare felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively lowered their heads. What is this? Su Jiyue's crimson lips parted, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority and chill. Gentlemen, is it now your prerogative to meddle in my personal affairs? As her words resonated, the temperature in the hall plummeted further. An invisible pressure surged, suffocating those present. The first to speak, General Sun, instantly broke out in a fine sheen of cold sweat, hastily lowering his head even further, his voice trembling. I dare not. Please, leader, quell your anger. We harbor no intention of interfering in your private matters. We merely wish to express our concern and hope for your discerning judgment. The other officials chimed in, adopting a submissive demeanor. Although they harbored grievances against Jiang Heng, they dared not provoke this decisive and formidable leader. A peculiar silence enveloped the hall. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a sudden urgent announcement pierced the air from outside the hall. Moments later, two figures rushed in, one following closely behind the other, Su Tianqiong and his father, Su Yuanba. Upon entering the hall, Su Yuanba quickly sensed the disquieting atmosphere, and upon catching sight of Su Jiyue's frosty visage upon the throne, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. They were too late. Judging by the tension, his oblivious old comrades had already offended the leader gravely. However, upon seeing Su Yuanba's entrance, the other generals' eyes lit up with hope, their faces breaking into expressions of elation. Their most formidable ally had arrived. Su Yuanba, renowned as a fierce warrior of the Thieving Heaven Alliance, was known for his fiery temperament and straightforward nature, despising any underhanded dealings. More importantly, he had been the most vocal critic of that young Master Jiang just recently. General Sun, seeing a glimmer of hope, hurried towards Su Yuanba, lowering his voice urgently. Yuanba, you are just in time. Quick, help us persuade the leader. She has been bewitched by that charming deceiver. Another general chimed in, his expression suggesting mutual understanding. Indeed, Yuanba, we all know your unwavering loyalty. Today, you must speak up and deliver some just words. With your presence, the leader will surely heed your counsel. In that moment, all those who sought to denounce Jiang Heng turned their hopeful gazes towards Su Yuanba. Yet, instead of displaying the expected righteous indignation, Su Yuanba's countenance reflected a rather peculiar expression. Persuade the leader? I should be advising you fools instead. Chapter 136. This script is all wrong. Su Yuanba surveyed the eager faces of his old comrades, listening to their impassioned pleas, and felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Abruptly, he thrust his hand, pushing General Sun off balance. Advise your grandmother, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the hall. His outburst left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly General Sun, who steadied himself. incredulously staring at Su Yuanba, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yuanba, what do you mean? The other generals, too, were filled with confusion and astonishment. This script was all wrong. According to their expectations, the notoriously fiery Su Yuanba should have been the first to charge forward and denounce that charming deceiver. Why then was he now chastising his own allies? Upon the throne, Su Jiyue, whose icy demeanor had previously pervaded the hall, now observed the unexpected turn of events with a flicker of intrigue in her cold phoenix eyes. Facing the perplexed gazes of those around him, Su Yuanba turned to General Sun, shaking his head lightly. Old Sun, the times have changed. Do not persist in your folly. There is still time to turn back. Denounce? Advise. If we proceed with such actions, the thieving Heaven Alliance will surely be doomed. His words left the gathered officials in a state of bewilderment. Doomed. Such a statement seemed overly drastic. Was it not merely a matter of denouncing a charming figure near the leader? How could it possibly endanger the very existence of their alliance? Suppressing his inner fury, General Sun retorted, Su Yuanba, do not incite panic with your alarmist rhetoric. We are all devoted to the alliance. What wrongdoing is there in that? And you, why this sudden shift in attitude? Have you been bribed by that scoundrel? Bribed? I de-bribed your grandmother, Su Yuanba exclaimed, nearly choking on his indignation. Stomping his foot, he declared, listen well. The times have changed. He scanned the faces of his still unenlightened comrades, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, do you truly understand the significance of that charming figure you speak of, that inconsequential individual? What standing he holds now? Before anyone could respond, Su Tianqiong, standing behind Su Yuanba, finally found an opportunity to interject. He stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Su Jiyue upon the throne, before turning to the assembly, a newfound gravity etched upon his youthful countenance. Esteemed uncles, allow me to speak. Just recently, at the grand gathering of the Dao Academy, the fabled stone of the Dao was unveiled. Young Master Jiang ascended the divine steps. At these words, a hush fell over the hall, quickly followed by an uncontrollable wave of derisive laughter. Ascended the divine steps? Huh, what a trivial matter. A general stroked his beard, his face contorted with disdain as he declared, the ascending divine stairs? I too ventured to conquer it in my youth. Yet it is merely a contrivance of the academy to test the resolve of the younger generation. To ascend several thousand tiers indeed marks one as a prodigy. But so what? In comparison to the grand ambitions of our heaven-thieving alliance, it amounts to naught but trifling matters. Indeed, even if his talent is boundless, he remains but a youth. The matters we convene on today pertain to survival and extinction. How can we be swayed by the prowess of a single individual? Su Xian, you are still too young. A person's talent does not encapsulate their entirety. The generals exchanged words, their expressions rife with condescension and the admonitions of elders. In their eyes, Su Tianqiong and his son Su Yuanba were merely entranced by this so-called talent. Observing the haughty demeanor of these individuals, Su Tianqiong's countenance grew grave as he surveyed the assembly. Esteemed uncles, I fear you may be mistaken. He paused, then slowly continued. Young Master Jiang did not ascend merely a few thousand tiers, but rather 10,000. He shattered the record set by Emperor Wushuang, becoming the first and only individual in history to reach the pinnacle of the ascending divine stairs. At the instant these words fell, the entire hall plunged into an eerie silence, the disdain on the faces of all the generals frozen in place. The very general who had just derided the stairs as insignificant found himself absent-mindedly tugging at his own beard, several strands plucked out without his notice. 10,000 tiers? Nephew, do not speak such preposterous nonsense. This jest is intolerable. The voice of General Sun quivered, betraying his disbelief. Emperor Wushuang. He was an unparalleled existence that overshadowed an entire era. To break his record? How could that be possible? It is absolutely inconceivable. Su Tianqiong regarded their expressions of disbelief with a solemnity that only intensified. I, Su Tianqiong, vow with my Dao heart that should I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by divine retribution and my path severed. The generals stood frozen, struggling to digest his words. Though skeptical, the gravity of Su Tianqiong's oath lent credence to his claim. However, what followed sent them reeling into a state of shock. Furthermore, upon reaching the summit, young Master Jiang, in the presence of all the elite prodigies of the Central Plains, completely refined the ascending divine stairs. It now belongs entirely to young Master Jiang. This declaration rendered the generals utterly speechless. Refined the ascending divine stairs? That was a treasure that had been passed down through endless generations. This was no longer mere talent. It was mythic, a deity walking among mortals. General Sun felt darkness encroach upon his vision, his legs giving way beneath him, collapsing to the ground. It was over. Those who had sought to impeach Jiang Heng were doomed. A collective gasp echoed through the hall as the once righteous and indignant generals now appeared ashen-faced. Their gazes towards Su Yuanba and his son brimmed with gratitude. It was they who had pulled them back from the brink of calamity. Su Yuanba, observing the astonished expressions of his old companions, felt a surge of relief, yet could not suppress his ire. Now you understand fear? Your lack of information nearly led to my demise. On the throne, Su Jue surveyed the scene below, her icy countenance betraying a subtle smile as she noted the shift in the general's attitudes, a glimmer of happiness for Jiang Heng illuminating her features. Indeed, my lord always brings unexpected surprises. Chapter 137, Feng Beichen. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dao City, in the secret chamber where Feng Yi resided, the massive runic light screen shattered, restoring tranquility to the space. He exhaled a long breath, the tension on his face finally easing. Grandfather is coming personally. This is a secure situation. Excitement and greed sparkled in Feng Yi's eyes as he suppressed his inner turmoil, his consciousness spreading like a tide, enveloping much of the Dao City. Soon, he pinpointed the figure in white that incited both his ire and helplessness. Still present, excellent. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Feng Yi's lips as he observed the young man in white wandering alone down a street, seemingly admiring the culture of Dao City. However, he failed to notice that beside Jiang Heng, the charming figure of Li Linger had long since vanished. Confirming that his target remained, Feng Yi's anxious heart finally settled. Without further delay, he moved swiftly, returning to his room in the inn. His task now was to patiently await his grandfather's arrival. At that moment, deep within the forbidden grounds of the academy, the two elders, black and white, who had been engaged in a game, abruptly paused in unison. They raised their heads simultaneously, their gazes seemingly piercing through the vast void towards the direction of Dao City. The wrinkled visage of the Blackwood elder furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise glinting in his murky eyes. This aura. Is it from the ancient Phoenix clan? He contemplated the black piece in his hand, his tone laced with gravity. The grand conflict of this era has yet to fully unfold. Yet these self-important ancient remnants are hastily emerging, and judging by their fierce demeanor, they are heading towards Dao City. The white absolute elder, upon hearing this, set down the white piece, a thread of contemplation evident in his profound gaze. The ancient Phoenix clan had always been haughty, rarely stepping into human territory without cause. Their arrival must hold some ulterior motive. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. This matter appears somewhat suspicious. We should venture out to prevent these reckless individuals from causing a ruckus in Dao City. The Blackwood elder nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, their figures faded quietly from the chessboard, disappearing as though they had never existed. Above Dao City, the space suddenly warped violently, then was brutally torn apart by an unseen force. A towering figure clad in a crimson robe, with hair and beard billowing, stepped forth. It was Feng Beichen, having traversed multiple realms from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. His aura surged like an ocean, and merely standing there caused the very essence of Dao City to stagnate, an overwhelming imperial pressure radiating subtly. Countless cultivators within the city felt their hearts seize, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Grandfather. Within the inn, upon sensing this familiar yet domineering presence, Feng Yi's face erupted with uncontainable joy. He swiftly appeared atop the inn's roof, bowing deeply towards the crimson figure. Despite the hiccups encountered in discovering the reincarnation of the Phoenix Emperor, it remained a grand accomplishment. He began to strategize in his mind. Before long, the Fire Phoenix spirit pool within the clan shall be unveiled. This pool is one of the ancient Phoenix clan's core treasures, accessible only once every 10 millennia, and only a handful of fortunate individuals may enter each time. To gain entry for cultivation would be an unparalleled blessing for him. Once he returns the reincarnated body of the ancestor to the clan, with such an extraordinary merit, he might earn a coveted opportunity to immerse himself in the core area of the spirit pool. The mere thought of this filled Feng Yi's face with an even brighter smile. Yet, as he reveled in this delightful reverie, a thunderous voice abruptly echoed in his ears. Where is he? The figure of Feng Beichen appeared beside him without warning. His eyes, ablaze with golden flames, bore down on Feng Yi with an undeniable authority. This sudden outburst jolted Feng Yi from his daydream. Upon seeing Feng Beichen's expression, which radiated an intimidating presence without anger, he shivered in fright. Quickly dispelling the foolish grin from his face and respectfully replied, reporting to great-grandfather. The person is still within the Dao City. I have been locking onto him with my divine sense. He cannot escape. I shall take you there at once. Before he could finish speaking, he transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the direction where Jiang Heng was located. Feng Beichen let out a cold snort, his form flickering as he silently followed suit. Meanwhile, In a rather secluded street of Dao City, Jiang Heng, leisurely strolling, seemed to grow weary from his wanderings. He gradually halted, turning into a roadside tea house to casually select a seat by the window. His actions appeared deliberate. Almost the moment he settled down, two figures materialized outside the tea house, completely unannounced, Feng Yi and Feng Beichen. As Feng Yi gazed at the seemingly relaxed figure in white enjoying his tea within, the smile on his face deepened with mischief. "Greetings, young Master Jiang, we meet again." With a flick of his wrist, he unfurled a white jade folding fan, gently fanning himself. His enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with a cat-and-mouse playfulness, convinced that Jiang Heng was now ensnared like a fish in a net. However, Feng Beichen displayed little patience for such trivial games. He hardly spared Jiang Heng a glance, his lofty gaze suggesting he regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. He got straight to the point, commanding in a tone that brooked no dissent, "Youngster, swiftly surrender all the raw stones in your possession. Otherwise." His words trailed off, yet the murderous intent embedded within them froze the air around. At that moment, high above Dao City, the figures of the two venerable elders floated silently, observing everything that transpired below. Upon witnessing Feng Beichen's aggressive demeanor and unabashed killing intent, a glint of cunning flickered in the eyes of the two elders. Previously, they had been troubled about how to cultivate a better relationship with Jiang Heng, the divine son. But now, an opportunity had presented itself. Within the tea house, the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy stillness. Feng Beichen's words, imbued with the pressure of a quasi-emperor, rendered the surrounding patrons pale with fear, trembling, and wishing to faint to avoid hearing secrets they ought not to know. Feng Yi, with his white jade fan gently swaying, wore an even more pronounced expression of amusement. To him, his great-grandfather had already shown considerable leniency. A mere human youth, if wise, should kneel and surrender, offering up the raw stones in hopes of preserving his life. Feng Beichen initially believed that by emitting his quasi-emperor aura, this ignorant youth would, at the very least, be terrified into submission. Yet, the youth in white remained seated by the window, calmly lifting his teacup to take a sip. He did not even deign to raise his eyelids, as if Feng Beichen, this quasi-emperor, lacked the qualification to warrant his attention. This blatant disregard caused Feng Beichen's golden flame eyes to narrow slightly. After traversing for thousands of years, he was witnessing such audacity from a younger generation for the very first time. Amidst his surprise, he felt a flicker of admiration arise within him. "Young man, your composure in the face of danger is commendable." Feng Beichen's voice resonated, but the temperature in his tone plummeted, his killing intent beginning to emanate from within. Yet, admiration aside, the raw stones must be surrendered. Today, you shall yield them, whether you wish to or not. As his voice fell, an even more terrifying pressure descended, obliterating all furniture within the tea house except for the area Jiang Heng occupied. At this moment, Jiang Heng finally reacted. He slowly set down his teacup, lifted his head, and for the first time, met Feng Beichen's gaze with his profound eyes, a smile dancing on his lips, laced with 3 parts mockery and 7 parts intrigue. "Composed in the face of danger?" he echoed lightly, before playfully countering, "What danger?" No sooner had he spoken than Feng Yi's smile froze in sheer disbelief. How audacious! What kind of arrogance and ignorance would lead someone to utter such provocative words before a quasi-emperor? Feng Beichen momentarily stammered, then, in a fit of rage, laughed instead. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed thrice, and with each utterance, his aura surged, darkening the skies above Dao City, painting them crimson. "You, young man, are audacious. It has been long since I have encountered such fearless youth. However, audacity must be backed by strength." Before he could finish, Feng Beichen grew weary of idle chatter. He extended his right hand towards Jiang Heng, casually gesturing forward. In an instant, space froze. Jiang Heng felt an irresistible, terrifying force seize him, locking him in place. This power not only confined his physical form, but also penetrated the depths of his soul, as though an invisible hand sought to wrench his very essence from his body. He was utterly immobilized, able to merely shift his eyes. Not even a finger could he move. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, his eyes betrayed not a flicker of panic or fear. This display elicited a cold laugh from Feng Yi, who thought to himself, even at death's door, he feigns bravado. He envisioned the moment when his great-grandfather would grasp the white-clad youth, reduced to a pitiful wretch begging for mercy. Feng Beichen's seemingly slow yet devastatingly swift hand tore through the fabric of space, poised to make contact with Jiang Heng's body. However, at that critical juncture, 2 ancient and imposing voices thundered from the void above, resonating throughout the entire Dao City. "Of the ancient Phoenix clan, you have crossed the line. Do not harm my human friend." With the proclamation, Feng Beichen's hand, poised to seize Jiang Heng, suddenly halted in midair. He felt an overwhelming, boundless force. Both vast and gentle like water, manifesting out of thin air into an indomitable barrier, standing resolutely before him, thwarting his attempt to reach Jiang Heng. Who could it be? Feng Beiqian's heart raced, and he abruptly looked up towards the void. Simultaneously, two ethereal figures, one clad in black and the other in white, silently materialized before him. They were the esteemed elders of the Dao Academy, Haimu and Baiju. Baiju cast a fleeting glance at Feng Beiqian with his profound eyes, and then merely waved his sleeve lightly. Yet, this seemingly casual gesture unleashed an unimaginable force that crashed upon Feng Beiqian with the might of a mountain. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably flying away. A spurt of golden quasi-emperor blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He flew for several hundred zhang before finally stabilizing his form, his once domineering visage now etched with terror. Beside him, Feng Yi stood utterly petrified, his mind blank as he stared at his great-grandfather, who had been repelled by a single move and even sustained minor injuries. That was a quasi-emperor. How could he have been so easily cast aside? The two elder figures, akin to deities descending from the heavens, turned away after repelling Feng Beiqian, their earlier majesty vanishing without a trace, replaced by a profound concern. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you unharmed? Were you frightened? Elder Haimu hastened to Jiang Heng's side, inquiring with genuine warmth. These Feng clan rascals are becoming increasingly unruly. How dare they wreak havoc in Dao City, and even dare to lay hands on you? They must be audacious indeed. Elder Baiju nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Jiang Heng brimming with affection. Fear not, young friend. With us two old bones here, no one shall lay a finger on you today. This scene left not only Feng Yi dumbfounded, but also Feng Beiqian and Jiang Heng himself in a state of utter astonishment. Feng Beiqian finally comprehended why this young man, upon sensing his quasi-emperor aura, remained unfazed. With such formidable high-ranking quasi-emperors backing him, he truly could not touch Jiang Heng in the slightest. After the sacred realm, the chasm between each minor realm was akin to a vast abyss, and the divide between quasi-emperors was even more pronounced. He could distinctly sense that the elder in white had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, he would have suffered far worse than mere light injuries. Had it not been for the two elders' concern for the ancient Feng clan behind him, he would certainly have faced death today. As this realization struck him, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Feng Beiqian's forehead, a wave of fear washing over him. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, after a brief stupor, felt a chill rushing to the crown of his head. He had thought Jiang Heng merely an ordinary human cultivator with some strength and luck. But who could have imagined the extent of his background? Even these two ancient figures from the Dao Academy had personally come to his aid. At this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on the Fire Phoenix Essence pool. With these two formidable beings present, they would be fortunate to leave Dao City alive, let alone retrieve the reincarnated form of their ancestor. As for Jiang Heng, he too was filled with surprise and confusion. He had only met these two elders once, and their relationship was not of such closeness. Why were they extending such assistance to him? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Thief Alliance, Jiang Heng's true self had just arrived through the teleportation array. He witnessed everything that transpired in Dao City through the perspective of his avatar. He couldn't help but murmur, what a turn of events. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that if his avatar, which had transformed into the three pure ones, was dispersed, his consciousness would be captured, leading to the unraveling of his escape plan. At that point, the quasi-emperor of the ancient Feng clan would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Now, however, that worry seemed excessive. The two elders from the Dao Academy had directly resolved the predicament. Yet, a flicker of puzzlement crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. My rapport with these two elders isn't that strong, is it? In Dao City, facing the inquiries of the black and white elders, Jiang Heng clasped his hands in respect, expressing, thank you, esteemed seniors, for your assistance. I am unharmed. His tone conveyed just the right amount of gratitude. Elder Haimu waved his hand dismissively, a kindly smile gracing his face. Jiang Xiaoyu, you need not be so formal. As elders of the human race, we cannot stand idly by while ancient relics wreak havoc within our domain. Elder Baiju nodded in agreement. Indeed, these ancient relics presume upon their ancient bloodlines, thinking they can act with impunity in our territory. It is utterly laughable. As they spoke, both elders turned their gazes toward Feng Beiqian. Sensing the unmasked threat emanating from the two high-ranking quasi-emperors, Feng Beiqian, though reluctant, recognized that this was not the time to put on a brave face. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Heng, his voice cold as he said, I shall remember today's events. Boy, you best pray that you always have these two seniors to protect you. With that, he turned to Feng Yi and solemnly declared, let us go. Though Feng Yi felt a pang of dissatisfaction, he understood the tide had turned. He cast one last lingering look at Jiang Heng and ominously remarked, young Master Jiang, we shall meet again. As soon as the words left his lips, their figures vanished from Dao City. Meanwhile, a short distance away, a blue figure observed the scene. None other than Lan Li, who had just arrived. Seeing that Jiang Heng had escaped danger, the tension in her heart eased. Chapter 139. He is the one I have been waiting for. The headquarters of the Thief Alliance was an independent world shrouded in ancient and profound formations. Outside the array, the figures of Jiang Heng and Li Ling'er quietly emerged. Li Ling'er gazed at the resplendent, shimmering barrier before them, exuding subtle waves of energy. Turning to her unperturbed master beside her, she curiously inquired, "Master, how do we enter?" At her words, a barely perceptible smile tugged at Jiang Heng's lips. If this had been before, infiltrating such a formidable protective array would have required considerable effort. However, after acquiring the divine ability of divine movement technique, all formations and restrictions appeared as mere illusions to him, like drifting clouds. Now, he found it an opportune moment to showcase his newfound ability to his disciple and relish the exhilaration of traversing through formations with ease. However, just as he prepared to act, a gentle yet irresistible pulling force suddenly emanated from the barrier before them, enveloping both him and Li Ling'er. In the next moment, the scenery before them shifted, and before Jiang Heng could react, they were drawn into the formation. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of Yuxiang Tower, Su Jiyue, seated high upon her throne, sensed Jiang Heng's presence. A flicker of joy and tenderness passed through her cool, phoenix-like eyes. "My lord has arrived." With a slight movement of her jade fingers, her mind flowed with intent. In the next moment, the space at the center of the grand hall shimmered slightly, and the figures of Jiang Heng and Li Ling'er materialized before everyone present. This sudden turn of events left Jiang Heng momentarily bewildered. He had intended to showcase his prowess before his disciple, only to be unceremoniously pulled into the scene. While he was still grappling with this brief state of confusion, a voice, filled with longing and softness, resonated from above. "My lord, you have returned." Su Ji's voice, though soft, reached the ears of every individual in attendance with crystal clarity. The affectionate address and unabashed joy evoked a complex array of emotions among the commanders, who had only just regained their composure from the initial shock. The news brought by Su Tianqiong and Su Yuanba had indeed extinguished any thoughts of impeaching Jiang Heng. After all, who would dare to challenge one capable of ascending to the pinnacle of ancient legends, let alone refining a divine path? They were not ready to court death. However, this did not imply that they would turn against him in support. Most of them had forged bonds with the deputy leader Zhao Liang amidst the blood-soaked trials of battle, a camaraderie that mere shocking news could not easily erode. Su Yuanba was no exception. His harsh words earlier were a reminder to his old friends that his loyalty still lay with deputy leader Zhao Liang. Upon their arrival, Jiang Heng and Li Ling'er immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the hall, particularly the conflicting glances cast by the commanders, which caused Jiang Heng to furrow his brow ever so slightly. Just as he was about to use his spiritual sense to inquire of Su Jui what was unfolding, a sharp and urgent announcement pierced the air from outside the hall. "Deputy leader, your return." As the proclamation echoed, a resounding cadence of synchronized footsteps, akin to the clanging of iron and galloping steeds, approached from the distance. Everyone in the hall, including Su Jui seated upon the throne, was stirred and turned their gazes in unison towards the entrance. Jiang Heng followed suit. A regiment clad in dark armor, exuding an aura of ferocity, marched in with disciplined steps. Though the troop numbered only around 100, each soldier emanated an intense, indomitable spirit of slaughter. This was not mere bloodlust. It was the fierce military spirit forged through countless life and death trials, having clawed their way out from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Upon entering the grand hall, the regiment swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear pathway to the center. Soon after, a tall and imposing figure, also adorned in dark armor, stepped forward. His countenance was resolute, his gaze sharp as a blade, and he radiated an unparalleled aura of dominance, reminiscent of a war deity emerging from an ancient battlefield. This man was none other than Zhao Liang, the steadfast pillar of the Thieving Heaven Alliance and its deputy leader. He strode to the forefront of the grand hall and halted. Subsequently, he raised his head to gaze upon the exquisite figure at the main seat. Kneeling on one knee in a respectful bow, his voice resonant and filled with reverence. Zhao Liang pays respects to the alliance leader. As he bowed, the iron-willed soldiers behind him simultaneously knelt, their movements synchronized, their voices booming in unison. "We pay respects to the alliance leader." Upon witnessing Zhao Liang's return, Su Jui displayed a hint of surprise. "What brings you back? How fares the situation at the front?" Zhao Liang slowly rose and answered with calm assurance. Replying to the alliance leader, "The situation at the front has stabilized. The divine army has suffered significant losses at our hands and is unlikely to recover. My brothers are there keeping watch, which is why I have the opportunity to return. His voice carried a strong sense of confidence. After speaking, Zhao Liang's keen gaze gradually shifted towards Jiang Heng. His eyes lingered on Jiang Heng for a moment, his stern face revealing a complex mixture of emotions. He had learned of Jiang Heng's astonishing feats at the Heavenly Talent Conference on his way back, ascending to the peak and refining the divine path. Such accomplishments, even for one as proud as he, were undeniable evidence of a prodigy whose talents far surpassed his own. Yet, he could not reconcile this. He slowly averted his gaze and looked back at Su Jui seated above. This time, the respect in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unutterable challenge. Sister Jui, is he the one you have been waiting for? This time, he refrained from addressing her with the honorific title of Alliance Leader, instead directly calling her by name. This was exceedingly rare within the Thieving Heaven Alliance, as Zhao Liang had always shown her utmost respect. A collective shock rippled through the assembled commanders. They understood that the deputy leader was about to confront the matter head-on. Su Jui, upon hearing this, cast a gentle glance at Jiang Heng before meeting Zhao Liang's gaze with unwavering determination. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke, enunciating each word with clarity. Yes, he is the one I have been waiting for. Chapter 140, Regaining the Heart of the Army. As Su Jui's clear declaration echoed throughout the grand hall of Yuxiang Tower, Zhao Liang found himself frozen in place, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. She had waited for this person through 9 lifetimes, and he had guarded her for one. He had believed that he would be the one to stand beside her in this life. Yet now she revealed that the one she awaited had indeed arrived. An indescribable bitterness surged from his heart to his limbs. The sensation was 1,000 times more agonizing than being pierced by an enemy's spear on the battlefield. Yet, Zhao Liang remained resolute. He was the deputy leader who had led the iron forces of the Thieving Heaven Alliance through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. The overwhelming emotions that threatened to consume him subsided within the span of a breath, quelled by his formidable willpower. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at the breathtaking figure on the throne, observing the unabashed tenderness she directed towards Jiang Heng, and the last flicker of hope within him extinguished completely. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice booming yet tinged with an unrecognized hoarseness. Zhao Liang, here to congratulate the Alliance leader on finding the one who occupies her heart. Each word was articulated with painstaking slowness, as if he were expending every ounce of strength he possessed. His congratulatory words fell upon the ears of those in the hall like a mournful echo. Particularly, the 100 soldiers clad in dark armor behind Zhao Liang, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, understood their general's feelings for the Alliance leader all too well. At that moment, they all lowered their heads, fists clenched tightly, their hearts brimming with indignation and reluctance. The other commanders in the hall shared a similar sentiment, many of whom were Zhao Liang's brothers, witnessing their comrades' unrequited feelings, leaving them with an unbearable sense of suffocation. Yet, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Zhao Liang suddenly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of the assembled crowd. What are you all standing around for? He bellowed. The Alliance leader has fulfilled a cherished wish, and this is a momentous occasion. It is of utmost importance for her future endeavors in unraveling the path of reincarnation. This concerns the future of our Thieving Heaven Alliance. Do not delay in congratulating the Alliance leader. Zhao Liang's voice rang out with resounding clarity. He forcefully suppressed his personal emotions, prioritizing the overarching interests of the entire Heavenly Thief Alliance. This statement instantly roused the leaders who were still immersed in a whirlpool of complex feelings. Indeed, the ultimate purpose for all of them to follow was the Alliance leader's profound understanding of the cycle of rebirth. Realizing this, the intricate expressions on their faces gradually transformed into resolute determination. We congratulate the Alliance leader. Congratulations on finding a worthy partner. The path to greatness is within reach. Waves of congratulatory voices surged forth. However, most of these voices sounded somewhat strained, their faces bearing a hint of reluctance. They could bow their heads for the greater good. Yet the emotional hurdle was not so easily surmounted. Amidst the crowd, Su Yuanba sighed inwardly at this scene. Beside him, Su Tianqiong's emotions were even more tumultuous. His gaze flitted back and forth between Zhao Liang ahead and Jiang Heng on the other side. On one hand, there was Uncle Zhao, whom he had revered since childhood, viewing him as a role model. On the other, there was young Master Jiang, who had saved him during the Academy's grand event and had crafted a legendary tale. Yet, at the center of this unfolding drama, Jiang Heng, under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, appeared remarkably calm. He absorbed the reactions of everyone in the hall. Yet his heart stirred not with much turbulence. Truth be told, he felt little attachment to the scene before him. After all, his arrival at the Heavenly Thief Alliance had been a mere accident instigated by Su Jiyue. Nevertheless, during his time in the Alliance, He had indeed shared a bed with Su Jiyue. To claim he harbored no feelings for her would be disingenuous. Seeing her so resolutely choose him stirred something within him. Just as Jiang Heng's thoughts wandered, Su Jiyue, seated upon the throne, listened to the insincere congratulations below, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Her cool, phoenix-like eyes swept over the crowd, and her lips parted slightly. "Do you all have anything further to say?" The moment these words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped the hall once more. All the leaders exchanged glances, and for a moment, not a single one dared to speak. What more was there to say? Everything that needed to be articulated, both appropriate and inappropriate, had already been voiced by Su Yuanba and Zhao Liang. To interject now would be nothing short of seeking discomfort. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, it was Zhao Liang who stepped forward again, breaking the stillness. He bowed deeply to Su Jiyue once more, this time devoid of any romantic sentiment, replaced instead by the absolute calm and obedience of a seasoned general. Reporting to the alliance leader. The frontline battle report has been completed. The main force of the divine race has been routed and is currently incapable of further combat. We await your orders for our next course of action. His declaration immediately redirected everyone's attention back to the matters concerning the alliance's ultimate strategy in the war. Upon hearing this, Su Jiyue did not respond immediately. Instead, her mind stirred slightly. In the next moment, an ethereal thread of causality materialized before her eyes. In her phoenix gaze, the stars seemed to flow, as if she were peering into the myriad possibilities of the future through that thread. Moments later, the peculiar vision in her eyes gradually dissipated. It appeared she had glimpsed the answer she sought. She began to speak slowly, her voice soft yet resonant throughout the grand hall. "Relay my orders. The entire army shall rest and regroup. There is no need for proactive engagement. We merely need to monitor the movements of the remnants of the divine race." This command took Zhao Liang and the other leaders by surprise. This was not the usual decisive style of the alliance leader. Logically, with the divine army recently defeated and their morale shattered, this was the perfect opportunity for them to pursue and annihilate the enemy completely. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Su Jiyue's next words made everyone hold their breath. That old deity can't hold on much longer. When he exhausts his strength and perishes, that will be the moment our Heavenly Thief Alliance launches its final assault against the divine race. At that point, the entire plan will reach its consummation. At this juncture, Su Jiyue's gaze swept over the various leaders below, aware that each of them harbored an indelible obsession within their hearts. It was this very obsession that had sustained their loyalty to her thus far. Her lips parted gently, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Once I achieve success and thoroughly comprehend the cycle of rebirth, I shall ensure that the ones you miss are brought back to the mortal realm." Upon uttering this, the previously subdued emotions among the crowd surged with an indescribable fervor. Resurrection, the loved ones, friends, and companions they longed for. The dream they had pursued for half a lifetime was finally within reach. In an instant, all repressed emotions evaporated. Yes, Alliance Leader. In the next moment, every high-ranking member of the Heavenly Thief Alliance, including Zhao Liang, knelt in unison. A synchronized roar erupted within the Jade Fragrance Pavilion. As Zhao Liang led the iron-clad troops and numerous leaders of the Heavenly Thief Alliance away, the vast hall was left with only Jiang Heng, Su Jiyue, and Li Ling, who closely followed her master. Li Linger cast a furtive glance at Su Jiyue on the throne, then at her master, who remained unfazed. She quickly grasped the current situation, realizing her presence might be superfluous. Thus, with great tact, she bowed to Jiang Heng and softly said, "Master, I suddenly remembered I have some insights on cultivation that require immediate consolidation. I shall take my leave." Before Jiang Heng could respond, Li Linger swiftly vanished from sight, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer would disrupt some significant affair. Jiang Heng watched his disciple's hasty retreat, momentarily rendered speechless. Now, only he and Su Jiyue remained in the space. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere shifted to something subtly charged. Just as Jiang Heng pondered how to break this silence, Su Jiyue, perched upon her throne, shed the aura of authority and coolness that marked her as the alliance leader. She gracefully rose from her seat, gliding toward Jiang Heng. The once cold gleam in her phoenix eyes now shimmered with flirtation, brimming with an inescapable depth of affection and longing. "My dear, you have finally returned." Su Jiyue halted before Jiang Heng. Her voice, imbued with a hint of barely perceptible lament, was irresistibly alluring. "In the days without you, I have longed for you to the point of sleepless nights and tasteless meals." As she spoke, her soft form naturally leaned against him, enveloping Jiang Heng in an intoxicating fragrance that was both soothing and enchanting. At this moment, Jiang Heng had grown accustomed to Su Jiyue's closeness, feeling little aversion in his heart. He had barely opened his mouth to utter a word when Su Jue suddenly leaned in, her soft, crimson lips brushing against his ear, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. "However, my dear sir, you truly have a knack for surprising me," she murmured. "Your performance at this gathering of prodigies has far exceeded my expectations." Her voice, laced with a hint of laughter, brimmed with unabashed infatuation. "Thus, I must fulfill my promise and reward you well tonight." The word reward was pronounced with such emphasis that it overflowed with endless allure and suggestion. Jiang Heng felt a tautness grip his heart upon hearing her words. Maintaining a facade of composure, he cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. "Well, let us not discuss the matter of rewards just yet." However, before he could finish, Su Jue interrupted him. She stepped back slightly, a playful reproach adorning her exquisite face. Her delicate hand entwining with his arm, pulling him closer. "My dear sir, do not call me that." She pouted slightly, adopting a tone that veered towards a playful whine. "I have a name. You may call me Jue or Yuer." Her expectant phoenix eyes locked onto Jiang Heng's, as if to say that should he not comply, she might burst into tears right there and then. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Heng sighed internally, resigned. "Fine, it is but a name." "Very well, Jue," he acquiesced, seamlessly redirecting the topic. "Let us not dwell on the rewards." The moment the name Jue left Jiang Heng's lips, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Jue's face, her phoenix eyes curving into charming crescents. As for what Jiang Heng said afterward, it fell upon deaf ears, for she was already entranced by the sound of her name. "Wonderful. My dear sir, you have finally called my name," she exclaimed with glee, tightening her grip around his arm, practically hanging on to him as she unceremoniously pulled him toward the room upstairs. Jiang Heng stumbled slightly at her abrupt action, his brows knitting together. "Jue, are you even listening to me?" Hom. "I am listening, I am." Su Jue nodded vigorously, her pace quickening as she continued to tug him along. "In any case, let me reward you first." Just as she finished speaking, they arrived at the door of Jiang Heng's room. Without giving him a moment to react, she waved her hand, and the door swung open with a resounding creak. In the next instant, she pulled a still-dazed Jiang Heng into the room, and with a loud bang, the door was shut behind them. Meanwhile, within the city of Dao, the two elders, He and Bai, were engaged in a fervent exchange of pleasantries with Jiang Heng, forcibly handing him an ancient token inscribed with the character for Dao, claiming that he could seek their assistance in any future troubles. Only after that were they satisfied and took their leave. Jiang Heng gazed at the token in his hand, then looked toward the direction where the two elders had vanished, feeling an increasingly strange sensation within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that the two old men were perhaps a tad too enthusiastic toward him. Just after He and Bai departed, a melodious voice rang out from nearby. "Young Master Jiang, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Jiang Heng turned to see a woman clad in a water blue gown, her demeanor exuding elegance and grace, approaching him with an expression of perfectly measured surprise. It was Lanli. Jiang Heng's doppelganger maintained the same indifferent demeanor as his original self, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Miss Lan, paying no mind to his aloofness. Lanli walked alongside him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Since the gathering of prodigies, your presence remains vividly etched in my memory." Her tone was sincere, as if she were simply expressing her admiration. Jiang Heng responded with a non-committal refraining from further comment. The two ambled along the street, an air of silence enveloping them momentarily. Sensing the stillness, Lan Li's eyes sparkled, and she took the initiative to break the silence. "By the way, I've heard about today's events in the city. The ancient Phoenix clan is notoriously overbearing. I hope you haven't suffered any losses?" she inquired with genuine concern. "Not much," Jiang Heng replied succinctly. Observing his brevity, Lanli couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. This young Master Jiang truly was a man of few words. Undeterred, she continued, "However, it is quite surprising that the elders from the Dao Academy would personally come forth to support you. Not familiar." Chapter 142, Just a Massage. All night. Yuxiang Tower. The top floor. Within Jiang Heng's bedroom, the lights burned brightly, illuminating every detail with clarity. He lay upon the soft, expansive bed, feeling as though he had not merely reclined, but had fallen into a vibrant and intoxicating trap. A breathtaking beauty was nestled against him, treating him as her grand pillow. Su Jue curled up within his embrace, her face pressed against his chest, seemingly content to listen to the steady yet quickening rhythm of his heartbeat. The luxurious robe she had donned had long been discarded, leaving her clad only in a sheer silk nightgown, nearly transparent, perfectly accentuating her enchanting curves that could drive anyone to madness. A scent reminiscent of orchids and musk wafted into Jiang Heng's nostrils, teasing every taut nerve within him. What proved even more tormenting were the 9 fluffy, plush fox tails, which restlessly entwined around his limbs, 2 of them playfully brushing against his chest and abdomen with tantalizing caresses. The sensation was delicate, warm, and tinged with a tantalizing itch that sent shivers racing through him. Sighing for what felt like the 100th time that night, Jiang Heng felt as though he might explode. This torment, visible and tangible, yet tantalizingly out of reach, was far more excruciating than facing a near emperor in battle for 300 rounds. At long last, after enduring the protracted silence, Jiang Heng could no longer restrain himself. He slightly turned his head to gaze at Su Jiyue, who had buried her face in his chest. Her expression one of blissful satisfaction. Jiyue, it has been nearly a day. The night is waning. Shouldn't you return to your own room? Upon hearing his words, Su Jiyue slowly lifted her head. Her originally half-closed phoenix eyes were now glistening with moisture, her gaze sultry. Rather than releasing her hold, she affectionately rubbed her smooth forehead against his chin. A languorous, beguiling voice floated from her lips. No, my dear sir, I have eagerly awaited your return. Moreover, she paused, her eyes sparkling, a captivating smile curving her lips. I have yet to commence the reward I promised you. The sweet lilt of her voice, coupled with her enchanting gaze, sent the string of rationality within Jiang Heng into an unbearable hum, teetering on the brink of snapping. An overwhelming heat surged from his lower abdomen, exploding within him and swiftly engulfing his entire being. He forcefully suppressed the restlessness within him, his jaw clenched tighter than ever. How infuriating! If only he could overpower her. He would undoubtedly wish to turn the tables immediately and allow this audacious enchantress to truly experience what genuine reward entails. Just as Jiang Heng was embroiled in an internal struggle, Su Jiyue seemed to precisely sense the tension in his body and the uncontainable heat emanating from him. Gradually, she straightened up, looking down at Jiang Heng, whose expression was a mix of desire and restraint, a picture of forced patience. A glint of mischievous triumph flickered in her elongated phoenix eyes. Then, with a slight parting of her exquisite lips, her voice laced with playful mockery, she stated, "Very well. I shan't tease you any longer. You seem to have been quite pent up during this time." As she spoke, her delicate fingers glided gently over his well-defined chest, igniting a subtle tremor within him. "Now, I shall grant you your reward. Allow me to assist you." Assist? Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. However, in the next instant, he no longer needed to ponder. Su Jiyue playfully winked at him, and then snapped her fingers with a crisp crack. With the sound of that snap, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Jiang Heng entirely. He watched in astonishment as his garments, under the influence of that power, silently disassembled and vanished. Simultaneously, Su Jiyue also began to shed her final layer of covering. In an instant, a flawless, curvaceous figure, seemingly the most exquisite creation of the heavens, was laid bare before his eyes. Gulp. Jiang Heng instinctively swallowed hard, his mind a blank canvas. No way. Is she serious? What about his virtue? Countless thoughts raced chaotically through Jiang Heng's mind, creating a whirlwind of confusion. Su Jiyue could keenly perceive the tumultuous emotions within him. Observing his complex expression, which mingled shock with an undeniable hint of anticipation, her smile deepened. She leaned in closer, her warm, inviting lips nearly brushing against Jiang Heng's ear. "My dear, do not overthink it." Her breath was fragrant, carrying a hint of playful amusement. "It is merely a massage." Before Jiang Heng could react, her hand lightly settled upon his shoulder. In the next moment, a deft force took hold, and his body was uncontrollably flipped over, positioning him face up against the soft bed. Following this, a pair of warm, delicate hands, imbued with the perfect amount of pressure, landed on his shoulders. Su Jiyue knelt beside him, employing an extremely professional technique to begin her massage. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, precisely stimulating every taut muscle and acupoint, bringing waves of exquisite comfort. As she gently pressed, her sultry voice drifted into his ear. "These techniques, you taught me years ago. How is it? Have I not lost my touch? Is it comfortable?" Jiang Heng felt as if he were a fish thrown onto a scorching grill, and Su Jiyue was the cunning chef, expertly managing the heat. Her seemingly fragile hands, when placed on his back, contained an extraordinary magic. The pressure would alternate between feather-like caresses that sent shivers of indescribable pleasure through him, causing his pores to involuntarily open, and firm, steady pressure that precisely targeted his tight muscles, gradually kneading away the accumulated fatigue and stiffness, transforming it into warm currents coursing through his limbs. Comfort. This was the most primal response of his body. It felt so delightful that he nearly forgot he was ensconced in the lair of a fox spirit. In Chapter 143, Su Jiyue's voice, laced with a hint of languid intoxication, whispered in his ear, "Whenever I think of you, my dear, I practice on my own. I dream of the day I can once more offer you a massage, relieving your fatigue." Her tone carried a sigh of satisfaction. as if their current embrace was a long-awaited wish fulfilled over countless years. Jiang Heng remained silent, afraid to speak. He feared that if he did, he might utter something shameful. He clenched his teeth tightly, burying his face in the soft pillow, attempting to maintain the last shred of clarity. Yet, this effort proved futile. For along with those mischievous hands, there were even more perilous distractions. The 9 fluffy foxtails were like 9 disobedient sprites. They would occasionally wrap softly around his ankles, or playfully brush against his calves, sending waves of ticklish sensations wherever they passed. "My dear, what is wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Su Jiuyu's movements paused slightly, her voice tinged with just the right amount of concern and innocence. Jiang Heng could almost envision the glint of mischief sparkling in her phoenix eyes. This enchantress. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The heat that had been forcibly suppressed within him ignited once more, surging with even greater intensity than before. He felt his rationality being gradually devoured and submerged. He attempted to quell his emotions, but the heat rising from his lower abdomen only intensified. "My dear, your body is so hot." Su Jiuyu's voice rang out again, filled with surprise. Her cool palm pressed against Jiang Heng's blazing back, sending a jolt through him. Was he ill? Or perhaps? Her voice dropped to a seductive whisper. "Which one do you desire?" Before her words had fully settled, her mischievous hands unexpectedly altered their course. No longer merely pressing, they began to glide smoothly along the contours of his back muscles, slowly descending. Each delicate fingertip sent involuntary tension rippling through Jiang Heng's muscles. He could hardly contain himself any longer. In one swift motion, he sat up and then turned to push Su Jiuyu down beside him. His voice, strained by restraint, came out hoarse. However, Su Jiuyu did not seem startled by his actions. Instead, she gazed into his eyes, filled with a desire to consume him, her smile widening. And a triumphant gleam shone in her phoenix eyes. "Not so fast," she said, and in that instant, Jiang Heng felt a deft force immobilize him, preventing any further action. The world spun as she pushed him back onto the bed, exposing him completely. Su Jiuyu leaned closer, her breathtakingly beautiful face hovering just before his. Her warm, inviting lips were nearly touching his, the distance between them reduced to mere inches. The unique aroma emanating from her, a heady blend of her natural scent and floral notes, audaciously invaded his nostrils, disarranging his already tumultuous mind. "My lord, you have perspired quite profusely," she remarked, extending her delicate tongue to gently caress her luscious, crimson lips. Before Jiang Heng could react, her hands were once again in motion. He attempted to utter, but his lips were silenced by a soft, irresistible pressure, rendering him speechless. His gaze, unbidden, fell upon Su Jiuyu's exquisite form, so tantalizingly close. Under the soft glow of the lights, her alabaster skin radiated a lustrous sheen. The undulating curves sculpting breathtaking arcs, each inch a divine creation, brimming with a fatal allure. He felt akin to a moth ensnared in a spider's web, struggling in vain against an inescapable fate of being consumed. Moments later, Su Jiuyu slowly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she observed his dazed expression, a smile deepening upon her face. She gradually knelt at his waist, casting her gaze down upon him, and in her phoenix-like eyes, a small heart began to materialize. "My lord," she purred, her finger delicately tracing his lips, her voice a sultry whisper that penetrated to the very marrow. "What I promised was merely a massage, nothing more." As she spoke, her hands glided over Jiang Heng's well-defined chest, employing a fresh yet equally skilled technique to continue her ministrations. Jiang Heng felt the dam of his rationality fracturing under the relentless waves of sensation, on the verge of total collapse. And Su Jiuyu was the consummate engineer adept at dismantling that dam. She regarded the expression of agony intertwined with ecstasy on the man beneath her, a flicker of obsession gleaming in her eyes. Gradually, she leaned down, her lithe body pressing completely against his fevered form. "My lord," she whispered in his ear, her voice a private melody for just the two of them. "Once I unravel the mysteries of the cycle of reincarnation, we shall wed, shall we? At that time, I shall bestow upon you a true reward." As her words hung in the air, she suddenly drew closer, lightly biting his earlobe. This playful nip rendered Jiang Heng utterly still, his mind an instant void. Meanwhile, Su Jiuyu continued her massage, progressing from his earlobe to his cheek, and then to his chest, her touch meticulous and deliberate. Ultimately, she exhaled softly, causing him to shudder in response. Then, she slowly leaned down, enveloping Jiang Heng in a cocoon of warmth. A month passed in the blink of an eye, in the opulent chambers of the Jade Fragrance Pavilion. The physique of the great sage was indeed remarkable, yet it paled in comparison to that of a quasi-emperor, especially one who was merely a 9-life fox spirit. During this period, they had engaged in every act imaginable, save for the final step. Beside him, Su Jiyue languidly stretched, her enchanting curves on full display. At that moment, a notification chimed in Jiang Heng's mind from the system. Detected bond between host and nine-tailed spirit fox, Su Jiyue. Relationship elevated from close friends to Dao companions. Host's unique ability, charm value max, has transformed into natural allure. With the system's announcement, an innate aura of charisma flowed from Jiang Heng. She suddenly turned to him, her breath quickening. This essence, she nearly succumbed to the urge to topple him right then and there, but ultimately, reason prevailed, compelling her to suppress that thought. Nevertheless, she felt a pang of confusion. Throughout their month together, she had never sensed this aura emanating from him. Why did it suddenly manifest just after their union? Even with her 9 lives of experience and vast knowledge, she could not fathom the underlying mystery. Yet, she did not dwell on this matter for long. After all, he was her lord, and anything happening to him was hardly surprising. Su Jiyue rose, gracefully donning her garments, casting a lingering glance back at Jiang Heng, her eyes twinkling with seduction. My lord, I shall let you off this time, but next, it may not be just a month. No sooner had she spoken than her silhouette vanished from the room, leaving behind an intoxicating gaze and a lingering fragrance. Upon realizing that Su Jiyue had finally departed, Jiang Heng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing the latter part of her words, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Another time? You vixen, just wait. Once I surpass you in strength, you shall see.